The teenager had designed an unbeatable martial arts plugin, yet never imagined he would transmigrate into the body of the poorest, lowest-ranked trainee in his class. Ding. Qi gathering art has awakened. Detecting unstable foundation. Initiating self-diagnosis and reforging host's body. Ding. Qi gathering art is starving and running on empty. Host, please replenish energy immediately. The chaotic voices in his head jolted Lu Chong awake. A fierce cramp tore through his stomach. He felt as though he hadn't eaten for 3 days and could devour an entire pig. Head barely lifted his head from the desk when a fresh, youthful face leaned in. Bro Chong, you skipped lunch again? Who is this? Where am I? Who am I? His mind went blank, yet a heartbeat later a flood of information crashed in, almost knocking him out a second time. Blue Planet, Huaxiao Nation, Pudong Base Province, Guanyin City, Yun City First High School. This was a world where technology and high-level martial arts coexisted, beasts ran rampant, and the martial path ruled all. He had become a senior-year student Lu Chong. Same name, same handsome features, even the same orphan background as his previous life. More importantly, he had brought with him the martial arts plugin he had coded in that previous life. He focused on the data panel in his mind, a screen he knew by heart. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Trainee, Stage 3, 95. Techniques, 9 Shadow Step Minor Completion, 83, Stone Splitting Palm Grand Completion, 1. Exactly the interface he had built. The Qi gathering art leveled him up automatically, and his techniques trained themselves while he idled. A quick check of his body revealed solid muscle and brimming power, a far cry from the sub-healthy programmer had once been. Maybe this transmigration wasn't so bad after all. Bro Chong, did you lose your memory or something? His deskmate, Chen Yufei, joked. Lu Chong pulled himself together. Quit fooling around, Yufei. Just starving a bit, that's all. Chen Yufei scowled. Told you skipping lunch was a bad idea. You're too stingy with yourself. He rummaged in his desk and shoved an energy bar into Lu Chong's hand. If you keep acting polite, we're not brothers anymore. Memory told Lu Chong this Branwangwang crushed ice energy bar cost 1,000 credits and was packed with nutrients. For an orphan living on a 2,000 credit scholarship and relief stipend, it was pure luxury. But he needed energy now, so he wolfed it down in 3 bites. They'll pay you back, he said earnestly. Yufei gaped at him. Are you nuts? That much energy all at once could burst your gut. Lu Chong ignored him. The hollow hunger vanished, replaced by waves of warmth surging through his body. Ding. Qi gathering art fully nourished. Consolidating host's foundation. Refinement complete. Momentum carried host will now break through. In the next instant, Lu Chong felt a tangible shift. His cultivation jumped from stage 3 to stage 4, his strength soaring. Level, Martial Trainee, stage 4-5. Chen Yufei's eyes bulged. Bro Chong, you just advanced? Lu Chong nodded calmly. Got lucky, hit stage 4. Damn. Yufei slapped his desk theatrically. We were supposed to be dead last together, and you sneak a breakthrough? Despite the complaint, his grin was genuine. No wonder you were starving. You down a whole bar. My dad's gonna chew me out again. Both boys sat at the bottom of the class in martial ability, Lu Chong for lack of funds, Yufei out of sheer laziness. Academically, though, Lu Chong ranked first in the entire school, his scholarship a reward for those grades. In this world, academics mattered, but martial prowess decided everything. With less than 100 days before the college entrance exams, Lu Chong's top priority was making money for cultivation resources. As he pondered his next move, heavy footsteps echoed in the hall. A barefooted giant nearly 2 meters tall strode into the classroom, slapped the podium with one hand, and sent a low hum through the air. Lunch break's over. Wake up, everyone. Wasn't this supposed to be math? Why's the homeroom teacher here? Yufei muttered. Lu Chong looked up and remembered the man was Wang Tong, their homeroom teacher, a genuine stage 8 martial artist who could shoulder a mountain and crack the earth with a kick. Wang Tong cleared his throat, eyes sharp as blades. Your math teacher's sick. We're switching to combat techniques. Everyone, report to the training field. Groans erupted around the room. They've hijacked our math period again. I barely remember what the math teacher looks like. I saw him practicing punches downstairs this morning. How does a martial artist catch a cold? Listening to the complaints, Lu Chong felt a strange sense of déjà vu, tinged with something ominous. Yufei heaved a sigh beside him. Even math can't save us. Guess we're getting beat up this period. The sparring class was held on First High's main athletic field. When Lu Chong and Chen Yufei stepped onto the rubber track, they realized that nearly every student from the 30 senior classes was already there, packing the place until there was hardly room to breathe. Looks like we're not the only ones, Chen Yufei said, his eyes darting around with undisguised glee. Everybody's academic period must have been hijacked too. Lu Chong lifted his gaze, listening to the rhythmic chorus of hoo-ha shouts echoing across the field, his chest warming in time with it. He knew exactly what his deskmate was after, most likely a pretty girl from another class. Sure enough, Chen Yufei quickly locked onto a target and slapped Lu Chong on the shoulder. Look, class 31 is here too. That's the school beauty, Xiang Yueya. I think she's checking me out again. Bro, tell me if I'm right, okay? The moment he finished, he straightened his back and stared ahead as though a spotlight were about to hit him. Chong resisted the urge to roll his eyes and followed the direction of his friend's finger. 100 meters away, a girl stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. She was nearly 175 tall, her white training suit tracing the budding curves of her figure, her back as straight as a drawn sword. She's facing the other way, Chong muttered inwardly. What's she supposed to watch you with her backside? Is she? Is she? Chen Yufei kept stealing sidelong glances, pestering for confirmation. Yes, yes. She's been spying on you with the back of her head, Chong replied dryly. In truth, at least 100 shy glances kept sliding toward the girl. It was the collective fantasy of adolescence, and Chong could only sigh inwardly. From the memories of this boat's previous owner, he knew Xiang Yuya was no mere ornament. Born into a prominent family, she had already reached the 9th level of martial disciple and was miles ahead of her peers, aiming straight for the elite Huabei Martial Arts University. A girl with aspirations that high would never bother with this kind of clueless, doomed flirtation, especially from martial arts underachievers like him and Chen Yufei. To Chong, the school beauty spelled trouble. He had long since sworn to cultivate under the iron rule of no women in my heart. All right, everybody, focus. The homeroom teacher's booming voice yanked the daydreaming students back to earth. Warm up for 10 minutes, then pair off for sparring as usual. He'll coach when needed. At his command, the students drifted off in small groups, throwing half-hearted punches and kicks. Only a handful put in any real effort, Chong among them, still finding everything fresh and exciting. As he shadowboxed, he pulled up his status screen in his mind. Name, Chong. Level, Martial Disciple Stage 4, 6. Skills, 9 Shadow Step Minor Success, 85. Stone Splitting Palm Major Success, 2. In just half an hour, he could feel his Qi gathering art and both combat skills improving again, and the jump was exhilarating. Roughly calculated, the Qi gathering art was rising by 2 an hour, 9 Shadow Step by 6, and Stone Splitting Palm by 2. At that pace, he could break through Stage 4 in 4 days on his own. 9 Shadow Step might even reach major success tonight. If this kept up, he thought, his heart blazing, he might really make it into a top martial university by exam time. The entrance exam weighed both cultivation level and skill progress equally, and for the first time he saw a brand new path ahead. Martial arts techniques test a student's insight and ability to fight in real situations, so they can never be ignored. In high school, the techniques taught are almost all entry-level, classified as low-grade human rank, and they're exclusively unarmed forms. The 9 Shadow Step and the Stone-Breaking Palm that Chong practices fall into this category. Anyone hoping to get into a top university has to push at least one technique to the subtle level. Yet the journey from beginner to minor success, major success, subtle, and finally perfection is like spanning a chasm, and most students stall at major success. The training field baked under the scorching sun, heavy with the smell of sweat. Chong was running through the 18-move offensive set of Stone-Breaking Palm, channeling power into both arms, every strike sharp and unstoppable. He had just broken through to major success during his noon nap, doubling his strength, but he purposely kept his blood and Qi in check, using the routine to feel out his new limits. Chong, what's on your mind? Don't tell me you've got a thing for Xiang Yuya too. Chen Yufei, practicing nearby, was throwing punches half-heartedly, making faces as he spoke. Chong ignored him, focusing on the flow of force. Chen Yufei prattled on anyway. She said one sentence to me in the cafeteria, and now Sun has got it in for me. Just my luck. What did she say to you? Chong asked. She thanked me for giving up my seat. Chen Yufei grinned proudly. Chong nearly rolled his eyes. Trouble over something that small. Classic femme fatale drama. A shadow fell over them. The tall, burly Sun Tse walked up, his expression menacing. Known as the class bully, he was hopeless at academics, but already a 5th-stage martial disciple. Yufei, Sun Tse's voice was icy. The homeroom teacher asked me to mentor you, since you're falling behind. I don't need it, Chen Yufei snapped. Scared? And you still dare pine after Xiang Yuya? A toad dreaming of a swan. Sun Tse sneered. Flushed with anger, Chen Yufei stuck out his neck. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Chong sighed at the hot-headedness of youth. He himself had been assigned a mentee to the class study monitor, Lu Qingqing, a gentle girl with delicate features. Chong, please guide me. Lu Qingqing cupped her fists, her shy voice trembling. Chong was widely regarded as the best-looking boy in class and the top student in academics. Girls couldn't help blushing around him. Of course, he returned the salute, ready to test out his new strength. Before he could make a move, a cry rang out. Sun Tse had slapped Chen Yufei across the face, sending him flying 2 meters to crash onto the ground. A bright red handprint bloomed on his cheek, pain and humiliation mingling. Sun Tse stood where he was, smirking. Yufei, are you okay? Sorry, couldn't hold back. Didn't expect you to be that weak. Chong glanced at the platform not far away. Arms folded. The homeroom teacher watched with sharp eyes, but did nothing. The coach's whistle cut through the air, yet none of the students dared step in. Once again, Lu Chong realized that this campus was no longer the safe ivory tower people imagined. Although the school bans weapons and unsanctioned brawls, it actively encourages regulated combat. This martial arts high school is meant to train fighters who can one day battle alien beasts and other races on the front lines, not hothouse flowers. A clash like the one between Sun Tze and Qin Yufei is therefore perfectly legitimate, even with the homeroom teacher merely watching. As long as no one is killed or maimed, the school never intervenes. In academics, someone can be first. In martial arts, no one accepts second place. Only pressure forges true talent. And unless Qin Yufei surrendered an admission of weakness no teenager could bear, there would be no stopping the fight. Sun Tze's ringing slap sent Qin Yufei spinning in place. His nose burned, but anger flared instead of fear. He scrambled up and shouted, "Bastard, I'm taking you down with me." Another stone-breaking palm whistled through the air. Sun Tze's hand smashed into Qin Yufei's shoulder, driving him into the floor with a dull thud while blood trickled from his nose. "Give up, Toad?" Sun Tze sneered, twisting the knife. From the sidelines, Lu Chong saw the gap clearly. They were on different planets. Qin Yufei was only a third-stage martial disciple, his two techniques barely starter level. Sun Tze was fifth stage, and his advanced stone-breaking palm alone could overwhelm everything. To put it bluntly, Qin Yufei couldn't even touch the hem of Sun Tze's shirt. What shocked Lu Chong was that his best friend kept getting up, cursing, charging, being knocked down, and struggling to his feet again. Dust and blood turned his face into a muddy mask, his eyes swelled shut, yet not once did he admit defeat. His raw tenacity made the other students pause their drills, while the homeroom teacher continued to watch impassively from a distance. After the sixth takedown, Qin Yufei staggered but still clenched his jaw and stepped forward. Sun Tze hesitated, muttered "maniac," and gathered power for a finishing blow. The school medic was always on standby anyway. At that moment, a lean, upright figure flashed in. Two fingers hooked Qin Yufei's wrist and yanked him back. "Yufei, that's enough. Don't throw yourself away," Lu Chong said. He could see his friend's rage had drowned all reason. One more round would be pure madness. "Brother Chong, move," Qin Yufei panted, lifting swollen eyes. "We can't let him push us around, or he'll bully us every single day." Sun Tze taunted Qin Yufei often and loved mocking Lu Chong as well. Lately, emboldened by the attention of the campus belle, had only gotten worse. Lu Chong thought for a beat, then sat Qin Yufei beside the training mat and murmured, "Then let me shut him up for you. If you won't let me, we're not brothers anymore." He held Qin Yufei down and turned. Hearing this, Qin Yufei finally cooled a little. "You're no match for him either, forget it. We'll get our chance later." Lu Chong patted his shoulder and told the class monitor, "Please watch him for me." He knew Qin Yufei was right. If they didn't show some backbone today, Sun Tze would only get worse tomorrow. Back in high school, most kids didn't know when to stop. Once they started bullying someone, they rarely pulled their punches. Before Lu Qingqing could answer, Lu Chong had already turned around, eyes locked on the smug Sun Tze behind them. "TSK squats this? You two wimps want to line up for a beating?" Sun Tze cracked his knuckles with a mocking grin. Lu Chong ignored the jab and clasped his fists politely. "Yufei's exhausted. He'll spar with you instead. Please." During combat class, as long as both sides agreed, the homeroom teacher seldom interfered. Sun Tze threw back his head and laughed. "Then I'll send both of you to the infirmary." As soon as he finished, the two raised their guards and faced off. Lu Chong stayed on high alert. Sun Tze was a stage 5 trainee, his physique a tier above Lu Chong's, and his stone-breaking palm was already perfected. Not far away, Qin Yufei had calmed down and shouted anxiously, "Bro Chong, be careful. He hits hard, give up if you have to." Lu Qingqing stood beside him, biting her lip in silence. Farther off, Teacher Wang Tong looked over. He had already noticed Lu Chong had only just reached stage 4. Boom. Lu Chong stamped the ground, leaving a dent, and shot out like an arrow. Wind curled around his right palm as he thrust at Sun Tze's chest, the first move of stone-breaking palm, pushing stone to test the path. Sun Tze mirrored him with the same technique. Bang! Palms collided with a dull explosion, and both fighters staggered back 2 steps. Sun Tze arched a brow. "Stage 4, stone-breaking palm mastered? No wonder you dared to provoke me. But I was holding back. Otherwise, you'd already be down." Lu Chong was surprised Till hadn't gone all out, yet had fought a stage 5 to a draw. He remembered that his breathing technique had recently tempered his body again. Maybe his foundation was now stronger than most at his level. Boom. Sun Tze attacked first, chopping down with the cleaving form of stone-breaking palm. Lu Chong met him heated. They traded blow after blow, fists and palms detonating like thunder. Lu Chong couldn't push Sun Tze back, but Sun Tze couldn't seize the advantage either. The onlookers thought Sun Tze was going easy, yet he was secretly panicking, hadn't held back at all. Failing to beat Lu Chong in front of the whole class was humiliating. Determined, Sun Tze slipped into 9 shadow steps. In an instant he blurred, after images stacking around him. Lu Chong used the same footwork, but his movements were clumsier. Sun Tze's 9 shadow steps were fully mastered. Bang! Catching an opening, Sun Tze slammed a palm onto Lu Chong's shoulder. Lu Chong's head spun, He staggered back several steps before steadying himself. Haha, Lu Chong, if you can't hit me, you'll just keep taking hits. Let's see how many you can handle. Sun Tze charged again. Lu Chong cursed inwardly. The gap was real. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. 9 shadow steps is enraged. Gaining courage from shame cultivation speed skyrockets. Breaking through to mastery. 9 shadow steps mastery progress 310-3060. Stone breaking palm refuses to fall behind comprehension deepens. Cultivation progress 50. Seriously? It can do that? Lu Chong froze for a heartbeat. Then his spirits soared. He fixed his gaze on the approaching Sun Tze. Now he no longer feared this walking bundle of experience points. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Martial Trainee, 4th Stage, 6. Techniques: 9 Shadow Step Grand Mastery, 60. Stone Splitting Palm Grand Mastery, 52. There was no time to think. Sun Tze's chopping palm was already at Lu Chong's nose. The strike weaving left and right with the light-foot grace of 9 Shadow Step, elusive and deadly. Yet in Lu Chong's eyes, the footwork held no mystery. His own 9 Shadow Step was at the same level and edging toward perfection, every bit the equal of his opponent's. Whoosh! Brimming with confidence, Sun Tze's heavy chop passed straight through Lu Chong's upper body. A remnant image. Sun Tze's heart lurched, and the onlookers froze. Lu Chong had slipped away. An instant before impact, Lu Chong shifted, 9 Shadow Step flaring. He left a crisp afterimage behind while he shot off on a slanting arc. Just dumb luck. Sun Tze convinced himself. He never expected Lu Chong to ghost behind him the next second. A palm driving forward, stone splitting palm hammered into his back. Bang! Sun Tze was blasted 3 meters through the air, landing with shock etched across his face. Whoosh crack! Lu Chong stayed on him. Before Sun Tze could regain his footing, a palm wind screamed out, smacking his right cheek. Sun Tze yelped, spun in place, and crashed to the ground. For shadows! Someone cried. In 9 Shadow Step, 1 shadow marks novice, 2 shadows minor success, 4 shadows true mastery. During that exchange, Lu Chong had dragged 4 clear echoes through the air. Far off, the homeroom teacher. Nearby, Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqingal stared at each other. They knew Lu Chong best, yet none realized he had grown this strong. The one feeling the change most keenly was Sun Tze, who had let his guard down and lost the initiative. In raw ability, the two were nearly equal, with Sun Tze even holding a slight edge. But his overconfidence had let Lu Chong string together 3 unanswered blows. Holding the advantage, Lu Chong pressed in again. Smack! Another palm to the left cheek. Compared to Sun Tze's earlier slap, these counterblows were vicious. The campus bully's cheeks ballooned at once, 2 teeth jarred loose. Dazed from the rapid punishment, Sun Tze's consciousness blurred, but Lu Chong refused to let up leave a snake half dead, and it will bite back. He raised his hand, intent on knocking Sun Tze out and removing any chance of retaliation. With his Grand Mastery's stone-splitting palm, he could judge the force precisely enough to stun without risking a life. After all, Sun Tze had not yet conceded. Wait, I sir, panic finally broke through Sun Tze's voice. Bang! Before the word finished, Lu Chong's palm crashed down. Sun Tze's eyes rolled white, and he collapsed, unconscious. The surrounding students erupted, staring at Lu Chong as if they were seeing a monster. After confirming that Sun Tze showed no sign of waking, Lu Chong crouched to catch him. Hey, Sun Tze, are you alright? Sorry, I didn't pull my punch. I honestly didn't think you were this fragile. Sun Tze twitched once, but stayed unconscious. Lu Chong kept shaking him, voice low yet increasingly urgent. Come on, wake up, Sun Tze, wake up. Around the field, the students who had been glued to the fight were now stunned. Watching Lu Chong's worried act, some even felt a strange pang of sympathy until they remembered how many people Sun Tze had bullied. They quickly decided he had it coming. What struck them more was the realization that this suddenly explosive Lu Chong was tougher and far more dangerous than Sun Tze had ever been. A chill ran through the crowd as everyone tried to recall whether they had ever crossed Lu Chong. Even his best friend, Chen Yufei, had to cough to hide a laugh. Who would have thought the usually quiet Lu Chong could be so ruthless? He must have bottled this up forever. The humiliation of Sun Tze's earlier slap had vanished from Chen Yufei's heart. All that remained was pure satisfaction. Lu Chong's clumsy performance didn't last long. The homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, strode over and rumbled. All right, Lu Chong and Lu Qingqing, take Sun Tze and Chen Yufei to the infirmary. Everyone else, keep sparring. Yes, sir, Lu Qingqing replied at once. Lu Chong hoisted the 6-foot Sun Tze with one hand and supported Chen Yufei with the other, striding toward the infirmary. Lu Qingqing followed carefully, her gaze fixed on Lu Chong's straight back while her mind wandered. Bro, couldn't you leave me a chance to get close to the pretty girl? Chen Yufei grumbled. Aren't you head over heels for the school bell? I'm just saving you from making Xiang Yuya jealous, Lu Chong said innocently. Jealous? My foot, Chen Yufei muttered, rolling his eyes, but Lu Chong's comeback left him speechless. Medical technology in this world was top tier. Although Chen Yufei's cheek looked badly bruised, A quick spray and a light therapy patch would heal it the same day. Even Sun Tze's more serious injuries only required an overnight stay. He'd be bouncing around again tomorrow. By the time the three of them returned to the field, the 2-hour combat class was almost over. Sun Tze was kept in the infirmary for observation and definitely wouldn't be back today. That's it for today's sparring. Class dismissed, Wang Tong announced, and the students scattered like startled birds. Lu Chong, Chen Yufei, come to my office after school, he added gravely. Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Lu Chong thought, the teacher must have noticed my rapid progress. Yesterday, I was just a third-stage apprentice with 2 beginner-level techniques, and today I showed this kind of power. Of course he's suspicious. I still don't know how to explain it. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Yufei finally let his excitement spill over. Lowering his voice, he laughed. Man, that was awesome, Chong. You really did us proud today. No one in class will dare look down on us again. Lu Chong didn't respond right away, but he could feel the change in his classmates' eyes. Disdain had quietly shifted into a hint of awe. After classes ended in the afternoon, in homeroom teacher Wang Tong's private office, he said, Lu Chong, what you're experiencing is likely an extremely rare epiphany, or perhaps a second awakening. Wang Tong sat behind his broad desk, his tone solemn. Such changes often occur when the brain enters a new stage of development at adulthood and the body reaches full maturity, triggering latent martial potential. Lu Chong had been ready to invent an excuse, yet Wang Tong had already provided a perfectly reasonable explanation, even glossing over the fact that Lu Chong had seriously injured Sun Tze in class. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Lu Chong could say nothing more and bowed in gratitude. Wang Tong paused, then reminded him, keep an eye on your body these next few days and focus on stabilizing this power. If anything feels off, come see me right away. Yes, sir, I will. Lu Chong knew the real reason for his sudden strength, but he had no way to explain it. With Wang Tong's misunderstanding, both his plug-in ability and the surge in strength finally sounded plausible to others. You've always been talented, Wang Tong went on earnestly. You just concentrated too much on academic subjects, which slowed your progress. The college entrance exam is a little over 3 months away. If you push yourself, you could get into a top martial arts university. Do well on the next mock exam, and I can apply for a larger scholarship, extra nutritional funds, and even new martial techniques for you. Those were exactly the resources Lu Chong lacked. No matter how powerful his auto-cultivation plugin was, he still needed grain to cook the meal. He clenched his fist in silent resolve. I won't let you down, sir. Only then did he realize that behind Wang Tong's burly, seemingly indifferent exterior stood a teacher who held high hopes for every student and had never given up on a single underachiever. Chen Yufei, who had been daydreaming beside them, kept his head low until Wang Tong suddenly turned toward him, his expression darkening. Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei jerked upright with a forced smile. Here, sir. I'm almost an adult. Too, maybe I could have a second awakening? Lu Chong was speechless. This guy really latched onto the key phrase. Chen Yufei's birthday was indeed a few months later, and he hadn't turned 18 yet. Wang Tong snorted. Let's hope so. But remember today's lesson. Think hard about why others can bully you. And look at Lu Chong. If he gets into a top martial arts university while you go straight to work, how much contact will the two of you have in the future? The words were not harsh, but each one struck home, and even the normally carefree Chen Yufei fell silent. That's all. You may go. Wang Tong waved them out. In this world, high schools have no evening study sessions. The time after dinner is entirely the student's own. Some lose themselves in virtual games, others pay private coaches at off-campus dojos, and some review academic subjects on their own. Lu Chong, of course, had no money for a dojo, much less a personal instructor. He couldn't even afford to use their specialized facilities and equipment. Back in his welfare flat in the shanty town east of the city, Lu Chong still wasn't accustomed to his new world or identity. Yet his thoughts turned quickly. This place was just as thrilling, and he now carried a cheat others could only dream of. The one-bedroom unit was so cramped he could barely turn around. Peeling paint, a dripping faucet, but the gas stove still lit. All the basics were, in a way, complete. He tossed together a bowl of egg-fried rice, finished it, spread an old mat in the tiny living room, and sat cross-legged to pull up his personal panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Disciple Stage for 12. Skills, 9 Shadow Step Mastery 66. Stone Splitting Palm Mastery 58. Not bad. Another bump, he said with a smile. In just 3 hours, the breath-drawing art and both techniques had climbed 6% apiece. As long as he breathed, he grew stronger and addictive feeling. But it still wasn't enough. He didn't want an ordinary martial arts college. He was aiming for one of Wuxia's top 10 academies. From the original memories, he knew the entry bar. At least stage 8 plus 2 insight level skills. He was miles away. With only 3 months until the entrance exams, he had to accelerate beyond the system's auto-cultivation. To go faster, I need high-energy nutrients. He recalled the nutrition bars he'd seen and the nutrient solution the homeroom teacher had mentioned. Normal food can't keep up. Trying to force a breakthrough would just burn my body out. Nutrient products were refined from mutant herbs or exotic beast essence, effective, but pricey. Even the bar Qin Yufei produced was a bargain basement, low-grade item. I need money, and a lot of it. The weight of poverty pressed hard. He also had to fight for the Makazam prize money the teacher mentioned. As for technique, he remembered the afternoon spar with Sun Tze. Real combat had ignited an unexpected breakthrough. If I train on purpose, will it be even faster? No sooner thought than done. A cool night wind greeted him as he stepped outside. 10 minutes walk brought him to an abandoned construction site. Under the moon, rebar and concrete looked like the carcass of a giant beast, the emptiness filled only by wind. He drew a deep breath and sprang forward. 9 shadow step at mastery sent him flashing between steel beams, while stone-splitting palm crashed down in turn, each strike ripping the air with a dull boom that gave the spring night a savage note. 15 minutes in, he was lost in the rhythm when a crisp notice sounded in his mind. 9 shadow step, pleased by your diligence, doubles its training speed. Stone-splitting palm, not to be outdone, doubles its training speed. Progress on both skills leapt from 2% per hour to 8. It works. Lu Chong exulted. He moved even faster, even harder, wind screaming around his fists and feet. He kept at it until midnight, when his stomach finally growled in protest. Only then did he head home. Back in the flat, his panel had refreshed. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Disciple Stage for 22. Skills, 9 Shadow Step Insight 2. Stone-Splitting Palm Insight 1. 2 techniques, and both reached insight in a single night. Even though Lu Chong had braced himself, he still couldn't hold back a thrill when both martial techniques finally reached the subtle stage. In less than a single day, he had pushed both skills from basic mastery to subtlety, a feat almost unheard of in the history of number 1 high school. With 2 techniques at the subtle level, he had 1 foot in the door of an elite martial university. So long as his cultivation caught up, admission was virtually guaranteed. The awkward truth, however, was the word broke hanging over him. He patted his flattened stomach as a familiar hunger surged, then hurried home and shoveled every edible thing in the fridge into his mouth. Rice, instant noodles, pickles, even the dried meat he had been saving for emergencies disappeared, yet he still felt hollow. His body screamed like a bottomless pit. Once again, Lu Chong realized that walking the martial path meant making money was urgent. That night, he didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he lay on the hard bed, counting the ticking seconds and calculating the automatic training speed of his cultivation and techniques. He soon noticed that after the 2 techniques broke through to grand mastery, the system's auto-cultivation dropped from 2% per hour to 1, while the Qi inhaling manual that boosted his overall level still held steady at 2%. In other words, the higher the level, the tougher the climb and the slower the gain. That didn't surprise him. Instead, he calculated optimistically that, apart from real combat, he could offset the slowdown by practicing harder than anyone else. He dozed off on a growling stomach and opened his eyes at dawn. The digital clock on the wall read 6 o'clock. Sharp hunger had woken him again. The Qi inhaling manual burned through calories around the clock. In scientific terms, it was the purest demonstration of energy conservation. He couldn't afford to stay in bed. He flipped upright, pulled on his faded blue uniform, washed up in record time, and bolted out the door. Luckily, the boda's former owner had been frugal, leaving a little over 2,000 yuan in savings. At the corner breakfast stall, he ordered 5 jin of meat buns and devoured them with dipping sauce like a whirlwind. Regular food could only fill his stomach by sheer volume and wouldn't last long, nowhere near as effective as condensed nutrition packs, but at least it was hot and tasty. Bursting through the morning mist, he sprinted a dozen kilometers along the road and reached the school gates in just 15 minutes, nudging the progress bar of 9 shadow step up another 2%. When he pushed open the classroom door, he was surprised to find Chun Yufiwo, usually slid in at the last bell, already there. Chonga, Chen Yufei closed his textbook and said solemnly, I've decided to study hard from today on and get into a top university with you. Lu Chong knew the guy's martial and academic grades were both lousy, but he didn't rain on his parade. Let's work hard together, he said. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Yufei fished a phone out from between the pages and tapped into a virtual war game. Before the bell rang, classmates drifted into the room. Lu Chong spread open a history of exotic beasts and skimmed through it. The book stated that over a century ago the world underwent massive mutations, ushering in the age of human martial arts. Rumor on the streets claimed it was the prelude to an ecological invasion by an alien civilization. Some prophecies went further, boldly predicting the real extraterrestrials would arrive in roughly 10 years. In recent years, every nation on Blue Star has been making its own preparations. Some people are excited, while others try to resist. Lu Chong rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, the faint glow from the desktop glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly a broad shadow swept over his desk. Sun Tze, the boy he had knocked out the day before, loomed in front of him. After only a day in the infirmary, the guy had bounced right back. Fresh ointment still clung to his face, and the gap where his 2 front teeth had been made his words whistle. Lu Chong, he hissed, if you've got the guts, fight me again today. Yesterday you jumped me when I wasn't looking, so it doesn't count. When Sun Tze woke up last night, he was furious. Losing to Lu Chong was bad enough, but having two teeth punched out and being carried one-handed across the entire field before being tossed into the infirmary was worse. The photo of his humiliation had already been posted on the school forum, and the comment section was nothing but mockery. If he didn't avenge himself, how could he hold his head up at first high? And what would Xiang Yueya think of him? Lu Chong looked up at him once and couldn't be bothered to say more. It was true he had taken advantage of Sun Ze's carelessness yesterday, but even so he still didn't take the guy seriously. What's wrong, are you scared? Sun Ze leaned over, pressing both hands on Lu Chong's desk, his voice cold. If you're afraid, admit it in front of the whole class and apologize to me. Sun Ze, what's your problem? You lost fair and square, and now you're trying to act tough? Chen Yufei finally put away his phone and barked. None of your business. Sun Ze vented all his anger on him. Oh right, I almost forgot you were my support assignment. If Lu Chong chickens out, he'll just keep beating on you today. Don't worry, you'll end up worse than me. That won't be necessary. Lu Chong set down his pen, his voice calm. During today's combat class, I'll give you the match you want. He had planned to ignore this defeated opponent, but Sun Ze clearly wouldn't let it go. In that case, another beating might even help him sharpen his skills. Satisfied, Sun Ze straightened up and, before leaving, sneered at Chen Yufei. Now that's more like it. Not like a certain useless loser. Chen Yufei didn't respond. Instead, he leaned closer to Lu Chong and whispered, Bro Chong, are you sure about this? Don't fight just because of me. I can take a couple punches like being bitten by a stray dog. Lu Chong shook his head lightly. You're right. We need to beat him properly so we can finally have some peace. The bell rang. To everyone's surprise, their homeroom, teacher Wang Tong walked in again, and the room erupted in low murmurs. Class, Wang Tong began from the podium. Face expressionless, the virtual sports instructor has an upset stomach. This period will be replaced with a live combat lesson. Same old trick. Groans immediately filled the room. Lu Chong closed his textbook without a care, but Chen Yufei reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. His fists clenched so hard they cracked, and he almost slammed the desk. When the teacher's gaze swept over, he forced himself to hold back. Lu Chong's eyes flicked to the back corner, just in time to see Sun Ze curling his lips, silently mouthing two words. You're dead. During the practical combat class, homeroom teacher Wang Tong gave the order, and the students spread out in neat rows. Lu Chong had barely looked up when Sun Ze strode over, shouting, Everyone, bear witness. Today I'm settling the score with Lu Chong once and for all. He motioned for his two closest friends to start filming with their phones, clearly planning to upload his comeback to the school forum and reclaim his pride. Classmates from their own section, and even students from neighboring classes, quickly formed a ring around them, phones held high, turning the edge of the track into a makeshift arena. Lu Chong glanced at Wang Tong, who stood on the platform with his hands behind his back. The teacher neither stopped nor encouraged them. He simply watched, as if approving an impromptu demonstration. After all, in grade 12 class 5, Sun Ze had always been a top fighter, and a real bout made for valuable live instruction. Even before the match began, whispers rippled through the crowd. Sun Ze still won't let it go. He got hammered yesterday, and he's back for more? You kidding? Yesterday he underestimated Lu Chong. If he goes all out, he'll definitely win. A few students normally intimidated by Sun Ze mustered the courage to shout, Go, Sun Ze. We're behind you. Smirking, Sun Ze shot Lu Chong a sideways look. Hear that? They know what's what. Don't think one lucky shot makes you stronger than me. Chen Yufei bristled at Sun Ze's arrogance, but Lu Chong raised a hand to stop him. Unhurriedly, Lu Chong slipped off his school jacket, handed it to Chen Yufei, and cupped his fists. After you. Two simple words, delivered with unmistakable weight. Sun Ze's face darkened. The sting of yesterday's defeat flashed through his mind. This time he would take no chances. With a fierce shout he launched into the Mastery Level 9 Shadow Step, leaving a crisp afterimage as he lunged and unleashed a full-force Stonebreaker Palm. To Lu Chong, the attack was riddled with openings. Ever since his own 9 Shadow Step and Stonebreaker Palm had reached the subtle stage, his perception and footwork were on a different level. As the palm wind cut toward him, he slid half a step aside, letting the strike hit nothing but air. Oblivious, Sun Ze chained another 9 Shadow Step, carving fresh afterimages while cutting horizontally with an open palm. Lu Chong retreated just a fraction, dodging again. Not even his jacket hem was touched. Sun Ze kept switching techniques, weaving 9 Shadow Step and Stonebreaker Palm together at their peak, but he still couldn't lay a finger on Lu Chong. More unsettling was that Lu Chong never moved more than a few paces. Within less than 3 meters, he kept Sun Ze spinning in circles. The onlookers gasped. Is Lu Chong using 9 Shadow Step too? I don't see any afterimages, and he isn't even fast yet. He keeps sidestepping at the perfect moment. I don't get it either. It looks like coincidence, but can so many coincidences really be an accident? Wang Tong, the homeroom teacher, leapt down from the platform with shining eyes and exclaimed, This is no coincidence. Take a good look. What you're seeing is 9 Shadow Steps at the subtle realm, where true mastery shows in the tiniest movements. He could never have imagined that after only one night, Lu Chong's 9 shadow steps would break through yet again 2 days ago. It was at minor attainment. Yesterday it reached major, and this morning it stepped into subtle. Reaching subtle in high school isn't unheard of, but climbing 3 levels in 3 days was beyond anything Wang Tong had seen. Could this be a second awakening, his talents surging overnight? The possibility made his heart race. If so, Class 5 of Senior Year 3 might produce a seed candidate for an elite martial arts university. With their teacher's reminder, the onlookers burst into excited chatter. Subtle mastery of 9 shadow steps. No one in our class has done that. They say making subtle in a martial art can get you into a top university. When did Lu Chong get this strong? Whispers filled with envy rippled through the crowd. In the center of the training ground, Sun Tze was relentlessly pursuing Lu Chong. Outwardly his attacks were fierce, yet inside he was fuming, had been going all out for ages, and still hadn't even brushed Lu Chong's sleeve. More than half his stamina was gone. If the fight dragged on, defeat was certain. Suddenly he pulled back, face flushed, and shouted, "Lu Chong, what's your deal? All you do is dodge. If you want fight Heaton, just admit defeat." Lu Chong was busy savoring the feel of his newly advanced 9 shadow steps while watching his auto-cultivation system. He had kept Sun Tze around to see if extra pressure might trigger another surge, but dozens of exchanges later, both 9 shadow steps and steely breaking palm were progressing at their usual pace clearly. Sun Tze wasn't strong enough to push him further. Hearing no reply and seeing Lu Chong's attention drifting, Sun Tze's anger boiled over. With a roar, he charged again. Lu Chong snapped back to the moment, already bored with the Catan mouse. When Sun Tze's palm thrust reached him, his figure blurred, reappearing behind his opponent. A casual slap landed solidly on Sun Tze's back. Bang! Sun Tze hit the ground face first before he could even scream. Lu Chong's voice was flat. "Didn't you want a Heaton fight? Why turn your back on me? Kamoni won't stop until you're out cold." Sun Tze sprang up and bellowed, "He'll finish this." Bang! Their palms met squarely, yet the one sent flying was still Sun Tze, despite his full strength. With steely breaking palm now at subtle as well, Lu Chong had nothing to fear. Wang Tong's eyes gleamed, even brighter. Steely breaking palm, also subtle. Shock piled on top of surprise until he felt almost overwhelmed. Shame, utter, unrelenting shame. Sun Tze had thrown everything he had into the fight, and this time Lu Chong hadn't relied on tricks or knocked him out. Yet lying face down on the track, Sun Tze almost wished he were unconscious. He couldn't move. His bones felt scattered after Lu Chong's stone-splitting palm. Worse still, his buddies were filming like paparazzi while countless eyes stared. Sun Tze wanted the ground to swallow him. That's what happens when you lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. What excuse have you got now? Chen Yufei lounged on a bench, one leg crossed, his mocking tone sharper than Lu Chong's strike. Sun Tze pressed his face into the dirt and rasped, "I surrender." If he didn't, Lu Chong might very well knock out all his teeth. Enough. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong intervened at the perfect moment. "Chen Yufei, take Sun Tze to the infirmary. Lu Chong, you're coming with me. Everyone else back to class." Lu Chong knew he couldn't hide his skill from Wang Tong, so he nodded and followed the teacher to the office. Had already prepared his explanation. At the far end of the field, Chen Yufei still didn't lend a hand. He watched coolly as a few of Sun Tze's cronies rushed over, phones raised. "Boss Sun, should we keep recording?" one asked. "Record your mother. Can't you see what shape I'm in?" Sun Tze rolled onto his back and cursed, yet still managed to threaten, "Anyone who posts this is dead." TSK big talk. Why were you so quiet in front of Lu Chong? Chen Yufei dangled his phone, savoring the moment. Sun Tze shot him a vicious glare, then barked at his own crew. "Well, get me to the infirmary." Acting tough any longer would only make him look worse. Even if his classmates kept the footage private, students from other classes would upload it. All he wanted now was to escape this humiliation. As they half-carried him off the field, Class 5 erupted in laughter that rolled over them like a wave. In the staff office, Wang Tong's eyes widened like saucers, his tone unusually grave. "Lu Chong, when did your 9 shadow steps and stone-splitting palm reach the subtle stage?" "Last night," Lu Chong answered honestly. "I was practicing near home, had a sudden insight, and broke through." Wang Tong stared for a solid 10 seconds before finding his voice. For an ordinary student, taking a low-grade martial art from basic to minor mastery could take a month, from minor to major, a year. Reaching subtle was beyond most until after graduation. Even prodigies with personal tutors couldn't leap from major to subtle overnight. Not even the elite seniors of Class 1 had set such an outrageous record since the school was founded. In that moment, Wang Tong felt he had struck gold, rare, peerless gold. Because he knew Lu Chong could never afford a private coach. When Wang Tong realized this, he studied Lu Chong once more and reached a firm conclusion: his earlier judgment was right. The student had almost certainly undergone a second awakening on reaching adulthood, and his aptitude far exceeded the norm. "Sir, is something wrong?" Lu Chong asked, feigning confusion while discreetly watching his homeroom teacher's reaction. Wang Tong shook his head. "It's good news for you. Nothing to worry about. But there's something I need to discuss with you first." Lu Chong straightened. "Please, go ahead." His experience still fell short of Wang Tong's, so he listened closely. Your talent will soon be common knowledge in the school, Wang Tong continued. I don't recommend hiding it. The administration only increases support for promising students. The resources I mentioned earlier can be requested right away. There's no need to wait for the mock exam. Lu Chong nodded. Showing his strength twice in public had been aimed precisely at securing extra resources. Raw talent alone would never be enough. Lowering his voice, Wang Tong added, there's one immediate choice you need to Makito. You want to transfer to Class 1, the elite martial arts section? A trace of tension flickered in his eyes. What exactly do you mean, sir? Lu Chong asked. Class 1 is the flagship of our school, Wang Tong replied bluntly. Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, Huang Junyanal level 9 martial disciples are there, and the faculty is the best we have. With the potential you've just shown, I can file a transfer request, and the Class 1 teachers may even try to recruit you themselves. I'm asking your preference first. Lu Chong thought for a moment. Thank you for telling me in advance. Does Class 1 get more scholarship money and nutrient solutions than we do? Wang Tong immediately understood and said firmly, you won't get less. If you perform the same, I can guarantee at least equal, if not greater, resources. Satisfied, Lu Chong shook his head. In that case, he'll stay. It wasn't pride or sentiment that drove his choice. With fewer than 100 days left before the college entrance exam, adapting to a new environment would waste precious time. Besides, Wang Tong's candor and recent guidance had earned his trust. A new teacher might not be as compatible. If he could receive the same resources here plus unknown coaching, remaining in Class 5 was the smartest move. Even the top faculty in Class 1 might not offer such targeted help. Great. Wang Tong slapped his thigh in delight. Since you're being so forthright, I won't be stingy. As a personal reward, I'm giving you a new martial art. He lowered his voice, pride and mystery mingling in his tone. I earned it back in my army days, an intermediate human-grade technique. Whirlwind kick. The moment Lu Chong stepped onto the training field, a new mid-grade technique appeared quietly on his personal panel. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong had explained that this leg art evolved from an earth-rank axe style, favored sharp, aggressive attacks, and paired perfectly with 9 shadow steps. More importantly, it was the only technique Wang Tong had perfected himself, so he could teach it Hansen. Come to my office after school, and he'll coach you one-on-one. Wang Tong had reminded him before leaving. This kick is all about sweeping power, not pretty form, and it's much harder than any low-grade art. If you can break in within 10 days, you might master it before the college entrance exams and win a spot at a top martial academy. Yet in the few minutes it took to walk from the office to the field, Lu Chong's whirlwind kick had already entered the novice stage on its own. Now bound to him and awakened, the technique seemed to sense its new owner's urgency and advanced automatically. The panel refreshed. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Warrior Apprentice, 4th Stage 33. Techniques. 9 Shadow Steps Subtle Mastery 10. Stone Splitting Hand Subtle Mastery 7. Whirlwind Kick Novice 1. Wang Tong's 10 days to get started still echoed in his ears, but Lu Chong decided to keep the breakthrough to himself for now. He'll mention it when he coaches me tonight, he thought. The morning combat class replaced all academic periods and ran straight up to lunch. Man, you were awesome, Chong. Lunch is on meat, whatever you like. The bell had barely rung when Chun Yufei slung an arm around Lu Chong's shoulders. Is that really worth getting so worked up about? Lu Chong replied casually while checking his progress. Sun Zhe is totally convinced now, why wouldn't we celebrate? Grinning, Chun Yufei pulled out his phone and shoved the screen under Lu Chong's nose. You're famous. On the screen, photos and video of Lu Chong thrashing Sun Zhe topped the forum, headlined. 4th Stage Apprentice with 2 techniques at subtle mastery, hidden genius finally explodes. Lu Chong shot him a look. You didn't post that, did you? Of course I did. Pretty bold, right? How's Sun Zhe? Completely deflated. I didn't even trash him in the title call. That my generosity. Chun Yufei shrugged. He's not worthy to stand beside you anyway. Being a stepping stone is enough. Laughing and chatting, they headed for number 1 High's main cafeteria. Plenty of students along the way cast curious glances at them. Clearly Chun Yufei hadn't exaggerated. That morning spar had made Lu Chong a minor celebrity. Suddenly a soft voice called from behind. Lu Chong. He turned. Lu Qingqing, the combat class monitor, stood at the corner of the hallway, her cheeks flushed. Yes? Lu Chong asked, puzzled. Lu Qingqing nodded and looked up at Lu Chong. Lu Chong, could we talk in private for a minute? Chun Yufei immediately stepped back, winking as he whispered, got it. The class beauty wants a word, I'll make myself scarce. Chong, they'll grab dinner first and save you a seat. With that, he shot off as if his shoes were on fire. Lu Qingqing clearly heard the teasing. Her ears turned bright red and she hurried to explain, please don't misunderstand. I just want to ask about martial arts training. Lu Chong didn't read anything into it. He nodded calmly. You've helped me often enough. If you have questions, we can talk during combat class. That's not it, she said, taking a deep breath. I'd like you to be my private coach. I'm going to cram for the college entrance trials after school. They'll pay 1,000 per hour. Does that work for you? The word pay lit Lu Chong up. The homeroom teacher had promised resources, but right now he needed cash. 1 hour's work would cover another high-grade nutrient bar perfect. He was still curious. Why not hire someone at a dojo? Their rates are about the same. I already have a coach there, Lu Qingqing answered frankly, but the gap between us is too big. I can't get any new insights. It clicked. They were both trainees, close in cultivation, and he had micro-level techniques. That made him the ideal sparring partner. No problem, he agreed. 1 hour after class every day. I can spare that. He silently kept another hour free for extra lessons with the homeroom teacher. Instructor? Sparring partner? Bro, you are unbelievably dense. In the cafeteria, Chun Yufei leaned in with a wicked grin. The class queen is clearly eyeing your physique, admiring your looks. Don't say I didn't warn you boys have to protect themselves too. Beat it. Lu Chong kicked the overeager clown aside and finished dinner in a few bites. After school, Lu Chong first headed to the courtyard beneath his homeroom teacher's apartment. He planned to drill the wind-cleaving kick for an hour before earning that 1,000 from Lu Qingqing. Wang Tong stood barefoot in the yard, hands clasped behind his back, perfectly composed. Run through the full wind-cleaving routine. He'll correct your form. Yes, sir. Lu Chong took his stance. His legs chopped through the air like twin axes. The 36-move sequence unfolded in the cramped space, one motion flowing into the next without a pause. Wang Tong's eyes nearly popped. His hands clenched behind his back as the kid already reached entry level. His heart pounded, but every move was flawless. Lu Chong closed the set and stood at ease. Sir, I practiced on my own this afternoon and just now broke into the introductory stage. In fact, his panel showed wind-cleaving kick at 18 entry. A few more hours and by morning he'd reach minor mastery. Even so, the progress was still a bit slower than with 9 shadow step and stone-splitting hand. Keep this leg technique to yourself for now. Save it for the university entrance exams. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong had to draw more than a dozen deep breaths before his chest finally settled. Then he gave Lu Chong a serious warning. Understood, sir, Lu Chong answered with a nod. The college entrance exam is divided into academic and martial sections, and the combat portion is fought live. Once your trump card is exposed, opponents will tailor endless counters. Lu Chong knew perfectly well what Wang Tong was getting at. All right, they'll demonstrate wind-cleave kick. Follow me. Wang Tong kicked off his shoes and socks, stepped barefoot onto the soft grass at the edge of the track, and spread his arms into the opening stance. The move itself is simple. The hard part is timing the force and attacking with the momentum to split anything in your path. Before he finished speaking, he was airborne. Both shins swung like a pair of broad axes, chopping through the air with a whistle as deep as summer thunder. Each landing pressed the grass blades flat and shook loose fine beads of dew. Lu Chong followed closely, copying every nuance while silently judging the gap between his form and his teacher's. Observed wind-cleave kick. Benefit immense. Training speed 5. The system prompt detonated in his head, nearly making him leap in place. His hourly progress had rocketed from 3% to 96. 1 hour to minor mastery. He did the math, ears burning. He dared not lose focus. True Qi threaded through his meridians into his legs. Muscles tensed and released. His toes sliced the air. Twin whooshes sounded as the atmosphere parted. After half an hour, his kicks were even fiercer, each slash carving a transparent shockwave. Is he about to hit minor mastery already? Wang Tong's hand paused mid-gesture, disbelief flooding his face. Lu Chong quickly urged, please keep going. Sir, your explanations are amazing. He couldn't let the practice stop. His cultivation speed was still spiking. Wang Tong clenched his jaw and continued the demonstration, outwardly calm, but inwardly roiling. Benefited a lot. This was enlightenment. Head needed 6 hard months to graze the threshold of minor mastery. This kid was matching him in a single morning. Exactly 1 hour later, Lu Chong drew a long, steady breath and ended the sequence. The Qi inside him cycled smoothly. Wind-cleave kick 15% toward minor mastery. He calculated silently. A few more hours with the teacher, and he might reach full mastery, maybe even glimpse the realm beyond. That's it for today. Too much is as bad as too little. Go home and consolidate. Wang Tong ended the session first, wiping sweat from his brow. He needed to cool off. The title genius of the entire battalion felt like a joke beside Lu Chong. Thank you, sir. See you tomorrow. Lu Chong bowed deeply. Wait. Wang Tong remembered something, pulled a green-wrapped nutrition bar from his pocket, and handed it over. I got you basic supplements. 1 a day from now on. Focus on refining the Qi drawing formula. You've got talent, but rank 4 warrior trainee is still too low. With that, he strode away, afraid one more look at Lu Chong would shatter what remained of his pride. Lu Chong thanked him again, pocketed the bar, and left the teacher's dorm alone. Another 1,000+ credits secured. Lu Chong felt a surge of quiet delight. With the fee Lu Qingqing had promised, he would clear more than 2,000 a day, enough to cover all his needs. The earlier training session had drained him, so he tore off a chunk of steamed bread and bit into it, heat flooding his limbs. Running the breathing technique on a full stomach doubled his cultivation speed. Proper nourishment really mattered. At this rate, he would hit the 5th level by dawn, and the thought made his eyebrows rise. Outside the school gate, Lu Qingqing was already waiting. In high spirits, Lu Chong flashed her a bright smile. Ready? Where shall we study? Her cheeks pinked under that smile, and she looked away. Let's go to my place. My parents aren't home. Lu Chong blinked, but agreed without a second thought. Rounding the corner, they found a sleek black luxury van idling there. A woman in a black suit and sunglasses stood rigidly by the door, clearly a bodyguard. Lu Chong could feel pressure rolling off her no weaker than their homeroom teachers. She was definitely a high-level martial artist. He thought. So this is Lu Qingqing's background. When even the bodyguards are top-tier fighters, the family's wealth must be staggering. The honor students who flaunted sports cars suddenly looked petty by comparison. Inside the van, the middle-aged driver wore the same black suit and shades, his aura matching the woman's. Two elite fighters as escorts. Lu Qingqing really kept a low profile. Lu Chong was quietly amazed. Uncle Zhong, take us home, Lu Qingqing said once she sat down, her tone carrying a hint of authority. Yes, Mississippi. With a nod, the van slid into traffic. It sped along without the slightest bump, and after half an hour of weaving through streets and alleys, it turned into a sprawling traditional estate on the western outskirts of the city, at least a dozen acres in size. Pavilions, bridges, and winding streams formed a picture-perfect scene. Through the window, Lu Chong sensed no fewer than 10 sharp, fleeting gazes sweep over them. The estate was clearly crawling with hidden masters. The van stopped before a 3-story wooden building. Lu Qingqing turned. We're here, Lu Chong. This is my family's training hall. Sorry, my parents won't let me visit a public dojo, so I had to ask you to come here. No problem. It's a great chance for me to broaden my horizons, Lu Chong replied with a light joke as he stepped out, perfectly composed. At the entrance, a white-haired, slightly stooped elder was already waiting. When Lu Qingqing emerged, he bowed with a kindly smile, then looked at Lu Chong. Miss, is this the student named Lu Chong? Hello, I'm Lu Chong, he said, stepping forward. Forgive the trouble. The old man inclined his head. His polite tone left no room for refusal. Our young lady can be a bit headstrong. To be certain you are qualified to serve as her tutor, we must ask you to undergo a test. Courteous words, delivered with unyielding authority. Mr. Chen, how could you do this? He's my classmates here to help me train. Lu Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration and clung to the old man's arm, her voice full of complaint. Before Lu Chong could speak, she had already stepped in for him. It was clear that in front of this butler she could only plead, never command. Chun Lao's expression softened as he patted the girl's hand. Don't worry, Mississippi. Your father left you in my care, and I take that seriously. It's just a simple test. He won't get hurt. Turning to Lu Chong, he added with a warm smile. I trust you won't mind, will you? It's fine, perfectly reasonable, Lu Chong replied with a slight nod, though he thought, I'm already here. I can't walk away now. I owe them a favor, and I need the money, so I might as well cooperate. Good, straightforward, Chun Lao said, clasping his hands behind his back as he led the way into the wooden building ahead. Sorry, Lu Chong. I didn't know Uncle Chun would do this, Lu Qingqing whispered, hurrying after him and sticking her tongue out at the stooped figure in front. Lu Chong kept his eyes forward as he stepped inside, leaving only a brief reply. It's all right. The interior was narrow and dim, yet Chun Lao moved with practiced ease, guiding them straight down to the basement. The first underground level opened into a spacious, 300-square-meter training arena, outfitted with modern equipment better stocked than the Xiong family dojo downtown. The test is simple, Mr. Lu, Chun Lao said, stopping in the center of the room. Last 10 moves against Xiao Yu, and you can stay on as the young Miss Personal Coach. Sister Yu, Lu Qingqing cried. She's a 9th-rank fighter, how can Lu compete with her? Lu Chong followed her gaze to the silent woman in a suit and dark glasses. Cold and poised, she was clearly the Xiao Yu Chun Lao had mentioned. A 9th-rank fighter stronger even than their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong. He knew he couldn't withstand a single move from her, let alone 10. Chun Lao laughed heartily. No need to worry, Mississippi Xiao Yu will suppress her cultivation to match Mr. Lu's and use only the basic stone-breaking palm and 9 shadow step. If he lasts 10 moves without defeat, he'll double his pay. If he wins, he'll double it again. A deal like that? Lu Chong calculated in a flash. 1,000 an hour became 2,000 if he held out, 4,000 if he won. Good training and good money, hard to refuse. No problem. I accept, he said with a smile. Even with Xiao Yu holding back, she wouldn't be easy to handle, but he had to try. Excellent. I admire your spirit, Chun Lao replied, pulling Lu Qingqing to the side. At the center of the arena, Xiao Yu slowly removed her sunglasses, her gaze razor-sharp as it locked onto Lu Chong. Her voice was icy. I usually train the young miss myself. Show me why you think you can replace me. You want last 10 moves, save us both some time, and concede now. Lu Chong thought to himself that with everyone fussing over Lu Qingqing like that, it was impossible for her to relax and stop cultivating. No wonder she had asked him to be her sparring partner. With that, he clasped his fists in salute and fell silent. First move. Xiao Yu snapped. Her body became a whirlwind. An afterimage stayed where she had been, while the real her appeared right in front of Lu Chong. As expected, She had suppressed her cultivation to the 4th level of martial disciple and was using 9 shadow steps. Lu Chong saw it clearly. The footwork was at the refined stage, only a tiny step from perfection. The moment they closed, Xiao Ye's palm drifted toward his shoulder without a sound. It was stone-splitting palm, likewise only a hair shy of mastery. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong had once said that the higher a technique climbed, the harder it was to improve, and that most high-ranked fighters could never reach perfection. He himself had only refined stone-splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, though he had perfected gale-cleaving kick. Yu Jia was the same. Her 2 basic skills lacked that final step, yet were still far above Lu Chong's level. Lu Chong dared not meet the strike Heaton. He pulled back with 9 shadow steps, trailing after images, but Yu Jia was nothing like Sun Zhe from their class. She followed him like a shadow, jade-like hand hovering over his shoulder the whole time. Let's try it. Realizing he couldn't dodge forever, Lu Chong hardened his resolve and countered with stone-splitting palm. Bang! The 2 palms met, yet there was no real force beneath hers. As his strength ebbed, her lips curved and a surge of power erupted. Lu Chong cursed inwardly, retreated with 9 shadow steps to bleed off the force, but his right arm still went numb. Was that even stone-splitting palm? Then he understood she was indeed using only stone-splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, but she could expand or retract their power at will. She had counterattacked the instant his old force faded, and his new force had yet to rise. It wasn't just a gap in technique. Her experience was crushing him. No wonder she could boast of defeating him in 10 moves. Before the thought finished, Yu Jia was on him again, faster than before, her flickering form ready to end it in one strike. Lu Chong kept flashing through 9 shadow steps, hunting for an opening, but her superior skill and experience pressed him harder each second. At this rate, he wouldn't last 10 moves. She'd be lucky to survive the second. The difference in power and the growing psychological weight made it hard even to breathe. Then, a familiar chime exploded in his mind. 9 shadow steps, under intense pressure, suddenly leaped to perfection. Refusing to lag behind, stone-splitting palm also vaulted straight to mastery. Miss, you've seen it yourself. Lu Chong is talented, but he's short on experience. Xiao Yu is still the better partner for your training, and it will put the master's mind at ease. Dust drifted across the practice yard. Elder Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his face, as though he had already foreseen the outcome of the match. Lu Qingqing shot back. Sister Yu is a 9th-rank fighter off course. Lu Chong lost. You just don't want me hiring an outside coach. When Sister Yu trains with me, she always holds back, so I improve at a snail's pace. Her complaints were brief, but every word was true. Elder Qin spoke earnestly. Miss, with the master and the rest of us around, you'll never be in danger. All he wants is for you to live safely. He doesn't want you adventuring like he once did. Why put yourself through all this? I knew that's exactly what you'd say. Lu Qingqing turned away, sulking. A heartbeat later, Elder Qin suddenly exclaimed, his eyes locked on the arena. What? The boy just broke through mid-fight? Lu Qingqing's spirits lifted as she looked back. Xiao Ye's knees were bent, her gathered qi sending faint tremors through the ground. One more strike would finish it. Yet the aura around the once defensive Lu Chong now surged skyward. Footwork that had been riddled with openings flowed like water. His figure blurred, leaving overlapping afterimages. Under their agreement to use only 9 shadow steps and stone-splitting palm, Xiao Yu could no longer count on an easy win. Perfect mastery of 9 shadow steps? Disbelief flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes. Moments ago, Lu Chong's footwork was merely passable, far below her own, yet in the blink of an eye he had perfected it. A mid-battle epiphany? Unbelievable, yet the proof was right before her. Her heart sank. She herself was a breath away from mastery, but that single step was a chasm in actual combat. Perfection meant moving like an extension of one's own limbs, leaving no openings. To break it she would need overwhelming force, which she didn't have at their current level. Worse still, she couldn't even touch Lu Chong now, so how could she win? That's enough. Elder Qin called out, his tone unusually grave. If you keep going, the best you'll manage is a draw. Even he had to admit that his earlier judgment had been overturned in seconds. Xiao Yu lowered her stance, unwilling yet convinced he was right. If Lu Chong chose only to dodge, she couldn't win. Remembering her boast of victory in 10 moves, the normally cold-faced woman flushed. Still, she believed that if Lu Chong dared to attack, the outcome was far from settled. In the arena, Lu Chong also paused, but he showed no sign of yielding. He turned to Elder Chun, his expression solemn. I'd like to see if I can turn this around. Lu Chong wasn't driven by pride. He simply couldn't walk away from double pay. 2,000 an hour versus 4,000, that was a gulf he couldn't ignore. Chun Lao paused, half smiling, and fixed Lu Chong with a gentle yet pointed look. Are you sure? If you lose again before 10 moves, you'll miss a golden opportunity. Lu Qingqing, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. She twisted the hem of her clothes, at a loss for words. Yu Jie's chest rose and fell sharply, her gaze like a knife. This kid clearly didn't take a high-ranked fighter like her seriously. Holding his own with a perfected 9 shadow step was one thing, but trying to win? Where did he get the nerve? She barked, you really want to try? Smiling, Lu Chong clasped his fists. I just want to give it my all. He certainly wasn't going to mention that his steely-splitting palm was perfected as well. Against such an experienced opponent, surprise was his only chance. Fine. Let's see whether your skill is as big as your talk. Yu Jie snapped, spreading her feet in the opening stance of the steely-splitting palm. She no longer pressed the attack, but she swore that if he dared clash Heaton, she'd show him the price of naivety. Thank you for the guidance. Lu Chong cupped his fists again, the smile fading to a calm stare. In the next instant, his toes brushed the floor and the nine-shadow step unfolded. The afterimage at his starting point hadn't faded before his true body flashed 3 meters ahead, right in front of Yu Jie. Steely-splitting palm. Lu Chong thrust a palm straight at her chest. Courting death. Yu Jie roared. One palm hacked at the edge of his hand, while the other sliced toward his neck. She meant to end it in a single exchange. Heh. Lu Chong chuckled, his technique twisting in midair as his figure blurred once more. The afterimage burst apart. Her vicious combo struck nothing. Sliding to her flank with his perfected footwork, he whipped his hand back, the edge of his palm carving the air toward the back of her neck. Yu Jie, still attacking in anger, was caught off guard. She had no time to change moves or dodge. Bang! The blow landed solidly, as if cleaving steel. Shock rattled Lu Chong's arm. The impact felt like hitting rebar, nearly numbing his limb. You cheated. Yu Jie snarled, whirling to strike. Enough. Chun Lao's voice cracked through the air, cold and displeased. You just used a higher-grade technique to block him. That's against the rules. Stand down. His knitted brows settled on Yu Jie. Indeed, to fend off Lu Chong's palm, she had resorted to a superior technique. Under Chun Lao's stern gaze, Yu Jie paled slightly, lowered her hands, and said respectfully, Yes, Chun Lao. Lu Chong seized the moment to step back and clasp his fists. Thank you for yielding. If I hadn't provoked you, I'd never have had a chance. Yu Jie snorted but didn't argue. She understood. At last Chun Lao walked over with a beaming Lu Qingqing. Clicking his tongue in admiration, he said, The younger generation is impressive. Don't be modest, student. If I'm not mistaken, your steely-splitting palm is perfected too, isn't it? Yu Jie's head snapped up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Lu Chong. In Yu Jie's eyes, Lu Chong's shadow 9 steps had reached perfection, but she failed to notice that his stone-splitting palm was flawless as well. To the average observer, mastering even one low-grade foundational technique would be astonishing. Lu Chong had perfected 2 at the same time, and he was barely out of high school. Nationwide, fewer than 100 students reached that level each year. As Yu Jie replayed the match, she realized that his stone-splitting palm had been at the minor stage at the start, yet became impeccable in the blink of an eye. The lightning progress baffled her, and she had to admit she had suffered a serious defeat today. Old Chen spoke again to clear up her doubts. If his stone-splitting palm wasn't perfected, how could Lu strike with such control and still force you to defend on instinct? His sharp gaze locked onto Lu Chong. If I'm not mistaken, you broke through in the middle of the fight, didn't you? Yes. Lu Chong admitted frankly. Knowing that concealment was pointless before Old Chun, he said humbly, It was thanks to Yu Jie's guidance that I understood and broke through on the spot. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 10 more days to perfect both the stone-splitting palm and the shadow 9 steps. No wonder the young lady values you so highly, Old Chun said with a smile. Since that's the case, this old man will keep his word. You'll stay and train with the young miss. But Xiaoyu must be present at all times. His tone brooked no argument. Before turning away, he added, As agreed, your pay is increased. Collect it from Xiaoyu after each session. With that, he left the training hall, hands clasped behind his back. Once Old Chun had gone, Lu Qingqing finally exhaled and hurried to Lu Chong's side. Lu Chong, are you alright? I'm really sorry if I'd known it would turn out like this. I wouldn't have bothered you. I'm fine. Lu Chong smiled lightly. Without this opportunity, I wouldn't have broken through. I should be thanking you. Yu Jie cut in coldly. If you keep dawdling, I can't guarantee your pay won't be docked. She sat cross-legged to one side, her eyes behind dark glasses never leaving Lu Chong, as though he might whisk the young lady away at any moment. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and whispered, Don't mind Yu Jie. She looks fierce, but she's really nice. Lu Chong muttered inwardly. A 9th-rank fighter can't be bothered to be gentle with ordinary people. She probably reserves her patience for someone of your status. He had no intention of jeopardizing his pay. Let's get started. They began sparring in the spacious, brightly lit training room. With both techniques perfected, Lu Chong coached Lu Qingqing with easy confidence. Every correction to her footwork, power, and breathing hit the mark, and her progress was rapid. Yu Jie sat silently nearby, her expression indifferent, yet she found no flaws to criticize. 2 hours flew by. When the session ended, Lu Chong collected the promised 4,000 yuan from Xiaoyu and left the Lu family estate. Lu Qingqing had wanted Uncle Zhong to see Lu Chong home, but Lu Chong couldn't bring himself to trouble a high-ranked fighter like that. Beneath the night sky, he lengthened his stride and sprinted, channeling the Naki Ju as he ran. His breathing matched his steps: 3 strides to inhale, 2 to exhale while true Qi surged through his meridians. He had already been secretly circulating energy while coaching Lu Qingqing on the track. Now he simply pushed that stayed higher. With 10 nutrition bars stuffed into his pocket by the homeroom teacher, he feared no energy drain. 2 hours later, the progress bar for Naki Ju had leapt by 30%. Looks like I still underestimated my training speed. I'll break into the 5th tier before I go to bed, he thought, opening his personal status screen with rising excitement. It took him less than an hour to cover the 100-ly stretch home. Inside, he skipped the backyard and rolled out a yoga mat in the living room, sat cross-legged, and forced the world's spiritual energy into his body. 3 hours later, 10 nutrition bars were gone, and the warmth in his belly condensed into qi that burst through his meridians. With his final exhale, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Martial Trainee, 5th Tier, 1. Breakthrough achieved. This really burns money. 1,000 yuan gone in a single night, Lu Chong muttered, rubbing his aching temples. As his realm rose, Naki Ju's auto-cultivation speed would slow, meaning even more spending ahead. Wind cleaving kick had dropped to 1% per hour after reaching minor completion. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Everyone knew progress grew harder at higher tiers. With a consummate level instructor like his homeroom teacher coaching his leg technique, he wasn't worried, and he had already found ways to finance further cultivation. After washing his face, he lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if his goals were too modest. At this pace, getting into an ordinary top university by the college entrance exam looked certain. Why not aim higher? North China Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the twin icons of Blue Star? Central Plains Jinwu Military Academy ranked alongside them, but Lu Chong valued his freedom and crossed the military route off his list. Any of the top 3 schools would grant hefty scholarships, easing his financial strain. Maybe I should shoot even higher city champion. Maybe even provincial champion. The thought grew bolder until he drifted off to sleep in rosy dreams. At first light, he was woken not by hunger, but by a shrill ringtone. Caller ID, Chen Yufei. Hey, Brother Chong, wake up, big news. Class 1 just challenged our class. They're trying to bully us, and the whole school forum is blowing up. After hearing Chen Yufei's warning, Lu Chong immediately opened the Yunqing First High School forum. Sure enough, a post that had gone up at 6 that morning was already pinned to the top, and the comment count was climbing fast. The post contained only one line. Class 1 challenges Class 5 to a friendly live combat exchange. Each side will field 5 fighters, and the match ends when one team has no one left standing. Winner decided on the spot. Because Class 1 is the designated honors class, the announcement hit the forum like a spark in dry tinder, drawing a surge of onlookers. Even accounts from other schools slipped in for the spectacle. What's Class 1's problem? Isn't this just bullying? They've always looked down on the rest of us. Why do they suddenly want to spar? I heard they're only sending Stage 5 martial apprentices. That's hardly bullying. They're the weakest they've got. Give me a break. With their talent, they'll still wipe the floor with anyone at the same level. Comment after comment flew by, but almost all predicted disaster for Class 5. In Yunqing First Haiyan, across the entire Guanyin City High School circuit, Class 1 was universally regarded as the elite class with deep reserves of strength. Lu Chong had no idea why they were targeting his class until his homeroom teacher called and explained. The dispute was about him. After his meteoric rise last night, Class 1's teachers tried to poach him. His own teacher fought tooth and nail to keep him in Class 5. The Academic Affairs Office had asked for his opinion that afternoon. He declined the transfer, never imagining that Class 1 would react so aggressively, using a showdown to reassert their dominance. Thinking of the school's might makes right culture, he felt resigned. He wasted no more time. After washing up, he tore open the nutrition bar head bought the night before, took a bite, and sprinted to campus. 20 minutes later, he stepped into the Class 5 classroom, which was boiling like a pot of water at full roil. Brother Chong, over here. We're waiting for you to call the shots. Chen Yufei waved, his shout rattling the windows. Brother Chong. Brother Chong. 56 classmates parted automatically to make a path for him. Ever since Lu Chong had twice flattened the former class tyrant Sun Zhe, they had learned firsthand that in martial arts there is no second place, and they accepted his authority without reservation. The martial arts class representative, Lu Qingqing, walked up and handed him a challenge letter stamped in bright red ink. Lu Chong, Class 1's formal challenge just came in. What do you think? Her voice was steady, but her eyes were full of trust and expectation. She alone knew that Lu Chong had already achieved dual mastery of martial techniques, making him the undisputed champion of Class 5. Brother Chong, let's take them down. Worst case, we all end up in the infirmary. Chen Yufei roared, full of swagger. Someone in the corner snorted, easy for you to say. You're not one of the 5 who'll be fighting. Each class could only field 5 people, and there was no way Chen Yufei would make the cut. So what? With Brother Chong holding the line, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Yufei laughed boisterously. Lu Qingqing ignored him and kept her gaze on Lu Chong. The homeroom teacher said it's up to us. We can accept or refuse. Clearly, even as class rep, she now looked to Lu Chong to lead. Lu Chong thought it over. Maybe this wasn't a bad thing after all, and with the class honor at stake, retreat wasn't an option. Dodging the fight would mean surrender and turn them into the school's laughingstock. He was about to stand up and volunteer when the back row erupted first. TCH, let's fight. Who's afraid? They're only 5th level martial trainees. I'm signing up first. The gruff voice came from the last row. Everyone turned to see Sun Tze stride in from the infirmary, bandage still on his face. He ignored Lu Chong, marched straight to Lu Qingqing, and said, "Put me in first." "Then I'm second," another 5th level trainee said, rising. "I'm third," a third student declared, stepping out. Lu Qingqing glanced around and added crisply, "He'll be fourth." All eyes landed on Lu Chong. Aside from those 4 5th level trainees, the next strongest in class was Lu Chong, publicly still at the 4th level, though he had actually reached the 5th just last night. Lu Chong smiled calmly. He'll go last then. He figured his classmates deserved a chance to show what they could do. Otherwise, a honor versus 5 wouldn't be much fun. With crushing stone palm and 9 shadow step mastered, and his cultivation now at the 5th level, he doubted anyone in school at his rank could suppress him. Great, Lu Qingqing decided. We'll do it during the practical combat period this afternoon. She turned to report to their homeroom teacher. No need, I heard everything. Teacher Wang Tong strode in, his combat boots clicking on the floor. His face was calm, but his voice carried a restrained excitement. I'm proud of what I just saw. After 3 years together, you may argue day to day, yet at a crucial moment you unite. That's what matters. He paused, then raised his voice. Remember this lesson. Daily squabbles are fine, but when an outside threat appears, you must stand together. This spirit is what keeps Huaxiao at the World Summit and the alien beasts outside our bases. The room fell silent. Even breathing was audible. No one expected their usually cold teacher to speak like that. Watching Wang Tong's back, Lu Chong felt a swell of emotion. Of course, a former soldier carried such convictions. Lu Chong, come with me. Lu Chong followed him to a quiet corner of the corridor. Lu Chong, Wang Tong began bluntly, Class 1's challenge is really aimed at me or at the ordinary classes as a whole. And the core of it is you. Me? Lu Chong blinked. Do you know why I wouldn't let you transfer out of Class 5? Lu Chong shook his head. Had assumed Wang simply wanted their class to produce at least one top-tier graduate. Wang Tong's tone softened. I want to give more kids hope, to show them that opportunities appear everywhere, and that one setback doesn't decide your fate. Lu Chong instantly understood. The teacher wanted to use him as an example so ordinary students could see the possibility of real strength. First, I promise you won't be held back here, Wang Tong said, patting his shoulder. Second, you must give everything in this challenge. I've invited the principal to watch if you perform well enough. There might be a surprise in store. Lu Chong gained a renewed respect for his homeroom teacher's grasp of the bigger picture. He had never expected this burly man to possess such a keen, caring heart befitting a true educator. Still, wasn't it a bit much to invite the principal to sit in on the sparring match? Lu Chong muttered inwardly. Principal Wei was the head of Guanyin City's most prestigious high school and a genuine martial grandmaster. He might not be the strongest in town, but at more than 80 years old, his experience was unmatched and his students were everywhere in the city. Lu Chong, your situation is rather unique, possibly even more extraordinary than you think, Wang Tong said, catching Lu Chong's hesitation. His expression turned solemn. Receiving the principal's guidance could change everything for you. He paused, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. Besides, the principal has plenty of good stuff. Certain martial arts legacies can only be unlocked with his approval. The words made Lu Chong's heart skip a beat. He knew better than anyone that his auto-cultivation system thrived on variety. The Kai Bei Palm and 9 shadow steps were already perfected. All he lacked was the wind-splitting kick. With his meager allowance, there was no way he could buy a high-grade manual on the open market. He would have to rely on the school. Thank you, teacher. I'll give it everything I've got. He bowed deeply. Don't thank me yet, Wang Tong replied, waving a hand. Martial arts are all about seizing opportunities. In the end, you must fight for them yourself. After a few more reminders, he sent Lu Chong back to class. To everyone's surprise, Wang Tong didn't commandeer any more academic periods that morning. He simply told the students of Class 5 to review at their leisure. Meanwhile, rumors of an exchange match, Class 1 versus Class 5, spread like wildfire across the school forum. Not just the senior students from every grade vowed to watch the showdown that afternoon. The campus passion for martial arts ignited instantly. After lunch, Class 5 skipped their customary nap and headed to the main field early for warm-ups. By the time the bell rang, the stadium was roaring. All 32 classes, nearly 2,000 students had formed a dense ring, and faculty members were taking their seats in the stands. Finally, Principal Wei Jiangwo walked onto the platform under thousands of watchful eyes, and the field erupted. Standing in the crowd, Lu Chong locked his gaze on the spirited old man at the center, ruddy-cheeked, silver-haired, sturdy in posture, showing none of the frailty of advanced age. Beside him, the senior homeroom teachers lined up in a single row. Li Chongjun of Class 1 and Wang Tong of Class 5 sat on either side, ready to introduce their fighters at any moment. Old squad leader, you're really going to let your prized student step into the ring? Li Chongjun chuckled, lowering his voice as he glanced at Wang Tong. If he takes a beating or better yet, decides to transfer to Class 1. Get upset. Wang Tong's face remained impassive, his voice calm, yet edged with steel. You just want to use this chance to put us down and poach Lu Chong, don't you? Fine, I'm giving you that chance. Li Chongjun protested at once, his face full of grievance as he called to the old principal. Principal Wei, you have to back me up. Class 1 is just answering the school's call, pushing the students to sprint for the college entrance exam. Wang Tong curled his lip, unwilling to bicker with his old comrade. The principal, cradling a vacuum flask stamped health first, took a slow sip of hot tea before waving his hand. Let's watch first. The kids are the real stars today. Under the teachers' and class officers' direction, a space the size of 2 basketball courts had been cleared in the middle of the field. Seniors from Class 1 and Class 5 stood on opposite sides, the 10 competitors in 2 rows at the front, a dozen meters apart. Every student in Class 1 looked sharp-eyed, like tigers storming down a mountain. Class 5, by contrast, could barely hold their gaze. Lu Chong shook his head silently. Results aside, they'd already lost half the battle in sheer presence. This was a higher league beatdown. Bro Chong, I think Xiang Yueya is looking at me again. Can you check? Chen Yufei stood behind him, working Lu Chong's shoulders while whispering, his hands trembling with excitement. With no choice, Lu Chong glanced across the field. Surrounded like the moon among stars, the girl's features were exquisite and her skin porcelain smooth. Yet her eyes were as sharp as if cut by a blade. This was Xiang Yueya, the school beauty. At 9th rank martial disciple, she led the entire senior year, and in all of Guanyun City's high schools only her classmates Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan could rival her. The latest combat records showed she still edged them out. Right now Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan flanked her like living ramparts. Anyone could see they were suitors. School rules might ban dating, but hormones never follow rules. Compared with them, Chen Yufei's self-styled night of secret love was painfully ordinary. Sensing Lu Chong's stare, Xiang Yueya swept her phoenix eyes across him, the glint daring him to back down. Lu Chong simply smiled and looked away. So, Bro Chong, was she really watching me? Chen Yufei scratched his head. She's been staring the whole time. Go confess already. Lu Chong snapped. Chen Yufei had nothing like that courage. He couldn't even handle Sun Tze, let alone provoke the powerhouses Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan. Once you clear the path, they'll personally rescue my princess, he declared solemnly. Shameless. Lu Chong ignored him. Just then Zhao Longfei pushed through his classmates and strode into the clearing, glaring at Class 5's martial arts rep Lu Qingqing. Are you ready? Hurry up so you don't waste our training time. His tone was as casual as ordering lunch. He then swept a disdainful glance over Class 5. Which one of you is Lu Chong? Step out and show us why you think you can act so high and mighty. Lu Chong chuckled and ignored him, already deciding he'd find a chance to beat the guy up before the college entrance exam. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Warrior Disciple, 5th stage 13%. Martial skills, 9 Shadow Step, perfected. Stone Splitting Palm, perfected. Wind Shearing Kick, early mastery at 32%. Lu Chong glanced at his stats and decided that by tonight his Wind Shearing Kick should advance to full mastery. He had to get his hands on more techniques soon. Otherwise, his auto-cultivation plugin would be Wastita. Fact he understood with brutal clarity. The upcoming spar between the two classes was the perfect stage to show his strength and petition the school for higher-level skills. He had to shine. At the center of the field, a makeshift ring had been roped off. Sun Tze was the first to step inside, standing tall and straight. Unlike many classmates, he showed no fear of Class 1's lineup. Bring it on, he shouted, giving himself a boost. Class monitor Zhao Longfei crossed his arms, snorting in disdain. He swept a casual glance over the students behind him and called out, Zhou Feng, go. If you can't end it in 10 moves, you'll spar with me for the rest of the period. 10. 5 will do. If not, I'll add extra practice on my own, replied a lean boy Zhou Feng who strode forward with a grin. He never even glanced at Sun Tze, as though his opponent were invisible. The two squared off. Finally, Zhou Feng gave Sun Tze a sideways look, voice dripping with mockery. Sun Tze, forget how bad it hurt last time? Still dare to challenge Class 1? A faded scar marked Sun Tze's chest, but his expression was stubborn. Enough talk, fight. Worst case, I spend another night in the infirmary. Well said. Cheers and whistles erupted from the Class 5 stands, their morale soaring. In the crowd, Lu Chong nodded to himself. Sun Tze was brash, but he had guts. Counting today, it would make 3 straight trips to the infirmary. After you. Zhou Feng's smile vanished. He clasped his fists in salute, then lunged the moment his foot hit the ground. Lu Chong's sharp eyes caught it instantly. 9 Shadow Step at major mastery. His palms and fists blended into stone-splitting palm, also major mastery, matching Sun Tze blow for blow. These were only basic high school techniques, but lethal in trained hands. Sun Tze answered in kind, bodies colliding midair. 3 exchanges flashed by. Sun Tze was slightly behind, but still hanging on. Without warning, Zhou Feng shifted. The open palm curled into a heavy fist, its line sneaking through the gap in the wind. Bang! The punch smashed into Sun Tze's chest, sending him flying 3 meters. When he hit the ground, several students swore they heard ribs crack. The single blow ended the fight. Lu Chong judged silently. Yet another technique at major mastery, though he couldn't place its name or rank. Fourth move, Zhou Feng announced, blowing on his knuckles. Get Sun Zhe to the infirmary, Zhao Longfei ordered coolly. Several classmates hurried over. I'm not going, you'll wait till you're done, Sun Zhe growled, still defiant. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over Class 5. Next, who's stepping up? Another fifth-stage disciple from Class 5 came forward. After a quick salute, he charged straight at Zhou Feng. Unfortunately, this student was even weaker than Sun Zhe, and Zhou Feng floored him with an unexpected punch after only 3 exchanges. The third challenger followed suit, but the outcome was the Sami was driven back in fewer than 5 moves. Pathetic. Isn't there anyone in your class who can actually fight? Zhou Feng flexed his wrist and swept an arrogant gaze over Class 5. Whatever spark of morale they had just gathered vanished. Everyone saw the gulf between the two sides. Class 1 had sent only 1 fighter, yet he had dispatched 3 opponents, none lasting more than 5 moves. Up in the stands, the old headmaster sat with his arms folded, eyelids drooping. Beside him, Class 1's advisor, Li Changjun, couldn't hide his grin as he offered a mock reproach. Zhou Feng hits too hard. I really should have taught him better. When we get back, I'll make him apologize to Class 5. Wang Tong lifted his eyes, fought the urge to roll them, and quietly refilled the headmaster's teacup. Lu Chong hasn't even gone up yet, sir. You can't doze off now. Around the field, students from every class buzzed with chatter. The consensus was clear. The gap between Class 5 and Class 1 was huge. This match seemed all but decided. Inside the ring, Lu Qingqing drew a deep breath and stepped forward, but knowing that her strength matched Sun Ze's made her hesitate. Lu Chong moved ahead of her, blocking her path. Let me go first, he said evenly. You can anchor the lineup. His tone was calm, but measured. If the opponent hit that hard and injured their employer, tonight's pay would vanish. So you're Lu Chong? Interest flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes, and even the students behind him from Class 1 looked over. They had challenged Class 5 not only to establish dominance over the ordinary classes, but also for Lu Chong in particular. Rumor had it the kid was arrogant, had rejected an invitation to join Class 1, and chosen to stay in a regular class. Didn't that mean he looked down on them? Lu Chong cupped his fists, his expression serene. That's me. Please. Good. Zhou Feng brightened. Same rules, 5 moves. If you're still standing after 5, he'll concede. Lu Chong smiled faintly. In the next instant, he launched 9 shadow steps. After images blurred together as his palm shot toward Zhou Feng's chest. You're as weak as the rest. Zhou Feng snorted and countered with iron thread fist, confident he could finish it in 1 blow. Though the technique was lower grade, it restrained stone-splitting palm, and he was close to mastering if his confidence swelled. Bang! Palm and fist collided with a dull thud, followed by a crisp crack. Zhou Feng's face went deathly pale. He screamed as the impact hurled him backward into the Class 1 crowd. Under countless stunned gazes, his punching arm hung limp, the fracture glaringly obvious. Gasps rippled through the spectators. How could 2 stone-splitting palms differ so drastically in power? Within the Class 1 ranks, Xiang Yueya stared at Lu Chong, torn between shock and doubt. The technique looked ordinary. How could it hit so hard? Up in the stands, the old headmaster finally raised his head, set down his teacup, and beamed. Now this is getting interesting. He turned to Wang Tong. You never told me the boy's stone-splitting palm had reached perfection. Wang Tong was completely stunned, hadn't known either. When had that happened? Lu Chong has perfected his monument-splitting palm, and his cultivation has jumped straight to the 5th stage. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong felt as if his mind had been sucked out for a moment. He had personally coached Lu Chong only last night, and today he already had to look at him with fresh eyes. Wait, yesterday the monument-splitting palm had only just reached the subtle realm. Wang Tong began to doubt his own judgment. Could Lu Chong's second awakening have been too intense? Beside the field, Class 1's homeroom teacher Li Qingjun also fell silent. Monument-splitting palm, perfected, was a completely different league from the subtle level confirmed last night. In Class 1, more than half the students had pushed at least one martial art to subtle. Top pupils like Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan even had 2 arts at that level. Because of that, Li had only been mildly tempted to poach Lu Chong. Perfection, however, changed everything. In the whole of Class 1 and in all the high schools of Guanyin City, not a single student had ever perfected a martial technique. Talent, hard work, and opportunity all had to align, an almost impossible combination. Yet the boy in front of him, still only a martial trainee at the 5th stage and from an ordinary class, had done it. Li Qingjian's eyes burned. He could not allow this gem to stay hidden in Class 5. The old principal knew very well what martial skill perfected meant, yet he still shook his head with regret. His cultivation is a bit low. Otherwise he could stroll into either the Southern or Northern Academy, he sighed. Wang Tong paused, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. Just 2 days ago Lu Chong had been at the 3rd stage, and this morning he had rocketed to the 5th. Right now his level was nothing special, but at this pace he might reach martial warrior before the entrance exams. Maybe that nutrient bar Wang had given him had helped? After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to say too much to the principal, especially with Li Chungjun itching to make a move. In the middle of the field, most students hadn't noticed the sign of perfection in Lu Chong's technique. Only a handful with razor-sharp eyes sensed something, yet they doubted themselves. Class 5, finally able to hold their heads high, erupted in cheers. "Brother Chong, you're amazing. Keep it up. Brother Chong, we're behind you all the way. Bro, the girls are watching, look cooler." The last shout, of course, came from the flamboyant Chen Yufei. Back in Class 1's formation, even though Zhou Feng had just lost, their morale quickly recovered. A broad-shouldered teenager stepped forward. They still had enough confidence to take defeat in stride. "Mo Bai, your turn," he said calmly, without a single boast. His opening move was 9 shadow steps subtle realm. Blurred afterimages flashed across the open ground, circling Lu Chong and ready to strike at any moment. That kid's 9 shadow steps is subtle too. He's clearly afraid of Brother Chong's monument-splitting palm and doesn't dare face him heated, Qin Yufei muttered earnestly. But that also means Brother Chong can't get a clean hit. If this drags on, he'll run out of stamina, and they still have 3 people left, a worried Class 5 student added. Among the students of Class 1, Xiang Yueya fixed her gaze on Lu Chong, eager to verify whether her earlier assessment was correct. She knew she lacked the sharp eyes of the warrior-level instructors. That brilliant move just now only made her suspect Lu Chong's stone-splitting palm had reached perfection, but she couldn't be certain. Under her intense stare, Lu Chong suddenly moved a half-step back, knees sinking. Then an arm swept across as his palms slashed out at an angle that looked almost casual. In the next instant, every afterimage of Mo Bai on the floor dissolved as though scattered by a breeze. Lu Chong's palm stopped precisely at Mo Bai's throat, then turned into a grip that lifted him with one hand. In the brief silence that followed, Mo Bai realized he was completely unable to break free. "You lose." Lu Chong released him, his tone as calm as if he were stating something trivial. "Thank you." When his feet touched the ground, Mo Bai drew a deep breath, clasped his fists in salute, and retreated to the sideline. He knew full well that if Lu Chong hadn't held back, that palm would have knocked him out cold. Class 5 erupted in louder cheers, and the surrounding classes gasped in amazement, though most of them had no idea what Lu Chong had actually done. That wasn't the edge of the stone-splitting palm at all. It was the 9 shadow step. Xiang Yi's breath caught. Lu Chong's palm technique had been unremarkable. What won the bout was the elusive timing, as though he had predicted Mo Bai's path and waited for him at the finish line. To reach that height, he had to have devoted serious effort to the 9 shadow step, and mastery at this level was far beyond mere beginner proficiency. Up in the stands, even instructors at the warrior realm couldn't pin down exactly how far Lu Chong had taken the 9 shadow step, simply because he hadn't shown enough. Only in the center of the grandstand did the elderly principal cradle a cup of hot tea, eyes narrowed in a pleased smile. "Excellent, excellent, a fine seedling. Both the stone-splitting palm and the 9 shadow step at perfection, truly rare, truly rare." Beside him, Li Qingjun was thrown for a loop, another perfected technique. Although Wang Tong was equally shocked, as Lu Chong's homeroom teacher, he couldn't show it in public. He forced down his surprise. "That kid, not even a heads-up trying to scare us to death? They'll have to grill him later." Li Chungjun recovered quickly and chimed in with the principal. "President Wei is right. It's a pity he's stuck in Class 5. If he were in Class 1, his cultivation would be far higher." Then his voice turned solemn. 3 months remain until the college entrance exams. I, Li Qingjun, will stake my reputation on this. Before the exam, I will help him reach Ninthduan and win a place at one of the Big 3. The Big 3 referred to North China Martial Arts University, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and Central Plains Zhenwu University. Wang Tong laughed in exasperation. "Shameless. I can make a vow too. Lu Chong will top the entire city. And if President Wei throws his full weight behind him, I believe he can top the whole province." The old principal sipped his tea, his smile widening as he watched Lu Chong, who had already defeated 2 more opponents, down on the field. "It should still depend on what the boy wants. I haven't taken a student in years. Perhaps I should mentor him myself." The moment he spoke, Li Qingjun and Wang Tong fell silent. They both realized at once that the principal's skin was far thicker than theirs. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman wins. On the playground, Lu Chong faced Class 1's final challenger and ended the match with a single move, winning with ease. The sun scorched the track, and the scent of gunpowder from earlier clashes still hung in the air. The last contestant's 9 shadow step was already at the subtle stage, and he had mastered 3 other techniques. For anyone else, he would have been a nightmare. Yet Lu Chong's 2 perfected arts overwhelmed him before he could react. If Class 1 sweep over Class 5 had felt like a dimensional downgrade, Lu Chong did the same to every one of his 5 opponents. Though they were all 5th stage trainees, their real combat levels were worlds apart. Below the stands, Class 5 students shouted themselves hoarse as they surged onto the field, hoisting Lu Chong onto their shoulders. Cheers and applause blended into a single roar. It was not just his victory, it was the ordinary class last-second counterattack, a moment that finally let them hold their heads high. At the edge of the crowd, Xiang Yuya had watched without blinking. Only now did she fully accept the truth. Lu Chong's nine-shadow step and stone-shattering palm were both perfected. For someone who deemed herself the school's top martial artist, the realization shook her. She came from Xiang Martial Hall, the largest academy in Guanyin City, and had trained hard since childhood. Even so, she had never perfected a technique. She possessed 3 subtle level skills and was already a 9th stage trainee, far ahead of her peers, which made her appreciate even more how rare a perfected art was. Few senior instructors at her family's hall could claim the same. What are you thinking about, Yuya? The usually taciturn Huang Junyan asked softly. Nothing. Let's get back to class. She gathered her thoughts, cast one last glance at the surrounded Lu Chong, and turned away. A short distance off, Zhao Longfei shot Lu Chong a sidelong glare and snorted. He's just a petty upstart. If his cultivation weren't so low, I'd have carried him to the infirmary myself. Huang Junyan smiled faintly. If he were at your level, you'd need every body-forging technique you know just to keep from losing. With that, he followed Xiang Yuya. Zhao Longfei's face darkened. He called after him. You rely on counter techniques yourself. And the mock exam and college entrance trials won't cap our levels. Near Class 5's assembly point, the homeroom teacher finally managed to pull Lu Chong from the throng of exuberant classmates. He still felt awkward being treated like a star. Lu Chong, Principal Wei wants to see you, Wang Tong said, steering him toward the principal's office. Sir, why does the principal want me? Lu Chong asked, already wondering what benefit he might gain. Wang Tong glanced around to be sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. The principal probably wants to coach you personally. Seize the chance and don't be shy about asking for things. He created a body-forging art, and it's not easy to come by. He leaned closer, almost whispering. Tell him you want to specialize in body forging, and see if you can get that method out of him. Body forging martial arts. Lu Chong's eyes lit up. He had heard of them, but never seen one. Such techniques were priceless, boosting strength, explosiveness, and defense far beyond a cultivator's current level. Yet they were notoriously hard to master. Besides exceptional talent, they required rare supplements, blood from certain spirit beasts, extracts from mutated plants, and the like. Wang Tong didn't bother to explain. He just told him to deal with it, since even he couldn't override the principal's decision. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 steady raps, Wang Tong stepped aside. From inside, a deep voice with a touch of theatrics floated out. Come in. You go in. I'll wait here, Wang Tong murmured, giving Lu Chong a gentle push toward the door. Lu Chong turned the handle and stepped in. The spacious office had dark wooden floors that gleamed softly. Bookcases ran from floor to ceiling, packed with heavy volumes. Principal Wei Yu sat alone behind an ornate desk, his short silver-gray hair flawlessly combed. Steam curled from the thermos cup at his elbow. Lu Chong, right? Have a seat, Wei Yu said, setting the cup down and gesturing. Lu Chong strode to the desk and sat upright. His voice was low but clear. Good afternoon, Principal. Wei Yu's eyes narrowed in an amiable smile. No need to be stiff. I may be the principal, but I'm a teacher first. Just call me teacher. Yes, teacher, Lu Chong corrected himself quickly. He could already piece together what was happening. From the homeroom teacher's hints, it was clear the old principal meant to take him under his wing closer than a normal teacher, but not exactly a traditional master-disciple bond, more like a graduate advisor. Wei Yu studied him for a few seconds, then nodded in approval. Mr. Wang says you've just had a second awakening, your comprehension has shot up? Before such a powerhouse, Lu Chong kept it cautious. I can't say for sure what happened, sir. I just found myself grasping the techniques more deeply during practice. Relax. Wei Yu sipped his tea, voice calm yet weighty. You're not the only one. Among the prodigies I've met, some are even more outrageous. Remember this, don't get cocky. In a nation of over 1 billion, talent is never scarce. But how many grow into towering oaks? Plenty burn out, wither halfway, or simply quit. Pride is a meteor, brilliant, but brief. Understand? Lu Chong bowed slightly. Yes, teacher. Thank you for the guidance. Good. Wei Yu set the cup down and changed tone. With your talent, the school will give you top support. Even if you stay in Class 5, you'll still get resources. Mr. Wang has already filed the request. He'll handle the rest. He straightened, eyes sharpening. But since I'm your teacher, it'll help from a personal angle too. Tell me, Hat, do you want to learn? This is my chance, Lu Chong thought, recalling Wang Tong's advice. He answered without hesitation. Teacher, I'd like to study a body-forging art. Wei Yu blinked, then chuckled. That rascal Wang Tong sold me out, huh? Shaking his head, he pulled a weighty jade slip from a drawer and slid it across the desk. All right. I happen to have a high-grade body-forging technique, golden cicada sheath. Take it and train hard. But let me make this clear, he added. You'll have to cover the medicinal ingredients for body forging yourself. In Huaxia, the transmission of martial techniques is treated as a state-controlled strategic resource. For anyone hoping to learn such skills, the usual avenues are limited to schools, the military, or licensed martial halls. Private instruction exists such as the wind-cleaving kick Wang Tong pass to Lu Chong or the golden cicada shell the old headmaster just slipped him, but even these personal legacies must still be registered with the authorities. A true martial art is more than a sequence of moves. It contains the insights and rhythm attained at mastery. Only by sealing that knowledge within an inheritance jade slip can it be preserved intact. Crafting a slip is demanding. It requires cutting-edge technology and the direct cooperation of someone who has perfected the technique. More importantly, every slip must go through the government's customized approval and licensing process before it can be issued to a vetted recipient. There are exceptions. If a master creates a new technique, they retain considerable autonomy and can even collect royalties, much like holding intellectual property. The old headmaster belongs to this select group. Lu Chong understands the rules of the trade and knows exactly how valuable this gift is. A first-rate human-level technique starts at around 100,000 yuan and involves layers of review. For a high school student, the chance to learn one for free is almost unheard of. A top-tier body tempering art like the golden cicada shell is rarer still, with an even steeper price and stricter thresholds. He could not help but wonder how much the headmaster had earned over decades from his self-created art. Knowledge really can change a life. If he could one day craft a practical technique of his own, he could collect royalties from home. The thought passed quickly. Friendship outweighed money, and since his teacher had offered, he would never refuse. Go on. If you run into any problems while practicing, come back to me. Only after Lu Chong activated the jade slip did the headmaster nod in satisfaction. Lu Chong thanked him solemnly, left the office, and closed the door softly. In the hallway, his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, was pacing back and forth. Well? Wang Tong lowered his voice once Lu Chong was several meters away. Got it. Lu Chong grinned and shook the empty box in his sleeve. Excellent. Wang Tong clapped him on the shoulder. With this body tempering art, you'll have a better shot at a top university. Sir, Lu Chong said seriously, instead of heading back to class, I have another question. You're skipping the next period? Wang Tong glanced at his watch, then shrugged. Never mind, one less sparring round won't hurt them. Come on, let's talk in my office. Once again, Wang Tong personally led Lu Chong in a little truancy. He closed the office door and handed Lu Chong a cup of hot water. What's the trouble? Just say it. Lu Chong left the cup untouched, his expression earnest. I'd like to take more elective martial courses at school. He knew the basic high school curriculum offered more than breaking stone palm and 9 shadow step. Ordinary students were given only those two, not because the school was stingy, but to keep them from biting off more than they could chew. Only Class 1, the elite track, received additional techniques tailored to each student. Iron Wire Fist, used by Zhou Feng, was one of them. Iron Wire Fist is also a human-grade, lower-tier art, classified as offensive like stone-splitting palm, yet the two are worlds apart. Stone-splitting palm stresses solid fundamentals, every strike balancing attack and defense, while Iron Wire Fist uses a single Form 1 punch, hammer hard, built for extreme burst power. Because of that heavy, crushing force, Lu Chong wanted to pick up several techniques of the same style at school to tighten his combat coverage. After today's spar with Class 1, he no longer dared underestimate any art. Wang Tong sat in his office flipping through student files. When he heard Lu Chong's request, he looked up, frowned, and after a moment said gravely, I've already applied on your behalf, and the academic office has agreed. At the same tier, the school still has 5 techniques: Iron Wire Fist, Eagle Claw, Cloud Piercing Finger, Iron Mountain Lean, and Heart Stabbing Kick. Which one do you want? Sir, I want to learn them all. Lu Chong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Uffed. Water sprayed from Wang Tong's mouth. He coughed twice, then his tone hardened. Lu Chong, your talent is good, but don't get greedy. More arts aren't always better at this stage. You're still practicing wind-cleaving legs and the techniques the old principal gave you, and you need to keep advancing your cultivation. Where will you find the time? Lu Chong laughed to himself. How could his homeroom teacher know about his auto-training plugin? Once an art was uploaded, it ran like background software, leveling up while he focused on other things. He was only worried whether the plugin had a limit, so he had to test it. Since no one else could understand, he explained patiently, Relax, sir. Stone-splitting palm and 9 shadow step are already perfected. They didn't take long. Wind-cleaving legs is at minor achievement. Now give me a bit more time, and ITLL reach major achievement, maybe even mastery. After that, he'll have nothing left to practice. Besides, multiple arts can validate each other and might speed progress. Wang Tong paused. True, the kid had already perfected 2 arts, saving him extra practice time. After a few seconds, he still felt uneasy and warned. Different categories vary in difficulty. Just because they're easy now doesn't mean they'll stay easy. He made his decision. He'll approve 2 first. If you can push wind-cleaving legs to mastery and break through to the 6th stage within a month, he'll sign off on the rest. Lu Chong knew more talk wouldn't help. Better to prove it. Could he take wind-cleaving legs to mastery? He clenched his fist, eyes shining. 3 days should be enough. Lu Chong ultimately picked 2 martial techniques: Cloud Piercing Finger and Mountain Press. The choice was obvious. Neither move overlapped with the skills he already knew. neatly shoring up his weaknesses. Cloud-piercing finger emphasizes finger strength. Its lethal strike is hidden, relying on stealth and penetration. Mountain press is a close-quarters style shoulder, elbow, back, and knee all serve as weapons, mixing hardness with flexibility and unleashing explosive power the instant you close the distance. His homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, was famously efficient. After leaving Lu Chong on the office sofa for barely half an hour, he hurried back, carrying two ancient-looking jade slips, set them on the coffee table, and motioned for Lu Chong to accept them. Ding! When the slips dissolved into strands of light and sank into his palms, a system prompt rang in his mind. Cloud-piercing finger acquired skill level. Initiate. Mountain press refuses to be outdone skill level. Initiate. Just as he expected, both techniques entered the beginner stage at once, while the golden cicada shell head received from the old principle remained dormant. The system hadn't uttered a peep when he learned that art, and had feared his cheap plugin had crashed. Apparently, body refining skills need special serums or high-calorie nutrients before any progress shows up. Talent alone isn't enough. Confirming the plugin was still working, Lu Chong let out a silent sigh of relief. Lu Chong, remember your promisino greed, Wang Tong said, still uneasy when he saw the smile on Lu Chong's face. Understood. Thank you, sir. Should I head back to class now? Lu Chong bowed deeply. He knew Wang Tong wasn't being stingy. The man genuinely cared about him. Not so fast, Wang Tong said, raising a hand. There's one more thing. The final combat simulation before the college entrance exam is in 21 days. Prepare well. The school's splurging first place gets high-grade nutrient supplements worth 300,000 credits, and the runners-up will also get prizes. 300,000. Lu Chong's eyes lit up like bulbs. In Guanyun City, our first high is a key school, but across Hedong-based province we're not even in the top 10. The school board and the education bureau want US upgraded to provincial key status to keep talent from leaving, hence the investment, Wang Tong explained. Got it, sir. I'll give it everything I have. With that kind of reward at stake, Lu Chong's fighting spirit sword wasn't from some wealthy clan. And one more thing, Wang Tong added. After the mock exam, the school will pick 30 top students for a month-long boot camp run by the Education Bureau. Don't let the elite classes take every slot. You need to secure one. Mission accepted. Lu Chong saluted, brimming with confidence. Off you go. Meet me after school to practice wind cleave kick. Lu Chong sprinted back toward the classroom building. The second period that afternoon was history. He pushed open the door. The teacher merely looked up, smiled, and waved him to his seat. No one was surprised this straight A student never lost points in history. The moment he sat down, the student in front leaned back, lowered his voice, and teased, Bro Chong, you're trending again. Chen Yufei leaned in, lowering his voice as he thrust his phone in front of Lu Chong. Check this out, he whispered, eyes gleaming while his finger flew over the screen. Even students from other schools have heard of you. They're calling you a ancient century martial prodigy, a surefire talent with 2 techniques at perfection. Some girls are confessing their love to you from afar. Lu Chong ignored the chatterbox beside him. He raised his textbook like a wall and slipped back into planning his training. The mock exam was in 21 days. Could he really pocket that 300,000 yuan prize? Chen Yufei. The hoarse, yet commanding shout came from the lectern. The 70-year-old history teacher flicked his fingers, and a piece of chalk streaked through the air, smacking Chen Yufei squarely on the forehead. Bring your phone up here and stand by the podium. Quit distracting Lu Chong. Chen Yufei winced, a small bump already rising on his brow. Rubbing the sore spot, he shuffled to the front, but not before shooting Lu Chong a pleading look. Lu fought back a grin as his friend was escorted, enjoying the sudden peace. 21 days left, no time to waste. He returned to his thoughts. That prize money could solve every problem. Both leveling up and mastering the golden cicada armor devoured cash. Tutoring Lu Qingqing wasn't enough, and he refused to skip the pre-college boot camp. For the next 20 days, focus on cultivation and the golden cicada armor, he decided, drafting a mental checklist. 1. Wind cleaving kick. Homeroom teacher's personal guidance should speed things up. 2. Cloud piercing finger and mountain pressing throw, both lower grade techniques. Passive training should bring them to minor mastery before the exam. 3. Shadow split step and stone shattering palm are already perfected. Set them aside for now. With the plan set, the 2 history periods flew by. When the bell rang, Lu Chong opened his personal status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, martial trainee, stage 538. Techniques, shadow split step perfect. Stone shattering palm perfect. Wind cleaving kick basic mastery 36. Golden cicada armor novice 2. Cloud piercing finger initiate 9. Mountain pressing throw initiate 9. Just as expected. With decent nutrition, my Qi gathering art shot up by 8% in 2 hours. The surge in his cultivation bar pleased him most. At this pace, he could reach stage 6 within a day. Better not startle the homeroom teacher just yet. He snapped his textbook shut. Head report tomorrow. Tonight, he would find the teacher and keep drilling wind cleaving kick. In 2 days, he should push the technique to advanced mastery. Observing the wind-splitting kick from the sidelines, he gained so much insight that his training speed surged fivefold. In the training hall on the west side of the school grounds, Chong mirrored every kick and finishing stance demonstrated by his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, while system prompts flashed across his mind. Since the wind-splitting kick had advanced to minor proficiency, the passive cultivation rate had dropped to 1% per hour. Multiplied by 5, it still crawled to only 32%. Clearly, full mastery was still a long way off. After an hour, the progress bar settled at 68% of minor proficiency. Wang Tong watched Chong finish, correcting his posture while inwardly clicking his tongue. In just a few hours, the boy had covered ground that had taken him a year. Unbelievable speed. When Chong clasped his fists and left, Wang Tong muttered under his breath, "The kid must be close to mastery already." The gap between genius and mediocrity is truly enormous. Chong didn't dwell on his teacher's amazement. He wiped off his sweat and hurried out of school. He still needed to work at Lu Qingqing's house. That was where the real money came from. Yet the moment he stepped through the gate, a tall figure blocked his path. Zhao Longfei? What does he want? Chong raised an eyebrow. Chong, Zhao Longfei said, hands in his pockets, looking down at him, "Come with me. Someone wants to see you. I've got things to do." Chong's tone was calm. "We can talk at school tomorrow." He headed for the parking lot. Zhao Longfei shifted his foot and blocked him again. "Think carefully. I'm here to invite you to be a private instructor at the Xiang Martial Arts Hall. This is a golden chance to upgrade your life. Don't be ungrateful." His voice oozed condescension. Chong chuckled. "So this is how you invite someone? Then hey, race my answer no interest." With a quick 9-shadow step, he slipped past Zhao and was gone. Who did the guy think he was? The Xiang Hall probably had something to do with Xiang Yueya, but with that attitude, no one could convince him. Compared with Zhao, the low-key, courteous super heiress Lu Qingqing was far easier to deal with. Zhao Longfei froze. No one at Yun City First High had ever brushed him off like that, and Xiang Yueya herself had assigned him this task. Failure was not an option. Chong, he called coldly, "You have one night to think it over. Come find me tomorrow, or bear the consequences." He spun on his heel and left, coat tails lifting in the night breeze, certain that Chong would cave. "Must be an idiot," Chong muttered, ducking into a narrow alley and slipping into the parked luxury RV. Working for that little rich girl paid better than any high-end coaching job and took far less time. After sparring with her for a little over an hour in the Lu family's private dojo, he headed home with another 4,000 yuan in his pocket. With a partner who had perfected 2 combat arts, Lu Qingqing's own progress was indeed impressive. Given Chong's current perception, he was sure Lu Qingqing would probably bring both of her martial techniques to the subtle tier within a week. The payment felt well earned. Back at his rental room, he didn't sit down to cultivate the breath-gathering technique right away. Instead, he pulled out his phone and logged on to the official martial arts marketplace. Endorsed by the government, the platform covered almost everything a fighter could want. Publicly available legacy techniques, nutrient serums, and compressed energy meals of every grade, bones, scales, tendons, and blood harvested from exotic beasts, rare herbs, and aged medicines brought in by hunters, and even pay-per-view recordings of masters sparring or fighting for real. Chong had paid to watch some of those videos before, but they had done almost nothing for his progress, useful only for broadening his horizons. After repeated tests, he had learned that his system's accelerator only kicked in when someone guided him in person or when he gained insight amid real combat. This time he had a specific goal. The school supplied him with more than enough nutrients. What troubled him was the body-refining recipe for the golden cicada sheath that the old headmaster had taught him orally. He typed a few keywords into the search bar and quickly locked onto 2 items: the essence blood of the Tier 2 beast blade-winged cicada and the Tier 2 herb phoenix tail grass. The page refreshed and a glaring red price tag popped up. 1 drop of blade-winged cicada blood, 2,000 Federation credits. 1 phoenix tail grass, 1,000 Federation credits. Chong's eyebrows twitched. According to the legacy, a single bath mixture required 1 drop of blood and 3 phoenix tail grass, a total of 5,000 credits. Although the solution could be reused for several days, he never believed he would need that long with the help of his cheat. Whatever, let's give it a shot first. Gritting his teeth, he tapped buy. The numbers spun and half of the 10,000 he had just earned disappeared. Good thing I don't have to worry about food and shelter. The school covers nutrients, otherwise I'd go bankrupt in no time. He patted his card balance, feeling a swirl of emotions. While waiting for the delivery, he casually browsed other goods. Basic techniques were priced at over 30,000, intermediate ones at 80,000, and top-tier body-refining arts surpassed 200,000. The rising numbers should have been painful, yet they made him grind in school. These assets were handed out for free, but at market value, they were astronomical. 30 minutes later, the doorbell rang. "Hello, your order from the martial arts marketplace has arrived," the courier announced outside. That was fast. Chong blinked, then opened the door and signed with barely contained excitement. After unboxing and checking the items, he immediately began preparing the medicinal bath. He filled the tub with hot water and added a drop of blade-winged cicada blood. The ink-black liquid spread at once into a seductive crimson. Then he crushed 3 phoenix tail grass in succession. Their juice dripped into the water, tinting the red with flecks of gold until the whole tub looked like boiling wine, lights flickering across the surface. Half an hour later, once he was sure the medicine had fully blended, he eased himself into the tub. Heat surged over him, dyeing his skin a light red, as though he were immersed in a gentle blaze. Ding! At that moment, the system notification sounded inside Lu Chong's mind. With outside support, the golden cicada shedding finally had all the nutrients it needed, and Lu Chong's confidence soared. His progress shot forward, 31050. 2 hours later, he had officially entered the art, and his cultivation speed returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the medicinal liquid in the tub had lost all color, and the searing pain was fading fast. A dull layer of old skin had peeled from his body, revealing new flesh with a metallic sheen that felt resilient. The whole batch was gone already? He clicked his tongue. In just 2 hours, 5,000 credits worth of medicine had been consumed. Still, breaking into golden cicada shedding made every cent worthwhile. The old principal had estimated that even with the bath it should take 2 months to reach this stage, and no one expected Lu Chong to master this top-grade body-refining art before the college entrance exams. Buying speed with money was clearly cost-effective and saved a mountain of time. Satisfied, he decided not to add another bath and planned to return tomorrow night. His wallet could not take another hit. He pinched the metallic skin now covering him. It felt as tough as rawhide. And this was only the introductory level. What would minor, or even major completion feel like? A top-tier body-refining art really earned its name. With a thought, the sheen vanished, leaving only a healthier complexion. Collecting himself, he prepared to squeeze in a session of the Qi inhaling mantra before bed. His homeroom teacher's warning still echoed in his ears. While honing martial skills, you must not neglect your cultivation realm. Biting into the nutrient bar the teacher had given him, he sat cross-legged and entered meditation. His already accelerated training speed doubled again, rising 8 every hour. After 3 hours, his progress had jumped 24. He did not rush the breakthrough. At the martial disciple stage, proper sleep was required, and he could cultivate automatically while resting. March 9th, 2136, Friday, clear skies. At 6:30 in the morning, a warm current of Qi woke Lu Chong. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: martial disciple, 6th layer, 1. Sure enough, a night's sleep had carried him through the breakthrough. The twin leaps in realm and technique left him brimming with energy. After a quick wash, he jogged to school, feeling twice as strong as he had the day before. After 4 morning classes, he was heading for the cafeteria when 5 students from Class 1 appeared at the doorway, led by the stone-faced Zhao Longfei. Lu Chong, step outside. The speaker was not Zhao Longfei but the student behind him. Sensing trouble, Chen Yufei hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Chong. He glared at the 5 and shouted, "What's this? Class 1 can't handle losing and wants some back-alley revenge?" One after another, the students of Class 5 rose to their feet, eyes fixed on the doorway. Individually, they were weaker than Class 1, but they would never allow outsiders to bully them. Zhao Longfei said nothing, his gaze locked on Lu Chong, a clear threat flickering in his eyes. "It's fine, he just wants to talk." With a faint smile, Lu Chong waved to his classmates to put them at ease, then walked out of the classroom. The corridor was empty, its lights casting a soft glow on his tall, lean figure. Still uneasy, Chen Yufei followed close behind, his shoes clicking crisply against the floor. Escorted by several students from Class 1, the two were led up to the rooftop of the teaching building. Wind tugged at the banners on the railing, and a few discarded test papers spiraled into the sky. When they stopped, Zhao Longfei slowly turned, eyes cold. "I gave you time to think. Why didn't you come see me today?" "I told you yesterday I'm not interested in your offer," Lu Chong replied evenly, as if discussing the weather. Zhao Longfei snorted. "Do you even understand our terms? You'll spar with Xiang Yueya, 1,000 an hour, and he'll add another 1,000 on top of that. It's an honor and a chance to change your life." His tone was pure condescension. Chen Yufei paused in disbelief. A deal like that existed? Train side by side with the campus queen, and make easy money? What was the downside? Lu Chong only smiled. He was already earning far more as Lu Qingqing's sparring partner, and she actually respected him. Every word from Zhao Longfei dripped with superiority. And as for Xiang Yueya, pretty face or not, she wasn't nearly special enough for him to fawn over. Same answer, not interested. He grabbed Chen Yufei's arm and turned to leave. The Class 1 students immediately formed a human wall, blocking their path. Zhao Longfei stepped closer, voice sharp. "My patience is running out, Lu Chong. Do you know what happens if you keep saying no?" Lu Chong laughed softly. "Going to start a fight on school grounds? Be my guest. The rules are clear-cut: fighting. You're expelled and lose your spot in the college entrance exams. Your connections won't save you." "Fine, fine." Zhao Longfei's face darkened, anger twisting into a smile. "I won't touch you now, but the mock exams are coming. We'll see how tough you act then." Before he finished, Lu Chong was already leading a bewildered Chen Yufei downstairs, not bothering to look back. If Xiao Longfei showed up at the mock exams, so much the better, less trouble finding a chance to teach him a lesson. On the way to the cafeteria, Chen Yufei sighed. Bro Chong, you don't have to worry about me. Sure, I like Xiang Yueyao, but I also like Lu Qingqing and Chai Yufan from class 2, and Miao Yuanyuan from class 4. If you actually snag Xiang Yueyao, I'll be happy for you. Lu Chong quickened his pace in silence, hoping no one overheard this self-proclaimed playboy's speech. The rooftop wind howled. A student leaned close to Xiao Longfei and whispered, Brother Fei, want us to rough him up? Watching the two figures shrink in the distance, Xiao Longfei's eyes were icy. No, I don't want Xiang Yueyao thinking we're thugs. Besides, the teachers in class 5 treat Lu Chong like gold. Any dirty move brings trouble. Someone that insecure, resentful of the rich, and full of himself beat him openly where he thinks he's strongest. In the mock exam, they'll put him in his place. Simply observing a demonstration of the wind cleave kick boosted Lu Chong's understanding and multiplied his training speed fivefold. That afternoon after class, he still trailed behind his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, to practice kicks. The sunset spilled through the windows, stretching their shadows into long silhouettes. After only a dozen kicks, Lu Chong's inner energy suddenly surged, and the technique jumped straight to mastery. Wang Tong froze in mid-motion, eyes wide, then gave a wry smile. It's one thing for your cultivation to break through, but your wind cleave kick reached completion too. If this keeps up, you'll be out of a job. Lu Chong waved his hands modestly. Sir, you still owe me the other 3 school techniques. I can't do without you. I told you yesterday not to bite off more than you could chew, and today you're proving me wrong. Wang Tong sighed. Keep practicing. We'll talk again when your kick reaches the insight level. From that moment, the difficulty spiked. Even with Wang Tong, a peak stage expert, guiding him, Lu Chong's efficiency was cut in half. Every hour raised his mastery by only 16%, and he finally felt the depth of a mid-grade technique. When the hour ended, Wang Tong handed him a towel, but didn't let him go. Lowering his voice, he asked, I heard class 1 has been threatening you. Lu Chong shrugged. Threatening is too strong a word. They just want me to tutor them privately. Old Li Qingjun must be pulling the strings, Wang Tong muttered, brow furrowed. Honey traps, intimidation, bribes, whatever it takes to poach you. If real trouble comes, the principal and I will back you up. Thanks, sir, but I'm not interested in their offer, Lu Chong assured him. Only then did Wang Tong relax, patting his shoulder. A martial artist should be ready for conflict at any time. Consider this part of your training. With that reminder, he dismissed Lu Chong. The days that followed were calm and orderly. During school hours, Lu Chong attended classes and casually helped classmates with their techniques. After school, he practiced the wind cleave kick with Wang Tong, then sparred with Lu Qingqing. At home, he soaked in a medicinal bath to refine his golden cicada sheath, and before bed, he ran the Qi gathering art. Even on weekends, he pushed himself, either training harder or spending extra time coaching Lu Qingqing for side income. Every session of the golden cicada sheath burned through 5,000 yuan, after all, and he had to keep the books balanced. The intense schedule made his progress almost visible to the naked eye. 5 days later, his wind cleave kick reached the insight level. True to his word, a mixture of surprise, joy, and resignation on his face, Wang Tong handed over the school's remaining 3 martial techniques. Time marched on. While most seniors found the final stretch before exams grueling, Lu Chong treasured every day and refused to waste a single moment. In the blink of an eye, it was March 29th, 2136, and tomorrow would be the final mock exam before the college entrance tests. At 10:30 that night, steam filled the bathroom. Lu Chong rose from a bathtub of pale green medicinal liquid, the sudden cool air making him shiver. A layer of ash-gray dead skin peeled away along his muscles, fluttering onto the water like crumbling leaves. After more than 20 days of grinding cultivation, his golden cicada sheath had finally reached the subtle stage, and every step had been agonizing. Water slid down skin that now gleamed like metal. Under the light, his entire body seemed clad in a thin coat of gold armor. He raised his right hand and tapped his left arm. Bang. Bang, the sound was as crisp as striking a steel pillar. He remembered testing the technique at home when it was perfected, swinging a kitchen knife at his forearm until the blade chipped while his skin showed not even a scratch. Now one step shy of that level, he still had no idea just how tough his defenses were. The changes inside were even more alarming. Once the golden cicada sheath entered the subtle stage, it strengthened not only flesh and skin but bone itself, which now faintly glimmered with gold. Though his frame remained lean, his 1.83-meter body weighed almost 500 jin, a density that would scare most people senseless. He drew a deep breath and suppressed the golden sheen. His complexion returned to normal, yet the condensed power lurked in every fiber of his body. I've burned nearly 200,000 yuan in 20 days just to push the golden cicada sheath this far, he muttered. There's not even 10 grand left on my card. The technique was not the only thing that had leaped ahead. During those 20 days, his overall strength had soared. A personal data panel floated before his eyes. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Trainee, 8th Segment, 18. Skills, 9 shadow step mastered. Stone breaking palm mastered. Cloud piercing finger mastered. Mountain pressing ram mastered. Eagle claw mastered. Iron thread fist mastered. Heart stabbing kick mastered. Wind cleaving leg mastered. Golden cicada sheath subtle 1. For most people, 20 days might move them half a step, but Lu Chong had covered ground others would need years or a lifetime to cross. His cultivation had stabilized at the 8th segment of martial trainee, and all 8 low-grade techniques had trained themselves to perfection. The homeroom teacher, who tracked his growth curve every day, had been so stressed that nosebleeds became routine. Yet the man only knew that Lu Chong's cultivation had risen and that wind-cleaving leg had improved. He had no idea the golden cicada sheath had reached the subtle stage or that the rest of the new skills were already maxed out. Lu Chong feared his teacher and classmates would never accept the truth, so he had kept his power hidden. As his strength rose, his consumption spiked as well. He now needed at least 5 advanced nutrient bars each day just to keep the Qi gathering technique running automatically. Even so, his daily cultivation gain hovered around 5%, and the golden cicada sheath crept ahead only 1% per day with the help of medicinal baths. With just 2 months left before the college entrance exam, breaking into the martial warrior realm and perfecting the golden cicada sheath seemed almost impossible at this pace. If I want more speed, I'll have to throw in even more better nutrients, more baths, he calculated silently. With no new skills to learn, all his time and energy had to funnel into cultivation and the golden cicada sheath. That left him no choice in the upcoming mock exam. He had to take first place. Lu Chong made up his mind. He could not afford to miss out on the 300,000 yuan prize. March 30th marked the start of the mock exam. The academic portion had finished 2 days earlier. In China, except for a handful of specialized liberal arts colleges, most martial arts universities and comprehensive schools treat combat scores as the key to admission. The academic score counts for only 20%, while the martial assessment is what really separates the applicants. Unlike the 2-day academic test, the martial events spanned 6 consecutive days. The first morning was dedicated to the martial fundamentals, a baseline evaluation for every candidate. 4 metrics were recorded: cultivation level, raw strength, speed, and neural response, each worth 100 points, for a total of 400. A perfect score corresponded to the stats of a rookie fighter. Exceeding those benchmarks earned extra credit. The technique test, rated through live combat, would come later and carried the heaviest, most volatile weight of any subject. Lu Chong reached the school at dawn. He met up with the rest of Class 5 in front of the academic building, and together they walked to the gymnasium that had been converted into a testing site. Bro Chong, do you think you can break into the school's top 10 this time and win some pride for Class 5? Chen Yufei stood in line right behind him. Their candidate numbers were near the end, so he was in no rush, was still a third-rank martial apprentice, one of the weakest in class. Apart from their homeroom teacher Wang Tong, only he and Lu Qingqing knew that Lu Chong had already advanced to the 8th rank and had long since left the rest of them in the dust. Lu Chong answered with nothing but a smile. If he told them his real goal, it would probably scare everyone. The basic assessment moved quickly. Most of Class 5 posted average results. Only Lu Qingqing stood out a little. She was a 6th-rank apprentice and posted solid numbers in strength, speed, and reflex, finishing with 268 points, just enough to reach the cutoff for a top martial arts university. Soon it was Lu Chong's turn. He stepped alone into testing room A05. As the door closed, not only his homeroom teacher Wang Tong, but also Class 1's teacher Li Qingjun and the senior year dean of studies, Zhou, gathered outside. Old Li, why aren't you keeping an eye on your own class? What are you doing here at Class 5? Zhou's shaved head gleamed under the lights, and his smile was as broad as the laughing Buddha's. But at number 1 high, no student dared underestimate this unassuming dean was a bona fide martial master. Rumor had it that he practiced a special technique that made him stout and gave that smile the edge of a lurking tiger. Li Qingjun was unfazed and smiled back. The director is here too, isn't he? I just want to see how good this kid is, since the old class monitor treats him like a treasure. I'd hate to see talent wasted in Class 5. Wang Tong snorted. Worry about your own class first. Don't let us overtake you. Zhou narrowed his eyes. You two am here on old Weiss' request to check on the boy. Besides, he collected the highest scholarship our school has ever offered and claimed every martial technique in the library. I'd like to see exactly what he can do. Wang Tong turned away, ignoring Li Qingjun and focusing on the data streaming across the monitor outside the testing room. All of Lu Chong's test data were displayed here, and the scores were released in real time. The screen flickered, and Li Qingjun kept chattering. What a waste of talent. If he were in my class, had already be at martial trainee stage 6. Wang Tong snorted twice, unwilling to waste words on such a short-sighted fellow. Li Qingjun was about to shoot back when Zhou's face suddenly changed. He thrust a finger at the big screen. No way. Li Qingjun followed his gaze, his mouth forming a perfect O. Impossible. The equipment must be malfunctioning. In the center of the display, a new line popped up. Cultivation level, martial trainee stage 8, 80 points. Bullshit. Wang Tong's eyes bulged like bronze bells. Lu Chong reached stage 8 long ago. I watched it happen. Given the chance at last, he unleashed 2 weeks of bottled-up frustration and felt instantly refreshed. He coached Lu Chong every day. He knew better than anyone how fast the boy was advancing. Even so, seeing him progress this quickly was hard to believe. After being mocked for so long, he finally regained some pride. Besides, Lu Chong was his student. Others could only gape and envy. Li Chengjun and Zhou stared at each other, speechless. They knew Lu Chong had only just broken through stage 5. How had he jumped to stage 8 overnight? Old squad leader, you didn't give him any band enhancers, did you? Li Chengjun blurted, suddenly anxious. That would ruin the kid's unstable foundation and wasted potential. Zhou cast a suspicious glance at Wang Tong, but stayed silent. Still savoring his triumph, Wang Tong flushed at the accusation. Cut the crap. Do I look like that kind of person? I know more about banned drugs than you ever will. Calm down, Zhou said, raising a hand, his expression serious. The kid's rate of improvement is definitely abnormal. He could have dosed himself in secret. Such cases weren't rare. As the entrance exams approached, some students took those drugs to spike their cultivation, earning points at the cost of their future. Wang Tong was sure Lu Chong would never do that. About to argue, he pointed sharply at the display. Look at the next entry. If he's on drugs, the other 3 scores will be off. Fair enough. Let's check the data, Zhou said, pulling back Li Chengjun, and all eyes turned to the screen. Beep, another line flashed up. Base strength, 945 kilograms, 95 points. The figures froze. Zhou and Li Chengjun blinked in unison, then rubbed their eyes, but the numbers stayed put. Wang Tong nearly did the same, but forced himself to stand still, wearing the look of someone who had expected it all along. An 8th-stage disciple with almost 950 kilos of base strength? How is that even possible? Li Chengjun finally snapped out of his daze, his voice full of disbelief. The lab lights washed over his face, highlighting his shock. On the monitor, the number 948 kilograms kept flashing, each pulse like a hammer blow that left everyone rattled. Yeah, that figure would stump most 9th-stage disciples. Zhou agreed hoarsely, his gaze still glued to the screen. To double-check, he thought back to the class records. Take Xiao Longfei from class 1. He's 9th stage and only hits around 860 kilos. Arms folded, Wang Tong said lightly, maybe Xiao Longfei's foundations just aren't that solid. He kept a calm face, but inside he was ecstatically. Qingjun was finally speechless. Outwardly, he stayed aloof, sighing theatrically. The path of a genius is hard for ordinary folk to understand. Zhou blinked, unsure whose side to take, and simply nodded. Li Qingjun didn't argue this time. Shelving his theory that Lu Chong had used banned enhancers if such drugs existed, he'd gladly dose his whole class. Let's check the rest of Lu Chong's stats, Zhou suggested, tapping the display. The 3rd metric appeared. Base speed, 23 milliseconds, rating 92. The air seemed to freeze. That speed once again broke the normal ceiling for an 8th-stage disciple. Everyone knew that only after stepping into the warrior realm did speed stabilize around 25 milliseconds. Yet Lu Chong was already brushing that line. The doping theory Collop said no drug could leave foundations this stable. The final score popped up. Neural response, 83. Seeing a normal number at last, all 3 exhaled. Zhou let out a half-joking sigh. If that had hit the 90s too, I'd have dragged him off for research. Wang Tong wasn't about to let the silent Li Chengjun off the hook. Smiling, he jabbed. Qingjun, think he'd still post these numbers in your class? Li Chengjun snorted, forcing a grin. Your class monitor is talented, sure. But raw stats are one thing. The real test is combat. Better hope he doesn't face anyone from our class. We've got 3 9th-stage disciples and 9 at the 8th. He tapped his temple. A fight isn't just numbers or techniques. It's nerve, will, experience. Has that kid even bled? Ever faced a real beast? Humph. We'll see in the field exam. Wang Tong flicked his sleeve and strode off, radiating the aloof pride of a prodigy. The truth was, Lu Chong had never tasted real battle. His experience stopped at campus sparring rings, not life-or-death hunts against alien beasts. By contrast, Class 1's well-connected students often trained under family experts, clashing with live beasts and stockpiling combat experience. The entrancesum field test would take place in the wilderness against genuine monsters, not on a sheltered platform. The thought tightened Wang Tong's brow. How much of that combat training had Lu Chong actually absorbed? He sighed, doubting the boy would shine when the real fight began. Come on, quit the sour grapes routine. Zhou grinned at Li Chengjun. Old Wang finally found a promising kid, and you still want to knock him down? Li Chengjun scratched the back of his head, still smiling. You know me, I'm just afraid the old squad leader will waste too much time in an ordinary class. He glanced at his watch. I'm off. The combat assessment starts this afternoon, and I need to give those brats a last-minute briefing. As Li walked away, Zhou turned and stared at the testing room where Lu Chong was being evaluated. After a moment, he composed himself and hurried off, intended to report the results to the principal right away. That old man would understand their true weight. When the door finally opened, Lu Chong stepped out, looking slightly dazed. My basic strength and speed are both above the average for level 8 martial apprentices, he thought. That's probably thanks to the second refinement of the Naki technique and the all-around boost from Golden Cicada Sheath. He also knew his neural response time was nothing special. Developing the brain took longer than a day or two. Memorizing every figure, he shook out his arms, pushed the numbers from his mind, and headed back to class in a relaxed mood. The moment he entered, he felt everyone's eyes on him. "What's up?" he asked Chen Yufei at the next desk. "What's up?" Chen Yufei whispered in awe. "Bro, the score sheet just went UPU pulled a 350 on the fundamentals." Lu Chong thought for a second. "That should put me in the top 10, right?" "Top 10? Chen gave a huge thumbs up. "You're second in the whole school. Only Xiang Yuya beat you, and she's ahead by 5 points. Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan are both eating your dust." Chen had known Lu Chong had broken through to level 8, yet the numbers still left his head buzzing. Their class had 9 level 8 and 3 level 9 apprentices, but Lu, still at level 8, had outpaced them all in the basic test. "Bro, you might be the biggest mover in school history." Chen patted his shoulder. "If the school doesn't hand you an award, they'll complain on your behalf." He vividly remembered where they'd both been a month ago, somewhere in the 400s on a list of just over 500 seniors. Now Lu Chong was the center of attention. Lu's rise rattled more than just his friends. Sun Zhe, who had been thrashed by Lu in the ring not long ago, slipped into the room with a cup of water, eyes instinctively dodging his. Sun was still stuck at level 5, while the once bullied Lu Chong stood at the peak. Just then, the homeroom teacher strode in, full of energy, and clapped his hands. "All right, the basic scores are out. If you didn't do well, don't get discouraged. This afternoon the hunting ground combat assessment begins and will last 5 days." The class fell silent at once, everyone focusing on his key points. Lu Chong straightened in his seat. For him, this would be his first real combat test. The original Lu Chong had never set foot in a wilderness hunting ground. Lack of resources and courage kept him away, so today's simulated field was both the safest and most valuable opportunity. This stage was also crucial if he wanted to take first place. The practical assessment arena wasn't on campus or even within the city limits. It lay in a beast hunting preserve on the outskirts. Most of the creatures pinned there had been captured during past clashes between humans and monsters. Though their bloodlines were vicious, years of captivity had separated them from wild packs, making the danger manageable just right for high school combat training. The base normally kept the preserve sealed, using it to study beast behavior and give students a chance to face them up close. That afternoon, every 12th grader in Guanyin City, more than 40,000 students from 108 schools assembled outside the preserve. For many of them, monsters existed only in textbooks, videos, or photos. Now, standing in front of barbed wire and shimmering energy barriers, excitement and nerves mixed in equal measure. At the gate, homeroom teacher Wang Tong shouted through a loudspeaker, repeating the rules one more time. "First, pick up a Yuan energy talisman before you go in. You'll be scattered around the perimeter in mixed groups. If you're in mortal danger, the talisman will trigger a shield, and a rescue team will pull you out, but your score ends there. From the edge to the core, the preserve is tiered. The deeper you go, the stronger the beasts. You'll meet anything from early tier 1 to low tier 2. The goal is simple: hunt as many beasts as you can and rip the tracking modules from their collars. Each device you seize earns points. Whether the beast lives or dies doesn't matter, and you can't take the carcass. You may fight other students for kills or team up, but attacking a fellow candidate first will cost you points. Safety comes first, don't get reckless." Wang Tong's voice was already raw, yet protocol demanded another recitation of the rules everyone had long since memorized. Next, students were shuffled into random squads and loaded onto military trucks that circled the preserve, dropping them off in batches. When Lu Chong's truck door clanged open, he stepped onto brittle grass and broken walls, still mulling over the rulebook's gray areas. This exam claimed to be fair, but loopholes always existed, and real combat was never perfectly balanced. Tier 1 beasts matched human martial trainees and were ranked from 1st to 9th segment. Scoring was brutally straightforward. First segment, 1 point. Second, 2. Third, 4. Each step up doubled the score. A 9th segment beast was worth 256 points, equal to more than 200 first segment kills. High risk, high reward, provided you had the strength. At exactly 2 p.m., the energy wall encircling the Hundredly Preserve dissolved like a sheet of water, and alarms blared in unison. A voice crackled through Lu Chong's earpiece. "All students, enter the preserve within 10 minutes. The wall will reactivate afterward. Latecomers will be locked out." Looking around, Lu Chong saw no one had been dropped in a desolate stretch of the outer zone. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the talisman, stepped over rubble and a toppled fence, and strode into the preserve. 10 minutes later, the Yuan energy wall rose again, sealing every candidate inside. A desolate, crumbling town stretched out before him. Dilapidated buildings lay in heaps, while moss and creeping vines clawed their way across the weather-stained ruins. Lu Chong walked through the empty streets, a passage from his history textbook echoing in his mind. 15 years ago, humans and monsters had fought a brutal street-to-street battle here. The beast tide was beaten back, but half the city was left in ruins. Rather than demolish everything, Guanyun City preserved the district as the ruin hunting ground, a constant reminder of that hard-won victory. Who? A jet-black blur burst from a shattered second-floor window on his left, the icy wind carrying its low growl straight at his throat. A shadow cat. These feline beasts were known for speed, agility, and razor-sharp claws, yet this one was only first rank, first stage, and its attack looked like slow motion to Lu Chong. He waited until its glowing green eyes were inches away before moving. He twisted slightly, letting the creature brush past his shoulder. His left hand flashed inside his coat. His right swung out like a fan. An instant later, he held a student ID tag in his left palm, and the shadow cat dangled from his right hand, gripped firmly by the scruff of its neck. So this is a shadow cat? Instead of hurrying on, Lu Chong turned the beast in midair as though examining a specimen. He could make a little money if he brought it back for sale, but the rules forbade it. The half-meter-long body dangled helplessly, sleek black fur smooth under his fingers. Forelegs curled back like hooks, their tips glinting coldly. Serrated fangs flashed bone-white inside its open jaws. Two emerald slit-pupiled eyes narrowed with feral rage. The shadow cat thrashed, but Lu Chong's expression stayed blank, as if he were holding an ordinary house cat. Hundreds of meters away, lights blazed in the monitoring hall. The massive main screen was split into dozens of feeds. Top performers' cameras automatically zoomed in, and any unexpected standout was switched to the center feed in an instant. Guanyun City's heavyweights filled the front rows. Principals from every high school, senior homeroom teachers, and high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau, military, and police. All had signed confidentiality agreements. No footage would leak before the college entrance exam ended. In the middle of the first row, Wei Jiangwo, principal of number 1 high school, sat with fingers interlaced, smiling at the screens. An elderly man in a long robe leaned over and whispered, "Old Wei, which student are you watching?" Wei Jiangwo pointed to the feed of the boy casually studying a shadow cat held by the scruff, pride lighting his face. "That student of mine, his future is limitless." The principal of number 3 high school followed his gaze. He saw Lu Chong pinching the beast's neck with one hand while absent-mindedly stroking its fur with the other, paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "So number 1 high is short on talent, is it?" It was no wonder Principal Fong from number 3 high school felt suspicious. Anyone with a keen eye could tell this was Lu Chong's first time inside a hunting ground. Strictly speaking, it was his first real encounter with live alien beasts. In everyday life, he was obsessed with catch research, and he knew almost nothing about dangerous environments. Now that he had stepped onto the field, he neither steadied his breathing nor lightened his footsteps. His guard was practically non-existent. He looked less like a seasoned hunter and more like a rookie fresh out of school. The difference between him and the other examinees couldn't have been clearer. Even students with only average martial arts scores pressed close to cover and scanned their surroundings the moment they entered. Those with higher rankings and combat experience mapped out the terrain in seconds, planned their routes, and raced to claim the best spots for scoring kills. Lu Chong, meanwhile, spent a good half-hour wandering near the entrance, strolling as if he were on campus. It wasn't courage born of skill, it was simply a calf that had never met a tiger. Every proctor present understood that even an area infested with Tier 1 beasts was nothing to take lightly. If a swarm of them pinned you down, even an 8th or 9th rank martial trainee could be dragged to death. These points had been drilled into the students in class, yet many seemed to forget them the moment the test began. Right now, Lu Chong looked like the textbook example of that amnesia. Facing Principal Fang's doubts, Principal Wei of number 1 high school remained unruffled. He picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and smiled. "Old Fong, after all these years you still can't read people." "Cut the act," Fong snapped, rolling his eyes. "Tell me what's so special about this kid." Wei only chuckled and tossed out a proposal. "I heard number 3 has a few promising students this year. How about we compare combat scores in this mock exam? If any of your students outscore Lu Chong, he'll call you big brother every time we meet." Fang's eyes lit up. Had been itching to outshine Wei for years. "You're on. And don't think we're scared. Even your trained geniuses don't faze us, let alone an 8th rank kid." Wei lifted a hand. "Hold on. If I'm willing to swallow my pride, you should put something on the line too." Fong arched a brow. "I knew you had an angle. Spit it out, what do you want? Your self-created tiger roar technique is impressive. How about you pass it on to my student?" Wei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Fong laughed. "A single big brother for my top-tier tiger roar? Dream on. Trade me your golden cicada armor, and we'll talk." "Deal." Wei agreed at once, then upped the ante. "And during special training, you'll personally coach my student." "Fair. Same goes for you." Fong shot back without hesitation. Back and forth they went, each piling on new stakes until Colonel Huang, who was watching nearby, found himself dragged in. "Colonel Huang, you heard all that, right?" "Perfect bar witness," Wei said casually as he turned. The square-jawed officer, the military's representative at the Guanyin city base, immediately stood and saluted. Yes, teacher. Colonel Huang had once been Weiss' student. Now in his 40s, he was a true peak-level martial master. However, he was also curious. What made this seemingly inexperienced junior worthy of a teacher whose standards were famously high? In the back row, Li Chengjun kept shifting his gaze between Lu Chong's languid figure and the scoreboard on the right side of the big screen. Old monitor, did you notice? Your star pupil has only 1 point, he whispered to Wang Tong, tapping the screen. Look at Xiang Yuya and Zhao Longfi both broke 100 long ago. Li Chengjun was right. Not only the top students in Class 1, but every examinee with decent cultivation had already left the outer ring behind and pushed straight into Stage 4 and even Stage 6 beast zones. There were plenty of shadow cats on the outskirts, but each was worth so little and so scattered and well hidden that hunting them squandered precious time. Wang Tong glanced at the board, then at the replay where Lu Chong had just released a shadow cat and forced down a surge of uneasiness. He lifted his chin and shot back. Why rush? Sharpening the axe won't delay the logging. We still have 5 days, let's see who's smiling in the end. Sensing the tension in his tone, Li Chengjun cut short the banter. He dared not truly provoke the old monitor. Even so, he muttered inwardly. This is an exam of every second counts. Where does he get the leisure? Lu Chong had no idea he was already the center of attention. After releasing that rank 1, Stage 1 shadow cat, he continued along the planned street toward the inner zone at a calm, measured pace. He hadn't lingered over a low-level shadow cat because he misunderstood the time pressure, nor was he throwing the match. The simulated hunting ground held only one kind of beast, the shadow cat, so, to hunt efficiently, he needed to master every detail about it. He was matching the textbook and training video descriptions to the real creature, one by one. Now he had found the key, memorized the shadow cat's unique scent. Since he had honed the golden cicada technique to subtle mastery, his 5 senses far surpassed the norm. Once he locked onto that scent, the rest of the hunt would be twice as fast. The street led straight toward the center. Unhurried, he strode along, deftly removing the tracking devices from each shadow cat he passed. He used only the basic tablet smashing palm and 9 shadow step. Yet his command of both arts was flawless, something few observers could detect. Night had fallen by the time he stepped into Stage 2 shadow cat territory. His wristband showed a mere 36 points. On the shared distress signal device, the leaderboard listed Xiang Yuya first with 232 points. Second was Xuecheng from 3rd High School with 218, edging out Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan. It's dark now. Guess it's time for me to put on a real show, Lu Chong murmured, glanced at the sky, bit into a nutrient bar, and sped toward the inner zone. Shadow cats are nocturnal predators whose eyes can pick out prey, even in total darkness. Because of this, nearly every contestant waits for nightfall, then hides in a pre-selected corner to avoid the roaming packs. Even those with higher cultivation usually do the same without help. It's all too easy to be swarmed. Lu Chong chose the opposite approach. He intended to make a killing under the cover of night. The golden cicada armor didn't just give him incredible defense, it sharpened his vision in the dark as well. As for the risk of being surrounded, he barely spared it a thought. With 9 shadow steps perfected, his speed and agility matched any shadow cat of the same rank. Nighttime was his home field. At the end of a street, a Stage 2 shadow cat pounced. Lu Chong raised a hand and gave it a light tap. The cat's body sailed back several meters while the locator on its neck dropped neatly into his palm. He repeated this move dozens of times. No need to hurt the cats, only to intimidate them. The ones he struck rarely turned back for another try. Hunting at night is the real thrill, Lu Chong said as he slipped through alleys, constantly fine-tuning his strength. In the dark, he didn't have to look for targets. Shadow cats rushed in to hand him points. Even when a dozen attacked at once, he threaded through them with 9 shadow steps, advancing and retreating at will. By 9 p.m. his score had climbed to 128, and he had entered the territory of Stage 3 shadow cats. The leaderboard was updating more slowly now. First place, Xiang Yuya, 356 points. 100th place, Qin Chuan, 201 points. Inside the monitoring hall, Wang Tong kept switching between Lu Chong's live feed and the scoreboard, his whole body as tense as a drawn bow. Beside him, Li Chengjun joked, relax. Look at your student out hunting alone in the dead of night. A newborn calf fears no tiger. I bet he won't last till morning. Wang Tong didn't answer, only frowned. He knew Lu Chong wasn't reckless. Yet why insist on night operations? Skill or not, the darkness was fraught with danger. Close to 10 p.m., most students had already vanished from sight, both to evade the surge of shadow cats and to conserve stamina for the long assessment ahead. Endurance mattered as much as combat. In the front row seats, Principal Fong from number 3 high school also noticed Lu Chong. Although impressed by the perfected 9 shadow steps, he didn't give it much weight. Smugly, he turned to share his thoughts with Principal Wei, only to find his old friend leaning back and snoring. The night grew deeper, yet Lu Chong never slowed, pressing farther into the hunting grounds. No shadow cat could bar his way. By the time he stepped into Stage 4 territory, his score had more than doubled again, reaching 271 points. We finally cracked the top 100, but there's no time to celebrate. Keep pushing harder. Lu Chong's feet seemed to skim the ground. The deeper he went, the fewer shadow cats threw themselves at him, yet each one was several times stronger than before. He shifted between the perfected Jiaoying step and Kai Bei palm as effortlessly as breathing. Every stride, every strike landed with drill-like precision. After more than an hour, he had turned the whole sector upside down, his score rocketing to 351 and vaulting him into second place on the leaderboard. Had Tier 4 shadow cats not thinned out or been culled by students ahead of him, his total would have been even higher. He didn't care. Skipping any rest, he pressed farther inward. Near 1 a.m., the hunting ground lay in near total silence, broken only by an occasional shadow cat shriek slicing through the night. The herd had thinned again, but each cat had grown far more dangerous. Lu Chong thought to himself that the higher the rank, the more human-like a shadow cat became. Brute force alone wouldn't cut if have to play hide-and-seek with them. Following a faint metallic sweetness, he vaulted a vine-choked wall and slipped into a ruined 3-story building. Its plaster had peeled away, a steel door hung by one hinge, and dust spiraled through the hallway with every step. Trailing the scent of fresh blood, Lu Chong halted in the dilapidated third-floor lounge. "Who's there?" A low voice called from a dark corner. By pale moonlight, Lu Chong made out the speaker Sun Zhe from his class. 2 other boys crouched beside him, though Lu Chong didn't recognize them. The trio had clearly invaded Tier 5 Shadow Cat territory and ducked into the building after dark to treat their wounds. Crude bandages wrapped their arms, and dried blood crusted their clothes. Their essence talismans hadn't triggered, so the injuries weren't fatal, but they were close to the edge. If they couldn't hold on, they could raise a hand, summon help, and quit the exam with whatever points they'd earned. "Chonga?" Sun Ze's eyes lit up with relief. After Lu Chong had beaten him twice, he, along with most classmates, started calling him Chonga. Lu Chong nodded but stared past them at the overhead beam, his voice dropping. "You guys can actually sleep like this?" Sun Ze blinked. "Chonga, what do you?" Lu Chong tilted his chin upward. Sun Ze stiffened, turned around, and felt his blood run cold. A shadow cat crouched on the beam, green eyes glowing, muscles coiled to strike. Sun Ze, on watch, had missed it entirely. Without Lu Chong's arrival, the beast would likely have harvested 3 lives. "What do we do? If we fight here, the noise will drag every shadow cat in the district." One boy stammered, face bleached white. "That was the nightmare of the hunting ground at night. Expose yourself, and without allies to pull the other cats away, you were done." Sun Ze instinctively looked to Lu Chong for a plan. Lu Chong chuckled. "Relax. It's waiting for its pack. That's why it hasn't pounced yet." Essence flared in his palm as he twirled his wrist. "Great. We'll take them all at once." Sun Ze stared, stunned. With just a few of them, he wanted to flip the ambush? "You're insane." The other 2 boys shook with fear. "We don't want to get knocked out this early. Rather than scour the building, it would be faster to draw the enemy in and pick them off." The moment Lu Chong spotted the shadow cat beside Sun Ze, that simple plan took shape in his mind. A level 5 shadow cat crouched on a 3rd-floor beam, ears pricked for the slightest sound. Its growing intelligence told it that the odds were poor against 3 opponents, so it stayed aloft, calling for reinforcements with its distinctive cry. Lu Chong nodded to himself. Perfect bait, he thought, saving him the trouble of hunting them down. The 2 unfamiliar students, however, clearly didn't trust him. One shadow cat had already rattled them. The last thing they wanted was a swarm. "We either pull out now or finish it fast. Maybe we still stand a chance," one of them whispered urgently. "Yeah, if a whole pack shows up, we're done for tonight," the other added, jittery. Lu Chong said nothing, turning instead to the silent Sun Ze. Sun Ze drew a deep breath, eyes flicking between Lu Chong and the cat. "I believe you," he said at last. "But, Chonga, can we form a temporary team?" He knew that as long as Lu Chong agreed, they could share in the points. Lu Chong waited for a moment. He planned to use them as bait anyway. Sharing a few points wouldn't hurt. He gave a small nod. "No way. Count us out," the 2 students blurted in unison. "If you want a team, team up with him. We're leaving." Exchanging a quick glance, they bolted downstairs, clearly hoping to make Lu Chong and Sun Ze the decoys. Sun Ze opened his mouth to call after them, but Lu Chong raised a hand. "Let them go." Narrowing his eyes, he caught the familiar metallic tang drifting toward the building from all directions. It no longer mattered whether those 2 stayed or left. Sure enough, the pair had barely reached the 2nd floor when 6 emerald eyes blocked the stairwell, radiating killing intent. "They're here, all of them." One of the students yelped, scrambling back up to the 3rd floor. 3 more shadow cats had joined the one on the beam, and with the 6 below, 10 level 5 shadow cats sealed every exit around the 4 humans. "Mio!" A shrill screech split the air, and the fight erupted. 4 cats leaped at the 4 humans from the 3rd-floor beams, while the 6 below bounded up walls and railings to cut off any retreat. Perfect timing. Lu Chong's eyes gleamed. With a single stone-splitting palm, he struck a shadow cat flat, stunning it cold and yanking the tracking collar from its neck. Swish. A second cat dove at his back, claws aimed for his skull, but its talons sliced nothing but air. Only the fading afterimage of Lu Chong remained. At his level of footwork, such attacks posed no threat. Before the cat could react, Lu Chong caught its tail, whipped it against the wall, and knocked it out, pocketing another collar. He moved like the wind, flashing to Sun Tze's side. In a few crisp blows he floored the cat's entangling Sun Tze and stripped away 3 more collars. "Help us!" The 2 terrified students cried. The 2 students were in dire straits, fending off 5 shadow cats with nothing but the talismans in their clenched fists to keep them from elimination. "Chong, help them!" Sun Tze pressed a bleeding arm to his side, urgency sharp in his voice. He didn't need to ask twice. Lu Chong was already on the move, eyes fixed on the trackers strapped to each shadow cat. With a light tap of his foot, he launched into the 9 shadow step. Afterimages streaked forward, and he appeared before the beleaguered students. The stone-splitting palm cracked through the air, each blow landing cleanly at the base of a cat's neck. Bang, bang, bang. In a heartbeat, all 5 cats lay unconscious on the ground. Silence followed. The 2 rescued students stood frozen, talismans still intact. Lu Chong brushed imaginary dust from his black training jacket, untouched by even a speck of grime. "These 5 trackers are yours." He tossed the devices to Sun Tze in a level tone. "That's way too much, bro Chong." "I barely did anything," Sun Tze protested, hands waving. "We're partners. You're getting your share." Lu Chong smiled. "Besides, this is only a mock exam." He pocketed his own tracker, sprinted a few steps, vaulted over the 3rd floor railing, and vanished into the quiet night. "Thanks," Sun Tze murmured into the darkness before tucking the trackers away. Only then did the 2 students who had just escaped death snap out of their daze. "Sun Tze, who was that guy?" "He's incredible. He's my classmate. Lu Chong, our top student." "Lu Chong?" One of them frowned. "Didn't see him on the leaderboard earlier." The other quickly pulled up the rankings on his emergency beacon. The screen lit up. Lu Chong first place, 431 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya. Only 356, he's over 70 points ahead. Sun Tze blinked in shock. He hadn't refreshed the board while resting. They exchanged stunned looks. "Too bad we missed our shot at teaming up with him. Only one thing to say, absolute legend." Meanwhile, Lu Chong, having scared off the nearby shadow cats, strode straight into 6th tier territory. It was only 3 a.m. The night still held plenty of hunting time. Outside the hunting ground, the monitoring hall blazed with light. Wang Tong stared at the main screen, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. When Lu Chong's name hit the top, he slapped Li Qingjun on the thigh in excitement. Cultivating beside him, Li Qingjun's breathing faltered, nearly throwing him off rhythm. He snapped, "What was that for?" "Look at the board." Wang Tong grinned. Li Qingjun glanced up, pupils expanding. "Lu Chong, I take a nap, and he's suddenly number 1? And he's just warming up. Second place is 75 points behind. That gap's only getting wider," Wang Tong said smugly. Li Qingjun turned away, refusing to look at that triumphant face, closed his eyes, and resumed his meditation. After a long night, dawn's first light finally breathed life back into the silent hunting grounds. The shadow cats that had prowled through the darkness retreated to their dens and curled up to sleep. Naturally wary of daylight, they rarely emerged unless their territory was invaded or they were provoked. Within a 100-kilometer radius, the reserve felt hollowed out, its silence unbroken. The students' scattered operations the night before were like drizzle falling into a raging river, too small to rouse every shadow cat, forcing them to knock on one lair at a time. As daylight brightened, the candidates rose and prepared for the second day of hunting. After a night of shadow cats combing the terrain, at least 20% of the students had been knocked out. No matter how deep they hid, many still shared Sun Tze's fate tracked with uncanny accuracy, isolated, and escorted from the trial. The long tug-of war between humans and beasts was condensed and reenacted here. When one side advanced, the other withdrew. As always, the first thing everyone did upon waking was refresh the scoreboard. Even those who knew they had no shot at the top 100 wanted to see just how wide the gap had grown. "Who's this?" "Class 5, first high Lu Chong. He wasn't even on the list before we went to bed." "Whoa, 680 points. That's over 300 more than second place. Did he not sleep at all? How did he keep up his strength?" Excited voices rose and fell as the students stared at the holographic screen. As though witnessing a fairy tale, the unknown newcomer had parachuted into first place overnight. It was even crazier given their instructor's constant warning. Nighttime was the most dangerous, and the safest tactic was to stay put and rest. Even high-ranked fighters seldom moved alone after dark. Once surrounded, sheer skill might not save you. Is he still inside the grounds? After taking that kind of risk, he's probably been eliminated already. Meanwhile, more than 6,700 eliminated students had gathered at the outer camp, waiting in line for medical checks. Most had simply been unlucky. The shadow cats had sniffed out their hiding places during the night and forced them out of the test. Chen Yufei and 5 of his classmates were among the crowd. Chonga is a beast. The moment the leaderboard updated, Chen Yufei flailed his arms as if he had taken first place himself. He hadn't been beaten last night. He had voluntarily called for extraction the previous afternoon after facing two third-stage shadow cats, withdrawing almost unscathed. His combat score was a measly 25 points, but he didn't care. He had been glued to the board, waiting for his buddy Lu Chong to rise. Unfortunately, when sleep finally overtook him at 8 o'clock, Lu Chong's name was still nowhere to be found. Who would have thought he'd wake up to such a huge surprise? Who else could shoot to the top overnight but our brother Chong? Chen Yufei cheered, clinking fists with his classmates. He even beat Xiang Yuya by more than 300 points. Brother Chong must be playing on easy mode. The students clapped and hooped, their excitement impossible to hide. I got knocked out early, but having a powerhouse like him in our class still feels amazing, huh? Huddled around a phone, they scrolled through the campus forum. Many of the eliminated students were still wondering if Lu Chong had been taken out the night before. Chen Yufei snorted, they're clueless. Just wait, Brother Chong's score will shut them up. Outside the hunting grounds, the military command center was ablaze with lights. Li Chengjin's face was ashen, while Wang Tong looked smug. The tension between them was palpable. In the front row center seat, Principal Fong of number 3 High watched the main screen, his expression colder than the fluorescent glare. He knew that the student Principal Wei valued so highly hadn't been eliminated at all, was fast asleep in an underground room, while Fang's own star pupil, Shui Chong, was stuck at barely 300 points. Old Wei, your student sure is confident, Fong said sourly. Acts like a shadow cat, sleeps all day, hunts at night. Aren't you afraid he'll slip up? Without even looking up, Principal Wei drawled, you worry about your own tiger roar technique. Choked for words, Fong glared at the screen. Seeing Lu Chong sleeping soundly only made him angrier. In the back row, Colonel Huang fought the urge to laugh. If his senior brother was this calm, he surely had a plan. Lu Chong had already perfected both 9 shadow steps and stone shattering palm, the only student in the whole cohort to master 2 low-grade techniques. Still, low-grade skills could only take him so far. Against someone who'd grasped a mid-grade art, he could suffer like a pistol facing a hand grenade. Odds were the kid had another trump card. Huang decided to sit back and enjoy the show. Deep inside the hunting grounds, in the territory of a levels-even shadow cat, the canopy blocked out the sky, dead leaves carpeted the ground, and an occasional low growl echoed through the gloom. Xiang Yuya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan had rendezvoused yesterday afternoon. With no way to communicate across the hundredly arena, they'd chosen the shadow cat's range because the deeper it went, the smaller the area, perfect for hunting as a team. Now Zhao Longfei stared at the scoreboard on his distress beacon, his face flickering with each changing number. Nothing's moved in half an hour. Maybe he's already out? He could just be resting after an all-nighter, Huang Junyan replied evenly. Humph. Zhao rolled his eyes, about to argue, when Xiang Yuya cut him off coldly. If he's still in the game, he'll show up here soon. Zhao's eyes lit up. Exactly. When he does, we'll surround him. I don't care if it costs us 100 points as long as we drive him out. I'm happy. I'm not interested in him, Xiang said, turning toward the level 8 shadow cat's territory. Lu Chong woke to find it was already a little after 2 on the afternoon of March 31st. Still only a martial trainee, he couldn't fast or stay alert through the night like advanced fighters. To perform at his best, he needed honest sleep and fresh calories. Tearing open a wrapper, he bit into a bland nutrition bar and glanced at the score display on his wrist. First, Lu Chong 680 points. Second, Xiang Yuya 635 points. Third, Shui Chong 505 points. Head held the lead all morning, yet the pack was closing fast, especially Xiang Yuya, who, judging by the data curve, had probably pushed into the shadow cat territory of Tier 8. Lu Chong, by contrast, had swept Tier 6 last night and fallen asleep right inside the same stretch of forest. Now fully awake, he brushed away the leaves clinging to his uniform and strode toward Tier 7. The deeper the hunting ground, the stronger and scarcer the shadow cats became, and likewise the fewer students dared venture there. The moment his foot crossed into Tier 7, an icy prickle climbed his spine. A black blur shot from the bushes like lightning, diving for the back of his head. Nice. Lu Chong's mouth quirked. Without turning, he bent his left leg and flicked it backward. His piercing kick punched clean through the cat's soft belly. With a dull yelp, the creature whipped into the air, eyes rolling back before it even landed. He caught the tail, hauled the cat up, and ripped the locator from its neck. Scoreboard update. Lu Chong 64 points, total 744 points. Across the map, every student saw the new number pop. It's Lu Chong's moving again. Someone breathed, full of envy. In the rest area outside the field, Chen Yufei slapped the big screen and laughed. Told you. The moment Brother Chong acts, he rockets right up. A little longer and Xiang Yuya would have passed him, a classmate exhaled. Chen Yufei glanced at Xiang Yuya's name, wavered, then waved it off. What a verb rose before everything else. Brother Chong, keep swinging. The feed and every eye returned to the deep forest. Following the metallic tang of blood, Lu Chong soon found 2 more Tier 7 cats, but both had already been stripped of their locators. No point fighting classmates for scraps, better to head deeper. Decision made. He stepped through the energy wall separating tiers 7 and 8. The light washed over his skin with a faint burn. On the far side, he nearly collided with a Class 1 student, a martial trainee at Tier 8. The boy froze for half a heartbeat, then turned and bolted. Lu Chong recognized him, but didn't bother to care. He breathed in the mingled scents of blood and damp earth, and began tracking a Tier 8 shadow cat. From the outer rings to this point, his actions had become instinctive, and he now felt completely at ease handling beasts of his own level. An 8th-stage shadow cat was faster, its claws were sharper, and its wits keener. Lu Chong had already noticed that 7th and 8th stage shadow cats could employ rudimentary tactics. If the first blow missed, they vanished at once, tailed their quarry in silence, then struck again, true assassins of the night. That made them a nightmare to deal with. Even if you had the strength to fight one Hedon, catching it was nearly impossible. Unless you could drop it in a single move or outrun it, the best you could hope for was survival. Tracking the faint trail it left behind, Lu Chong soon fixed on his target, a shadow cat squatting on a battered eave. The sunset poured over its black coat as the cat half closed its eyes, basking in the warmth. Roof hopping was child's play to the beast, and even Lu Chong's perfected 9 shadow steps gave him no edge in this maze of buildings. If he meant to win, he first had to lure it down. He spotted a locator dangling from the cat's neck. Meow? The moment he glanced its way, the cat lifted its eyes, let out a low warning, yet stayed perched on the ridge, wary and aloof. Lu Chong pretended not to care, swaggered across the intersection, and turned into a shadow-draped alley. If the cat set foot on the ground, he was sure he could end it in one blow. Unwilling to let its prey slip away, the shadow cat dropped without a sound, landing lightly on a 3-meter wall and stalking along the bricks. As it poked its head around the corner, a broad grin suddenly filled its vision. "Been waiting for you." Lu Chong's palm shot out like lightning. Meow? A murderous wind slammed toward it. The cat shrieked, every black hair bristling as it sprang back, but the hand stayed on its tail, even faster. With nowhere left to run, it twisted and tumbled off the wall, hoping the barrier would hide it long enough to escape. Boom. Half a foot of brick exploded as Lu Chong punched through, eyes locked on the cat scrambling upright. Meow? Snarling now, it stopped fleeing, reared on its hind legs, and slashed for his hand. Good. Lu Chong met the strike Hedon, his palm hard as steel. Crack. A sharp snap echoed, both forelegs broke clean through. The shadow cat howled and staggered back. "I'll take that." Lu Chong plucked the locator from its neck, then booted the lunging cat aside. Score 128. Lu Chong's personal total climbed to 872, once more nudging Xiang Yueya into second place. Clap, clap, clear applause rang out. Zhao Longfei strolled over, sneering. Taking down an 8th-stage shadow cat alone, brilliant. Lu Chong, I'll admit I underestimated you. Still, I'm afraid your performance in this mock exam ends here. At his appearance, for Class 1 students converged from different directions, each an 8th-stage martial disciple. Lu Chong recognized them, and felt no alarm, only a cold thrill. They'd walked right into his hands, had been itching to put them in their place for a long time. In the surveillance hall outside the hunting ground, the largest split screen was streaming the current frontrunner, Lu Chong. Nearly every administrator and teacher had gathered around that monitor, their attention fixed on the dark horse who had kept such a low profile until now. The moment Lu Chong single-handedly cut down an 8th-rank shadow cat, the room erupted in excited chatter and admiration. As an 8th-rank martial trainee himself, matching a shadow cat of the same level was nothing unusual. What drew everyone's eyes was how, after the beast tried to retreat, Lu Chong stayed on its tail and finished it off with surgical precision. Raw strength speaks louder than anything else, and by now only a handful of people still doubted him. They could see he was young and a bit green tactically, but his sheer power was impossible to ignore. Even more surprising, Lu Chong clearly commanded more than the perfected stone-shattering palm and 9 shadow step. That split-second heart-piercing kick, along with a casual eagle claw strike, showed he had reached at least the subtle realm in both techniques. Impressive, Mr. Wang. You've been hiding your talent pool, a senior teacher from another school said, turning to Wang Tong with envy. Your student Lu Chong has mastered at least 4 martial skills. Be straight with us, how many in total has he learned? Right. At his age, no one else can claim that, another teacher chimed in. Wang Tong clasped his hands with a modest smile. Oh, that's all there is. The kid just can't help showing off. The truth was, even Wang Tong didn't know the full extent of Lu Chong's progress. Besides stone-shattering palm and 9 shadow step, the boy had already perfected the mid-grade wind-cleaving kick. Wang had secretly taught him a trump card Wang Tong certainly wouldn't reveal now. Li Qingjun, seated beside Wang Tong, recalled the days when all eyes had been on him. The contrast stung, and he kept silent, bitterness twisting in his chest. Just then, the feed switched to show Zhao Longfei and 4 other 8th-rank students stepping out to block Lu Chong's path. The staff patched in the audio, and Zhao Longfei's cold voice rang through the hall. Your field test ends here. The monitoring room instantly boiled over. Every teacher caught the implication Zhao Longfei intended to gang up on Lu Chong, willing to break the rules and lose points just to eliminate him. Li Qingjun's already sour mood plummeted. Li Qingjun, what's your class trying to pull? Wang Tong's smile vanished, his gaze sharp as a blade. Li Qingjun looked even more upset than Wang Tong. He hadn't ordered this, yet the 5 students blocking Lu Chong all came from his homeroom. No matter what he said, it would sound hollow. Old monitor, let me explain. I honestly had no idea. There must be some misunderstanding, he protested, forcing himself to speak. Wang Tong gave a short, icy laugh. Openly breaking the rules even in a mock exam is disgraceful. It's not just our reputations on the line, it's number 1 highs. In the front row, Principal Fong from number 3 high looked at Principal Wei with a cheerful smile, ready to tease him, but fell silent when he noticed the frightening tension in Wei's face. Principal Wei set down his steaming teacup with a sharp thud that drowned out the voices around them, and his voice boomed, Li Changjun, when the assessment is over, bring Zhao Jingsheng to school to see me. Zhao Jingsheng. Someone drew a sharp breath. Head of the Zhao Martial Arts Hall, a 4th-rank martial master, father of Zhao Longfei, and a number 1 high graduate calling him a man who could stir wind and cloud in Guanyin City was no exaggeration. The hall grew so silent that a pin could be heard dropping. Only then did everyone realize the usually mild-tempered old principal of number 1 high was truly angry enough to call a parent. Yet only a few Colonel Huang, Wang Tong, Li Changjun, and the like understood the real reason. Principal Wei wasn't upset about losing face. He despised infighting when outside enemies were already circling. The Shadow Cats were the enemy, students from other schools were the rivals. Zhao Longfei had rallied 4 classmates to gang up on Lu Chong, and that hit Wei's sore spot. Li Changjun muttered his agreement, and only then did Wang Tong's expression ease. Sensing the mood had steadied, Principal Fong from number 3 high offered an apologetic smile. Old Wei, calm down. It's not worth this much anger, and we still have that wager to honor. Wei gave a faint smile and glanced at him. Relax. If Lu Chong really loses, I won't back out. Deep in the hunting grounds, within the territory of an 8th-tier shadow cat, shrubs rustled. Lu Chong stood alone in a clearing while 4 trainees of the same rank spread out in a fan. He asked calmly, all this because I turned down your invitation? Exactly. Zhao Longfei stood outside the safety line with his arms crossed and a smug arch to his brow. I told you face the consequences yourself. You want first place and the hefty prize? Not happening. You're not even worth me lifting a hand. The loophole was obvious. As long as Zhao Longfei didn't strike, it wasn't a violation. Lu Chong chuckled and turned to leave. Pointless. Stop him. Zhao Longfei roared. Don't let him get eliminated, that easily beat him hard. The first attacker, a Class 1 student, used 9 shadow steps that crushed dead leaves underfoot, while an iron wire fist at preliminary mastery whistled through the air. At the same moment a teammate on the left lunged, a preliminary stonecleave palm slicing, toward Lu Chong's shoulder and neck, while the other 2 blocked his retreat. Everyone knew Lu Chong had perfected stonecleave palm and 9 shadow steps, so their only hope was sheer numbers. Yet Lu Chong didn't even move his toes. Suddenly his left palm and right foot struck out together, stonecleave palm at perfection, and a perfected heart-piercing kick. Bang! Bang! The 2 students in front were blasted off their feet, tumbling several times before staggering upright, their faces bloodless. They realized they had still underestimated Lu Chong's real combat prowess. To be honest, this was Lu Chong's first match against peers since reaching the 8th martial tier, so his opening moves were little more than a probe. The brief exchange immediately told him that the 2 students who struck first were out of their depth, had mastered every technique they displayed, while they knew nothing of the cards he still held. When Zhao Longfei shouted from the sidelines, "Go! Skip Kai Bei Shou and Jiao Bu throw off his rhythm," Lu Chong merely smiled. Zhao Longfei had missed the fact that Lu's heart-piercing kick had already reached perfection. The 4 8th-tier students from Class 1 finally charged in from the 4 directions. Front. Iron thread fist whip-like punches that could retract or explode at will. Right. Piercing cloud finger-sharp gusts stabbing straight for vital points. Rear. Eagle claw 5 trembling fingers, vicious and cold. Left. Mountain crashrooms like walls, body used as a battering ram. Their foundations were solid. Not only had they refined Kai Bei Shou and Jiao Bu to the subtle level, each had added a low-grade technique on top of it. Yet for them, stepping from subtle to perfect was not a matter of more practice. Splitting their focus only spread them thinner. Had Lu Chong never touched these arts, facing such a siege for the first time would have thrown him into disarray. Unfortunately for them, he had perfected Iron Thread Fist, Piercing Cloud Finger, Eagle Claw, and Mountain Crash long ago. The gap between subtle and perfect may look like one step, but in truth, it is a chasm. In a flash, Lu shifted his footing, slipping past the Mountain Crash while turning his palm to borrow the incoming force, shoving that student straight into the teammate behind him. He then slid left, meeting Iron Thread Fist Heaton with Kai Bei Shou. The moment his opponent tried to unleash full power, the punch seemed to land on emptiness, dragged offline by Lu's palm, and sent crashing into the student behind. Bang! Iron Thread Fist collided with Eagle Claw, while mountain crash barreled into piercing cloud finger. Their formations fell apart in an instant. Lu Chong did not pause. Jiao Yingbu left afterimages swirling. In a series of flickers, he tapped each opponent lightly on the forehead, knocking all four unconscious at exactly the right strength. Examination rules. Lose consciousness, and you're out. From a distance, Zhao Longfei could only twitch. He had no idea how Lu had dispatched four fellow 8th tier fighters so effortlessly. Knew he himself could never have done it so cleanly. In truth, none of it was as easy as it looked. Without seeing through their rhythms and catching every opening, Lu would have had to spend much more effort to win Hedon. In the monitoring hall, teachers, each at least a martial artist, watched with keen interest. They could see every ounce of power, every angle, every step. If you tell me he never trained those techniques, there's no way you'll believe it, one instructor muttered. He predicted their moves to the inch and used borrowed force like it was second nature. I don't know about anything else, but earlier Lu Chong used Eagle Claw and the heart-piercing kick, both executed with remarkable precision. It wouldn't be surprising if he had also mastered Iron Wire Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, and Mountain Press Throw. Inside the hunting ground, Zhao Longfei froze when he spotted Lu Chong ahead. For the first time, the thought of retreat flashed through his mind. Realized this opponent might not be easy to subdue. Unfortunately for him, Lu Chong had no intention of letting him leave. Weren't you going to take me out? Lu advanced, voice calm and mocking. Is this all you can do? Stuck between advancing and withdrawing, Zhao Longfei forced himself to stand his ground and spoke with forced composure. Don't celebrate too soon. If I didn't mind bullying the weak, you'd already be lying flat. Oh, Lu chuckled and stopped, eyes ice cold. Then why don't we see which one of us goes down first? Since Zhao had tried to sabotage him during the mock exam, Lu was happy to settle the score openly. Such chances were rare. Zhao, however, quickly regained his composure and edged back half a step. You want me to attack first, so we'll lose points. I'm not falling for that. Lu closed the gap again, speaking softly. You misunderstand. I'm not here to cost you points, I'm here to give you some. You've tried so hard to block me, right? Fine. I'll hand you 100 points, so what? With that, Lu Chong shot forward using 9 shadow steps, an arrow loosed from its bow. He had decided. Even if it cost him 100 points, he would eliminate this persistent threat. A mere 100 points wouldn't shake his confidence in claiming the top spot. Lunatic. Zhao Longfei cursed, clenching his fists and charging in return. As a 9th-stage martial apprentice, he refused to believe he could lose to Lu, especially with his family's techniques that far surpassed the school curriculum. In the monitoring hall, teachers and examiners glanced at Principal Wei, guessing whether he would condemn Lu's initiative. To their surprise, the old principal burst out laughing. Well done. A real man loves and hates openly. If someone challenges you and you shrink back, what courage is that? Take note, that is true bravery. The room fell silent. Few could follow the principal's train of thought. Principal Fong of number 3 high school, a goateed elder, stroked his beard and spoke up. Old Wei, your student has mastered several school techniques, some to perfection, and he's undeniably strong. But Zhao's boy is a 9th-stage apprentice, and that mid-grade body refinement art of his scaled armor body has been proficient for some time and is close to mastery. Most opponents at the same level can't even pierce his defense. They can only stand there and take a beating. Principal Wei slowly lifted his teacup, blew away the floating leaves, and kept smiling without replying. Back in the hunting ground, 2 auras surged as Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei clashed Hedon. Lu launched a stone-splitting palm, ordinary at first glance, yet brimming with hidden force. Zhao met it with Iron Wire Fist, his punches heavy as 1,000 pounds. The blows collided. Boom. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and both men retreated several steps before they could shed the force. Lu Chong evaluated the clash in silence. With the base power of a 9th-stage disciple amplified by Iron Thread Fist, Zhao Longfei's strike was almost a match for his own perfected stone-splitting palm. Zhao Longfei also sensed Lu Chong's sudden burst of strength. Although Lu was only at the 8th stage, he was in no way inferior to a 9th-stage fighter. The thought left Zhao Longfei smoldering with resentment. He'll cripple you today, he roared, launching forward with 9 shadow steps. Abandoning the heavy Iron Thread Fist, he switched to the swift, penetrating cloud-piercing finger, a technique he, too, had honed to a fine edge. But Lu Chong had mastered both 9 shadow steps and cloud-piercing finger as well. Rather than meet force with force, he shifted through a rapid, intersecting footwork pattern. The perfected 9 shadow steps opened a sudden angle, letting him slip past Zhao's attack and close from the flank. He raised his hand and unleashed a full-force stone-splitting palm. Smack! Zhao Longfei was half a beat slow, yet he still managed to raise an arm in front of his face to block. The palm struck his hurried guard with hefty power, but most of the force bled away as if it had struck oiled scales, leaving too little to inflict real harm. Zhao Longfei's lips curled. Seizing the moment when Lu Chong's momentum ebbed, he drove a punch into Lu's midsection, forcing him back several steps. So what if your 9 shadow steps are perfected? You can't break my defense. Zhao Longfei swung his arm, and a fish scale sheen rippled across his fish scale skin. a mid-tier Zhao family body forging art. Once mastered, it not only toughened the body but also shed incoming force, the pride of the Zhao clan. A body forging art, Lu Chong muttered, eyes narrowing. Interesting. A spark flashed in his gaze. Now he wondered whether it could withstand his own mid-tier technique. Different martial arts boost a fighter's base attributes in different ways. Even within the lower grade techniques, power levels vary. Kai Bei Shou and Taisien Quan mainly raise raw strength. Jiao Bu favors speed and footwork, while Chuan Yunji emphasizes piercing force. Finer distinctions appear with realm and mastery. The higher the realm, the better the boost. At equal realm, grade decides the winner. A mid-grade art generally doubles the overall enhancement of a low-grade one, and its moves are far more refined. Lu Chong possessed a mid-grade art he had cultivated to perfection. Pai Feng Tue. He had compared it to Zhua Xian Jiao, another technique he had also perfected. At the same realm, Zhua Xian Jiao packed barely one-third the punch of Pai Feng Tue. Still, facing Zhao Longfei, who had already activated a body-forging art, Lu Chong held back his trump card. The man in front of him made an ideal target to test the limits of his other skills. The moment the thought arose, Lu Chong stamped the ground and unleashed Jiao Yingbu at full power. He streaked around Zhao Longfei, 9 afterimages flashing in and out of view so quickly that no eye could track the real body. Hemmed in by this display, Zhao Longfei could only trigger Ling Jiashun, plant his feet, and wait for a chance to counter meeting change with stillness. Bang! One afterimage hardened into flesh and drove a palm into Zhao Longfei's back like muffled thunder. He spun with a reflexive sweep, but Lu Chong had already floated clear, leaving no opening. The strike hadn't broken skin, and Lu Chong marveled his full force had failed even to draw blood, a testament to the opponent's formidable body-forging art. Undeterred, he accelerated. His palms turned to claws. Rip! An entire sleeve tore off Zhao Longfei's robe. Zhao Longfei whirled around in fury, yet couldn't touch even the hem of Lu Chong's clothes. The very next instant, a second sleeve flew away, shredded by Yingzhua Gong. As Lu Chong's fingers brushed Zhao Longfei's arm, he felt skin as smooth and resilient as polished stone, almost impossible to break. Further proof of that terrifying defense. Lu Chong, that's enough. Fight me head and what good is tearing my clothes? Zhao Longfei roared, helpless to close the gap. Lu Chong slipped in again. The eagle claw raked across Zhao Longfei's back, splitting the fabric and leaving a shallow scratch. Then he vaulted high and drove a Zhui Xn Jiao square into Zhao Longfei's spine, stamping a clear footprint and sending him staggering back several meters. Zhao Longfei screamed in rage. Though Ling Jiashun had spared him real injury, the humiliation of being a punching bag pushed him to the brink. When he finally regained balance, he saw Lu Chong standing relaxed, smiling faintly. Only then did Zhao Longfei realize the man had been humiliating him on purpose. You can't beat me. Keep this up and you'll run out of stamina. Then I'll kill you. Zhao Longfei still tried to sound fierce. Is that so? Lu Chong grinned. I've had my fun. Let's see how many more moves you can endure. The moment his words faded, Lu Chong blurred forward, leaving an afterimage while the stone pavement cracked beneath his feet. In the next heartbeat, he skimmed along the ground even faster than before. As he neared Zhao Longfei, he suddenly leapt, spine arched like a drawn bow, and lashed out with a sweeping kick that split the air between them. Rather than panic, Zhao Longfei felt a thrill. A brawler by nature, he welcomed a heated fight. He abandoned defense altogether, ignoring the leg flashing toward his throat and hammering a full-force punch at Lu Chong's chest. That decision sealed his fate. Lu Chong's whip kick landed first, smashing into the side of Zhao Longfei's neck. The impact was nothing like the probing strike earlier. It felt as if an axe had split his skull. His vision whitened, his mind went blank, and the punch never connected. Off balance, he spun through the air and crashed headfirst 5 meters away. The kick was peefing leg, a mid-grade technique Lu Chong had perfected, its power multiplied many times over. Zhao Longfei's perfected scale armor body offered no protection when he was caught completely off guard. How can this be? Zhao Longfei tried to rise through the ringing in his head, but Lu Chong was already on him. 3 quick steps, another kick, and Zhao Longfei skidded to a halt beside several Class 1 students, unconscious. Clothes shredded and covered in dust, he looked worse than any of them. Lu Chong flicked a trace of blood from his shoe tip, ignored the fallen fighters, and walked away. Medics would arrive soon, and Zhao Longfei would be in no shape to sabotage his scores for days. The surveillance hall stayed silent for a few breaths, then burst into hushed exclamations. Lu Chong just broke the Zhao family scale armor body. That wasn't a school movie used a mid-grade art. Right? Peefing leg, and at the perfected level. Incredible. He's already perfected Kai Bei Palm, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw art, and piercing heart kick, and now a mid-grade art on top of that. How many years has Guanyin City's high school scene seen talent like this? Li Chengjian's scalp tingled. He glanced at the scowling Wang Tong, knowing the peefing leg must have been taught privately by their old squad leader. Wang Tong snorted. What are you staring at? If your student hadn't forced him, Lu Chong wouldn't have needed to reveal peefing leg during a mock exam. Now that it's exposed, his advantage in the college entrance test is weaker. Li Chengjun hurriedly looked away. Up front, Principal Fong of number 3 high side. Old Wei, honestly, giving the boy tiger roar technique wouldn't be a bad thing. Producing a student like this would make me content. Principal Wei shot him a sidelong glance. Unwilling to expose Fang's little ploy clearly, the man had noticed Lu Chong's potential and wanted to claim a mentoring role. Regardless, Lu Chong hailed from number 1 high and would always carry its banner. How many mentors he collected later was no concern of Weiss. Lu Chong had no idea how much attention he was getting, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. So what if Head just lost a few points? He could always earn them back later. What truly mattered was clearing the nuisance named Zhao Longfei out of his way as soon as possible. In this survival-off-thefitist world, Head long since learned that showing weakness only invited more hostility. He glanced at the personal terminal on his wrist. The glaring red 100 sat above a current score of 772, yet he still topped the rankings. Xiang Yueya clung to second place with 763 points. Lifting his eyes, he spotted two figures on a rooftop hundreds of meters away, Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan. They were clearly watching his standoff with Zhao Longfei. Sensing his gaze, they pushed off the roof and slipped into a nearby alley. Whether Zhao Longfei was acting on Xiang Yueya's urging, Lu Chong couldn't be sure. Regardless, as long as no one provoked him first, he had no interest in picking a fight. If things did turn ugly, he wouldn't hold back just because she was a campus idol or a privileged martial prodigy. 3 days remained in the assessment, plenty of time. Lu Chong stayed within the territory of the 8-stage Shadow Cats, following their scent trails. First place meant more than bragging rights. It came with a 300,000 credit prize, and he intended to claim it. By dusk, he had felled 3 Shadow Cats, collected 3 locator beacons, and pushed his score to 1,156, opening up a commanding lead. When night fell, most candidates hunkered down to rest, but Lu Chong felt even more energized. He camped in place, waiting for the cats' nocturnal hunt. After spending the afternoon shadowing them, had mapped out their routines, and felt confident fighting in the dark. That night he deliberately put away his mid-grade wind cleave kick, relying instead on stone-breaking palm, 9 shadow step, eagle claw, and heart-piercing kick to weave through the pack and rack up kills. At dawn on April 1st, his score had rocketed to 2,052. Xiang Yueya trailed at 1,078. In the monitoring hall, the proctors had reached a consensus. Unless Lu Chong did something reckless like challenging the 2 Tier 2 Shadow Cats in the depths, first place was his. He hadn't planned on chasing those Tier 2 beasts, yet after an afternoon nap, he strode straight into the territory of the 9-stage Shadow Cat. Even Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, both 9th-stage martial trainees, were saving that area for the final day to avoid an early exit. Lu Chong understood the tacticit was like leaving the hardest questions for last on an exam. But after fighting his way here, he knew the Shadow Cats inside out and judged that the 9th-stage variant, while tricky, couldn't knock him out of the running. Difficult, yes, but not fatal. This was only a mock exam. The more experience he gained now, the better his odds on the real test. And the 9th-stage Cat's territory was smaller anyway. The moment Lu Chong stepped into the area, a Tier 9 Shadow Cat crouching on a treetop locked onto him. With a sharp yowl, the dark-shaped dove from the 5-meter canopy, moving even faster than Lu Chong's 9 shadow steps. A trail of afterimages followed as its gleaming claws slashed for his head. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Lu Chong advanced, sweeping up his arm in a perfected stone-splitting palm that met the talon's heat. The ripping force surged through his hand, but his golden cicada shell had long been tempered to the subtle realm. Even idle, his skin and bones were iron-hard. A sharp crack rang out, the cat's claws shattered, and it wounded itself. While the beast wobbled, Lu Chong unleashed another burst of palm force, whipping it into an erratic spin. In the same breath, he flashed forward with 9 shadow steps, gliding in like a wraith. Before the creature hit the ground, he plucked the locator from its neck, then drove a piercing kick into its belly and knocked it out cold. The cat's speed and agility far outclassed his own. Without the golden cicada shell, winning by brute force would have been anything but easy. Lu Chong filed away the lesson without a trace of complacency. No one saw him rely on the shell, but he knew that without its passive guard his palms would have been torn, crippling the battles ahead. Under night's cover he kept moving, hunting more lurking Shadow Cats. By dawn he had stripped the locators from 4 Tier 9 cats and banked a wealth of combat experience. Every clash forced him to focus completely and grow faster. Had the cats not fled at the first sign of danger, he could have scored even higher. At daybreak on the second day, his points had soared to 3,076, an eye-popping total that left teachers and students speechless. On the third and final day, Xiang Yueya, Huang Junyan, and a cadre of Tier 8 and Tier 9 students finally reached Shadow Cat territory. What greeted them were either cats that bolted instantly or carcasses with bare necks, the locators long gone. Lu Chong had already swept the area more than once. He declined to press deeper into the zone where Tier 2 shadow cats prowled. His lead was secure. Battling beasts that rivaled human martial artists would have forced him to reveal every trump card, golden cicada shell included, and that held no benefit for the upcoming college entrance exams. The simulated combat assessment concluded, and the scores were finalized. First, Lu Chong, for 1,100 points. Second, Xiang Yueya, 1,850 points. Third, Xue Cheng, 1,638 points. Fourth, Huang Junyan, 1,569 points. Zhao Longfei, eliminated on the second day, finished with a mere 424 points. Lu Chong stood unchallenged at the top, the undisputed citywide champion of the mock exam. The city's education bureau and the schools wasted no time. The day after the mock exams, they staged an awards ceremony and a college entrance pep rally on the sprawling main field of First High School. A huge crimson rostrum had been erected in front of the stands, banners snapped in the wind, and the bleachers were packed with teachers and students, while even the inside lane of the track was shoulder to shoulder with spectators. When Lu Chong, dressed in a crisp school uniform, was led onto the stage, applause rolled through the crowd like Sir First Place in the mock exam. The dark horse among dark horses, and everyone wanted to look at him. After the officials finished their speeches, he addressed the audience as the student representative. Holding the microphone, eyes calm and voice firm, he spoke in short, powerful sentences while a chorus of phone shutters clicked below. Yet beneath the praise and ovations, what truly mattered to him was the voucher from the Education Bureau, 300,000 yuan worth of training supplies he could redeem at will. The amount wasn't cash, but it would let him choose top-grade nutrient packs and medicinal fluids freely. Lu Chong calculated on the spot. With these resources, he could most likely break through to the warrior realm before the college entrance exam, and his golden cicada skin might reach perfection as well. His story was quickly turned into an official model. Look at Lu Chong, teachers told their classes. He jumped from fighter stage 3 to fighter stage 8 in a month, and still took first place in the city. Who says there's no time for a last-minute charge? Learn from Lu Chong, the announcements continued. There are still 2 full months before the exam. Of everything is possible. Across the senior year circles of Guanyin City, Lu Chong became the textbook example of someone else's child. Some students felt a surge of passion and studied like mad, while others complained that he had raised the bar and destroyed their rankings. No amount of chatter could shake Lu Chong's resolve to lock himself at home with a full crate of training supplies. According to schedule, he was allowed 2 days off after the mock exam. Then he and other top students would join a special training camp run by the Education Bureau. Only 2 people from Class 5 had made the cut: Lu Chong and Lu Qingqing, whose strong performance in the mock exam had earned her a spot. Once the front door closed, Lu Chong opened his personal status window. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Fighter Stage 8, 43. Martial skills: 9 Shadow Step Perfect Mastery. Stone Breaking Palm Perfect Mastery. Piercing Cloud Finger Perfect Mastery. Mountain Press Throw Perfect Mastery. Eagle Claw Technique Perfect Mastery. Iron Wire Fist Perfect Mastery. Heart Stab Kick Perfect Mastery. Wind Cleave Leg Perfect Mastery. Golden Cicada Skin Miner Insight 2. Since I hit stage 8, the auto-cultivation rate has slowed to a crawl, he muttered. Golden Cicada Skin is even worse. The last stretch is moving at a snail's pace. If things continued this way, his plug-in advantage would disappear, and higher-grade techniques would stall even more. He had to accelerate, especially the auto-cultivation efficiency. For now, upgrading his nutrition was the only option. The intermediate nutrient bars he redeemed today had already doubled the speed of his Naki technique. As for the medicated baths required by Golden Cicada Skin, he used to soak only once a day. With supplies now abundant, he could indulge as often as he liked. Let's begin. He drew in a lungful of herbal steam, bit off a chunk of an intermediate nutrient bar, and eased himself into the tub of pre-mixed brown liquid. Warm medicine seeped through his skin and surged through his veins, yet all he watched was the tiny percentage on his data panel, crawling upward. For the next 2 days, he intended to stay in that bathtub. By his reckoning, he would burn through 5,000 yuan worth of medicine every hour, more than 200,000 by the time 48 hours were up. Even with all his effort, Lu Chong's golden cicada shedding technique still refused to reach completion. Every time he circulated his inner energy, it was like tossing wads of cash into a bonfire. He grumbled to himself, yet kept withdrawing money from his storage card. At this burn rate, he would be broke again in a matter of days. Still, the torrent of refined jinqi and the feeling of muscle and bone being smelted in flame left him secretly exhilarated. Half a city away, the atmosphere inside the Zhao family's training hall was suffocating. Zhao Longfei knelt on the flagstones, head bowed so low it nearly touched his chest. Looming above him on a meditation cushion sat his father, Zhao Jingqing, livid with rage. Useless brat, do you know how much humiliation you've piled on me? Zhao Jingqing slammed his palm on the armrest, his shout echoing through the narrow chamber. The old headmaster called me in just to mock me face-to-face. I wish I could shove you back into your mother's womb. Only after the mock exam had ended did he watch the surveillance feed and discover his son's heroic antics. Zhao Longfei not only lost the ranking he had in the bag, he also forfeited his spot in the pre-exam training campaign. Worst of all, he managed to offend the venerable headmaster in front of everyone. Summoned to the monitoring room, Zhao Jingcheng had endured a public flaying, surrounded by peers and former colleagues. Given their penchant for gossip, his son's name would be a cautionary tale for years. Dad, I was only following your orders, getting close to and pleasing Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei muttered, wounded pride in his voice. That punk offended her, so I figured I'd teach him a lesson. How could I have known? How could you have known the whole thing would be live-streamed, right? Zhao Jingqing sneered. With a performance like his, did you really think no one in the control room would be watching? Is that what you call seizing an opportunity? Longfei shrank back, but still couldn't swallow his anger. So what now? We can't just let him off the hook, can we? Exactly. A gentleman repays a grudge, Zhao Jingqing said, eyes narrowing to slits. This isn't over. He'll pay before the college entrance exam. Lu Chong had practically become a public symbol of perseverance, so Zhao Jingqing knew he couldn't attack Heaton. He lowered his voice. The Education Bureau's wilderness training is coming up, isn't it? That's the perfect chance to show him what the Zhao family can do. Longfei's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. But I'm barred from that training. How do we get to him? Leave that to me. Zhao Jingqing waved impatiently. Neither of us can appear in person. The headmaster favors him, and the public adores him. If we strike openly, we're finished. But, he paused, a meaningful smile creeping across his face. What is the wilderness? A true beast domain and a bounty hunter's playground. Hiring a few unknown fighters is child's play. Revived, Zhao Longfei bobbed his head eagerly. Right. Once real martial artists step in, that punk is as good as dead. With a cold snort, Zhao Jingqing rose and flicked his sleeve. Stay on your knees. I'll go make the arrangements myself. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, martial trainee. 8th stage 88% complete. Techniques, 9 shadow step, mastered. Wind cleaving kick, mastered. Golden cicada armor, 57% proficiency. April 7th, the sky was clear. Instead of heading to school, Lu Chong went straight to the army outpost beside the suburban hunting grounds. The drill field was vast. Morning light fell on the gunmetal walls, and the air carried a mixed scent of grass and steel. Now only a step away from the 9th stage, Lu Chong felt a twinge of excitement. His golden cicada armor had passed the halfway mark, yet his prize money was running out, so this training camp was perfectly timed. Only 100 seniors had been accepted for this wilderness program. First High alone had secured 30 spots, proof of its deep talent pool. Scanning the crowd, Lu Chong quickly spotted Lu Qingqing and the ever-present Sister Yu in her dark glasses. The other non-Class 5 faces were familiar, but not friends. From Class 1, Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan had brought 4 8th-stage trainees and 11 at the 7th stage, practically the school's entire elite. Thanks to his stellar mock exam scores, Lu Chong drew every eye. The chatter never stopped, but he focused on finding acquaintances. Lu Chong, over here. Lu Qingqing waved, her smile now open and bright after weeks of getting to know him. He walked over and gave Sister Yu a polite nod. Good morning, Sister Yu. Still in her black suit and oversized shades, she answered with a slight dip of the head. Lu Chong didn't mind. He knew her frosty shell hit a warm core, and she had never docked a single coin of his tutoring fee. WHYD, Sister Yu, come along? He asked quietly. Lu Qingqing blushed. She's worried about my safety and wants to follow us into the wild. A glance around showed they weren't the only ones with bodyguards. Behind Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan stood a fighter each. Clearly the camp allowed personal escorts. Anyone with connections wanted an extra layer of security. Lu Chong, right? A low male voice cut in. He turned to find a crew-cut boy in a fitted black Zhongshan suit, features sharp. Lu Chong. Shui Cheng, Class 1, Number 3 high. The teachers praise you highly, but ID like another match. During this camp, let's see who earns more military credits. His tone was calm, yet full of challenge. Lu Chong recalled that the mock exam's 3rd place belonged to Shui Cheng, an ace already at the 9th stage. But rivalry didn't interest him. He cared more about how many resources those credits could buy. Hunting beasts and gathering herbs converted straight into points, a solid way to make money. After all, his mock exam rewards were nearly spent following the past 2 days of training. He still needed to spend roughly 200,000 more credits to perfect the golden cicada skin technique. I'm not interested. Lu Chong rejected him outright. While everyone else was busy showing off, he had to scramble for a living and hunt down cultivation resources. A poor child grows up fast, and no one understood that better than he did. Shui Cheng clearly wasn't ready to quit. As if he had already figured out Lu Chong's finances, he threw out a lure. If you beat me again, all my military merits are yours. The moment money was mentioned, Lu Chong perked up. You should have led with that. I'm wide awake now. Deal. Shui Cheng nodded. And if you lose? Lu Chong had never considered losing, but he stayed humble. What do you want? Simple, Shui Cheng replied without hesitation. If you lose, you'll tutor Xiang Yueya free of charge for a month, 1 hour of sparring every day. Lu Chong paused, glancing instinctively at Xiang Yueya in the distance. The campus belle of number 1 high was capable enough to influence students from other schools. Still, Xuecheng was far more rational than Zhao Longfei. At least he knew what he really needed. No problem, Lu Chong agreed readily, and Xuecheng left satisfied. Lu Chong, if you really lose, does that mean you'll have to be Xiang Yu's personal coach? Lu Qingqing, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, whispered with obvious displeasure. Lu Chong laughed. How could I possibly lose? Relax. With the fee you're paying me, there's no way I'm giving someone else free lessons. Lu Qingqing broke into a smile, though something still felt off in her gut. At 10:30 a.m., the students milled around in small groups, chatting until the special training instructors finally appeared. This time the instructors weren't ordinary high school teachers, but 7 warriors straight from the barracks' upright posture, imposing auras, and the grim edge of veterans who had seen real combat. In addition to the 7 instructors, 2 prominent figures showed up, Senior Colonel Huang and Principal Fang Yuan of number 3 high. As the pair entered the camp, the students fell silent, every eye tracking them. Students, in the teacher leading this special training. You can call me Mr. Fang, or just Old Fang. Good morning, Principal Fang. The students replied in unison. They all recognized the celebrity, second only to Principal Wei. Fang Yuan smiled, raised a hand for quiet, and spoke in a resonant voice. Every year, the students chosen for special training are Guanyun City's top prospects for the college entrance exam. We run this program so you can taste real wilderness combat, the closest thing to the exam itself. These 7 instructors before you have all fought exotic beasts in the army, and each has mastered at least one school technique to perfection. With their guidance, you'll progress faster than ever. As for the precautions you'll need once we hit the wild, Senior Colonel Huang will brief you in detail. The Education Bureau pulled out all the stops for this pre-exam boot camp. This time, Principal Fang Yuan of Guanyun number 3 High School personally led the team. Top fighters handpicked from the garrison at Guanyun Base served as instructors, and fully armed soldiers escorted the students into the wilderness. The lavish lineup fired up all 100 trainees. Most eye-catching were the 7 military instructors, genuine martial artists, each a master of at least one campus style. Kai Bei Palm, 9 Shadow Step, Iron Wire Fist, Piercing Cloud Finger, Heart Stab Kick, Mountain Press Throw, and Eagle Claw Technique. With mentors covering every discipline, the students could choose what best suited them. Colonel Huang offered only a brief safety briefing before turning on his heel and leaving. The wilderness lay close to the base. If real danger arose, soldiers could rush in at once, more than enough to keep these future warriors safe. Move out. At Principal Fang's command, the 100 students filed into the waiting military trucks. The convoy skirted the hunting grounds and finally stopped at a fortress on the city's edge. This bastion, towering stone walls 100 meters high, layered with energy barriers, patrolled day and night by armored troops, formed Guanyun's first line of defense. The boot camp was set up right on top of those walls, inside the barracks. The students would eat, sleep, and train with the garrison, and would join the soldiers on reconnaissance and hunting missions outside the city. Standing beside the trucks, Principal Fang addressed them in a booming voice. Only by fighting in real wilderness can you become warriors who bring honor to the nation. This is the most important course you'll take before university. For now, you're under protection. Focus on gaining experience. The location of the college entrance combat exam changes every year, so seize this chance to encounter as many exotic beasts as possible and sharpen your adaptability. When you're not on a mission, you may train in the fortress or learn techniques from the instructors. After repeating the rules, he officially handed the students over to the 7 coaches. Just before leaving, his voice slipped silently into Lu Chong's mind. Lu Chong, come see me after class tonight. Only a martial master could transmit sound directly like that. Lu Chong had never met the principal before and couldn't help wondering why he had been singled out. The 7 instructors stepped forward in turn and introduced themselves. Cheng Dongya, 7th degree warrior, master of Kai Bei Palm. Lian Yinfeng, 6th degree warrior, master of 9 Shadow Step. Lu Ziqiang, 6th degree warrior, master of Mountain Press Throw. The remaining 4 also stated their ranks and specialties. For a mere Tier 3 base city to field such an impressive roster spoke volumes about its depth of talent. Across Guanyun's 108 high schools, it would be hard to gather 7 teachers, each specializing in one of these foundational arts. Of course, school faculty had their own strengths in theory and breathtaking homeroom teacher Wang Tong, who, though he had not perfected any single technique, had practiced all 7 to an advanced level, his knowledge no less profound. For the next month, one instructor announced, you'll experience real military life. We'll temper your will and let you face exotic beasts up close. Listen up, the make-believe drills from the hunting field are over, and the beasts you'll face here still have all their fangs. On the briefing platform, Cheng Dongya and the other instructors spoke with razor-sharp words that rattled the students to the core. Only after that tongue-lashing were they marched to the temporary camp. Each student received a gray-green military tent, and any personal guards were allowed to pitch theirs on the perimeter, but they had to obey every order from the staff without question. The single day allotted for orientation flew by. Everyone now had a rough grasp of the fortress layout and rules. Supper was steaming canned meat with coarse flatbread. Once they had eaten, most students either returned to their tents to rest or sat cross-legged to cultivate. Night settled in. Campfires crackled, and Lu Chong slipped through the narrow paths between tents toward Principal Fang's quarters. Come in. Before he could knock, a voice sounded from inside. Lu Chong pushed the door open. Principal Fang sat upright in a wooden chair, dressed in a plain robe with the cuffs casually rolled, his expression mild and benevolent. Good evening, Principal Fang, Lu Chong greeted respectfully. No need to stand on ceremony, just call me Teacher Fang, the principal replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. I guess Old Wei didn't mention this. He and I talked it over, and I want to pass on to you my own technique, Tiger Roar. You shown in the hunting field. Besides, number 1 high and number 3 high both belong to Guanyin City. When the national exams come, we'll need to stick together and test our mettle against the bases from elsewhere. The words were kindly phrased and perfectly reasonable, yet Lu Chong didn't buy them entirely. He suspected Principal Wei had fought for this opportunity on his behalf. Still, what he lacked most right now was a powerful art, and Principal Fang's offer was exactly what he needed. Thank you, Teacher Fang. He suppressed his excitement and asked bluntly, what grade is Tiger Roar? Principal Fang cleared his throat, lifting his brows with a touch of pride. Peak human tier. Just a little stronger than old Weiss golden cicada shell. Peak human tier. Lu Chong's heart leapt. It was the highest level one could cultivate before stepping into the ranks of true martial artists, and it had been created by this seemingly genial, slightly sly principal. Fang coughed again and added, but in terms of raw destructive power, Tiger Roar may not surpass the golden cicada shell. Its focus isn't offense, it's tempering the mind. Tempering the mind? Lu Chong echoed, surprised. He had heard of the concept, but never studied it. Don't make it sound too mystical, Fang explained with a wave of his hand. In plain terms, it strengthens willpower and sharpens neural response. He kept his claims modest, knowing Lu Chong would certainly consult Principal Wei later. A half-truth was easier to swallow. Willpower neural response. Lu Chong recalled that his reaction time score in the simulations had been merely average. Now he had a chance to upgrade it systematically, and joy bubbled up inside him. Deep down, Lu Chong thought with gratitude, Principal Wei really does understand me. The golden cicada vest does improve Lu Chong's overall capabilities. Besides its physical protection, it offers a substantial boost to raw strength and speed. Sadly, it leaves the brain's most mysterious nerves untouched. Principal Fang, however, had actually devised a martial art that strikes directly at one's divine sense, and that alone astonished Lu Chong. The principal didn't elaborate. Instead, he lifted a smooth jade slip and signaled Lu Chong to take it. You'll understand its effects once you practice it yourself. Lu Chong accepted without hesitation. A supreme art like the Tiger Roar technique was priceless in the outside world and rarely appeared even at high-end auctions. Its worth easily rivaled the golden cicada vest. As soon as the jade slip touched his forehead, a torrent of detailed instructions surged into his mind, the breathing patterns, every meridian route, and each phase of the Tiger Roar technique engraved themselves firmly in his memory. When the glow faded, Principal Fang outlined the key points. The Tiger Roar technique has matching moves, but its core is the roar. If you take it far enough, you can condense sound waves that strike directly at an opponent's spirit. It's extremely difficult, and no potion can help. After class each day, come to me for guidance. With your talent, you should reach minor mastery before the college entrance exam. The Tiger Roar technique draws on Eagle Claw technique, 9 shadow steps, and mountain press. It automatically reaches minor mastery, doubling cultivation speed. With expert guidance, cultivation speed doubles again. Lu Chong was overjoyed. A top-tier skill at instant minor mastery, and twice doubled progress. This reward was absurdly generous. Once he calmed down, it all made sense. The school's 7 basic techniques formed the perfect foundation. Tiger claws, pounces, and tail whips overlapped with moves from Eagle Claw and the others. While most people needed time to convert what they had learned, he could graft it straight in, so his speed soared. It reminded him how crucial the basics were, like compulsory education in his previous life. Without it, you couldn't follow college lectures, let alone handle real-world tasks. Fortunately, he had already perfected all 7 school techniques and saved himself a mountain of remedial work. Lu Chong, are you listening? Principal Fang's half-amused, half-exasperated voice jolted him from his thoughts. Daydreaming at such a key momento, you find the Tiger Roar technique that unimpressive? I'm listening, really. Please continue, Teacher Fang. Lu Chong gathered himself at once. Good. Principal Fang stood, his steps steady and his tone ringing. Now we'll demonstrate the tiger stance. Once your posture truly resembles a tiger, you'll have entered the gate. With that, the principal, who had seemed slightly frail a moment ago, straightened his back, his presence swelling until he seemed to grow several inches taller. Headmaster Fang bent his knees, leaned forward, lifted both arms shoulder high, and curled his index fingers like tiger claws. He broke into a run, his footsteps drumming through the cramped stone chamber of barely 30 square meters. each lap faster than the last, wind howling in his wake. Lu Chong watched, holding his breath. It felt as if a real tiger were skimming across the floor, its killing intent rushing straight at him. Your turn, follow me, Headmaster Fong said after 3 laps, slowing as he swept past Lu Chong and beckoning with a raised hand. Itching to try, Lu Chong instantly copied the tiger's stance and ran alongside the headmaster, his strides heavy and sure, breath and force working together in perfect harmony. Not bad, smooth enough. I've more or less grasped it already, he thought smugly, though it felt only natural to him. After 1 lap, Fong suddenly stopped, blocking his path, eyes wide. Boy, have you practiced tiger roar technique before? Lu Chong had expected the question. He shook his head honestly. No, headmaster. You just taught it to me, didn't you? Yes, I did, Fong muttered, scratching his beard, though his gaze grew even stranger. But you're past the entry stage of reached minor mastery. The form is complete. You can even start imitating the tiger's spirit. He had heard of prodigies, but this youth seemed downright hacked. Fong sighed inwardly, yet kept his dignity, cleared his throat, and said, don't get cocky. Your talent is remarkable, but you haven't touched the essence yet. Stay close to me from now on. Understood, headmaster, Lu Chong replied with a humble nod. No need for titles, just call me teacher. Yes, teacher. Headmaster Fong glanced around the cramped chamber and decided on the spot. This place isn't suited for training the tiger roar's spirit. Come outside. Lu Chong followed respectfully. They climbed to the top of the fortress wall, 100 meters high, and before he could react, the old headmaster grabbed his collar and leapt off, dragging him into the air. They plunged toward the dark wilderness. Midair, gray-white currents surged beneath Fong's feet, as though he were stepping on an invisible stairway. He glided for several hundred meters before landing lightly. Lu Chong clicked his tongue in amazement, but Fong waved it off. Just a minor airwalking trick of a martial master. Once you reach this realm, you'll manage it too. Lu Chong nodded, though his attention was captured by the true wilderness around them. No walls, no guards, a domain belonging solely to exotic beasts. A low howl rolled in from every direction, and 1 pair of crimson eyes after another lit up in the dark. This was nothing like the controlled safety of the hunting grounds. Real danger swept toward them, and Lu Chong felt the hair on his arms stand on end. When the owners of those scarlet eyes finally stepped into the light, Lu Chong recognized them at once. Twin-headed mutant hounds he had only seen in textbooks and videos. 6 of the beasts stood shoulder to shoulder, powerful limbs crouched low, muscles bulging, their black fur glinting coldly under the moon. From their size, the length of their fangs, and the height of their shoulders, Lu Chong instantly judged them to be first-tier, 8th-grade creatures. He had to admit that an 8th-grade twin-headed hound in the wild felt far more threatening than the same-rank shadow cats he had faced in the training grounds. The difference lay not in raw strength, but in the ferocity that seemed ready to explode any second, as if they might lunge forward and tear everything apart. The oppressive aura they gave off was nothing like the muted menace of captive beasts. At that moment, Lu Chong finally understood the purpose of this field exercise. Principal Fong seemed to confirm his thoughts, giving the restless hounds a tranquil glance. See them? These monsters were once ordinary house dogs that mutated. That's why private pet ownership has long been banned inside human settlements. His tone was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. You've never encountered creatures that mutated from true predators. That's where the real savagery lies. Sensing the tension in Lu Chong's shoulders, he added more gently, but don't put them on a pedestal. If you're strong enough, mean enough, you'll lower their heads. Then he showed what he meant. Planting his foot, he sank into a tiger's stance. The 80-year-old's spine straightened, his chest and abdomen heaving like a tide as unseen energy surged along his backbone and gathered at his throat. In the next instant, Principal Fong opened his mouth and released a tiger's roar that shook the forest. The sound felt almost solid, brimming with a king's dominance and contempt. Lu Chong clamped his hands over his ears, yet his eardrums still hummed, and the blood in his limbs seemed to stall. Instinctively, he looked around. Moments earlier, the 6 twin-headed hounds had been baring their fangs. Now their tails drooped, bodies flattened, whimpering softly before they bolted into the darkness and vanished. So that's the true power of tiger roar. Lu Chong was stunned. Principal Fong withdrew his energy and clasped his hands behind his back. His voice was casual. That was only 10% of tiger roar's strength. If I went all out, those mutts wouldn't have run, they'd have died on the spot. One short sentence made Lu Chong feel again the terrifying might of this supreme martial art. Silence returned. Principal Fong nodded. Good. It'll stay quiet for a while. No other beasts will dare come tonight. We'll train here. With that, he began teaching Lu Chong the spirit-refining method of tiger roar. As he explained, the essence of tiger roar lies not in offense, nor even in the sound itself, but in tempering the will. The roar that seems to stun an enemy first reverberates through the practitioner's own sea of consciousness, forging the soul. Persist, and your mind becomes ever more concentrated and formidable. With guidance from a master at the perfection realm, Lu Chong quickly found his rhythm. He felt his dantian quiver, true qi and breath surging back and forth, an echoing roar rumbling in his chest. His progress outpaced even what he had achieved with golden cicada shedding. Under expert instruction, his advancement with tiger roar doubled. Sensing its host's diligence, the art surged ahead and stepped into the mastery stage. By 11 that night, Chong had astonishingly advanced the tiger roar technique to full mastery. Enough for tonight. I'm too old to stay up any longer, Principal Fong declared, clutching his chest as if struck by lightning. He grabbed Chong's arm and practically dragged him back toward the fortress. The night wind howled, and the floodlights cast long shadows behind them. Principal Fang's heart pounded. To leap from initial insight to minor achievement, and then straight to great achievement in a single evening, was this boy even human? Only now did he understand why Old Wei valued Chong so highly, and how the young man had perfected so many combat arts. Chong was just as stunned. He had expected the tiger roar technique to stall for days, yet it had advanced smoothly. Even more incredible, the moment it reached mastery, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The Qi Absorption art senses your invigorated spirit. Training speed doubled. The golden cicada sheath senses your invigorated spirit. Training speed doubled. The surprise left him lightheaded. He followed Principal Fong back to the fortress in a daze and still hadn't figured it out after crawling into his tent. Why had the training speed of both techniques suddenly skyrocketed? After a moment of quiet reflection, the answer flashed across his mind: the only variable was the tiger roar technique. More precisely, its mind-strengthening effect had boosted his willpower, which in turn upgraded the efficiency of his entire plugin. It's like updating the core program, doubling the auto-training speed of every skill, Chong concluded, eyes shining. In other words, if he could replicate this effect, he could repeatedly upgrade the plugin. Even when he began studying deeper, harder techniques, he wouldn't have to worry about the plugin becoming obsolete. Realizing this, he felt a surge of joy. The tiger roar technique meant far more than he had ever imagined. Just then, a warm current flooded his limbs, followed by a famished pang he hadn't felt in ages. Instinctively, he pulled up his personal status panel. Name: Chong. Rank: Warrior Trainee, 9th Stage 1. Techniques: 9 Shadow Step perfected. Wind Cleaving Kick perfected. Golden Cicada Sheath Subtle, 58. Tiger Roar Technique Mastery 1. A double blessing. I've finally broken through the 9th stage, he whispered, clenching his fists in excitement. The plugin upgrade problem was solved as well. The higher his cultivation, the more he had feared the auto-training would slow down. Yet as the tiger roar technique advanced, his spirit would keep strengthening, and the efficiency of every other art would rise in tandem, forming a virtuous cycle. What a payoff! This alone made the entire trip worthwhile. At dawn on April 8th, a sharp, urgent whistle jolted the cadets awake for their fortress training program. Chong sprang out of bed after barely 3 hours of sleep, dressed without hesitation, washed up, checked his full combat kit, and jogged to the assembly point. A chilly morning breeze swept across the camp. The floodlights were still dim, and the blend of footsteps and whistles on the empty drill field set a tense, accelerating rhythm. After last night's breakthrough, Chong had spent hours in his dormitory examining the changes inside his body, worried that leaping several tiers in such a short time might cause a setback. Fortunately, his automatic cultivation system not only avoided stagnation but even showed clear growth. After reaching the 9th tier of Martial Apprentice, his cultivation speed had actually increased. With the military's mid-grade nutrient bars, his daily progress hovered around 10%. At that pace, he could break through the final barrier and enter the rank of warrior in less than 10 days. An 18-year-old warrior is rare, though not unheard of. The national college exams occasionally produce prodigies. What made Chong exceptional was that he had climbed from the 3rd tier to his current level in little more than a month. Unprecedented might be an exaggeration, but rare was certainly accurate. More important, success hadn't swelled his ego. Whether talent or a lucky cheat, those were only starting advantages. If he stopped moving forward, others would soon pass him. Wild beasts and human enemies in the wilderness show no mercy. A genius who hasn't fully grown is merely a promising stock, not a true powerhouse. In the center of the drill field, Chief Instructor Chong, clad in an iron-gray uniform, barked in a voice that hit like a steel hook. Today you'll accompany our soldiers into the wild on a reconnaissance and purge mission. Remember, this time you're the main force, not them. The soldiers will provide cover, log merit points, and collect the spoils. We move out at 0800 and return at 1400 sharp. Your merit points will be tallied daily. You may spend them on cash, supplies, or even army-grade martial techniques. He paused, then added, Colonel Huang has personally ordered that when the program ends, the top scorer in merit may be awarded an honorary military rank. I trust you know what that means. 100 students erupted instantly. While the others buzzed about the honorary rank, Chong was already weighing which resources his points should buy. Everyone understood the rank wasn't an empty title. It was a solid shield, national benefits, public respect, and an identity card that could save a life at a critical moment. Its holder drew a steady salary, enjoyed priority access to military resources, and could study high-level techniques normally kept under lock and key. Lu Chong's eyes gleamed. Salary, benefits, and direct access to army resources were exactly what he needed. Campus and market-grade techniques couldn't compare with the military's offerings. Even better, the honorary rank wouldn't force him into active service. He could still attend university and follow his own training plan. Opportunities like this were too good to pass up. I've already booked first place in this round of training. Lu Chong clenched his fist, blood pounding in his veins, as if those gleaming rank insignia were waving to him from afar. All around him, more than 100 cadets bounced on their toes, itching to vault over the fortress walls and clash with the beasts that roamed the wilderness. Once Instructor-in-Chief Chong Dongye judged the mood ripe, he skipped the pep talk and barked, "Form up." 7 instructors strode forward and began calling names. Each squad held 14 or 15 students, backed by a full combat team. Lu Chong was assigned to 4th Squad with Lu Qingqing. The rest of the faces were unfamiliar. Their squad leader was Lu Ziqiang, a 6th-tier fighter and 2nd lieutenant, the morning sun flashing off his cold silver bars. The camp's hierarchy was clear-cut. Platoon leaders were usually mid to high-tier martial artists, squad leaders low-tier, and regular soldiers were mostly still at the trainee level. All 7 instructors carried 2nd lieutenant bars, while the escorts were elite trainees, tasked with keeping the students safe throughout the exercise. At exactly 0800 hours, Chong Dongye snapped, "Move out." The massive energy wall split open. The steel deck underfoot gave way to damp earth, and the smell of grass and rotting leaves rushed in. Unlike the ruined town in the base's hunting range, this was genuine wilderness. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, vines crisscrossed in dense webs, and distant roars of unknown beasts rumbled through the forest. The 7 student squads fanned out, each probing a different sector. Their objectives were simple. 1. Reconnoiter for threats within a 50-li radius. 2. Gather rare medicinal plants. 3. Engage any beasts they could handle, otherwise mark and report them. The students advanced in front while instructors and soldiers covered the rear, ready to unleash supporting fire at a moment's notice. Personal bodyguards like the one Lu Qingqing had brought, Aunt Yu trailed at the very back, forbidden to intervene unless the situation spiraled out of control, otherwise the cadets' merit scores would be compromised. "If things get dangerous, yell for me, and I'll have Aunt Yu step in," Lu Qingqing whispered. Lu Chong flashed a relaxed grin. "Don't worry. Unless it's life or death, I won't ask for help. Military merit doesn't fall from the sky." Near the tail of the column, the squad sergeant sidled up to Lu Ziqiang and muttered, "Sir, that's the guy who topped the mock exam the other day?" Lu Ziqiang nodded, voice low but sharp. "Lu Chong. Perfect scores in stone-splitting palm, 9 shadow step, eagle claw, and heart-piercing kick. Old Chong wants me to teach him mountain-crushing slam. Favoritism much? Whose connection is he to get special treatment?" The sergeant pressed. Lu Ziqiang answered with a swift kick that sent the sergeant flying 3 meters. "Shut it. Ever heard of nurturing the nation's future? He's a prodigy. Tell the whole squad to be ready for full fire support at any time. These kids are only here to gain experience. Not one of them is allowed to die on our watch." Rubbing his backside, the sergeant hurried off to relay the order. Lu Ziqiang turned his gaze back to the point man, Lu Chong, recalling Chong Dongye's repeated warnings. This cadet had Colonel Huang's personal attention, and nothing must happen to him. Let's see how he holds up. Hope the kid doesn't soil himself the first time he sees real blood. The wilderness brims with peril, yet opportunities are everywhere. Moist heat seeps from the undergrowth, tinged with the smell of blood and medicine. This land, overrun by roaming beasts, also nurtures countless rare herbs. Phoenixtail grass, essential for Lu Chong's golden cicada sheath technique, can be gathered almost exclusively here. Attempts at cultivation rarely succeed. Bounty hunters, martial artists, and military scouts swarm into the wilds, hunting creatures while pocketing herbs. To humanity, both beasts and botanicals are scarce resources finders keepers. Look, a first-class herb-blazing sunflower. While on the move, a student's eyes lit up at a threepetaled crimson bloom ahead. As he shouted and bent down, he calculated that the entry-level herb could sell for several hundred credits, and collecting it would also earn military merit. The instant his fingertips brushed the petals, a finger-thick shadow burst from the flower's center with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for his carotid artery. "Watch out!" a teammate yelled, but the shadow moved too fast for the crouching student to react. Whoosh! From more than 10 meters away, a dart of black light split the air. A pebble struck the shadow squarely, knocking it aside. The throw came from Lu Chong, who had been toying with 2 stones in his hand. They finally proved useful. The students let out a collective breath and looked over. The fallen shadow was a black mosquito the size of an adult's palm, its proboscis as long and sharp as a little finger. "That's a tier 3 black mosquito. One bite can drain half your life." "That was close," someone murmured. "Thanks, Lu Chong," the nearly stricken student said, face pale. Without Lu Chong he would already need emergency evacuation. "No problem." Lu Chong smiled. plucked the blazing sunflower, and handed it to the accompanying soldier. Both the herb and the mosquito counted toward merit, and he saw no reason to argue. The grateful student kept thanking him. The team moved on, their steps lighter than before. They now understood in their bones. The wilderness offers no rehearsal. Death can crawl out of any blade of grass. At the rear, instructor Lu Ziqiang quietly holstered his sidearm. Had Lu Chong missed, he would have shot the mosquito the next instant. Battle-hardened soldiers know that anything out here can kill you. Even a low-rank, Tier 3 black mosquito can ambush a high-stage martial trainee. This is no drill but a live battlefield, and nothing announces its arrival. As the sweep pushed deeper into thickets and broken rocks, herbs appeared in abundance, and the Tier 1 insects hiding among the branches grew craftier. Textbook illustrations had become venomous reality, striking from the least expected angles. Fortunately, the young trainees learned quickly. Within minutes they grasped the patterns, and no serious mishaps occurred. Still, it rankled that more than half the insects and beasts they encountered were taken down by Lu Chong before anyone else could react. Lu Chong didn't fight over the few herbs other students had found first. All that matters here is battlefield credit, and I'm an expert at poaching kills, he scoffed to himself, entirely unashamed. The instructors weren't stopping him, which meant silent consent, and those pampered classmates could afford the loss. They just couldn't stomach the blood, and were happy to let him take the loot. Kids really not afraid of blood, huh? At the rear of the column, the squad leader leaned toward Lu Ziqiang and whispered. Lu Ziqiang shrugged. We're only swatting a few low-tier bugs, like killing mosquitoes. Nothing scary about that. He paused, dropped his voice even lower, and added, when he can watch his own side bleed without flinching, then he'll call him brave. The squad leader recalled his first firefight, the sight of comrades losing arms or chunks of flesh to beasts, and nodded in grim agreement. By noon they had pushed 40 li beyond the fortress, with only 10 more before turning back. The patrol had been incident-free, but the students were spent. Every step in this wasteland demanded taut nerves, and the mental strain was brutal. Knowing they would soon head home, let them breathe a little easier. This was no place for humans. Just as the order to return was about to be given, Lu Chong's nostrils twitched. He whipped his head toward a towering tree a dozen meters away. A massive snake, its scales the color of bark, lay coiled around the trunk. Its flat head, hidden among drooping leaves, hovered less than 2 meters above a passing student. Hist! The seemingly dead branch snapped forward like a spring. Damn! Lu Chong and an instructor moved at once. The former flicked a stone, the latter drew a pistol and fired. Bang! The pebble smashed into the serpent's head and the bullet struck its neck, but this was no weak pest. It was an 8th-tier deadwood serpent, famed for its resilience. It merely jerked, then dove faster, jaws locking onto the student's forearm. Paralyzed by terror, the student raised his arm on instinct, every trained move forgotten. Agonizing pain ripped through him, and he shrieked, thrashing to shake the snake loose. Lu Chong reached him first. Using eagle claw, 5 fingers like iron talons punched into the serpent's vital point, blood spraying. He yanked upward, ripping the snake free and with it a chunk of the student's flesh. The 2-meter body lashed like a whip, trying to coil around Lu Chong. Not happening. He snarled, grabbed the flailing tail with his other hand, and twisted crack. The deadwood serpent tore in two, a cloud of blood misting the air and flooding the area with a metallic stench. The grisly sight sent nearby students fleeing in panic. Good grief, that kid's fiercer than the beasts, the squad leader muttered, shell-shocked. What are you staring at? Help the wounded. Lu Ziqiang barked after one glance at the blood-soaked Lu Chong. A student from another school had a chunk of flesh torn from his forearm, severing an artery, and blood was still pouring out. Fortunately, in an era when even lost limbs can quickly regenerate, a wound like this was nowhere near fatal. The onlooking students turned as pale as paper and didn't dare step forward, while the class monitor and 2 soldiers bandaged and stemmed the bleeding with practiced efficiency. Lu Chong took the handkerchief Lu Qingqing handed him and casually wiped the serpent's blood from his face. Before entering the wilderness, he had binge-watched countless gore videos to toughen himself up, so the real sight of blood only hit him with a momentary heaviness. Compared with the captive beasts in the school hunting ground, the creatures in the true wild were clearly fiercer and more savagey, had never doubted that. Even the shadow cat from the mock exam, though untamed, still lacked the explosive aura that emanated from these wilderness beasts. You all right, kid? Instructor Lu Ziqiang walked over, his tone concerned. While the other soldiers packed up his trophies, Lu Chong's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Instructor, how many merit points have I earned? Lu Ziqiang blinked. The kid wasn't asking about his teammate's condition, nor was he shaken. His first thought was merit points. Was he cold-blooded, or simply unfazed? Shaking his head with a rueful smile, he gave the figure. 352. You're in the lead for now. 352. Lu Chong calculated instantly. Each point was worth at least 100 yuan, meaning he had already pocketed more than 30,000 today. And merit points could buy resources money couldn't touch, making them far more valuable than cash. Much easier than personal training gigs, he thought smugly. If only the military would toss him a few combat techniques the way his teachers did. But he knew the army dealt strictly in merit and wasn't known for charity. Private instruction was another story. With that in mind, Lu Chong looked thoughtfully at Lu Ziqiang. What are you staring at? Lu Ziqiang felt uneasy under the boy's gaze. Sir, I'd like your guidance on my martial skills, Lu Chong said earnestly. Lu Ziqiang finally relaxed. We'll talk when we get back. The afternoon session is devoted to technique training. After the scouting mission ended, the squad hustled back to the fortress. At 2 o'clock sharp, all the students assembled on the training ground. Some were wrapped in thick bandages and looked drained. Others were buzzing with excitement. The shock of their first day in the wilderness was written on every face. The electronic board lit up, scrolling through the merit rankings. Sure enough, Lu Chong topped the list with 352 points. Close behind was Xue Cheng from third high with 297. Third and fourth place went to Xiang Yuya and Huang Junyan, both having broken the 200 mark. From a distance, Xue Cheng shot Lu Chong a look brimming with undiminished fighting spirit. Lu Chong answered with a smile, running the numbers in his head. 352 plus 297, that's 614 merit points already. In the middle of the drill ground, Chief Instructor Cheng Dongya cracked his voice like a whip over the cadets' ears. You know exactly how you performed out in the wilderness. He'll admit you're the worst class I've ever had. If you don't shape up fast, pack your bags and go back to playing soldier at school. The words hit like a hammer. More than half the students lowered their heads in shame, terrified of being called out. Rest for 30 minutes. After that, combat training begins. Pair off with an instructor who matches your level. When Cheng Dongya finished, a cruel smile tugged at his lips colder than the night wind on the plains. The students shivered in unison. Veteran trainees had long spread the rumor. Even beasts of the same rank aren't as scary as an instructor. The camp's motto was survive by facing death, and sparring here meant fight until you drop. Lu Chong, however, looked untroubled, already plotting how to milk the instructors. During the break, he opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Martial Acolyte, 9th Stage 4. Techniques. 1. 9 Shadow Step Perfect. 2. Wind Cleaving Kick Perfect. 3. Golden Cicada Shell Fine, 59. 4. Tiger Roar Force Mastery 2. Golden Cicada Shell crawls forward without potion help. He mused. Tonight I'll spend merit points on potion and soak in it while I sleep. Tiger Roar Force is top tier, so slow progress is normal. Principal Fong is giving me extra coaching. I can hit fine or even perfect within a month. Since that's covered, I'd better pick up a few more basic skills. A solid foundation will save tons of time later. The half hour vanished in a flash. When the bell rang, he headed straight for instructor Lu Ziqiang. The 7 school techniques were already perfect. To break through, he needed someone who could teach new moves. Lu Qingqing followed after sparring with Lu Chong. Her stone-splitting palm and 9 shadow step were now fine, and she wanted to push farther. To Lu Chong's surprise, Xiang Yuya, Huang Junyan, and Xue Cheng also chose Lu Ziqiang, all clearly eyeing the rumored Iron Mountain charge. At the edge of the training ground, Lu Ziqiang stood as straight as a spear, sweeping his tiger-sharp gaze over 15 students. I don't do classroom lectures, he rumbled. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours and give you the most realistic Iron Mountain charge spar. I'll demonstrate once how to use its mechanics to overwhelm an opponent. How much you grasp is up to you. Who's first? Silence. Students stared at their boots, scraping the dirt, none daring to step forward. Very well, I'll choose. Lu Ziqiang's eyes nailed the crowd. Lu Chong, front and center. Lu Chong stepped up and saluted. Instructor, please guide me. Good. Lu Ziqiang strode onto the field. I'll hold myself to Martial Acolyte, 9th stage. Let's test Iron Mountain charge. A chorus of sharp inhales rose from the spectators. The 9th stage. A wave of commotion rippled through the students. When did that happen? Wasn't Lu Chong only at fighter level 8? The forum rumor had barely cooled. Everyone knew had reached the 8th level just days ago, and now he was already at 9. Who levels up like they're having breakfast? Lu Ziqiang hadn't known about Lu Chong's progress. Only during a wilderness drill did he realize the kid had already hit level 9. Quiet. Lu Ziqiang roared, silencing the crowd. Keep your eyes open. You might actually learn something. When the noise died down, he turned to Lu Chong and barked. Kid, watch closely. This is what a perfected mountain press looks like. Before the words were cold, he charged. Every step made the ground hum like a hammer on a drum. The moment he closed in, he tucked an elbow, twisted his torso, and thrust forward, slamming toward Lu Chong's chest like an iron mountain. Lu Chong advanced instead of retreating, answering with a mountain press of his own. He inhaled sharply, chest seeming to cave as he bled off half the force, then drove his right knee upward like a spear tip toward Lu Ziqiang's leaning midsection. Bang! The impact sent Lu Chong skidding back several steps, while the unstoppable Lu Ziqiang was jolted 2 steps before he steadied himself. Veterans can size each other up in a single exchange. From the boys' redirection and counterstrike, Lu Ziqiang knew Lu Chong's mountain press was perfected as well. What kind of screening was that? A kid at perfection still needs my coaching? He almost swore aloud. Worse, Lu Chong had clearly been hiding his strength, making the instructor look foolish. You've already mastered it, what do you want from me? Remembering the boast had just made, Lu Ziqiang felt a dull ache in his temples. If he couldn't coach the first student, how could he handle the rest? Lu Chong stepped in again, momentum undiminished. Bang! Their bodies crashed once more, the mountain press locking them in a clinch with no clear winner. Lu Ziqiang lowered his voice in frustration. What are you playing at? You're already perfected and still toying with me? Lu Chong hid a grin, kept a straight face, and whispered back, Instructor, I only wanted some pointers. Pointers, my ass. Other than the mountain press, I'm not that good with the campus techniques, Lu Ziqiang shot back. That's fine, Lu Chong said earnestly. I'm not interested in the standard sets anyway. I was hoping you could teach me a few new ones, lower tier, mid-tier, whatever. I'm not picky. Lu Ziqiang froze, instantly seeing what the kid was after, and barely stopped himself from cursing out loud. Trying to get something for nothing? Dream on, kid. Lu Ziqiang never expected that his attempt to deflate Lu Chong's swagger would backfire so spectacularly. With every student watching intently, failing to subdue the boy would shatter the instructor's authority in an instant. Yet swallowing his pride would be even worse, stripping him of any deterrent power. While he was caught in this dilemma, Lu Chong suddenly closed in for a body lock throw. Lu Ziqiang twisted away at the last second, barely evading the takedown. Come on, instructor. I'm only helping to make you famous, Lu Chong said with a disarming grin after his attack failed. Every time I use the techniques you teach me, it's your reputation that shines, right? Lu Ziqiang heard the flattery and, after a few deep breaths, grudgingly relented. Fine, you little devil. I'll exchange a military technique for you 7-step killing fist. It's a mid-level art. Thank you, instructor. A brief flash of triumph crossed Lu Chong's eyes. Before Lu Chong could finish bowing, he deliberately left an opening. Lu Ziqiang seized the chance and drove an elbow into the boy's chest, sending him crashing into the crowd. Lu Chong staggered but regained his footing, cupping his fists and calling out, Many thanks for the lesson, instructor. I've gained a whole new understanding of the mountain press counter. Hands clasped behind his back, Lu Ziqiang managed a calm facade. Though his heart bled, granting a mid-level technique cost nearly 1,000 merit points and required his personal guarantee. Still, he comforted himself with the thought that Lu Chong's extraordinary potential might one day make the favor famous. When the students heard Lu Ziqiang say that Lu Chong's mountain press counter had reached this subtle level, they gasped. Everyone already knew his stone-shattering palm, 9-shadow step, eagle claw, and heart-piercing kick were perfected, and now this move had advanced as well. Since the instructor hadn't gone full force on Lu Chong, the others relaxed a little and stepped forward for guidance. Smoldering with frustration, Lu Ziqiang proceeded to instruct every student in turn. Regardless of gender, most ended up in the infirmary. Only Xiang Yueya and Lu Qingqing could still walk in under their own power. As Huang Junyan and Xue Qinglin were carried off, they cast resentful looks at the unscathed Lu Chong, baffled by the unequal treatment. By a little after 4, Lu Chong was the only one left on the training ground. The same scene played out in the other squads as well. Telling Lu Chong to wait, Lu Ziqiang strode off to logistics and quickly processed the paperwork for the 7-step killing fist. Moments later, he shoved the thin stack of manuals into Lu Chong's hands and muttered, Keep quiet about this for now. Understood, Lu Chong replied solemnly. And one more thing, Lu Ziqiang added with a meaningful smile. If you've got any more tricks up your sleeve, go try them on the other instructors tomorrow. No reason I should be the only one paying the price. With that, he walked away, wearing a wicked grin. Lu Chong's eyes lit up. Ride still hadn't revealed Iron Thread Fist or Piercing Cloud Finger, which meant 2 more chances to profit. Thank you for the guidance, instructor. He gave Lu Ziqiang a deep, sincere bow. It was only his first day in camp, yet he was already reaping rewards. As he dropped his consciousness into a sea of awareness, a crisp notification rang out. 7-step killing fist has absorbed experience from Iron Thread Fist and 9-shadow step, advancing to minor mastery. Guided by an expert, cultivation speed has quadrupled. Lu Chong clenched his fist in secret. As expected, 7-step killing fist was compatible with Iron Thread Fist and 9-shadow step, allowing direct conversion of experience. His heightened morale already doubled his speed, and the instructor's advice doubled it again, giving him 4 times the normal pace. At this rate, 7-step killing fist was advancing by 16% every hour. A quick glance at his status panel showed that in just 2 hours minor mastery would be 32% complete. Not wanting to startle this lovable instructor, he kept his excitement in check and refrained from demonstrating, choosing instead to observe quietly. Lu Ziqiang assumed Lu Chong was still digesting the lesson, so he ended the session. Remember, 7-step killing fist relies on compounding killing intent. Each step is deadlier than the last. You must never break the chain. Lu Chong nodded. With minor mastery under his belt, he could already feel this core principle. I chose you for this technique because I've reached major mastery myself and can coach you, Lu Ziqiang added. From now on, They'll supervise your practice for an hour every afternoon. You're dismissed for now. His tone was flawless, but inside he muttered, think you can fool me? Starting tomorrow, I'll show you the real 7-step kill. If mountain pressing break couldn't put you in the infirmary, this will. Lu Chong, however, was thinking something else entirely. No wonder this mid-tier technique felt slower to train than whirlwind kickback at school. Turns out the instructor himself had only reached major mastery. At my current pace, he'll probably hit major mastery when he does. We'll see who's teaching whom. With that thought, he offered a sincere thanks, then returned to the barracks. The day's drills were over, but his night was just as packed. 1. Practice tiger roar technique with Principal Fong. 2. Soak in a medicated bath to cultivate golden cicada skin. Busy, yet fulfilling. That night, Lu Chong's cultivations surged again, even startling Principal Fong with the speed of his tiger roar technique. The principal could feel the skill climbing every moment and guessed Lu Chong would reach subtle mastery in less than a month. After another night in the medicinal bath, he opened his eyes at dawn and checked his panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Trainee, 9th rank 15. Martial Arts. 9 Shadow Step, Perfect Mastery. Whirlwind Kick, Perfect Mastery. Golden Cicada Skin, Subtle Mastery, 65. Tiger Roar Technique, Major Mastery, 22. 7-Step Killing Fist, Minor Mastery, 80. Not bad. At this rate, a month from now I'll be on a whole new level, he said with satisfaction. Last night's medicinal tub had nearly drained yesterday's military merits, but the rapid progress of Golden Cicada Skin made it worthwhile. Besides, Chong was still earning merits for him, so there was no need to worry. Time to rack up more merits today. Which instructor should I visit this afternoon for a new technique? That day, the students pushed another 20 li deeper into the wilderness. Beasts blanketed the mountains like runaway weeds. Each time they were cut down, more sprang up. Luckily, almost no Tier 2 creatures roamed within 100 li of the fortress, so the area had been set aside for the trainees' fieldwork. Injuries still happened, but most of the students were now comfortable locking blades with Tier 1 beasts and no longer froze at first sight of them. Lu Chong kept up his killsteal tactic. In half a day, he racked up more than 300 merit points. He had to. Tonight's medicated bath depended on the haul. Back in camp, he glanced at Shui Cheng's total. Just over 300, only a few dozen behind his own. The gap was small, exactly what he wanted. If it grew too wide, Lu Chong was afraid Shui Cheng would slack off and he'd lose his best farming partner. When the afternoon martial arts session began, Lu Chong bypassed Lu Ziqiang and picked another instructor, Zhang, who specialized in iron wire fist. After a few rounds of sparring, he used the same old trick, coaxing a mid-grade movement art gale step out of Zhang. This footwork focused on explosive sprints, completely different from 9 Shadow Steps tight evasions. Manual in hand, he sprinted back to Lu Ziqiang and, grinning from ear to ear, announced the loot. Haha, good. Old Zhang finally got burned too, Lu Ziqiang crowed, slapping his thigh before his eyes narrowed. You've had a full day with 7-step killing fist. Spar with me now. Please instruct me. Sir, Lu Chong replied with a clasped fist. He knew Lu Ziqiang was itching to rough him up, but he had already mastered the fist style the night before. A quarter hour later, Lu Ziqiang had to call a halt, gasping for breath. You're not human, this can't be real. He asked again and again, and each time Lu Chong swore had never touched the style before yesterday. Luckily, Lu had sent the other students to the infirmary first, otherwise they'd have fallen for Lu Chong's trap as well. Fine, I can't teach you anything. Go find someone better, Lu muttered, all but escorting Lu Chong out like an honored ancestor while clawing at his hair. How can two people be so different? On the third day, Lu Ziqiang finally made peace with it because right under his nose instructor Zhang took the same beating, undone by Lu Chong's gale step. Seeing it himself turned Liu's frustration into camaraderie. That afternoon, Lu Chong revealed his last hidden card, the piercing cloud fingerspard with instructor Chong, and traded it for a mid-grade art, 3-inch palm. This palm strike unleashed explosive force within 3 inches, a brutal close-quarters kill move. Lu Chong accepted it without hesitation. On the fourth day, with Lu Ziqiang and Zhang watching, Chong was driven back by Lu Chong's 3-inch palm and had to concede with a wry smile. The 3 instructors exchanged looks. The same thought flashed through all their minds. This kid is a freak. By the 5th afternoon, the atmosphere on the drill field had turned strange. All 7 instructors kept their distance, leaving Lu Chong in a corner by himself. Clearly, word of his exploits had spread, and they preferred to stay far, far away. After class that day, the 7 instructors hunted down Principal Fong to complain. This kid is unteachable. He's bleeding us dry, they groaned. Principal Fong froze for a second, then threw his head back in hearty laughter. He, too, had been tormented by Lu Chong all week. The Supreme Hu Shao Gong, the Tiger Roar technique, had always been proud of. Had taken Lu only 5 days to push almost into the subtle realm, a comparison maddening enough to drive anyone crazy. Hearing that others were suffering as well, Fong could hardly contain his glee. Still, the old fox kept his own embarrassment to himself. He thought quickly. Lu couldn't be allowed to keep barging into random classes and disrupting the schedule. The boy needed far tougher training. The daily wilderness drills stay, he said. They broaden his horizons and earn him merit. But the afternoon combat classes have to change. Ideas? Cheng Dongya hesitated. Let him spar with the soldiers. No limits on techniques. Fong slapped his thigh. Excellent. Those soldiers are battle-hardened killers. No restrictions means real combat. After half a month, we'll throw the other students in, too, so they learn what a true warrior looks like. Lu Ziqiang cautioned. Soldiers at his level might not threaten him. You haven't seen how hard that kid hits. I've taken him into the wild myself. Sheer ferocity may not be enough. Cheng snorted. Then send 2 soldiers. If that fails, send the whole squad. I don't believe he can cut down 100 men. Fong, eager for the spectacle, nodded. Right. Let the brat learn some humility and special training. In the barracks, nobody backs down, fight it out, and the strongest calls the shots. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of these plans, Lu Chong was soaking in a makeshift wooden tub inside his tent, steam curling around him as he reviewed his recent gains. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Martial Disciple, 9th Stage, 65. Techniques. 1. 9 Shadow Steps Mastery. 2. Monument Splitting Hand Mastery. 3. Cloud Piercing Finger Mastery. 4. Mountain Press Mastery. 5. Eagle Claw Technique Mastery. 6. Iron Thread Fist Mastery. 7. Heart Piercing Kick Mastery. 8. Wind Cleaving Leg Mastery. 9. Golden Cicada Sheath Subtle, 85. 10. Tiger Roar Technique Advanced, 59. 11. 7-Step Killing Fist Subtle, 50. 12. Gale Step Subtle, 35. 13. 3-Inch Palm Subtle, 10. 13 techniques in all, 7 low grade. For mid grade, 1 high grade, and 1 supreme. His chi surged like a tide, leaving him thrilled and thoroughly satisfied. He mused that at the martial disciple stage, no one else could possibly be cultivating this many skills at once. April 13th, less than 2 months before the National College Entrance Exam. The wilderness exercise had just ended, and the students were gathering at the training field when they suddenly noticed that the ever-showy Lu Chong was missing. Chief Instructor Cheng Dongya called Lu Chong to the small drill ground behind the equipment shed. Beyond the iron fence, paper targets snapped loudly in the wind. Chief Instructor, are you going to coach me personally? Lu Chong asked, eyes shining with anticipation. After all, the chief had never taught in person. Maybe he could pick up a secret military technique or two. Quit dreaming. Cheng Dongya crossed his arms, knowing exactly what was on the boy's mind. I have nothing to teach you. Neither do the other instructors, at least not in the little time we have. The instructors are too modest. I still have plenty to learn, Lu Chong replied with a theatrical sigh. Cheng Dongya's lip twitched. Plenty to learn? More like plenty of our merits to steal. He waved off Lu Chong's chatter and got to the point. We really are short on time. So we've arranged a better type of special training for you. Live sparring with the Special Operations Squad. His tone turned firm and razor sharp. Every soldier there has seen combat and is a 9th-tier martial apprentice. They won't show you new moves, but their battlefield instincts, kill tempo, and survival reflexes aren't in any textbook. Beat them and you'll be a real warrior, not a student who only talks on paper. Understand? Lu Chong finally read the chief's intentions, and a surge of heat ran through him. This was exactly the practical tempering he needed. Understood. Thank you, instructor. He bowed deeply. Good. Cheng Dongya nodded and stepped aside. Follow squad leader Li to the warriors' training camp. A burly man stepped forward, his combat boots thudding on the ground. It was Li Meng, leader of the Special Ops Squad, his ferocity barely contained. Lu Chong didn't move right away. He raised his hand. Instructor, if I defeat every soldier in that squad, can I get a reward? A few thousand merit points or a top-grade martial art will do. I'm not picky. He wasn't about to miss a chance to bargain. Cheng Dongya felt a stab in his chest. Did training this kid require gifts? He didn't refuse outright. Instead, he looked at Li Meng. Squad leader Li, this student is very confident. What do you say? Li Meng snapped to attention, his voice booming. Sir, request denied. We'll be sure to take good care of the student. If you boast this loudly and end up losing, what then? Cheng Dongya pressed. Noticing Li Meng about to pledge, he added, I mean the entire squad goes in at once. Li Meng paused. Was the chief underestimating the squad? Besides him, 10 more soldiers were 9th-tier martial apprentices, each with terrifying combat experience. Ganging up on one student? Answer me. Cheng Dongya gave him no room to question and asked again. He understood that once Lu Chong grasped the soldiers' fighting styles, beating 1 or 2 of them would be a breeze. Therefore, the bar had to be set higher. Squad leader Li snapped to attention, heels together. Platoon leader, we won't lose. And if we do, we'll all chip in to grant this student whatever he wants. Cheng Dongya nodded, then turned to Lu Chong with a slight smile. Well, do you dare? Lu Chong's eyes lit up. He gave Cheng Dongya a grateful look. Thank you, chief instructor. Humph. Cheng Dongya snorted. You seem confident. But what if you lose? I'm talking about taking down an entire special ops squad 1 against 10 within 10 days. Lu Chong froze. Was the instructor really trying to take advantage of a student? Relax, Chong waved him off. If you can't do it, you'll stay on after the course and spar with the soldiers. ITLL sharpen your skills too. He spoke with the air of someone who had already calculated every outcome. Chong considered it. In effect, he would become their sparring coach, hardly a bad deal. He nodded solemnly. He'll do as you say, chief instructor. Go on. Chong dismissed him with a wave, unwilling to watch the boy's satisfied grin any longer. When Chong had followed squad leader Li out of earshot, the instructor chuckled to himself. Kid, whether you win or lose, old Chong still comes out ahead. Squad leader Li, I don't know your full name yet, Chong said as they headed for the special ops training grounds. Li Yibing, came the curt reply, tinged with frost. Clearly the squad leader had little patience for Chong's brash confidence. Sensing this, Chong fell silent and simply kept pace. They passed the student training area, and a roar rolled toward them from the camp ahead. Waves of heat carried shouts and cheers, each swell louder than the last, enough to set any chest thumping. At the edge of the field, Chong saw the source, more than 100 soldiers locked in pairs, brawling bare-chested. Not one carried a weapon. Muscles coiled across their shoulders and backs. Old and fresh scars crisscrossed arms and chests, stark in the sunlight. Most were young, some no older than Chong himself. After high school, many had enlisted straight away, determined to serve the nation in this furnace of steel. Their sparring was far harsher than any school bout Chong had seen. Fists and kicks split the air with dull cracks. Heads split, blood flowed, bones fractured, yet no one backed down. This was less training than a life-or-death crucible where comrades were treated like mortal foes. He understood the brutality. Bleed and sweat now, so there would be less blood and fewer sacrifices on the battlefield. No matter how confident he was, Chong could offer only the deepest respect. These were the country's truest, most admirable men. Li Yibing strode into the arena and barked, "Hold it!" The clamor stopped on a dime. Every soldier snapped to attention, eyes fixed on their squad leader. "This is Chong," Li Yibing announced. "A senior from No. 1 high school. The platoon leader sent him to spar with us." He also said, his voice rose. "He's confident he can punch through our special ops squad, 1 against 10, within 10 days. He swung around. "Soldiers, do we accept that?" "Absolutely not." More than 100 voices thundered as one, a wave of steel-hard defiance. Chong kept a polite, yet awkward smile. Squad leader Li was clearly stirring the pot. More than 100 hostile eyes locked onto Chong, and even he felt a flicker of unease. Those eyes belonged to the special warfare class elite soldiers who had fought on borders and in wilderness camps, their hands stained with the blood of beasts and foes alike. The killing intent was invisible, yet cut across Chong's skin like an icy wind, tightening his chest in time with their drum-like footsteps. "Squad leader, since this kid's so confident, let old Neo be the first to test him. Let's see if he's all talk." From the left side of the crowd, a broad-shouldered, hard-muscled soldier strode out. Years of sun and wind had turned his skin a deep bronze, and he looked even more imposing than Li Yibing. "Fight! Fight! Come on!" The soldiers roared like beasts about to pounce. Applause and whistles mingled as dust spiraled into the air. Li Yibing raised a hand for silence, then nodded. "Fine. Neo, if you disgrace the special warfare class, you can run 20 kilometers with a full pack." Neo Ben answered with a booming yes, sir, his heels slamming the ground like hammers. Li Yibing added, "Everyone else, clear the area. Don't scare our little classmate." The troops moved without hesitation. Within seconds they had formed a tight, oppressive circle. Boots creaked on the rough training ground while Chong and Neo Ben were guided to the center, two blades ready to clash. Chong clasped his fists. Chong, senior, class 5, No. 1 high school. Neo Ben thumped his chest twice, each thud like a war drum. "Call me Neo Ben. That's all you need to know. Kid, swing with everything you've got. If you break me, they'll buy you a drink and leave, of course." Laughter and jeers rang out. The soldiers meant no harm. They were simply hungry for a real fight. True respect is earned in the exchange of blows. Chong dropped the pleasantries, shifted half a step, let his arms sink, and lowered his center of gravity. His gaze locked on Neo Ben's seemingly loose stance. He refused to underestimate him. The relaxed posture might hide a coiled force like a steel whip beneath the skin. Unable to read which technique Neo Ben would launch, Chong decided to strike first. With a light tap of his toe, his figure blurred 9 overlapping shadows surged forward, closing the distance in a blink. The 9-shadow step at its peak. The moment the afterimages merged, Chong's straight punch ripped through the air with a deep whistle, aimed at Neo Ben's face. Iron thread fist at full mastery, stacked atop the 9-shadow step. Power, speed, and precision pushed to their limit. Good. Neo Ben's eyes flared like bronze bells, his aura flipping in an instant. Both palms unfolded. One sliced sideways, its soft force coiling to erase the energy in Chong's forearm. The other punched forward at the same moment, heavy as a mountain, driving toward Chong's exposed chest. Chong still couldn't name the styles behind those palms. He only sensed they came from two different arts, one gentle, one hard, woven seamlessly together. Niu Bin's two techniques were clearly unfinished, still far from effortless perfection. Facing this rough combo, Lu Chong showed no fear. He thrust out his chest and absorbed the palm strike heated. At the same time, he bent his other arm upward, and the instant his elbow touched Niu Bin's palm, he smashed it sideways into the man's ribs with Taishan Cow. Backed by the invulnerable golden cicada vest, he had no qualms about a close-quarters clash. Bang! The two forces collided. Lu Chong stood rooted like a stake, while Niu Bin's palm stung, and he was blasted 3 meters back, stumbling as he landed. Strike while he's hurting. Lu Chong darted forward with 9 shadow step, skimming along the ground. In a flash, he switched to iron wire fist, slamming a heavy punch at the off-balance Niu Bin. To his surprise, Niu Bin fought through the pain, dropped low, and swept at Lu Chong's shins with a vicious leg whip. If Lu Chong finished the punch, he would be tripped and pay dearly. The reflexes honed by Tiger Roar art kicked in. He pulled back the punch, sprang upward, and lashed out 9 shadow step and iron wire fist flowing into a midair piercing heart kick. Evading the sweep, his toe dropped like an ice pick toward Niu Bin's chest. Instinctively, Niu Bin crossed his arms to block, but he couldn't withstand a kick delivered at perfect mastery. Boom! He was pinned to the flagstones, a sharp crack sounding from his spine. The warrior refused to yield. With a tiger's roar, he slapped the ground, sprang up, and lunged at Lu Chong for a bear hug throw. Lu Chong felt a surge of respect. Not wanting to cripple him, he sidestepped to Niu Bin's flank and chopped the back of his neck with monument-splitting hand, knocking him out on the spot. Had he not ended it cleanly, the fighter would have battled to his last breath. Training injuries could always be mended by the medics, but Lu Chong had no wish to deal a killing blow. The surrounding soldiers fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted in cheers. Nice. The kid's no cream puff, and old Niu put up a real fight too. Li Yibing stared at the still composed Lu Chong, shock rippling through him. At last he understood what kind of little monster the platoon leader had foisted on him. In just a handful of moves he had seen it plainly. Monument-splitting hand, 9 shadow step, Taishan Cow, piercing heart kick, 4 different arts, all at perfect mastery. Damn it, the platoon leader set me up, he swore inwardly, keeping his eyes locked on the young fighter. This little troublemaker is going to be a handful. Get him to the medics. When he comes around, remind him he still owes us a 20-kilometer weighted run. The medics were already standing by. At the order, they rushed over with a stretcher and carried the unconscious Niu Bin away. As the stretcher crossed the dusty training field, only his faint, ragged breaths and the soldiers' complicated looks remained. Li Yibing pulled his gaze back and settled it on Lu Chong, nodding slightly. Not bad. I admit I underestimated you. Want a break before we keep going? Lu Chong wiped the sweat from his brow, tore open a protein bar, and took a bite. No need. Let's continue, he said through the mouthful. Li Yibing frowned. The kid seemed in a hurry. In truth, Lu Chong knew exactly why. Time was running short. If his calculations were right, he would break through to the warrior realm in 4 or 5 days. To finish his promise of beating the entire special ops class before that breakthrough, he had to seize every minute and every second only. Then could he claim the coveted martial arts reward. Squad leader, my turn. A crisp, confident voice cut in. A lean soldier with sharp brows stepped forward. The nearby comrades recognized him and erupted. Go, old Zhu. Li Yibing warned. Zhu Chongfeng, don't get careless. Lose, and you'll be joining Niu Bin for extra training. After witnessing the last fight, Li Yibing no longer dared to underestimate Lu Chong. Zhu Changfeng's smile faded. He clasped his fists. Zhu Chongfeng, requesting instruction. Lu Chong, Lu replied, returning the salute. He tapped the ground lightly, stance steady as a rock. Before the words had died away, Zhu Chongfeng charged, his fist slicing the air 7-step killing fist, middle grade and fully mastered. Rather than brace in place, Lu Chong stepped forward as well, unleashing the same technique he had only recently learned. Bang! Their forearms collided, shock waves biting into bone, and they broke apart. An instant later, both lunged again. The second clash hit even harder, but still ended in a draw. From the third punch on, the gap appeared. Lu Chong was a beat faster, his movements flowing like water, while Zhu Changfeng's rhythm frayed. After the fourth strike, Zhu's sequence collapsed. 7-step killing fist relies on seamless chaining. Once interrupted, its power plummets, sometimes beneath that of a low-grade art. Lu Chong pressed on. His fifth punch landed without pause, 3 times stronger than the first. Few martial apprentices could withstand a blow that heavy. Zhu Changfeng's face changed. He retreated several steps, hands rotating to dissolve the Fursea purely defensive, middle-grade technique. The onlookers cheered again. But Lu Chong did not relent. The sixth punch gathered force, his footwork layered with gale step, pushing his speed to the limit. The fist blurred. Zhu Chongfeng had nowhere left to retreat, nothing left to deflect. Boom. The dull crash echoed across the training field. Zhu Chongfeng flew 5 or 6 meters, hit the ground, rolled, and felt his chest convulse as a mist of blood sprayed out. He had just planted his hands to rise when Lu Chong flashed in, palm like a knife, stopping an inch from his throat. Thank you for the match. Lu Chong's voice was calm as he withdrew his hand. Zhu Chongfeng stared for a heartbeat, then managed a hard nod. Lu Chong had not knocked this soldier out, and in the present circumstances, there was no need for another heavy blow. Zhu Chongfeng opened his mouth to argue, but Li Yibing cut him off. Fall back. On the battlefield, you'd already be dead. Next, Lu Chong withdrew his fists and stood at attention without so much as a breath out of place, his gaze sweeping over the remaining soldiers like a blade. "I'm up. So am I." Several soldiers stepped forward in unison, eyes clear of any hint of fear. To them, Lu's challenge was the most direct and exhilarating form of tempering. Li Yibing frowned inwardly. Somehow the kid had already mastered the 7-step killing fist and Gale's step at the subtle realm. Every move was both precise and vicious. Worse, his combat sense was skyrocketing, could fuse different techniques into new combinations almost on the spot. Keen insight, decisive strikes, lightning-fast progress. What a waste that he wasn't under my direct command. In this special operations class, no one could beat a high school senior like him on his own. No wonder he dared to challenge the entire squad. The boy really could back it up. The remaining 8 ninth-rank martial disciples took him on one after another. One charged like a cannonball, another balanced offense and defense, calculating every strike. A third moved so fast he left after images. Yet another dug in behind an ironclad guard. Regardless of style, each man fought to his limit. Even so, Lu's deep reserves, solid technique, and ever-shifting rhythm foiled them again and again. The first lasted 7 exchanges before Lu disarmed him. The second had just switched to kicks when an elbow crashed into his shoulder. The third, a blur of speed, crumpled on the 9th move as a 7-step killing fist locked onto his throat. With every opponent beaten, Lu's movements grew leaner, cleaner. He even found time while dodging to study the habits of whoever was next. The soldiers couldn't fathom his depths. He, on the other hand, saw straight through them. In under 2 hours, half of the 10 ninth-rank fighters had been carried to the medics. The rest hobbled off clutching injuries. The onlookers from other squads weren't angry in the least. They broke into applause and whistles, calling out praise. Li Yibing watched, far more satisfied than at the start. A man who proves his words earns full respect. Lu Chong, let them recover tonight. Tomorrow I'll finish your challenge. For now, spar with the other squads and give them some pointers. He stopped in front of Lu, his tone unusually sincere. The platoon leader had sent Lu over as a presumed troublemaker. Instead, had delivered a treasure who could boost the entire squad's combat power overnight. Gladly. I won't hold back, Lu answered. He already liked these soldiers who trained so hard. Even without the wager, had been willing to help, though, he still had his eye on that high-grade martial art. That night the infirmary was unusually crowded. Beds once filled with trainee students now held a row of active-duty soldiers sporting bruised faces. "Brother soldier, was there a fight outside?" A student in a sling asked, glancing at the young warrior beside him, whose arm was also in a cast. The soldier grinned and gave a thumbs up. "One of your classmates, a guy named Lu. Kid tore through us veterans like it was nothing." The students exchanged looks, suddenly remembering the name that had vanished during training. Lu Chong had been busy indeed. On April 14th, after returning from the wilderness, Lu Chong headed back to the Special Ops training ground. His dazzling display the day before had already spread through the entire camp, and no one dared underestimate him now. Instead, his willingness to share what he knew earned the teenager fresh respect and camaraderie. Li Yibing stuck to the original plan and ordered another spar, this time not a solo duel, but a two-on. For these soldiers, teamwork was their true strength. Doubling the numbers meant the danger grew by more than a factor of 2. With a single glance, the two soldiers could predict each other's next move and unhesitatingly guard one another's backs. That seamless cooperation turned the pressure up on Lu Chong, who had to stay razor-focused, relying on solid fundamentals and nimble footwork until he finally caught a gap and dropped them both. "You two step aside and in 3 more. Li Yibing's voice was calm, though inwardly he was astonished. The kid was improving before his very eyes. In just 1 day, a mid-grade martial skill that had barely reached minor attainment was already nearing perfection. Even more amazing, Lu Chong had adapted to team combat's rhythm and prevailed again. Pressed by 3 opponents, Lu Chong's burden spiked, forcing him to reveal a second mid-grade skill 3-inch palm. The palm wind brushed past at less than an inch, yet its force pierced straight to the organs. With one close strike he floored the first man, then rode the momentum to crush the remaining 2. 7-step kill fist, Gale steps, and now a near-perfect 3-inch palm. How many officers has this brat bled dry? Li Yibing massaged his forehead, a dark line forming. The previous night he had questioned instructors Chong and the others about Lu Chong, and learned how Gale steps and 7-step kill fist had come into his hands. 2 instructors had already fallen for the kid's tricks. None of them had mentioned 3-inch palm, probably too embarrassed to admit it. Li Yibing let it go, but he couldn't help marveling. In only a few days the kid had pushed 3 mid-grade skills to minor mastery, almost unreal. With the national entrance exams looming, he wondered how far this dark horse from Guanyin City could run and how many he might dazzle. Of course, top students from every province were already in the martial artist realm, their higher cultivation enough to dominate. Even if their technique lagged behind Lu Chong's, they could crush him with sheer power. Across the nation, prodigies were everywhere. Could Lu Chong really carve a path through them? As the thought flashed by, Li Yibing motioned for the last 5 soldiers. They formed a tight ring, leaving no gap in their barrage. Lu Chong held nothing back, unveiling the perfected wind-cleaving kick. His legs cut like blades, ripping the air apart. In a rapid volley, he shattered the encirclement, forcing his way through with a string of mid-grade skills, and emerged victorious, stunning everyone present. Enough for today. Lu Chong, tomorrow we'll send all of them in at once, and they won't be going easy on you. Li Yibing looked at the still energetic Lu Chong and barked the order. He now realized that no matter how much extra pressure he piled on the kid, it would never crush him. It might even help him go one step further before the university entrance exams. Thank you, squad leader Li. Catching the goodwill in the man's words, Lu Chong snapped to attention and saluted, his voice sincere. At dawn on April 15th, the 10 soldiers of the Special Operations class marched back onto the training field in perfect step. When the whistle blew, their camouflage uniforms rippled with every movement, sweat glittering in the early light. Today, Lu Chong would face the entire class alone. The crowd was twice as large as yesterday, forming 3 tight rings of spectators whose cheers rose and fell in waves. No one in the Guanyin City garrison had dared challenge 10 special ops fighters by himself for years, especially with nothing more than a 9th-level martial trainee's cultivation. Yet compared with yesterday, Lu Chong looked distinctly more at ease. He was not being reckless. At first light, he had perfected all 3 intermediate military techniques had learned. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: martial trainee, 9th level 99. Techniques: 9 shadow step perfected, gale step perfected, 7 step killing fist perfected, 3-inch palm perfected, golden cicada sheath refined 95, tiger roar art mastered 85. Not only the 3 military techniques, even my golden cicada sheath is almost perfect. Excitement coursed through Lu Chong. What thrilled him even more was the surge of qi inside him. Reinforced by the tiger roar art, it was pushing relentlessly toward the final barrier, the true warrior realm. Trainee and warrior differ by a single word, yet the gulf between them is vast. Once you become a warrior, your status and privileges soar. You can teach in high school, draw a generous salary at a martial academy, or roam the wilderness as a bounty hunter. In the army, you qualify for a squad leader's insignia and independent missions. Nationally, about 30 trainees yield a single warrior, and young warriors are rarer still. Talent, resources, and luck, none can be absent. Lu Chong, step out. Li Yibing's sharp order yanked him from his thoughts. Sir. Lu Chong strode forward and stopped 5 meters from the 10 special ops soldiers, each radiating lethal intent. Arms folded, Neo Ben cocked his head in a taunting grin. What's wrong, kid? Lost your nerve? On the outermost ring of spectators, Principal Fong and 7 instructors stood half-hidden. To keep things confidential, they had sent every other student away, leaving only the special ops class. If Lu Chong backed out now, all his momentum would turn to ridicule. He was about to answer when his eyebrows twitchedki flooded his meridians like a hot spring. He spread his hands and glanced back at Li Yibing with an apologetic shrug. Sorry, squad leader. I'm afraid this match can't continue. Why not? Li Yibing frowned, certain Lu Chong wasn't the type to dodge a fight. Feeling the power inside him grow stronger by the second, Lu Chong gave a helpless smile. Because I'm breaking through. Advancing to warrior. Principal Fong leaped onto a high crate, his voice brimming with delight. He's breaking through right now? Li Yibing stood rooted in place, dumbfounded. This kid choosing such a moment for something so importantist, he taking it a little lightly? Earlier today, Li Yibing had still been fretting that Lu Chong's progress was falling behind, and in the blink of an eye the kid broke through. An 18-year-old warrior now, that's a real prodigy. At the very least, he already qualifies to vie for the provincial title. A sharp whistle sliced through the air as Principal Fong dropped from the sky and landed in front of Lu Chong. He raised a hand to stop several instructors who were hurrying over and ordered in a low voice. Instructor Chong, seal off the area. No one gets close. And keep Lu Chong's breakthrough under wraps for now. Understood. Instructor Cheng's expression hardened. He quickly deployed a few instructors and soldiers, clearing a 100-meter perimeter in short order. For soldiers trained to obey without hesitation, maintaining secrecy was second nature. Once the surroundings were quiet, Principal Fong turned to Lu Chong, still standing with his eyes closed, savoring the moment, and gave his shoulder a resigned pat. Focus, kid. Breaking through to warrior isn't as casual as grabbing a meal. At least give me a heads up first. If something went wrong, how would I face old way? He fished out a high-grade nutrition bar rarely seen in normal drills, pulled out a spare for good measure, and then sat cross-legged himself, activating a kid-drawing technique to stand guard. Lu Chong accepted the bar, its energy surprisingly pure, and felt genuinely grateful, though he muttered inwardly, is it really that risky? It all felt so natural, just jumping from 99 to 100%. The only hint I got was, kid-drawing technique. Grain by grain the tower rises, major breakthrough imminent. He wisely kept those thoughts to himself. Following the principal's gesture, he sat down, bit into the bar, and began running the Qi technique. As energy surged into his body, he suddenly noticed something new. He could sense the free-flowing energy outside his body and pull it in, blending it with the bar's power before sending it through every limb and bone. Keep stabilizing your realm and listen, Principal Fang's voice sounded in his mind. What you're drawing in now is the free energy between heaven and earth. We call it prime force. After the cataclysm, we discovered it while battling mutant beasts, intangible, yet undeniably real. It's in our nutrient supplies, in the air, even in outer space. Thanks to the Qi technique that reached every household, humanity learned to sense this force, strengthen our bodies, and revive the legacy of ancient martial artists. With technology suppressed, only resurrecting the old martial ways let us stand toe-to-toe with the mutated monsters and build survival strongholds. By now, we've even forged prime force weapons, the energy walls you've seen in the hunting grounds, and the fortresses run on that same power. He paused, then added, back to cultivation. Before becoming a warrior, you can't sense the prime force outside your body. That's why, during the trainee stage, the only way to absorb it is through nutrient sources to build up your physique. Our bodies have to reach a critical point before they can resonate with external yuan energy and draw it in. Principal Fang stood in the middle of the training hall, his voice steady and resonant. He first pointed out that the air held only a thin trace of yuan energy. Breathing alone could never supply enough, so nutrients were essential if you wanted to speed things up. Then he painted a vivid picture of the breakthrough itself. The moment the energy inside you reaches saturation, the formless turns tangible, igniting a surge of scorching qi and blood. This surge will continue to temper your muscles, bones, and organs, and it can even be projected outward as astral qi. Once it leaves the body, it dissipates quickly, its power fading with distance and time, yet it is a rare means of long-range attack. That's the heart of Earth-grade martial skills. Principal Fang raised his hand in demonstration, encouragement in his tone. They work at any range and hit far harder than human-grade techniques, but they also burn through qi, blood, and stamina. So don't abandon your human-grade skills. They save effort against ordinary opponents. He warned the students that Earth-grade techniques were far harder to master than human-grade ones. Most warriors devoted their lives to just one or two of them. The rest were pieced together from ancient ruins and deductions. True original creations were few. Above them lay the heaven-grade arts. Fewer than 20 still exist in the whole of Huaxia, and more than half of those are incomplete. Breaking through to warrior level is your first metamorphosis, Principal Fang said solemnly. It's when the seed of qi and blood takes shape. Absorb like your life depends on every bit you take and becomes your foundation. Don't worry, we have all the nutrients you need. Lu Chong memorized every word, yet the phrase all the nutrients you need struck him most. Dingnashi Ju has evolved. Efficiency and potential doubled. Nashi Ju is ravenous and running on empty. Please replenish energy at once. The prompt exploded in Lu Chong's mind, and he realized this was his chance. With Nashi Ju upgraded, his absorption rate spiked. His body felt like a high-powered converter, turning yuan energy into fresh qi and blood that surged through every limb and bone, boosting his strength by the second. Hungry? Then eat. Principal Fang was footing the bill, after all. He lifted the half-finished premium nutrition bar in his hand worth 100,000 credits each and shoved it into his mouth, without hesitation. In less than a minute his body was hollow again. The bar's energy had been wrung dry. Principal Fang kept lecturing until he noticed Lu Chong looking at him. Sir, I'm starving. Lu Chong's voice was hoarse but earnest. Fang paused, then immediately handed over a second premium bar. Take it slow, don't choke. Watching Lu Chong's pace, he felt no regret, only satisfaction. The boy was absorbing far faster than average, which meant a stronger foundation. Most people needed 2 bars at most. 3 would cover this kid, and Fang could afford that. The thought had barely formed when Lu Chong's eyes opened again, hungrier than before. Already? Fang was mildly stunned, yet he still pressed a third bar into the teenager's hand. This time Lu Chong's absorption slowed a little. 2 minutes later he reached out again. Still, Fang raised an eyebrow but produced a 4th bar. He watched closely, confirming Lu Chong swallowed it on the spot with no attempt to stash any away. He patted his pockets, only 1 spare left. 4 bars meant 400,000 credits. Fang winced. Surely that would be enough. He blinked, and Lu Chong calmly took the last bar from his hand, even remembering to smile. Thank you, sir. Damn. Fang cursed inwardly, already calculating how to bill old way. Heartache or not, he dared not delay. He radioed outside. Instructor Chong, get every premium nutrition bar we have in here. Now? Fine, kid. Eat all you want. I refuse to believe I can't fill you up. He wolfed down the 6th bar, then the 7th, the 8th. Only after swallowing the 10th premium nutrient bar did Lu Chong finally feel sated, his qi and blood reaching temporary saturation. He pulled up his personal interface, where a green progress bar was almost filled level. Martial artist, First stage, 80. A few more bars, and he would kick open the door to stage 2. The thought made him clench his fists. Blood thundered through his meridians, as if it might burst through his skin at any moment, leaving him with a painful urge to let it out. Unfortunately, he had never learned an Earth-grade technique, so he had no idea how to project that energy as true Qi and could only hold it in. When he opened his eyes, several pairs of bloodshot eyes were staring back at him. Teacher Fong, instructors, is there something on my face? He asked, rubbing his burning cheeks in confusion. Principal Fong sighed and waved a hand in surrender. Enough, enough. It's only 10 premium nutrient bars. He'll let it go. 1,000,000 credits worth, Chong muttered beside him. Principal, you're playing favorites. We instructors even threw in 5 bars we earned with military merits. Principal Fong cleared his throat, then laughed. What's mine or yours? As special training instructors you can't teach him much anyway, so at least feed the boy. Can't slip past this kid's tricks. The instructors exchanged wry smiles, yet none of them really minded seeing a freak like this in the training camp with satisfaction enough. Chong reminded him, but the high-tier combat technique we promised earlier is off the table now. Thank you, instructor. I'm already grateful. Lu Chong hurriedly bowed and grinned, afraid that pushing further would exhaust their patience completely. All right, leave the nutrient bars aside. Principal Fang's expression grew solemn. What I really want to see are your base stats after that breakthrough. Lu Chong was just as curious. His Qi absorption art had evolved, and he had burned through far more nutrient bars than any normal person. How strong was his foundation now? The testing station is right ahead. Come with me. Chong gestured down the corridor. The 7 instructors fell in behind, flexing their hands and watching Lu Chong as though he were some rare specimen. The hatch of the testing chamber slid shut, leaving Lu Chong alone in the center of the apparatus. Outside, the principal and instructors crowded around the monitor, eyes glued to the screen. Standard entry-level readings were strength 1,000 kilograms, speed 25 meters per second, neural response 100 cycles. I wonder what numbers help host, Chong whispered. Hard to say, Principal Fong replied. This kid brings too many surprises. Hood dare predict anything. Lu Zifeng added. The military record is 3,500 kilos, 30 meters per second, 120 cycle stats, already close to a stage 3 martial artist. Think he can top it? Doubt it, Chong said. The military has recruited countless prodigies over the years, and none of them hit the ceiling. Exactly, Principal Fong agreed. Since the martial arts entrance exam was founded, no one's ever broken it. Just then the screen flickered, and Lu Chong's strength reading appeared. The figure on the screen froze everyone in place-based strength for 1,500 kilograms. That was the sort of power normally seen in a 4th-stage warrior. Principal Fong cleared his throat, about to remind them that raw strength did not always translate into speed. Before he could speak, the second line flashed onto the monitor. Base speed, 32 meters per second. All 7 instructors snapped to attention, their eyes glued to the display. A record was being shattered right in front of them. The third metric appeared a moment later. Neural response 150 cycles per second. Several sharp breaths echoed through the room. Except for Principal Fong, every instructor sat ramrod straight. Compared with strength and speed, this number was even more staggering. It was approaching 8th or 9th stage territory. Hardly the data of a newly advanced rookie. Principal Fong remained calm. He had personally taught Lu Chong the Tiger Roar technique and knew it excelled at boosting neural acuity. Pocketing the remote, he turned to the others. This must stay secret. Apart from Colonel Huang and Principal Wei, no one else can know. Understood, Principal Fong. You have our word. He nodded. You all know better than I do that ever since the survival base is stabilized, certain foreign powers have resurfaced. They've even launched a so-called seed purging plan against Huaxia, targeting our most promising youths. His voice dropped. Because of that, the state seals every year's Intransism data. If those people learn about Lu Chong's potential, an assassination attempt could come at any time. The instructor's expressions darkened. Humanity had only just repelled an alien civilization, and now some nations were showing their wolfish fangs. The thought left them seething. Just then the test chamber door slid open, and Lu Chong stepped out. Conversation ceased instantly. Principal Fong greeted him with a broad smile. Excellent work. That's enough for today, Lu Chong. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll arrange warrior sparring for you. Yes, sir. Lu Chong answered crisply and walked off. After a dozen meters, Principal Fang's voice sounded in his mind. Come see me tonight. Lu Chong hesitated for half a step, but kept going, heading straight back to his tent. Once his silhouette vanished, Chong lowered his voice. Principal Fong, if we report Lu Chong's results, he could be secretly admitted to Jinwu Military Academy. He wouldn't even need to sit the entrance exams. Principal Fong thought for a moment, then shrugged. Discuss it with him. I know his temperament may not agree. Inside the tent, Lu Chong sat on his camp bed and pulled up his personal light screen to review his martial skills. A moment ago, those skills had begun to change on their own. Sensing its master's sudden surge in power, the golden cicada armor felt compelled to keep up and advance to the perfected stage. The Tiger Roar technique followed close behind. Unwilling to be left behind, it climbed to the subtle realm amidst a low, resonant hum. Now, every human-grade technique Lu Chong had practiced had reached perfection except the tiger roar technique itself, which still lacked that final polish. Yet the moment he truly stepped into the ranks of real warriors, Lu Chong realized that the human-grade skills he had once been so proud of were no longer enough. His gaze naturally drifted to the rarer, far more formidable earth-grade techniques. Just as this desire took shape, a familiar notification exploded in his mind. Stone-splitting hand feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. Lu Chong's eyes lit up. Was that even possible? The next line answered him at once. Stone-splitting hand lacks momentum. Evolution failed. Hope died in an instant, and Lu Chong nearly rolled his eyes. If it couldn't do it, why show off? The system ignored his silent complaint and kept spamming messages. 9 Shadow Step feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. 9 Shadow Step lacks momentum. Evolution failed. Piercing Cloud Finger feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. Piercing Cloud Finger lacks momentum. Evolution failed. Iron Wire Fist feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. Iron Wire Fist lacks momentum. Evolution failed. One failure after another made Lu Chong press a hand to his forehead. Was this some kind of mental torture? He was about to switch the prompts off when a new line suddenly popped up. Gale Leg feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. Gale Leg has succeeded, evolving into a low earth-grade technique. Lu Chong jerked upright, his breathing quickening. Success? He opened the skill tab at once and saw Gale Leg Major Mastery 50 listed in a brand new column, followed by the small note. Low Earth Grade. So it really could work. A memory flashed across his mind months ago. Instructor Wang Tong had said Gale Leg was derived from an Earth Grade axe art. Perhaps that shared origin made the evolution feel so natural. Now he wondered just how different the new Gale Leg was from that axe technique. Was it an entirely separate branch? He couldn't help but speculate. Before his thoughts could settle, the notifications roared on. 7-Step Killing Fist feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. 7-Step Killing Fist lacks momentum. Evolution failed. 3-Inch Palm feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. 3-Inch Palm lacks momentum. Evolution failed. Whirlwind Step feels neglected and is attempting to evolve into an earth-grade technique. Whirlwind Step has succeeded, evolving into a low earth-grade technique. Another flash of light shot through his mind. The 7-Step Killing Fist and 3-Inch Palm had both crashed, yet Whirlwind Step had broken through. Lu Chong analyzed the pattern in silence. Did every mid-tier technique have a chance to evolve? Apparently not. Perhaps it needed some hidden connection to an earth-grade movement art. Tomorrow, if he had time, he planned to ask an instructor about Gale Leg's breakthrough and see whether Whirlwind Step shared the same lineage with some other earth-grade footwork. After taking stock, he turned his attention to the last 2 items. One was the upper-tier Golden Cicada armor, and the other the exceedingly rare Tiger Roar technique. He pinned high hopes on both techniques, and sure enough, fresh notifications soon appeared. Golden Cicada Shell refuses to be overlooked. It is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial art. Deduction complete. It has advanced to Earth-tier, low grade. The update delighted Lu Chong, yet a trace of disappointment followed. He had hoped Golden Cicada Shell might leap straight to mid or even high-grade Earth-tier. His eyes drifted across the panel while he waited, but Tiger Roar showed no change, not even a deduction failed message. So that's it, he frowned, suddenly recalling a crucial detail. Except for Tiger Roar, every technique he cultivated was already at the perfect stage. Only arts that had reached perfection were eligible for evolution, and even then success depended on their latent potential. After confirming his hunch, he spent a full quarter hour steadying his emotions. Drawing a deep breath, he reopened the panel. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Warrior Stage I-81. Techniques, 9 Shadow Step Perfect. Piercing Heart Kick Perfect. Wind Cleaving Leg Advanced 50. Golden Cicada Shell Advanced 50. Tiger Roar Novice 1. 7-Step Kill Fist Perfect. Gale Step Advanced 50. 3-Inch Palm Perfect. Too cluttered. Let's sort this out. With a thought, the list reorganized. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Warrior Stage I-81. Techniques, Human Ear, Low Grade. 9 Shadow Step Perfect. Stone Splitting Hand Perfect. Cloud Piercing Finger Perfect. Mountain Press Shoulder Perfect. Eagle Claw Art Perfect. Iron Wire Fist Perfect. Piercing Heart Kick Perfect. Human Ear, Mid Grade. 7-Step Kill Fist Perfect. 3-Inch Palm Perfect. Human Ear, Supreme. Tiger Roar Novice 1. Earth Deer, Low Grade. Windblade Leg Advanced 50. Golden Bell Guard Advanced 50. Shadowless Gale Step Advanced 50. Windblade Leg, Golden Bell Guard, and Shadowless Gale Step were the evolved forms of Wind Cleaving Leg, Golden Cicada Shell, and Gale Step. Lu Chong hadn't named them on a whim. Each title reflected the upgrade's new features. 1. Wind Cleaving Leg now releases slashing gusts of Qi, so it became Windblade Leg. 2. The upgraded Golden Cicada Shell forges both body and aura, forming an external Qi shield reminiscent of the golden bell in old tales, hence golden bell guard. 3. Gale Step's speed had soared to the point of leaving neither footprint nor shadow, earning it the name Shadowless Gale Step. Because they'd evolved from solid foundations, all three stood at the advanced stage, and Lu Chong could plainly sense their improvements. How devastating they truly were, however, still needed battlefield proof. What thrilled him even more was their automatic cultivation speed. Principal Fong had warned that earth-tier techniques were vastly harder to train, yet after entering the warrior realm, Lu Chong's mental strength had risen again, and Tiger Roar provided an extra boost. He was confident his progress would be anything but sluggish. All told, he was certain his earth-tier cultivation wouldn't drag him down. During a rare stretch of free time, Lu Chong spent 3 full hours watching his progress bar tick upward, finally gaining a clear picture of his current cultivation speed. Lying on the folding bed in his dorm, he stared at the numbers on his personal interface again and again. With the help of high-grade nutrient bars, Naki Ju now advanced automatically by 1% every 2 hours, and if he actively circulated his qi, the pace doubled. It didn't sound flashy, yet Lu Chong knew that cultivation was never about binging even if someone piled better nutrients in front of him. Naki Ju might simply refuse to absorb them. At this rate, he could break into Warrior Tier 3 before the college entrance exam, a goal that would leave most students far behind. Next, he turned to the 4 martial skills that still lagged behind perfection. First came Hu Xiaogong. Its passive growth had vaulted from 5% a day to 1% an hour. That was only the baseline. Principal Fong gave him personal pointers every evening, effectively doubling it again. By the end of the special training camp, Tiger Roar would be perfected for sure. Then there were the 3 newly evolved low earth grade arts. 3 hours of passive cultivation had pushed each of them a mere 0.5%. They were all at the great accomplishment stage, and once they entered subtlety, progress would slow even further. Earth grade skills were a tough nut to crack. He probably wouldn't perfect them until right before the exam. Worse, no one could speed them up for him, not even Principal Fong. Had the principal been standing next to him, he would likely have laughed at Lu Chong's anxiety. Ordinary warriors need 6 months to a year just to reach great accomplishment in a single earth grade art. Whether they ever touch subtlety or perfection comes down to affinity and luck, and many people study one earth grade skill their entire lives. Who else could lie in bed and watch the progress bar crawl to perfection in barely a month? Not even a prodigy with heaven-defying talent could enjoy such a lazyman upgrade. To make matters worse for everyone else, Lu Chong's 3 earth grade skills had evolved from earlier techniques and started at great accomplishment. If other warriors ever found out, they would cough up blood in frustration and start questioning reality. It was simply too demoralizing. At 8 that evening, Lu Chong met Principal Fong again. This time the principal didn't rush him off to the wilderness to polish Tiger Roar. Instead, he patted Lu Chong's shoulder with a smile. "You're a full-fledged warrior now. You must have questions. Ask anything." Lu Chong nodded and fired off a line that nearly made the principal choke. "Teacher Fong, now that I've broken through, can the school or the Education Bureau reward me with an earth grade martial art?" Principal Fong burst out laughing. "What's going on in that head of yours? You think earth grade skills grow on trees? Even the plainest low earth grade art costs over $1 million. And no, high schools and local bureaus aren't qualified to hand them out. Most high school teachers can't even teach them. That's university material, reserved for lecturers and professors who specialize in martial arts studies." His answer was firm and final. $1 million. Lu Chong's eyes gleamed. That was the only part that really caught his attention. So those 3 self-evolving techniques had basically earned him an extra $3 million for nothing. Not bad. The thought made the corners of Lu Chong's mouth lift, though he kept his satisfaction off his face. Instead of worrying about warnings like earth grade techniques are so rare that only university professors can teach them, he was far more interested in the unexpected windfall. Principal Fong noticed Lu Chong's nonchalance, and his tone darkened. "Don't let your earlier success make you arrogant. You can't imagine how hard earth grade techniques are to master." He paused, then added an example. "Wang Tong has spent 10 years on the earth grade wind-cleaving axe, and is still stuck at great mastery." A chill ran through Lu Chong. Are earth grade techniques really that terrifying? His own situation was even scarier. A newcomer who had just broken through yet already wielded 3 earth grade techniques at great mastery. If anyone discovered that, he would end up as a research subject. He resolved to keep it quiet for at least a couple of weeks. An idea flashed in his mind. "Sir, is it possible to transform a human-grade technique into an earth-grade one?" Principal Fong blinked, unsure why Lu Chong cared about this approach, but after thinking it over he replied, "In theory, yes. Some veteran professors at the Martial Arts University study that very path. If we could upgrade the huge pool of human-grade techniques, it would ease the shortage of earth-grade skills and help fighters advance faster." Lu Chong nodded eagerly. "Then are there any success stories?" "A few, but very few." Principal Fong held his fingers a hair's breadth apart. "And the cost is enormous. Time and effort disappear into a bottomless pit." Lu Chong's eyes brightened. Even a single precedent would give him an excuse if his own techniques began to mutate. Principal Fong continued, More people choose the opposite route, breaking an Earth grade technique down into a human grade form. It doesn't create new Earth grade skills, but it lets practitioners progress step by step and lowers the entry barrier. The wind-cleaving kick, for instance, was simplified from Wang Tong's wind-cleaving axe. When you eventually study the axe form, it'll be much easier. Realization dawned on Lu Chong, and he pressed the point. What about the Gale step I learned from my instructor? After a moment's thought, Principal Fong nodded. Correct. The military has an Earth grade movement art called Wind Command Step. Gale Step is derived from it. Lu Chong's hunch was confirmed. And the Golden Cicada Sheath and Tiger Roar art? Golden Cicada Sheath is similar, the principal explained. Old Way stripped it from a mid-level Earth grade body refining art, so it half counts as his own creation. But my Tiger Roar art is different, it's entirely my work, and it doesn't yet have an Earth grade counterpart. Pride crept into his voice. Lu Chong felt a stab of disappointment. So Tiger Roar art had no upgrade path for now. Apparently his ability to evolve several human-grade techniques wasn't pure innovation after all. They had all originated from Earth-grade skills, just branching off in slightly different directions. Then is there any way for the techniques that failed to evolve to try again? He asked, still unwilling to give up. Only 50 days remained until the Gaokao. A sharp dawn wind cut across the wasteland, but Lu Chong still mingled with the student squads, clearing out stray beasts. No one knew he was already a certified martial artist. So long as he kept his chi suppressed, even Yuji's shadow guarding him sensed nothing amiss. Tirai beasts were scarce around the fortress now, and the area held little challenge for him, yet he never strayed far. Battle merits were his lifeline for buying resources, and Xue Cheng the walking merit bank kept chasing him, practically throwing points his way. After his breakthrough, he needed money more than ever. 1. High-grade nutrient serum. 1 vial ran 100,000 credits, and he burned through 1 every 10 days. 2. Once his perfected golden cicada skin molted into the Earth-rank Golden Bell Guard, it required an even costlier medicinal bath. The price only rose. Each morning his first problem was plugging the hole in his wallet. Even with his expert last-hit technique, the limited kills near the fortress earned him barely 300 merit points a day, just enough to stay ahead of runner-up Xuecheng. Luckily, Xuecheng refused to fall behind. Lu Chong had done the math. By the end of boot camp, Xuecheng would have gifted him nearly 10,000 merit points, barely enough to see him through the exam. That afternoon, training moved to a new venue. Lu Chong stopped sparring with students and faced soldiers instead, starting with Li Yibing, the squad captain who had first brought him in. Li Yibing, a third-rank warrior with an Earth-grade art mastered to perfection, found that even at full strength he could manage no better than a draw. Lu Chong never used an Earth-grade technique. He simply stitched together a web of perfected human-grade moves until his offense and defense were seamless. Worse, despite just advancing, his strength, speed, and reflexes already matched Li Yibing's. After 3 days, Li Yibing had to recruit other captains to take turns. Lu Chong, generous with his knowledge, carved out an hour daily to explain footwork and power generation to younger soldiers. Before long, many in camp were calling him Instructor Lu. The scene stunned Principal Fong and Colonel Chung Dongya. Chung sighed. If we could keep the kid, he'd be head instructor in no time. Yet Lu Chong had other plans. Acting on Colonel Huang's orders, Chung offered him early admission to Jinwu Military Academy, but Lu Chong politely declined, not out of disdain, but because he knew he couldn't handle its strict regimen. Time flowed like water. By late April, only a week remained before boot camp ended. The other students had wrapped up their basic training as well, and now spent every afternoon sparring with soldiers of the same level at the barracks. It didn't take them long to notice that Lu Chong, who used to attend class with them, was still nowhere in sight. Instead, during breaks the soldiers praised him endlessly and even addressed him with respectful instructor. Only then did the students realize that Lu Chong's program had already gone far beyond the standard curriculum, was now the one training the troops. At the moment, Lu Chong was still mixing it up with several squad leaders. Since breaking through half a month earlier, he had quietly advanced to second stage, his strength multiplying until he could trade blows heat in with the chief instructor, Chung Dongya. A second-stage warrior without an Earth-grade technique who could fight a 7th-stage expert to a standstill left the squad leaders deeply embarrassed. They gritted their teeth and served as his sparring partners, only to be tormented into rapid progress themselves. When drills ended at dusk, Lu Chong opened his status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, warrior, second stage 72 to next stage. Techniques, human grade, lower tier, 9 shadow step mastered, heart-piercing kick mastered. Human grade, middle tier, 7-step killing fist mastered, 3-inch palm mastered. Human grade, top tier, tiger roar technique mastered. Earth grade, lower tier, wind blade leg insight 16, golden bell shield insight 12, gale phantom step insight 16. Another day, another better version of me, he mused, closing the panel. If he unleashed those 3 Earth grade techniques at full force, even Chung Dongya would be overwhelmed. The depth of his insight was simply on a different level. Night fell, moonless and windy. In a hidden cave roughly 50 kilometers from the fortress, two men in dark clothing whispered to each other. Brother, we've tracked that kid's routine. Time to make our move, right? The tall, thin one urged. His companion nodded, voice cold. It's about time. Killing a student under the regular army's nose isn't easy. If the brat didn't love showing off, would never have found an opening. Yeah, the tall man agreed. Those high-ranked warriors around him are watching like hawks. Even if we succeed, getting away will be tough. We hit him, grab the money, and disappear from Hudong province for a few years, the leader snarled, patting the cage at his waist. Good thing we brought the paired rats. Heh, that rank 1 scout rat died in his hands yesterday. Tomorrow morning, we'll release the rank 2 mother rat to lock on. One bite, and he's dead. Their muffled laughter echoed through the cave. Neither man noticed the young figure standing at the entrance, hands in his pockets, quietly listening. After their discussion ended, he cleared his throat and spoke in a mild voice. Excuse me, were you looking for me? Who's there? The two cried, leaping into the moonlight. Lu Chong grinned. Weren't you just planning how to assassinate me? Two men in black stared hard at Lu Chong under the moonlight, then abruptly swept their eyes around the clearing, taut with vigilance. Relax, no one's going to interfere. I'm the only one here, Lu Chong said calmly, having read their worry that the camp might have planted guards nearby. It's you. The leader snarled, locking onto Lu Chong with a nail-sharp glare. How did you find us in our hideout? The second man demanded. Lu Chong didn't answer at once. Instead, he studied them with interest. So you know who I am, and you've come to kill me. I've delivered myself to your door care to explain why. The two exchanged a glance and said nothing. In unison, they drew the long blades at their waists. Moonlight skimmed along the steel, spreading a thin chill across the ground. Since you showed yourself, you've saved us the trouble, the leader said, and before the words had faded he lunged, blade tip leveled, at Lu Chong. The second assassin settled on the flank, saber raised to block any retreat and watch for reinforcements. Killing intent closed in, yet Lu Chong let his arms hang loose and stood motionless, as though paralyzed with fear. Die! The leader hissed, leaping high. His saber slashed down like lightning through night, aimed at Lu Chong's crown. When the blade was 3 inches from his head the instant the assassins were certain of the kill, Lu Chong finally moved. Within 3 inches, the world fits in my palm. The army's secret 3-inch palm burst forth in that heartbeat. The brothers never even saw his hand rise. His palm was already pressed against the leader's chest. Mid-swing, the leader had no chance to shift. The strike was faster and heavier than steel, yet carried an eerie, effortless force. Bang! Crack! He blasted backward, spewing a cloud of blood in midair. His left chest caved in, his saber spun free, and by the time he hit the ground the light was already dying in his eyes. When the second assassin rushed over, he found his partner exhaling more than inhaling life, hanging by a thread. The sight froze the survivor's heart, and even Lu Chong looked mildly surprised. Sorry, I didn't think he'd be that soft. I meant to leave someone alive, he said, tone as casual as talking about the weather. A second-stage warrior, and a vicious bladesman at that. Yet he couldn't even take one mid-tier 3-inch palm, nothing but a paper tiger. The remaining man's eyes bulged with rage. Damn that faulty intel who said this kid was just a martial cadet. Kid, you win today, but he'll avenge this. He snarled, dropping his partner's body and bolting. What a joke, he wasn't stupid. After seeing one ferocious strike kill a warrior, how could he still treat Lu Chong like an ordinary student? Lu Chong had barely calmed the tangle of feelings from his first kill when he saw the last assassin fleeing in panic. What kind of hitmen are these? Talk about unprofessional. Lu Chong steadied himself, triggered Gale Step, and surged forward at a speed the assassin could not hope to match. You already killed our boss, why are you still chasing me? The second man in black shrieked as the wind closed in behind him. Running alongside him, Lu Chong tried to sound soothing. Relax. They'll spare you this time. I'm done killing. Liar. The assassin spat, yanking a glossy black pistol from his coat and firing wildly over his shoulder. The bullets sliced through the night, but Lu Chong slipped past them with ease. His cultivation let him read their paths, and the Jinshan vest could have stopped them outright. Covering 6 meters in a single bound, he pushed off scattered branches, vaulted into the air, and drove his foot into the man's back, planting him face first in the dirt. It was only a low-grade human-level heart-stabbing kick. Lu Chong had held back, afraid one full-force blow might kill. He usually suppressed his realm when sparring with soldiers and never realized how savage he could be or how fragile professional killers were. The assassin tried to roll over, but Lu Chong was already there. One kick sent the long saber skidding away. An open-handed chop to the back of the head left the man unconscious. What a letdown, Lu Chong muttered. I didn't even get to use an earth-level technique. Leaves rustled overhead, and a broad-shouldered figure dropped to the ground. Principal Fong, who had been watching from the shadows. Your instincts were spot on, kid. Someone really did try to assassinate you during training, Principal Fong said with a click of the tongue. Lu Chong looked sheepish. You know, I've practiced Principal Weiss Jinshan vest, so my senses are a bit sharper. In truth, the vest's sensory boost was minor. What warned him was its evolved form, the golden bell barrier, which he had cultivated to the subtle tier, amplifying his perception manyfold. The moment they entered the wilderness, he had felt cold, needle-sharp intent stalking him. No one enjoys that kind of murderous gaze, so he quietly asked Principal Fong to join him in the wilds and trace the threat to its source. With Fang's cultivation, locating the assassin's hideout was simple. Once their identities were clear, Lu Chong asked the principal to stay hidden and give him a chance to face them alone. He was used to slaying beasts and felt no burden there, but these were his first human opponents. He wanted the trial. Principal Fong gladly agreed. Who could have guessed two second-stage warriors would crumble so fast? Lu Chong had meant to keep them both alive, yet his earlier palm strike had killed the first outright. Seeing Lu Chong fall silent, Principal Fong assumed the boy was shaken by his first kill. Taking a life is that simple, he said. If the one you kill deserves it, there's no difference between a man and a monster. A heavy aura of bloodshed rolled off the old principal clearly. He had seen his share of carnage. Lu Chong examined his own heart and felt no discomfort. Enemies harboring such malice deserved no mercy. Remember, the human heart can be more terrifying than any beast. Principal Fong sighed, staring at the unconscious assassin. Attempt an assassination under his very nose? Did they think the tiger lacked fangs? The implications were grave. Fong shuddered to imagine what might have happened had those two succeeded. From the moment Lu Chong broke through to martial artist, he was no longer an ordinary student. His name had been entered into a confidential file as a key talent under special protection. Should he fall to an assassin's blade, the loss would rattle not only Guanyin City but the entire province. For this reason, Principal Fong, Principal Wei, and Colonel Huang already regarded Lu Chong as a personal disciple, even the cornerstone of Guanyin's future rise. Now, Principal Fong swallowed his anger, refusing to lose composure in front of him. Luckily, Lu Chong's strength had skyrocketed. Sensing danger early, he had turned the tables and subdued the killers. Cutting them down with his own hands on the brink of death would prove a priceless trial, and Principal Fong was pleased. Check the cave again, Principal Fong reminded softly. Lu Chong nodded and stepped inside alone. Water dripped from the dim stone walls. In a corner, he found the black leather bag the assassins had left behind and lifted it carefully. Faint squeaks came from within. He glanced back. This should be the mother rat they mentioned, a grade 2 gold-gnawing rat. Principal Fong motioned for him to open it. As soon as the mouth of the bag loosened, a dark blur shot out like a bolt, aiming straight for Lu Chong's face. Before he could move, a giant hand of crimson qi materialized, clamping around the rat. Flames roiled. The creature shrieked and thrashed, yet the fiery prison held. Projecting stable qi outside the body, this was the hallmark of a Wuzong-level master. Lu Chong's eyes widened. The gulf between their powers was vast. In the firelight, he saw the rat clearly, palm-sized, with glossy black fur and a striking tuft of gold on its brow. Razor-thin fangs jutted from its jaw. Small as it looked, a frenzied gold-gnawing rat could bite through 2 centimeters of hardened steel. It lived on metal. Its hide and bones were just as tough, and it would devour humans to speed its evolution. Without his recent breakthrough, Lu Chong would have stood little chance against it. Calmly dispersing the flames, Principal Fong shoved the rat back into the bag. Those assassins were meticulous, he said. They released the pups first so you'd kill them. The mother memorizes your scent, then lies in wait tomorrow in the wild. One Strachino time for instructors to help. Sharp plan. Lu Chong exhaled, a chill running through him. The mastermind could stay hidden and let a beast do the killing. Truly vicious. Unease crept up his spine. Who wanted him dead? He held no bitter grudges. Had he crossed someone's interests by accident? The first name that surfaced was Zhao Longfei. The man had driven out of the hunting grounds last time. Could it be him? Lu Chong wasn't sure. This sort of thing can't be guessed. Even so, Lu Chong quietly raised a mental fence against Zhao Longfei. Don't overthink it, Principal Fong said, cutting him off with a wave. They'll look into it for you. But remember, if no one envies you, you're mediocre. Never let down your guard, understand? Thank you, sir. You'll remember, Lu Chong replied at once. Good. Principal Fang's voice boomed. But don't let that make you timid. If anyone dares lay a hand on you, come straight to me. Old Wei won't sit by and let you suffer either. The principal's straightforward loyalty warmed Lu Chong a little, though he simply tucked the words away and said nothing more. Head back, Principal Fong went on. The special training ends in a few days. They'll pick out a few Tier 2 mutant beasts deep in the wilderness for you to practice on. The military credits for killing them, including that gold-gnawing rat, will be quietly added to your record. Tier 2 beasts are dangerous but valuable. Even the weakest Tier 2, Stage 1, is worth 500 credits, roughly 50,000 Huaxia yuan. At that thought, Lu Chong thanked him again and again. Night fell. Lu Chong returned to the fortress to rest, while Principal Fong hauled the captured assassin away for an overnight interrogation. At dawn, the principal came to find Lu Chong, looking frustrated. No luck. All we know is that both men are foreign bounty hunters with criminal records who've done plenty of killing and looting in the wild. Their employer hid behind an offshore virtual platform, posted the job, wired the money, and left no trail. Their caution didn't surprise Lu Chong. He actually tried to reassure him. It's all right, sir. He'll be more careful. Once I'm a full-fledged warrior, I can protect myself. If you suspect anyone, tell me your principal way, Fong reminded him. At least it wasn't foreign spies. Those people play much rougher. For now, don't enter the wilderness alone. Stay inside the base where it's safest. Lu Chong nodded solemnly, though a thorn had already lodged in his heart. One day he meant to pull it out. May 1st arrived. The students were still hunting in the wild when news spread that afternoon Xiang Yuya had broken through and become a warrior. Such cases were rare in Guanyun City before the entrance exam, and the camp erupted. Lu Chong remained unfazed. He had been a stage 2 warrior for some time. In the following days, either because the training worked or because the students finally had enough accumulation, breakthroughs kept coming. On May 3rd, Lu Qingqing advanced to martial trainee stage 7, her strength soaring. On May 5th, the day before training ended, yet another warrior appeared, Chong from number 3 high. That very afternoon, the freshly minted warrior sought out Lu Chong and loudly declared he wanted a match. On the afternoon of the 5th, the student training grounds baked under a ruthless sun, and the squad leaders sparring in the ring were dripping with sweat. The moment Lu Chong learned that Chong had publicly challenged him, he excused himself from the others and slipped through the crowd, turning down a classmate who wanted to hand over merit points. Made no sense at all. Chong was already waiting beside the platform, forcing a forthright smile. Lu Chong, I lost to you in the merit rankings during this special training. A bet is a bet. Every point I earned is yours. We're all classmates. You're being too generous, Lu Chong replied politely, even as he calculated at lightning speed. In 1 month, Chong had amassed more than 11,000 merit points, second only to him, worth well over 1,000,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Lu's own points were mostly gone. He had long since traded them for supplies. He glanced at Chief Instructor Cheng Dongya, who had been watching in silence. Cheng cleared his throat. You may use his merit points to exchange for resources, but they won't count toward your personal honor record. Understood. Thank you, Instructor. Lu Chong grinned inwardly. Merit points could still buy resources. Picking up a windfall was more than enough. Cheng's face flushed crimson. He had boasted that he would defeat Lu Chong, and now he was surrendering points worth a fortune. Still, he had broken through from trainee 9th rank to full warrior. It was time to regain some dignity. Lu Chong, how about a straightforward match right now? He called from below the platform. If I lose, he'll add another 500,000. If you lose, the original terms stand. Lu Chong wore a pained expression, but laughed silently inside. Clearly this guy's family was loaded. Since you insist, I suppose I must oblige. Just go easy on me, Shui. His gaze drifted to Xiang Yuya, sitting quietly in the stands. She seemed to do nothing, yet several boys were ready to risk everything for her. Lu Chong shook his head. Did they really think simping would get them anywhere? Money mattered more. He had zero interest in the aloof campus beauty. Just as everyone was ready to rumble, Cheng Dongya raised a megaphone. Almost forgot Lu Chong from number 1 high advanced to full warrior more than 10 days ago. If you have questions, feel free to ask him for guidance. He lifted an eyebrow in triumph as if reclaiming authority. The field exploded with chatter, especially among the number 1 high students. They clearly remembered Lu Chong hitting trainee 9th rank only after arriving at Camp. How had he already become a full warrior? Was this even a speed a normal human could achieve? Come to think of it, Lu Chong wasn't exactly normal. Had shown up at army camp only to end up training the officers. What kind of ordinary person does that? When Cheng Dongya announced Lu Chong's rank in front of everyone, Lu Chong looked anything but embarrassed. Grinning, he turned to the slightly grim-faced Chong. I only broke through by sheer luck, he said. If you're nervous, we can cancel the match anytime. The provocation snagged in Cheng's chest like a barbed hook. Cheng Dongya silently praised the move just to earn a little prize money. Lu Chong was willing to pull out every trick in the book. As expected, the hot-blooded Cheng couldn't swallow the insult. He shook his head. No need. Since we're both certified fighters, let's fight fair. Fair, my foot. Lu Chong's already second stage, Cheng Dongya muttered inwardly. He knew exactly how heavy Lu Chong's fists were. Forget the newly promoted first stage, Chong. Even he himself, a 7th stage instructor, might not come out ahead. They were basically stuffing cash into Lu Chong's pocket. Yet he held his tongue. Offending this money grubber now would only cost him more later. Up on the platform, Lu Chong was all smiles. If someone insisted on handing him money, refusing would be rude. Outwardly, he merely nodded. Then please, after you. Cheng said nothing more. His energy exploded, blasting dust from beneath his feet as he shot forward like a loose arrow. The boxing style he used wasn't from the academy's syllabus, but a high-grade art head learned off campus. Even before the punch landed, a glacial chill cut through the air. Meeting that fully formed punch, Lu Chong used nothing but first-stage strength and a low-tier human-grade move called stone-splitting palm. He had to hold back. Killing the walking wallet would ruin the fun. Fist and palm collided, and both fighters took 2 steps back. Chong had been blasted away, while Lu Chong only pretended to be forced back. Had to leave the kid some dignity, so had keep the money flowing. Grinding his teeth, Chong charged again. Flagstones cracked into spider webs beneath his feet as a heavy punch howled through the air, even fiercer than before. Lu Chong greeted it with the same stone-splitting palm, quietly dialing up his strength just a notch. Bang, bang, bang. Fist and palm clashed again and again. To the watching students, it looked evenly matched, drawing cries of astonishment. But to the few instructors, Lu Chong was just toying with a child. He could have ended the fight on the first exchange. They weren't even in the same league. Oblivious, Xueqing still believed he had a chance. The thought that Lu Chong might not be unbeatable churned in his chest. On the next charge, he unveiled a hidden trump card. As his fist closed in, a bone-deep chill surged outward. This was no ordinary human tier technique. The blood energy in that punch was almost earth tier. Boom. Palm met fist once more. Frost shot off Xueqing's knuckles like a storm of ice, but the next instant he was flung backward. When he landed, his right arm hung limp, totally drained of strength. Pale as paper, he stared up at Lu Chong, his voice trembling. How could you block a punch infused with true qi? The moment Xueqing's fist was about to land, Lu Chong sensed something was off. This wasn't just raw strength. His punch was wrapped in gang qi forged from blood and essence, chilly and razor sharp. Although it wasn't a genuine earth-grade technique, that aura was dangerous enough to wound him if he took it heated. He silently upped his own power, choosing not to use any other move. When fist met palm, Xueqing's force and the icy gang qi exploded together. The cold drilled into Lu Chong's palm like an awl, racing toward his meridians. Thanks to daily sparring with squad leader-level classmates, he knew how gang qi flowed. Otherwise, that penetrating power might have crippled him. Drawing on that experience, he stirred his own qi and blood, dissolved the freezing aura instantly, and dumped every ounce of his stored strength into his palm. Crack! Xueqing's forearm bone fractured audibly. Numbness swept through half his arm, his inner energy scattered, and his strength plummeted by half. Shocked, he couldn't fathom how Lu Chong had broken the gang qi head crafted so carefully, yet he still refused to concede. He had barely started to summon more power when Lu Chong stepped in, lightly setting a palm against his forehead, its steady pressure unmistakable. Thank you for the match, Xue, Lu Chong said, withdrawing his hand. Xueqing knew it was over. Bitter but straightforward, he nodded. He'll transfer the money once we're back. A loss was a loss. No hurry. Lu Chong flashed a rare grin and helped him up, insisting on escorting him to the medic. Instructors Cheng Dongya and the others shook their heads. This kid really does chase money. After Lu Chong led Xueqing away, the remaining students couldn't help discussing it. 3 full martial artists had emerged from their class since training began, nearly unheard of in Guanyin City's prep course history. Lu Chong, already top in the last mock exam, had now reached the martial artist stage and beaten the well-prepared Xueqing, widening the gap yet again. Their thoughts quickly turned to the third martial artist, Xiang Yuya. Could she match Lu Chong? Lu Qingqing watched Lu Chong's retreating back, balling her fists. Qingqing, you need to push harder or you'll never keep up. Besides Xiang Yuya, Huang Junyan lowered his voice. Do you think you can beat him now? Xiang Yuya withdrew her gaze and, after a moment, said, not yet, but by the college entrance exam it shouldn't be hard. Huang Junyan believed her. High school offered no earth-grade techniques, but with Xiang Yuya's family resources, learning one at the Xiang clan's dojo was easy. Without a technique of that level, Lu Chong would fall far behind. When exam time came, who topped the ranking would be anyone's guess. That's the power of background. During the apprentice stage the gap is small, but later, resources matter more and more. So what if Lu Chong reached the martial artist realm first? With limited means, could he afford the cultivation supplies a martial artist needed? Could he acquire an earth-grade technique? A master's guidance? Even without comparing him to Xiang Yuya, Huang Junyan, an otherwise unremarkable trust fund kid, was sure Lu Chong would eventually fall behind. The road of martial cultivation is long, and they were only at the opening chapter. The gain or loss of a single city was no more than a ripple. Remembering his father's warning that your vision determines your height, Huang Junyan found the words truer than ever. He and Xiang Yuya aimed at all of Hedong province, at China, even at the global arena, not merely small Guanyin city. In their eyes, a talented yet penniless orphan like Lu Chong had no understanding of the advantages that come with resources. Across the field, Lu Chong supported Xueqing as they hurried straight to the infirmary. Xueqing's right arm hung across his chest, sweat beading on his pale forehead, yet the defeated god of fortune forced himself to stay silent. Medics set the bone and applied medicine while Lu Chong stayed close, pouring water, handing out pills, adjusting the pillow missed nothing. Half an hour later Xueqing's arm was secure, and painkillers had brought some color back to his cheeks. Only then did Lu Chong smile warmly. Feeling better, Xue? Xueqing shook his head gently. Thanks for going easy on me and for bringing me here. But I'll challenge you again someday, not for Xiang Yuya, but to prove myself. Anytime, Lu Chong replied, his smile widening. I only won by luck. His sincerity softened Xueqing's stubborn expression and raised Lu Chong's standing in his eyes. Sensing the moment was right, Lu Chong lowered his voice. Xue, I have a question, may I ask? Go ahead. We're not enemies, Xuecheng said heartily. That last set of punches you used exploded with blood Qi, turned into gang energy. Was that an Earth grade technique? Lu Chong asked, feigning ignorance. Xuecheng managed a wry smile. I've only just reached warrior level. How could I wield a real Earth grade art? It's just a power release trick. When using a human grade technique, you detonate your blood Qi at the point of impact to disrupt the opponent's flow. In raw force and cohesion, it's nowhere near a true Earth grade art. The revelation struck Lu Chong. There was actually a bridge between human and Earth grades. If he mastered it and combined it with the human grade skills he already knew, his power would multiply. He tactfully avoided asking how Shui had learned it. Cultivation secrets deserve respect. Principal Fong and the instructors surely knew the essentials. He could ask them directly. That night he knocked on Principal Fang's office door. After listening, the principal shook his head. That method has as many drawbacks as benefits. I didn't teach it because it's a shortcut that breeds dependence and may even hamper future practice of real Earth grade arts. Many students take it because Earth grade is hard, but with your aptitude you should focus on orthodox Earth grade techniques. Don't take a detour. Lu Chong understood yet persisted. Potential side effects did not worry him. Could refine any technique on his own, so why fear a minor risk? On May 6th, the last day of the students' special training, the reveille no longer pierced the morning air. The teenagers were spared the weight of their packs and the march into the wilderness. They finally exhaled, washed up, and strolled about the compound in small groups, chatting and stretching their legs. The 7 instructors, the squad leaders, and the soldiers who had sparred with them for the past month were enjoying a rare day off as well. They dragged a few long tables outside the barracks and started an open-air feast. A field cauldron bubbled with meat, and laughter and the scent of liquor filled the entire camp. The meal, however, was only the prelude to a bigger event, the commissioning ceremony for Lu Chong, who had topped the merit list. Senior Colonel Huang arrived in person and pinned second lieutenant bars on Lu's shoulders. Under the gaze of the crowd, the golden star glinted so brightly it hurt the eyes, stirring envy in every student present. A second lieutenant might not be the pinnacle, yet for an ordinary high schooler, it was a meteoric rise. Even the 7 instructors standing nearby were only second lieutenant platoon leaders, each authorized to command 100 troops. Technically, Lu's commission was honorary and carried no real authority, yet he would still draw the base pay of a second lieutenant, 10,000 Huaxia dollars a month. That salary alone had him grinning from ear to ear. More importantly, the rank gave him limited access to military resources, especially the well-curated, top-priority martial arts manuals used within the armed forces. To study them, he would have to earn fresh military merit, but for Lu it was already a clear path forward. These honorary commissions were not exclusive to Lu Chong. In recent years, the Defense Ministry had opened a handful of slots to attract civilian elites, allowing free-spirited prodigies and experts to cooperate with the army without full enlistment while still remaining under essential supervision. The students envied him, yet they accepted it willingly. Even the most seasoned veterans in camp and the 7 instructors themselves admired Lu wholeheartedly. Without genuine skill, no one in the army would hand out recognition like this. At the farewell banquet, Cheng Dongya slung an arm around Lu's neck and bellowed, "Lu, don't pull your punches on the college entrance exam. If you really take first place in the province, the instructors will come to the city and throw you a party. Coach Lu, don't forget us," the soldiers chimed in. "After the exam, if you have time, we'll take you into the wild for real game." Many of them had received pointers from Lu and treated the student with both warmth and respect. Lu accepted every invitation, his heart filled with admiration for these Huaxia soldiers. Without their watch, the great bastion of Huaxia would not exist, and students like him would never be able to study in peace. At 3 in the afternoon, the military trucks rumbled to life. The students waved reluctant goodbyes to the barracks, staring through the windows at the familiar training grounds until the compound vanished around the corner. The trucks stopped one school at a time. As soon as Lu Chong stepped down, Principal Wei summoned him to the office, where his homeroom teacher Wang Tong was already waiting. "Good job, kid. You've done number 1 high proud." Principal Wei boomed with laughter the moment he saw him. Wang Tong stood to the side and said nothing, but his smile outshone everyone else's. Never in the school's history had an ordinary class student become a martial artist before the entrance exam. Lu Chong had not only made the breakthrough, but racked up achievement after achievement during training and finished with the honor of a second lieutenant's rank. Having served in the army himself, Wang knew exactly what that meant. It had taken him 10 full years in uniform to make second lieutenant platoon leader, and that was as far as he ever got. Who could have guessed that a student barely past 18 would already be on equal footing with his teacher? Wang Tong stood by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, looking at Lu Chong across the room, a swell of pride rising in his chest. Even without military authority these days, he thought, he would have more than enough to boast about when he met his old comrades. The idea that Li Chengjun might have to take a detour just to avoid him made his smile widen. Principal Wei cleared his throat, his voice suddenly low. "I heard someone tried to assassinate you during special training. Do you have any suspects?" Wang Tong's grin vanished, his expression darkening. Plotting against an orphan still in high school and the greatest talent number one Hai had ever seen was downright vile. Lu Chong had a vague idea but lacked proof, so he could only shake his head. No, I don't think I have any mortal enemies. Principal Wei nodded slightly and set down his teacup. For now, don't go home. Stay in the teacher's apartments. I own another unit there. It won't cost you a cent. When Lu Chong hesitated, Wei added with a chuckle, I hear you squeezed a lot of money out of people during training and guard every penny, so quit the act and take it. Lu Chong finally broke into a grin. In that case, thank you, Teacher Wei. Principal Wei waved off the thanks. Your safety comes first. Besides, before the college entrance exam, I'll personally teach you a terrestrial grade technique beyond Jinshanyi. He paused, voice lower. Technically, high schools can't teach terrestrial grade skills, but I'm doing this privately. No one will complain. Wang Tong opened his mouth, but Principal Wei raised a hand. Don't rush to hand him the cleaving wind axe. On your salary, you can't afford the inheritance jade anyway. Wang Tong closed his mouth and nodded. That jade slip cost well over $1 million, far beyond his reach. Principal Wei continued, weapons aren't allowed in the combat portion of the entrance exam. Let him choose one once he gets to university. Wang Tong thought it over and conceded. Lu Chong took everything in with quiet gratitude, committing the kindness to memory. Principal Wei reminded him, the college exam is a chance for the school to shine. Now that you're already a martial artist, we'll give you everything the other students receive and more. Still, terrestrial grade skills are far harder than anything you've trained before. I can't promise how much you'll master in time. He remembered how Lu Chong had breezed through Jinshanyi after Head warned it was difficult, and he chuckled at his own doubt. Lu Chong nodded solemnly. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Wei. I'll do my best. Principal Wei took a jade slip from the drawer and handed it over. Golden Light Wave, a lower terrestrial grade technique from the same lineage as Jinshanyi. It shields the body and passively reflects attacks. Accept the transmission now. Lu Chong received it with both hands, eyes bright with anticipation. He wondered how Golden Light Wave differed from his Golden Bell Shield. Could the two coexist, or would they clash? The question had nagged at him for a long time, and today he would finally find out. Golden Bell Shield and Golden Light Wave meshed effortlessly, fusing into a mid-tier Earth-grade technique. The moment Lu Chong absorbed Principal Weiss' Golden Light Wave, a clear chime rang in his mind, and he could almost hear his blood surge with excitement. The Golden Bell Shield had advanced again, leaping straight into the Earth-grade mid-tier ranks. In just a few heartbeats he understood the implications. Two techniques that both originated from Golden Cicada Shell not only refused to clash, they complemented each other and instantly doubled in value. A common low-tier Earth-grade art sells for about $1 million, a mid-tier for at least $2 million, and the rare body-refining Golden Bell Shield can fetch over $5 million. Money can't fully measure a technique, but those numbers hint at its power and potential. Still riding the wave of excitement, Lu Chong opened his personal status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Warrior Stage 3, 10. Techniques, Human Grade, Low Tier, 9 Shadow Step Mastered, Heart-Piercing Kick Mastered. Human Grade, Mid Tier, 7 Step Killing Fist Mastered, 3-inch Palm Mastered. Human Grade, Top Tier, Tiger Roar Skill Mastered. Earth Grade, Low Tier, Wind Blade Leg Refined 30, Gale Phantom Step Refined 30. Earth Grade, Mid Tier, Golden Bell Shield Proficient 26. 3 days ago he had smoothly broken through to Warrior Stage 3, and now all his attention was locked on the new Golden Bell Shield. After its evolution, the realm dropped from refined to proficient, yet its ceiling had shot sky high. He could clearly sense that he could wield the enhanced Golden Bell Shield outright, split it back into Golden Light Wave and the older version of Golden Bell Shield at will, and even break it down further to the perfected Golden Cicada Shell all under his control. All right, time for a breather, Principal Wei said gently when he noticed Lu Chong drifting off. Teacher Wang will help you move whatever you need today. With the college entrance exams so close, forget the private tutoring gigs outside. The principal added, I know you earned a good amount of military merit during special training and even pocketed 500,000 in prize money, right? Thinking of the cash and merit points he had won off Shui Chong, Lu Chong rubbed his nose and gave an embarrassed grin. There's nothing to feel shy about. Principal Wei laughed as well. A warrior should compete. Making money with brains and strength is perfectly fine. Just don't let money blind you. For the next month before the exam, pour every ounce of time and energy into cultivation. If you need anything, come to me. His tone grew solemn. For a student from a humble background, the college entrance exam is life's biggest turning point and a rare chance to stockpile resources. Seize it, and you might not have to worry about money for all 4 years of university. Lu Chong nodded in wholehearted agreement. In truth, as his strength skyrocketed, so did his ambitions, and the bar he set for the entrance exam kept rising. If he could take first place in Guanyin City, the Municipal Education Bureau and his former school would each award him a hefty bonus. Companies and martial arts halls would seize the moment, using him for publicity while forging ties with a promising newcomer. Should he top the scores at the Hudong provincial base, the city's reward would double, and the province would add an even larger prize. Yet none of that, Principal Wei reminded him, was the real money. The richest stakes lay in the nationally televised live combat segment of the exam. During this combat phase, the government offers an official broadcast, but every candidate also has a personal channel that streams to more than 1 billion viewers. The goal is not merely spectacle, it is a nationwide celebration of martial spirit that provides students with tangible benefits. Viewers gladly donate. They know these gifted youths will one day fight to protect the Federation's safe zones and their own peace. Such students deserve encouragement. The idea set Lu Chong's heart racing. He searched recordings from previous years and saw candidates who earned over 10 million credits in just 6 days of combat assessment. That sum might be pocket change to heirs of great clans, but for him, it would finance his future cultivation. If I can pull off a brilliant turnaround, I won't have to worry about money for a long time, he told himself, clenching his fists as determination surged through him. That afternoon, he returned to his humble rented room with his homeroom teacher, packed hastily, and moved into a faculty apartment behind the school. Principal Wei had secured a one-bedroom unit modest on the surface, yet fitted with an underground training room more than 100 square meters in size, stocked with cultivation and testing equipment. Small though it was, everything he needed was there. Gazing at this private haven, Lu Chong vowed that once he had the funds, he would build a place just like it for his own practice and daily life. The college entrance exam loomed ahead. Clearing that hurdle would open a far broader world. Filled with fighting spirit, Lu Chong braced himself for the first major trial since arriving in this realma test that might propel him straight to the top. With only a month left before the college entrance examination, the summer heat is on its way, yet the senior curriculum has suddenly loosened. More than half of each day now belongs to the students. The school's aim is not relaxation but self-directed effort. Those with money often skip classes altogether and cram at city dojos. Families of modest means keep their children on campus to sharpen skills with teachers, and anyone who has already given up is simply left to drift. Chen Yufei is a textbook case of this new freedom. For the past month, he has spent half his time at home, engrossed in online war games. Sitting at only the 4th stage of martial trainee, his chances of entering a martial arts university are slim. Squeezing into an ordinary college would be a stroke of luck. Still, he drops by Lu Chong's place almost every day to chat, relive high school memories, and brood over a long-dead crush on Xiang Yueya. He insists he's moved on, though it was always just wishful thinking. Besides this lifelong buddy, the only classmate who reaches out to Lu Chong is Lu Qingqing, who messages every few days with questions about cultivation or academic work. Otherwise, Lu has cut off nearly all contact, seldom sets foot in the classroom, and spends most of his days secluded in the basement training room that Principal Wei converted for him. One noteworthy visitor is Shui Chong, the ace from number 3 high. He came in person to hand over the promised 500,000 Huaxia credits. Having learned his lesson, Shui wisely skipped any talk of a rematch during the exam, leaving Lu faintly disappointed. Lu also accepted the forfeited military merit points, exchanging them for medicinal baths and nutritional supplies enough to last until the test so the cash could finally stay in his pocket. Zhao Longfei, by contrast, has all but vanished, skipping school entirely. Lu had hoped to sound him out, but no opportunity presented itself. When the calendar turned to June, the tension in the senior class rose with the temperature not over coursework, but over nerves. On June 4th, the official virtual platform opened lifetime personal accounts for every senior. From now on, they must use these accounts to post pictures, videos, or live streams. The system functions like a second ID, designed not to create stars, but to let each person speak for themselves and build personal value. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Martial Artist Stage 3 Progress 88. Techniques: Human Class, Low Grade, 9 Shadow Step Mastered, Heart-Piercing Kick Mastered. Human Class, Mid Grade, 7-Step Killing Fist Mastered, 3-Inch Palm Mastered. Human Class, Top Grade, Tiger Roar Technique Mastered. Earth Class, Low Grade, Wind Blade Leg Proficient 90, Gale Phantom Step Proficient 90. Earth Class, Mid Grade, Golden Bell Shield Proficient 8. In the basement training room, sweat trickled down Lu Chong's temples. He opened his eyes from meditation, skimmed the data floating across his retina, and nodded satisfied for the moment. He would need another 4 or 5 days before pushing his cultivation to the next stage, just in time for the live combat portion of the entrance exam. Over the past few days, Lu Chong had poured nearly every waking moment into the nascent breath technique. Spiritual energy coursed through his meridians again and again, yet the last barrier to the 4th tier remained stubbornly intact. His wind blade kick and swift gale step were also stuck at the threshold of mastery, needing only one real fight to break through. As for the Golden Bell Guard, he had barely scratched the surface and progress had slowed, but it was already more than enough for the test. Whenever he thought about the looming exam, only one word echoed in his mind: champion. Not the national title, but first place in Hedong province. China now spanned 34 domestic and overseas bases, and their hunting grounds varied so widely that written subjects and basic martial arts could be standardized, but practical tests could never squeeze every candidate into a single arena. For that reason, rankings were always provincial. No one talked about a nationwide number one. There would be plenty of chances to settle that score after collegiate, the vast battlefield of Blue Star, where writing may admit multiple bests, but in martial arts there is no second place. Pulling his thoughts back, he logged onto the official virtual platform Huaxiao Heroes with a flicker of anticipation. He had long used the site to watch tutorials and match footage from the masters, but today he signed in with his own verified account tagged current candidate. The moment he entered, he blinked in surprise. Huh, I already have more than 200 followers? The most eye-catching avatar was a selfie of someone wearing a red headband that read "Fight for the exam." That flamboyant style could only belong to Chen Yufei. Scrolling farther, he found Principal Wei, Principal Fong, Colonel Huang, and his homeroom teacher, the 7 instructors from boot camp, a dozen squad leaders, and more than 100 soldiers, Lu Qingqing, and over 30 classmates from Class 5. Even Xue Cheng from 3rd High, whom he had sparred with several times. What really caught him off guard, though, were the names Li Chongjun, Xiang Yueya, Huang Junyan, and even Zhao Longfei. Why are they following me? He muttered, then shrugged. The platform was a free market and nobody owed anyone. There were also 20 or 30 faces he didn't recognize. He vaguely recalled seeing a few of them at a school assembly, probably officials from the Guanyin City Board of Education. Almost everyone had left a private message, most of them simple good luck wishes like "give it your all" or "bring home the laurel," including one from the campus beauty Xiang Yueya, with whom he had never exchanged a single word. Lu Chong set his follower lists to private with a flick of the wrist, too lazy to respond one by one. Pudong Province's base held more than 30 million people. A mere 200 followers were nowhere near enough. If he could win over a bigger crowd before the exam, he might be able to make a tidy profit. Unfortunately, Lu Chong never managed to drum up any publicity before the college entrance exam. Ads blanketed every social media feed, and even a single sponsored post cost a small fortune. Staring at his meager savings, he shelved the idea of buying popularity. He wasn't aiming to be an influencer, so why rush to craft a public persona? Luckily, Guan Yunqing's official media outlet played fair and released footage and score sheets from the last mock exam. The video showed Lu Chong taking first place by a landslide, giving him a burst of free exposure. But online memories are short. Within days, the glow of mock exam champion was buried under fresh content, and his follower count still trailed far behind those willing to pay for promotion. The standout was Xiang Yueya, known as the heir of the Xiang style. A second-rank martial artist and a campus beauty, she filled each slickly edited reel with grappling, light-step footwork, and flawless marksmanship. In just 2 days, her videos swept through Guan Yunqing's 2 million residents and spilled across the province. Even users from other cities tuned in, and her follower count exploded. By the night before the exam, she had topped 2 million fans, making her the city's undisputed sensation and the province's odd-son favorite for the title. Classmates Zhao Longfei, Huang Junyan, Xue Cheng, and others weren't idle either, each amassing hundreds of thousands of followers through media pushes. Even Qin Yufei's guy who just plays games all day picked up over 100,000 fans in 2 days. Instead of martial arts clips, he posted highlight reels from a virtual war game, earning cult status among gamers. Riding that wave, Qin Yufei pinned a friendly recommendation on his profile, touting Lu Chong as the province's next valedictorian and urging fans to follow him. The assist finally nudged Lu Chong's numbers upward, barely breaking the 100,000 mark the night before the exam. It wasn't dazzling, but at least it wasn't dismal. The hitch was that most of Qin Yufei's followers flocked to Lu Chong's lone martial arts tutorial and started flaming him. That move is so basic. How's he supposed to top the province? Seated contender? Looks average to me. Other than being handsome, what's special about him? Hey, back off. I love that rugged, handsome face and that body. Swoon. Lu Chong couldn't be bothered to reply once the exam began. His scores would silence every critic. On June 7th, the National College Entrance Examination officially kicked off. The 8-day marathon gripped the entire country. Even the powerhouses at the very top monitored the event in real time through virtual feeds. Most well-heeled candidates weren't buying ads for pocket change. Unlike Lu Chong, they already had plenty of resources. Their real goal was to stand out in the endless data stream, so a heavyweight might remember their name. If a master noticed them and offered discipleship, that would be a true leap to the top. Such sky-falling opportunities weren't fantasy. Every year, after the exam, someone ended up accepted by a master. Those masters needed heirs to carry on their legacies. After all, the annual National Unified Examination is the ideal opportunity to spot rising stars. The written subjects are scheduled for June 7th and 8th, creating a relatively subdued atmosphere that draws limited attention. Late on the night of the 8th, Lu Chong's results appear online. He is only 35 points short of a perfect score, ranking 1st in the province and 5th nationwide. The moment the score syncs to his profile, a fresh wave of traffic floods in. Several top universities immediately leave generous offers in the comments, but he scrolls past them with polite indifference. His ambitions lie elsewhere. As for the mixed reactions from fans, he has no time to engage. The combat livestream that starts tomorrow is his real stage. All candidates are then transported to a sealed testing site, where they will be cut off from their accounts for 6 full days. Before the lockdown, Chong takes a deep breath, pulls his gaze from the screen, and silently hopes his profile will not disappoint him when he returns. He refuses to underestimate any opponent. Officially, more than 20 registered martial artists have signed up within the province. Unofficially, there are certainly hidden masters keeping a low profile. Chong is neither cocky nor insecure. He has only one goal: provincial champion. On the morning of June 9th, the basic martial arts evaluation begins, and nationwide viewers pour into the various livestream rooms. Government channels at the national, provincial, and municipal levels, along with countless independent media outlets, all go live. Parents, seasoned warriors, and ordinary spectators overwhelm the platforms. Statistics show that from this day forward, more than 600 million people are simultaneously watching the exam broadcasts across Huaxia, and the number continues to rise. Some stick to the official feed, others lock onto personal streams, and many juggle multiple screens for fear of missing any highlight. The moment the morning results drop, traffic surges toward the high scorers. Unaware of it all, Chong's perfect scores in all 4 categories flash on the leaderboard, and within an hour his follower count skyrockets by 1 million and the numbers keep climbing. Everyone understands that 4 perfect scores equal a certified martial artist. The basic test caps at 400 points, and even a third-rank martial artist gets no bonus, a rule designed to keep student abilities transparent. That evening, the provincial stream for Hedong releases its statistics. 51 students achieved perfect basic scores this year. At 1 p.m., the host announces with gusto, "These are the frontrunners for the provincial title, but do not overlook the dark horses who might break through during live combat. Who will be the champion? Let's wait and see." After the official shout-out, another surge of followers floods Chong's account, pushing his subscriber count past 3 million. At the same time, his personal livestream feed is fully unlocked, giving viewers a crystal-clear view of his every move in the upcoming combat assessment. At 2 p.m. on the 9th, every examinee was loaded onto military transports and moved in staggered formation toward the Hedong provincial hunting ground. Outside the windows, the endless Tian Mountains stretched like a gray-green spine across the province, 5 times larger than the Guanyun City hunting grounds. Officially dubbed the Tian Hunting Ground, the range's rugged terrain serves as both a natural barrier and a conduit between the base cities and the alien races beyond. In peacetime, it functions as a buffer zone where the army grinds down enemy numbers. Since arriving in this world, Chong had never set foot outside Guanyun City, and neither had the Bodis' original owner. In this era, traveling between 2 base cities is no small feat. The wilds are overrun with exotic beasts, and although creatures above Tier 4 rarely cross the border, ordinary people still can't cross the expanse without heavy protection, making intercity trips exorbitantly expensive. For this journey to the Tian hunting ground, the students from Guanyun City rode in the middle of the convoy, ringed on all sides by armor, heavy machine guns, and portable missiles. Recon drones skimmed the sky, sharing live tactical data with the vehicles below. Colonel Huang personally led an elite guard company, and 2 Wuzong masters had been assigned to the mission. If a powerful beast tried to break through, the provincial military would scramble fighters and top-tier experts immediately, ensuring nothing disturbed the examinee's state of mind. Inside the troop carrier, clusters of students whispered to ease their nerves, but Chong sat alone by the window. Dry grass and the occasional bleached skeleton flashed by as he quietly reviewed his condition. Name: Chong. Level: martial artist, Tier 4-1. Skills: human grade, lower tier, 9 shadow steps perfect, heart-piercing kick perfect. Human grade, mid-tier, 7-step killing fist perfect, 3-inch palm perfect. Human grade, top tier, tiger roar art perfect. Earth grade, lower tier, wind blade leg perfect, gale phantom step perfect. Earth grade, mid-tier, golden bell shield minor mastery 18. Less than an hour after the morning assessment, his cultivation had advanced smoothly to Tier 4. Both Earth grade, lower tier techniques wind blade leg and gale phantom step had followed, reaching perfect mastery. Progress on the Earth grade, mid-tier golden bell shield slowed after entering minor mastery. He estimated at least another month to perfect it. The provincial capital's Qi High School had produced several Tier 5 students this year, even one Tier 6 prodigy, yet Chong remained calm. With his present cultivation, multiple Earth grade techniques, and the combat experience head banked during special training, taking the top provincial score seemed well within reach. His only concern was pacing. Couldn't let any surprise disrupt the rhythm of the exam. The convoy sped on. A deep, beastly roar echoed from the Distancia Tier 2, by the sound of it. Before the creature even appeared, the outer escort surged forward, blades, gunfire, and rockets tearing it apart in seconds. The armored line reformed before the first drop of blood hit the ground, and the convoy never lost speed. Lu Chong's gaze drifted back to the cabin, a faint, almost invisible curve touching his lips. He was, after all, something of an expert now. Scenes like that no longer fazed him. In just under 2 hours, the convoy carried the students to the southern border of the Taiyan hunting grounds, the stretch nearest to Guanyin City. The military trucks halted outside a long, shimmering energy wall. One by one the doors swung open, and soldiers guided each examinee to a separate coordinate hundreds of meters apart, ensuring no one could watch out for anyone else. Each pack held only 2 pieces of permitted gear, a distress beacon and a protective talisman. The beacon displayed real-time points and rankings, and in an emergency, it was the sole lifeline. The talisman could trigger a one-time shield when all else failed. Overhead, a hovering drone streamed their every move, while 6 days' worth of nutrition bars and water meticulously inspected to prevent cheating rounded out their supplies. The examinees were ordered to stand by. For half an hour, nothing broke the silence but the rustle of leaves and the crinkle of ration wrappers. Near 4:30, a shrill alarm shattered the stillness. All examinees, enter the hunting grounds within 10 minutes. The energy wall will reactivate after that. Anyone remaining outside will be disqualified. As the broadcast ended, the translucent barrier in front of Lu Chong split open, releasing the forest's cool shadow and the scent of grass and sap. He drew a deep breath and stepped through. 10 minutes later the wall sealed behind him, muting the world outside. At last, he muttered, his heart quickening. This was the real exam, the one that would carry the most weight in their final scores. His beacon screen was still blank, points stood at 0. Yet within those first 10 minutes the top 100 list flickered alive, dozens of names already flashing single-digit scores. Lu knew the stakes. Appear on the board and millions of viewers would notice, driving the livestream's numbers through the roof. Many students, even the weaker ones, would expend everything right off the line for that brief moment of exposure. The longer you stay up there, the higher you rank, the bigger the audience, the better the payoff. With that thought, Lu locked onto the vast northern forest. He tapped the ground and burst into wind step, his coat snapping as he shot deeper inside. Starting from the south gate, the only way to claim a high-grade beast locator was to push straight toward the core. All around the sprawling border, tens of thousands of examinees surged forward at once. From the livestream's aerial view, they looked like a tide of tiny figures pouring into the trees. It's on. It's on. The host's voice climbed in excitement, and millions of viewers felt the charge of the moment. According to officials, the outer rings were seeded with first and second-tier beast territories, while the very core hid 2 newly evolved Tier 3 beasts waiting for the boldest challengers. A Tier 3 beast matched a human warrior master. Called anyone really reach it? The camera cut to a guest expert. Adjusting his glasses, he shook his head slightly. It'll be tough, very tough. Our best candidate in Hudong province this year is only at warrior stage 6. From what I've seen, he might handle a strong Tier 2 beast, perhaps even push through Tier 2 level 9. But the Tier 3 zone in the core? I doubt it. The host pressed on. Then why include a Tier 3 area at all? The expert cleared his throat before answering. This is a beacon of hope. Hudong province's hope. Huaxiao never lacks talent. In recent years, top-tier strongholds, especially the Beijing and Magic capital bases, have already seen high schoolers bring down Tier 3 exotic beasts. Naturally, we'd love to see our resource-rich Hudong-based province produce a prodigy who can keep pace with the frontrunners. Imagine a dark horse pops up one year, and we haven't prepared a Tier 3 beast in advance. Wouldn't we be the laughingstock of everyone? With a half-teasing smile, he raised his teacup to let it cool. The buzz wasn't limited to the official channel. The entire streaming platform had gone wild. Here we go. Everyone, watch my kids already up to 90th on the top 100 board. One parent shouted in the chat. I'm still backing Li Qianzhong from launching number 5 high. 6th-stage warrior, Wenio can match him? Another viewer spammed. Meanwhile, self-styled analysis gurus were holding court in their own streams, their follower counts soaring. The Guanyin City official stream split the screen 4 ways. The host in the main window, the other 3 fixed on Lu Chong, Xiang Yuya, and Xuecheng, the city's best hopes this year. One sat with eyes closed, another adjusted his breathing. Their expressions differed, but all brimmed with confidence. Next to the host sat a silver-haired, but bright-eyed elder Principal Wei Jiangwo of number 1 high school. Principal Wei, you've taught martial arts for over 30 years and guided 21 graduating classes. You must have an early read on this year's exam. Can we get a prediction, especially on the final scores and rankings for Guanyin City's 3 candidates? The host offered him the mic. Nearly 1 million viewers hammered the chat. Principal, spill it. We need that prediction. Principal Wei calmly set down his teacup, straightened up, and said to the camera, there's no doubt all 3 of our youngsters are strong. Cracking the top 100 is a foregone conclusion. Come on, Principal, that's stating the obvious. The bullet screen teased. But no one went too far. Most of the audience had once been his students. With a chuckle, Principal Wei stroked his beard and added, just kidding. In fact, I can say with certainty the provincial champion this year is already booked for Guanyin City. Boom. The comment section erupted. Who is it? Who's taking the crown? So Longsheng doesn't even matter now? After all, of the province's 51 registered warrior candidates, Longsheng alone had half, including several 5th-stage warriors and one 6th-stage powerhouse. How could a small city like Guanyin hope to challenge the capital? Viewers from other cities promptly jumped in, accusing the old principle of grandstanding just for attention. Even the host standing nearby stepped in awkwardly, saying, Principal Wei, you're joking, of course, but everyone understands it's a sign of your hopes. Principal Wei refused to let the comment slide. His tone was solemn, his eyes bright. I'm not joking. I stake my reputation on this. My prediction is almost certain. The student who will top the provincial rankings is none other than Lu Chong from Yun City No. 1 High School. Inwardly he added, Kid, this is all I can do for you. I may have earned you a few enemies, but I've also built up your hype. The hall, lively only moments before, fell silent at once. Faces showed mixed emotions. Principal Wei was a respected martial master as well as the head of a school. When he invoked his honor in public, it was never idle talk. But the question hung in the air: on what grounds? Curiosity flared like a spark. Let's see what this Lu Chong can actually do. And so, countless viewers flooded into the relevant live streams. Many others were unconvinced and immediately clipped the broadcast into short videos that spread like wildfire. Retired principal from Yun City No. 1 claims his student will take the provincial crown. A small high school from a 4th-tier base city dares to challenge the entire province. Sarcasm, doubt, and mockery swept across every major platform in Hedong province within 30 minutes. While the buzz skyrocketed, Lu Chong himself knew nothing about it. The viewer count in his personal stream soared past 1 million, soon approaching 3 million, almost catching up with the ever-dominant Xiang Yuya. Yet most of those 3 million had tuned in just to watch him fail. But the moment they entered the feed, the comment screen exploded. This candidate is insane. On camera, Lu Chong had already broken into the territory of Tier 2 exotic beasts. Less than an hour had passed since the candidates entered the Taiyan hunting grounds. Most were still feeling their way around Tier 1 territory and might never leave it. Even prodigies at the level of certified martial artists had only just reached the Tier 1, 9th level zone, planning to set up camp in the relatively safe area before dark. Lu Chong, however, had hardly paused. He cut his way forward as though clearing brush, pushing straight into the Tier 2 zone. Whenever a Tier 1 beast lunged at him, he raised his blade and finished it cleanly. From the shadows of the forest came roars and the hiss of rending air, yet nothing slowed his advance. He moved as casually as if he were out for a stroll or practicing his sword work. Because he was moving so fast, his locator picked up little, and he had only 426 points, barely hanging onto the tail of the rankings. Lu Chong was in no hurry, though. The real game was just beginning. Since breaking through to warrior level 4, Tier 1 beasts no longer interested him. Only Tier 2 beasts could make his blood race and raise his score. Tier 2, first level, 500 points. Tier 2, second level, 1,000 points. Tier 2, ninth level, 12,800 points. Before departure, the old principal had told him in private, the Yun City Education Bureau has decided, whatever points you earn in the combat exam, your bonus will be 10 times that in cash. With a reward like that, how could Lu Chong sit back? No one was going to steal those exotic beasts from him. In other words, no one was going to steal his money. The incentive introduced by the Guanyin City Board of Education wasn't meant for Lu Chong alone. It was open to any local student who could break into the provincial top 100 list. Lu Chong spared no thought for what the other two candidates from his city intended. All he knew was that he had to claim that prize. Night slid down from the mountaintop like ink, and the sudden chorus of beasts in the forest was broadcast to every live stream through powerful mics. Most examinees ducked into caves or gaps beneath giant roots, crowding together for warmth and terrified of being surrounded and eliminated after dark. Meanwhile, Lu Chong strode alone into the territory of Tier 2, Grade 1 beasts. He neither hid nor slowed, marching across open ground despite the danger. Years of tempering his golden bell shield had honed his senses to an uncanny edge. The metallic tang in the wind, the faint scrape of leaves, the dull thud of earth kicked up in the distance all were etched clearly into his mind. Unlike the arena in Guanyin City, this hunting ground teemed with diverse species that formed a miniature ecosystem. Lu Chong couldn't name every tribe, but he knew that as long as he kept moving he would eventually find a target. A roar split the night. 3 meters ahead, a bush exploded as a hulking shadow leaped at him, reeking of rot. Half a heartbeat before it sprang, he caught the scent of blood. His body moved first. His right leg coiled like a spring and snapped out, slicing through the darkness with a gust of wind. Bone cracked and a shrill scream rang out as the creature was flung back into the brush, branches snapping under the impact. Lu Chong tapped the ground and shot after it like an arrow, plucking the locator strapped to its neck. A one-horned boar, ideal with a drink, though he couldn't carry it now. The beast crashed into the grass and, after a few whimpers, lay still. Lu Chong gave it a quick glance and muttered, "What a waste," before sprinting on. 500 points hit his account, boosting his total to 926 and rocketing him to 79th place on the leaderboard. This was only the beginning. By dawn, he aimed to be number one. While the local Guanyin stream erupted, the provincial official channel also switched to his feed. Viewership surged past 5 million, even topping Xiang Yueya. Everyone waited to see whether Lu Chong was merely reckless or truly capable. Tonight would decide. In truth, almost no candidate dared enter the Tier 2 zone at night. Of the 3 licensed martial artists from Guanyun, Lu Chong was the only one. Across all of Hedong province, only 6 martial artists had ventured in so far. 5 of them celebrated elites from the provincial capital 4 at stage 5 and 1 at stage 6, so their presence was expected. By comparison, Lu Chong was merely a stage 4 candidate of modest local fame, leaving viewers puzzled about where he found the nerve to storm a Tier 2 beast territory after dark. Commentators soon offered a professional take. This student, Lu Chong from Guanyu No. 1 High School, definitely has serious combat power, one analyst said. By my estimation, he's a stage 4 martial artist, and that wind-cleaving kick just now was executed at near-perfect mastery, something you rarely see. Only then did the viewers realize that Lu Chong was far more than a rookie warrior. His cultivation was leagues ahead of most, falling short of only the top 5 contenders. The expert commentator added, a first-year student who can perfect a mid-grade martial art is a rare sight even in the best high schools of the provincial capital. In the teachers' apartments of Guanyin City No. 1 High School, Wang Tong watched 2 live feeds at once while refreshing the official data. Hearing the expert's praise, he beamed and squeezed his wife's hand. See that? That's my student. He's broken through again 4th stage now. And that gale-splitting kick? I taught him that myself. His wife had been following the stream as well. Her smile widened, knowing how highly her husband regarded Lu Chong. Yet just as the audience embraced Lu Chong as the dark horse, they sensed something was off. Instead of hunting in the level 2 stage 1 zone, he sprinted north, heading straight for stage 2. What's he doing? He's about to be surrounded, and he's still charging deeper? The live chat feed exploded with doubt. Night was when the beasts were most active, yet Lu Chong pressed on, practically courting stronger prey. Inside the hunting ground, he shot forward in a straight line. He wasn't even searching for targets, but his well-lit figure acted like a beacon, drawing beasts to him. 1, 2, 3 in seconds there were 12, all level 2 stage 1, snapping at his heels. Near the stage 2 border, he finally eased up, letting them close the gap. Good, that's efficient, wastes no time, he muttered, then whirled around to attack. Stone-splitting palm, 9 shadow step, iron thread fist, cloud-piercing finger, heart-stabbing kicka chained the techniques together without pause. A single punch or palm strike was enough. The beasts couldn't survive even one exchange before crumpling. He never bothered to use anything above mid-grade. By the time he cut through the 12 beasts, an equal number of trackers lay in his palm. None escaped, and none were merely crippled, made certain of that, not wanting to lighten the pressure on other examinees and risk losing potential points. This first nighttime harvest sent his score rocketing to 6,926, launching him into 3rd place. Li Qianzhong led with 8,689 points. Wang Shan held 2nd with 7,955, both unfamiliar names. Looks like someone's snatching my cash. Better step it up, Lu Chong grumbled, striding straight into the level 2 stage 2 beast zone without hesitation. Meanwhile, his personal stream and the 2 official channels covering him were going wild. Stone-splitting palm, 9 shadow step, iron wire fist, sky-piercing finger, heart-stabbing kick, and the wind-cleaving leg he used earlier, all of them are mastered to perfection. In the brightly lit provincial livestream studio, several experts fixed their eyes on the screen. The eldest swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. No wonder Lu Chong from Guanyunqing No. 1 High is so confident. With so many perfected human-grade skills, he can weave through these early second-tier beasts like it's nothing. The host's eyes lit up, and he immediately chimed in. Exactly. Those perfected techniques let Lu Chong advance or retreat at will. Look, when he retrieved the locator, he didn't severely injure a single beast, and taking heads was as easy as reaching into a pocket. He truly makes the heavy seem light. The host then turned back to the expert. How strong do you think Lu Chong is, and how far can he go? After a moment's thought, the expert replied, that's hard to judge. I'm certain no other candidate in the province has perfected so many techniques at once. But don't forget, they're all lower to mid-tier human grade. Their power is ultimately limited. They work against weaker beasts, but if he meets something stronger, it's another story. The top students from Longqing No. 5 have fewer perfected moves, yet they train upper human grade and even earth grade arts. One of them, I hear, has already reached advanced mastery of an earth grade technique, and that power is on a different level. So how far Lu Chong goes depends on whether he has higher grade cards left to play. The provincial feed wasn't the only place buzzing. Guan Yunqing's official channel and countless media streams followed the action. Lu Chong's personal account shot past 8 million viewers, a new record, and the midnight chat was still roaring. Told you Lu Chong from Yunqing No. 1 is the dark horse. See, he's already climbed to 3rd place. Right? give him a medal. I'm betting on this kid. He'll be a pillar of the nation's martial path and bring honor to Guan Yunqing. The cheers were deafening, but the doubts were just as sharp. You can tell anything on day one? Heading deep at ninth S, asking for trouble. What if stronger beasts surround him? Survival still needs tactics. So many human-grade skills, big deal. Let him meet someone with an earth-grade art. Then what? Almost everyone who knew Lu Chong was glued to a screen. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, homeroom teacher Wang Tong, even Class 1's teacher Li Qingjun. Elsewhere, in the camp escorting the students, Colonel Huang, his instructors, and the soldiers huddled around a projector. The soldiers Lu Chong had coached clenched their fists in silent support. But Lu Chong himself could see none of this debate, nor hear any of their cheers. Lu Chong tore through the Tier 2, Stage 2 hunting grounds at full throttle, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Beasts roared and converged wherever he passed. Skimming over the jungle terrain, he tapped the ground and vanished in a blur. Under the dim moonlight, only a phantom afterimage remained. Whenever a creature barred his path, he simply slashed out, his hand like a blade skimming across armored scales, snatching the locator in a flash before slipping away without so much as a pause. In barely 10 minutes, he struck 9 times, never missing once. By the time he burst out of the Stage 2 sector, he was holding 9 extra locators. His combat score jumped by 9,000, blasting past the 10,000 mark to reach 15,926. The leaderboard updated instantly, vaulted to first place, and left second-ranked Li Qianzhong more than 6,000 points behind. Standing at the edge of the Tier 2, Stage 3 zone, Lu Chong glanced into the deeper forest where dark currents surged and guttural growls overlapped. He clenched his fists, checked his stamina, and continued along the cliff wall. It was now the early hours of the 10th. In previous years, most candidates would be resting at this time, conserving their strength. Tonight, however, countless people lay wide awake, stunned by the sudden spike on the leaderboard. Who is this guy? Running around in the middle of the night, doest he know that nighttime kills you faster? Candidates scattered across the map either griped or marveled, but there was little they could do. Most had never planned to chase the rankings. They just wanted to guard their own little corner and had no intention of charging into the Tier 2 zone, much less confronting Lu Chong Heaton. For certified martial trainees, though, the psychological blow was huge. Day 1 and he's already farming points? Pushing us all down. Someone muttered, trying to console himself. What's the use of climbing early? He'll get eliminated early too. Yet pride stung, and more than a dozen ambitious fighters, especially the top students from Longqing No. 1 High, decided to strike back that very night. Under the moonlight, they entered the Tier 2 hunting grounds, either in small teams or alone. Night hunting multiplied every risk. Poor lighting, scattered allies, and once a single beast latched on, it could draw a whole pack in seconds. Clashes erupted everywhere. Firelight and cold steel flickered through the forest, while the roars of Tier 2 beasts mingled with human shouts. Some candidates held their ground with footwork and technique. Others had to yank the alarm wire. As the night deepened, the unintended forced escalation only grew fiercer. Soon, a few realizations hit home. Lu Chong's Hitandran style worked because his speed, burst power, and split-second judgment were miles ahead of his peers. Anyone else, even Stage 2 or Stage 3 fighters, would buckle under a dozen Tier 2, Stage 1 beasts. At dawn, 2 Stage 2 candidates collapsed from exhaustion and were eliminated by the system. 3 more withdrew, battered and bleeding, retreating to the safe zone for treatment. Only then did they understand how completely Lu Chong had dictated the night's tempo. Meanwhile, Lu Chong's popularity exploded. By early morning, his personal stream had topped 10 million viewers, cementing him as the undisputed star among all examinees. The official leaderboard updated again: 27,926 points. Li Qianzhong had chased hard through the night, yet still sat at 16,689, the gap only widening. The rest of the field was left so far behind that Lu Chong seemed to be racing alone. 27,000 credits in a single night, hardly a bad deal. By now, Lu Chong had entered the zone inhabited by Tier 2, Stage 4 beasts, where their numbers thinned noticeably. A quick calculation told him that each Stage 4 beast was worth roughly 4,000 points, which meant the same amount of time could translate directly into cash in his pocket. He had raced through the night, yet his eyes were bright and his breathing steady. Since breaking into the martial artist realm, going 3 days and nights without sleep was routine, and the skills Jin Zhongzhao and Hu Xiaogong had pushed both his physique and spirit far beyond his peers. Lu Chong halted, drew in a breath thick with the scent of grass and earth, and mapped out his plan. He'll start the sweep here. The outer beasts can stall the other candidates for a while. I need to lock onto the high-value targets first. Instead of forging deeper, he relied on razor-sharp senses to track Stage 4 beasts hidden among shrubs and rock crevices. The strategy was simple: clear this sector completely, then circle outward to harvest the hordes of low-value creatures and squeeze every drop of efficiency from the hunt. His decision streamed live across multiple platforms, and the tense spectators finally exhaled. They felt as though they were right there in the hunting grounds, afraid he might charge straight into the interior and get knocked out too early, wasting all the excitement. At least he knows his limits. A Stage 4 martial artist versus a Tier 2, Stage 4 beast is 50-50. Hunting in daylight is a smart move, no risk of a pack ambush. The scrolling comments admitted Lu Chong's composure with grudging respect. Yet by day's end, everyone realized they had still underestimated him. Deep in the forest, Lu Chong flashed past like a gust of wind. Fists and kicks shredded vines and shattered rock, and almost no beast lasted more than a single exchange. It was as if he carried an innate radar, dust swirling at a cave mouth, or the faintest breath between leaves could not escape his perception. What about Li Qian and his 50,000+ points? The gap is almost triple already. That same day, the official Huaxia stream locked its coverage onto Lu Chong, granting him a dedicated camera feed. Viewers from other provinces flooded in, and the audience count rocketed past 20 million. Wow, Hedong Province High School produced a monster like this? Are the other candidates weak, or is he just insane? In a single day, he racked up over 150,000 points, enough for a top 10 spot nationwide. Environments differ from province to province, but combat points are a hard metric, and almost no one posts a score like that on day one. Even more telling, official accounts from several elite martial arts universities slipped into his stream, quietly tracking the Suntob applicant. When the exam ends and scores are released, the real scramble to recruit him will begin. At this point, Lu Chong didn't linger. When night fell, he headed straight for the Tier 5 beast zone. He was still missing a few locators from Tier 4 beasts. Those that burrowed underground refused to surface, and more candidates were streaming in, so fighting over them would only waste time. On the second night of the field exam, he chose to blitz the higher-level hunting ground instead. A Tier 4 fighter storming a Level 2, Tier 5 beast territory in the dead of night set the live stream ablaze. Viewers called him insane and wondered if he thought the creatures were nothing but props. As out-of-province spectators poured in, the locals rallied behind Lu Chong. They were worried he might crash and burn, yet eager to watch him rewrite the record book. Hell, he had barely gone 100 meters when a moon-howling silver wolf the size of an armored SUV leapt from the darkness and blocked his path. Its eyes gleamed with malice. Before its paws even fell, silvery arcs shot from its throat like scythes cutting through the air. This was the true threat of a Level 2 beast, an off-body attack, as lethal as a human warrior's Earth-grade technique. Beasts knew no martial skills, but their bloodline gifts were brutal and just as deadly. Lu Chong didn't take it heeding. Perfected gale steps flared beneath him. He flickered through the gaps in the silver net like a shred of night wind. An instant later, he was above the wolf, and a wind-cleaving kick hammered down, driving the airborne brute deep into the mud. So what if it was Tier 5? Back in boot camp, he had been only Tier 2 and still held his own against the Tier 7 head instructor when the man refrained from Earth-grade skills. Before the wolf could right itself, he casually plucked the locator from its collar and vanished into the trees like a whirlwind. But then the darkness erupted. A woo, a woo. Howls overlapped in every direction. The viewers were more nervous than Lu Chong, spamming warnings. Wolves hunt in packs. This was an ambush. Felling one Level 2, Tier 5 wolf was impressive, but how could he survive a ring of them? Other candidates were also in the sector. If they couldn't share the aggro, he was in serious trouble. The downside of night raids had finally surfaced. Lu Chong simply counted 1, 2, 3, 18. 8,000 points each, that made 14,400 points, or 1.44 million yuan. He rather enjoyed doing math like that. Another explosive howl ripped through the night. 18 pairs of green eyes closed in, hemming him in. At a single command-like howl, every wolf opened its jaws. A storm of silver arcs surged toward him, sealing sky and earth alike. Even the fastest footwork would struggle to slip through such a net. The stream erupted. Some shouted for an emergency rescue. Failing the exam was one thing, getting torn apart was another. How long could a talisman last? Minutes at best. Yet the very next second, every comment froze. Tens of millions of viewers stared at Lu Chong on their screens, utterly stunned. As the viewers in the live stream fretted, mocked, or gloated, Lu Chong was already drowning in a storm of silver arcs inside the hunting ground. Blades of light swept overhead, sharp as razors. The teenager carried no weapon. How could mere flesh withstand such a barrage? The answer appeared in an instant. Look, what is that? Comments exploded across the screen. In the center of the maelstrom, a burst of golden light flared, then rippled outward, forming concentric waves that locked every silver arc outside an unbreakable barrier. When the light settled, Lu Chong stood revealed behind the golden veil. Body protecting Qi. Is that an Earth tier technique? And he's already at minor mastery. The crowd gasped. Someone recognized the move at once. That's Golden Ripple, a lower Earth grade art focused on body tempering. I never imagined anyone in our province could push it this far. When it comes to martial technique, Lu Chong is number one. The uproar spread from private streams to official channels. On Guanyun City's feed, the host turned eagerly to the grinning principal beside him. Principal Wei, you know Lu Chong best, tell us about this technique. A surge of outside viewers flooded the channel, and no one doubted the principal's earlier boasts now. The scoreboard showed Lu Chong firmly in first place. The provincial title seemed inevitable. Principal Wei was ready. His tone stayed measured, though pride colored every word. I taught Lu Chong this lower earth grade art, Golden Ripple. The boy mastered it to the minor level even before the exams. As for his aptitude in martial arts, I could talk all day. The scene cut back to the hunting ground. Golden light rippled over Lu Chong's skin. He wasn't using the full Earth Middle Art Golden Bell Guard, but a branch of it Golden Ripple. Though slightly weaker, it was more than enough to deflect the crescents hurled by the howling moon silver wolves. After blocking the first wave, he stopped standing still. Cloaked in gold, he charged straight into the pack. A dozen second-tier, fifth-rank wolves lunged from all sides, claws, fangs, tails striking at once. Yet Golden Ripple at minor mastery carried a brutal recoil. Claws bent back on contact, fangs shattered, tails were flung aside. Lu Chong didn't dodge at all. He moved through the wolves as if through empty air. Moments later, he burst from the far end, leaving a carpet of silver bodies behind. Every wolf lay with broken claws and splintered fangs, but none suffered fatal wounds. Even his sleeves remained intact. Had he not held back, those wolves couldn't have fought again anytime soon. The score panel updated instantly. Lu Chong, 299,926 points. Second place, Li Qianzhong, just over 80,000. The gap was a chasm. Lu Chong still led by miles, a lone rider kicking up dust behind him. But he still wasn't satisfied. The candidates on his heels were getting too close, about to steal his prize, as he saw it. Using the thickening night as cover, Lu Chong plunged deeper into the forest and picked up speed. Meanwhile, in the dense woods where Level 2, Stage 3 beasts roamed, someone brushed aside a curtain of vines, exposing the mouth of a small cave. Firelight flickered within. 3 candidates huddled around a glowing screen that displayed the top 100 leaderboard, their faces darkening as Lu Chong's score surged higher and higher. That punk still hasn't been knocked out. Chun Yuan, freckles dusting the bridge of his nose, snapped a dead branch in frustration. A 5th-stage martial artist from Longqing number 5 high, he sat fourth on the board. Without Lu Chong, he might have cracked the top 3. Next to him stood Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, the 2 names right below Lu Chong's. Li, a 6th-stage martial artist with a square face and thick brows, looked calm and seasoned. Wang Shan, a 5th-stage martial artist, was plain-featured yet carried a chill in her eyes. All 3 attended the same elite high school in the provincial capital. Normally they'd be rivals, but Lu Chong's runaway score had set them on edge. From the way his points are spiking, he's already broken into the 5th-stage beast zone and is still heading in, Chun Yuan said, tapping the screen. If we keep waiting, he'll clear out everything deeper in, and we won't even get the scraps. Wang Shan thought for a moment, then spoke firmly. We can't sit around for him to crash out. Let's team up, push straight into the 5th and 6th stage zones tonight, and grab what we can. Fewer beasts that far and weaver strikes first wins. Works for me. Chun Yuan agreed, then turned to Li Qianzhong. You in? Li Qianzhong paused a heartbeat and nodded. Count me in. They sealed the pact on the spot, packed their gear, slipped out of the cave, and raced toward the 4th stage beast zone. Night pressed low. Insects trilled on every side. 3 shadows darted between the trees, swift and wary. 2 hours later, they had cut down dozens of 4th stage beasts, but recovered only 3 locator beacons. Without the beacons, the beasts fought just as hard, costing the trio precious time and effort. Lu Chong's a real piece of work, Chun Yuan panted, sliding his chipped blade back into its sheath. He must scooped up the beacons first just to slow us down. Wiping a smear of blood from her forehead, Wang Shan stayed cool. Grumbling won't help. The 4th stage zone is nearly empty. Hanging around will only drain our strength. Li Qianzhong scanned the restless forest and lowered his voice. If we stall any longer, he'll net every beast farther in. This place isn't safe, we need to catch him now. They shared a glance, shed the last of their hesitation, and stepped into the deeper, darker woods. If they couldn't close the gap soon, there would be no points left to fight over even together. When Li Qianzhong and his 2 companions stepped into the Tier 5 beast zone, they were greeted by the wolf pack that Lu Chong had just beaten up and deprived of its locator. The moon-howling silver wolves still looked disheveled, their eyes glowing with resentment. Realizing the newcomers were not Lu Chong, they instantly flew into a frenzy, howls echoing in every direction. One glance at the wolves' bare necks told Li Qianzhong, Zhao Ping, and Zhou Nin that the locator was gone. Fighting any longer would waste time and yield no points. Before an audience of tens of millions watching the live stream, a tense yet comical chase unfolded. The wolves relied on numbers to block every path, while the 3 candidates used superior cultivation and agile footwork to slip through the gaps. If they fought in earnest, the trio could easily wipe out these Level 2, Tier 5 wolves, but burning stamina for 0 score made no sense. By tacit agreement, they turned the skirmish into an elaborate game of tag, eager to shake off the pack and hunt down Lu Chong instead. Meanwhile, Lu Chong had already entered the Tier 6 zone, scanning the ridges and ravines for prey. A single Level 2, Tier 6 beast was worth 16,000 points, more than enough to keep him motivated. The creatures here were no longer silver wolves, but ironhide yaks, famous for their staggering defense. An ironhide yak was as big as a small hill. Though slow-footed and not especially aggressive, its pitch-black coat was harder than steel. When calm, the hair hung like layered armor. When enraged, every strand bristled, ready to detach and shoot out as steel darts, a nightmare for close combat. Chong soon ran into one of these yaks and attacked without hesitation. Moo, the deep bellow echoed as the yak lowered its head and charged, horns gleaming. To Chong, the charge was laughably slow. With a flicker of his nine-shadow step, he drifted past the horns and materialized at the beast's flank. Taking the opening, he slammed a shattering stone palm into the animal's neck. He hoped to grab the locator at close range, but the long, dense hair hid the device completely. A strike strong enough to flip a semi-truck only made the yak stagger half a step and didn't even loosen a single hair. Its defense was unbelievable. Interesting. One more time. Fired up, Chong switched to Eagle Claw, his fingers hooking at the yak's neck, trying to part the hair and expose the locator. Pushed to its limit, the yak's coat suddenly exploded outward as every strand stood on end, forming a forest of 1-foot-long steel needles. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of needles streaked toward Chong. He reacted at once, unleashing golden wave chi that wrapped him in a shimmering aura, even his palms glowing with pale gold. The needles failed to pierce the barrier, but still struck with enough force to drive him back several steps, gouging deep furrows in the ground. Instead of panicking, Chong Grineth had finally caught sight of the locator hanging from the yak's neck. Chong stopped trying to trade blows with the iron-armored yak. Instead, he slipped past the beast with another burst of 9-shadow step. The monster, still bellowing about tearing the intruder apart, managed only to swivel its razor-sharp eyes before the teenager vanished, locator in hand. It roared and thundered forward, hooves churning up showers of dirt, but after less than 10 meters, Chong had already dissolved into the morning mist. He spent the next stretch of time sweeping the entire valley with the same tactic. First, he showed himself at a distance and cut the air with a blast of force, provoking each yak to bristle and lock its spines into place. While the creature's weight shifted for the charge, he flicked his feet, leaving afterimages that glided along its flank, and plucked the locator as he passed. Against these thick-skinned giants he wasted no strength, leaving only a chorus of furious roars echoing among the hills. By the time the sky grew pale, every yak in the lowland lay stripped of its device. 10 locators rested neatly in his palm, 160,000 points, in one sweep. Added to his previous haul, his score now soared past a staggering 450,000. Meanwhile, Li Qianzhong, Chen Yuan, and Wang Shan had just fought their way out of a wolf pack and stumbled into yak territory. Hours of night fighting had earned them almost nothing. Every beast they managed to fell was already missing its locator, and their stamina was shot. Worse still, the only welcome they received was a herd of enraged yaks Chong had just toyed with. Fortunately, they noticed at once that the armor gaps were empty and broke off the engagement, sprinting at full speed. The pounding yaks shook loose rocks from the cliffs, but always fell a body length behind. We're close. Chen Yuan gasped between strides, an odd excitement in his voice after an empty night. Chong's probably moved on to the Tier 2, 7th grade zone. Wang Shan cutting coolly. 7th grade beasts aren't a joke. If we rush in, we can't guarantee a win. The words hit Chen Yuan like a splash of cold water. Even if they caught up, what then? Those beasts were brutal, and going in alone would only get them eliminated. Their original plan had targeted 4th to 6th grade Tier 2 beasts' high success rate, solid efficiency. Now, with Chong stripping those stages clean, they had spent an entire night chasing nothing. It's daylight now, Li Qianzhong said, voice steady. Together, the three of us can handle one 7th grade beast. We've already lost too much ground time to earn it back. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Right. He can't possibly take every beast in that zone. This could be our chance. Wang Shan nodded. At this point, an all-out push is our only hope of catching him. Breathing in unison, they stepped into the territory of the Tier 2, 7th grade beasts. Every livestream in Hedong province was in an uproar. 45,000 points in 2 days would have shattered the rankings any other year. 450,000 had split the leaderboard in two. The once dazzling tag top 100 rank 1 now seemed almost timid. The second place, Li Qianzhong, hadn't even broken 100,000, a gap that made viewers' scalps prickle. In previous years, Li Qianzhong's numbers would have led the pack. Now he couldn't even see Chong's taillights. Commentators in the provincial stream had stopped asking who would take first place. The only question left was how far Chong could go. Called he stand toe-to-toe with the top scorers from every province in the nation? For Chong, the safest strategy now is not to push deeper, but to use the remaining 4 days to secure a steady victory. At the provincial arena, all he has to do is return to the low-tier beast zone and rack up a few more points, and the top provincial title will be his. The commentators in the provincial stream keep stressing the word caution, a sharp contrast to the official Guanyun City broadcast. Speaking for countless locals, the city host says that nobody expects Lu Chong to go head-to-head with the champions from other provinces. They just want him to bring home Guanyun's first ever martial valedictorian. That sentiment is even stronger among city officials and education leaders. After the host finishes, the camera swings to Wang Tong, Lu Chong's homeroom, teacher who has just been invited to the studio. Earlier that morning, Principal Wei had declared, the outcome is settled, and gone home to rest, leaving a reluctant Wang Tong in front of the lens. Facing millions of viewers, Wang Tong looks slightly shy but speaks with conviction. From what I know of Lu Chong, he isn't reckless. If he isn't confident, he won't go any deeper. Even so, doubts still flicker across the bullet comments. The jeering is gone, replaced by well-meaning advice. Some urge Lu Chong to turn back at once and lock in first place. Others worry that if he insists on fighting above his level and slips up, he could be eliminated early, giving the other contenders time to catch up. The final scores of past provincial champions have all topped 500,000. On the 11th, analysis floods every stream large and small, and the viewer count in Lu Chong's personal channel soars past 25 million, 30% of them from outside Hedong province, proof that his performance has captured the entire nation's attention. Deep in the hunting grounds, Lu Chong steps into the territory of Tier 2, Stage 7 beasts. They are few in number, but each one is savagely dangerous. Most of them lie dormant during daylight, so Lu Chong has to take the initiative. He moves steadily through the forest, deliberately leaking his aura to draw the prey out. Suddenly his nostrils flare. He catches a familiar scent. A shadow cat? Remembering the one he had stumbled upon in the Guanyun city grounds, he feels a bizarre sense that the exam has repeated a question, yet alarm flares in the same instant. Whoosh! A blurred black figure dives from the canopy, aiming straight at his brow. It is indeed a shadow cat, but far more formidable than any he has seen, faster than lightning, bridging the distance from branch to face in the blink of an eye. The cat's claws lash out, blades of light tearing through the air. A chill radiates with the dark glimmer at the tips. This is the shadow cat's bloodline ability. Lu Chong didn't even have time to raise his arms. The instant the cat's claws descended, he activated the golden light wave's protective aura. KRRSSHH, a shrill scrape tore through the forest's hush. The shadow cat's talons dragged a streak of black light across the barrier, but still couldn't tear open the earth-grade body-refining art. Though only a fourth-stage warrior, Lu Chong's foundations were deep. His blood and qi rivaled that of an ordinary ninth stage. With the golden light wave cultivated to near perfection, a Tier 2 stage's even shadow cat couldn't touch him. The recoil from the shield failed to snap the beast's claws, and the two opponents separated in a blink. The shadow cat landed on a treetop several trunks away, vertical pupils locked on the man below. Lu Chong calculated swiftly. To match that speed, he would need the Earth-grade Gale Phantom Step, an evolved form of the human-grade Gale Step, hardly something he wished to reveal under so many watching eyes. An idea flashed. He tilted his chin in provocation and crooked a finger at the creature. Growl. Stung by the taunt, the shadow cat dived again, even faster than before, its claw light colder and sharper. Instead of retreating, Lu Chong advanced. The golden light wave flared anew, and his right hand formed a sword-like point, a cloud-piercing finger brimming with aura aimed straight at the beast's belly. Mid-leap, contempt flickered in the shadow cat's eyes. It twisted abruptly, claws skimming the shield to rake at Lu Chong's shoulder, hoping to spring clear of a direct clash. In that split second, Lu Chong's chest swelled and his abdomen tightened. A roar like a tiger's blast hammered the cat's ears. The tiger roar art, a human-grade peak-level technique at mastery. The strike jolted the shadow cat's very soul, freezing it for a heartbeat. The opening was his. While his right hand held the thrust, his left had already flattened into a blade. A 3-inch palm detonated in that narrow Spacino ordinary human-grade strike, but one powered by Earth-grade force mechanics. Boom. The shadow cat was blasted more than 10 meters, slamming into a thick trunk, bark exploding in every direction. Before it could clear its head, Lu Chong flashed forward, seized the loose skin at the back of its neck, hoisted it into the air, and yanked off the locator tag hanging from its collar. 32,000 points secured. With a satisfied flick, he tossed the shadow cat aside, tapped the ground, and vanished into the dense woods in search of his next target. Beautiful. Did you see that combo? Textbook, Lu Chong. Livestream chats erupted once more. That's real skill worth every point. Haha, that tiger roar technique is my own creation, and I taught it to that kid Lu Chong myself. Inside the teacher's dormitory at Yun City No. 3 High School, Principal Fong clutched the windowsill, his eyes shining like light bulbs. When Lu Chong let out a thunderous roar on screen, he rubbed his hands in delight, completely forgetting their other student, Shui Chong, who was still on the field. By now, every livestream's comment feed was flooded with tiger roar invented by old Fong, and the analysts' voices rose in wave after wave. The shadow cat moved like a ghost, usually free to advance or retreat at will, yet Lu Chong's tiger roar forced it to stumble. Watch closely, this window lasts only a heartbeat. The commentator sped up. If Lu Chong can't seize it, he'll still be stuck. On screen, Lu Chong's footwork remained rocksteady. Calm mindset, pinpoint prediction, instant burst. The analyst kept dismantling every move. He's already locked onto the Shadow Cat's landing point. With 2 fingers held like a sword, his piercing cloud strike seals the escape route. Now he shifts. Here comes the perfect realm 3-inch palm. This strike is the key, stripping the Shadow Cat of the initiative. Before the words were finished, Lu Chong had snatched the locator from the Shadow Cat. The chat went wild. If a single link had failed, this scene would never have happened. Inside the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had no idea how loud the outside world had become. In real combat, he had no time to think. Every action was instinct polished by bootcamp drills. Sparring daily with veterans didn't make him a prodigy, but it let him stay far calmer than most. After dispatching the first Shadow Cat, he sprinted along the forest shadows. Guan Yunqing's mock exam had predicted the targets perfectly, and he had long since memorized the cat's scent and habits, making them much easier to track in daylight. Half an hour later, he followed the smell to a second cat, this one at level 2, stage 7. Using the same combo, now as smooth as flowing water, he subdued it in just 3 moves and claimed another locator. On the scoreboard, his points broke the 500,000 mark, freezing at 523, 926, still in first place. By his reckoning, that was worth more than 5 million Huasha credits. In both this life and the last, he had never touched that kind of money. His chest burned with excitement, and his feet moved even faster. When he located the third Shadow Cat, Lu Chong's brows knitted. Someone had caught up ready to fight him for the bounty. Ahead, the cat was ringed by 3 examinees, Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and Chen Yuan. The pre-exam briefing had tagged all 3 as major contenders, and he had already memorized their faces and cultivation levels. So it was them. Lu Chong glanced at the scoreboard. As he expected, Li Qianzhong, Chen Yuan, and Wang Shan were less than 500,000 points behind him, clearly ganging up for a joint assault. He didn't mind losing points, but the prize money behind them was another matter, and he refused to give it away. The 3 were currently closing in on a Shadow Cat. Earth tier and human tier techniques intersected in a deadly net, pinning the agile beast in place. In a few seconds, the locator on its collar would be theirs. Not happening. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Chong erupted in golden light. With Gale Step at full mastery, he turned into a spinning, golden cyclone and streaked through the air. Just as the other 3 found an opening and prepared to strike, a shrill gust of wind howled from behind. A blinding beam of gold smashed through the aftermath of their techniques and barged into the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Cat was scooped up and whisked away. Did you see that? We just got robbed. Chen Yuan sputtered, still processing what had happened. What are you waiting for? Chase him. Wang Shan stomped the ground, unleashed her movement skill, and darted after the fleeing golden flash. It was Lu Chong, Li Qianzhong growled, face darkening as he joined the pursuit. The trial forbade direct combat between examinees, but allowed them to steal each other's prey. Since Lu Chong never attacked the trio and only snatched the cat, he broke no rules. Meanwhile, the Shadow Cat was equally confused. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? Before it could even focus on the person holding it, Lu Chong flung it back to the ground at the trio's feet minus the locator that had iced its neck moments earlier. Thinking their target had miraculously returned, the 3 looked down in delight only to realize the locator was gone. Their hearts tightened. Was this guy even human? There's no point catching him now, the points are his, Li Qianzhong said grimly. Chen Yuan, you're the fastest. Keep him busy so he can't score again. Wang Shan and I will hunt something else. Relax, we'll split the points evenly. Muttering inwardly, Chen Yuan activated a speed-type Earth tier technique and shot after Lu Chong, simmering with frustration. They'd planned to steal from Lu Chong. Instead, he had stolen from them. The entire scene was live-streamed, and the chat exploded once more. Lu Chong's insane 3 stronger opponents, and he still dares to snatch their prey. Serves them right. They tried to gang up on him, and he turned the tables. This is the good stuff. Everything else is just filler. With tens of millions watching the stream, the audience knew exactly what was going on. Most of them saw nothing wrong with Lu Chong's counter after all. Those 3 top students from the provincial capital had formed a team expressly to suppress him, so his pushback was only fair. Besides, a real combat exam is supposed to crackle with tension. If the organizers wanted things easy, they could have set up a simple man vs. Beast ring and been done with it. People have always loved an underdog story. Right now, Lu Chong was playing that role, trying to drag the favored heirs of noble families from their pedestal. The viewers couldn't yet watch them square off directly, but watching them battle through spirit beasts was excitement enough. That was exactly how most of the audience felt. Deep in the hunting grounds, beneath interwoven shadows of boughs and leaves, Lu Chong finished a slash, and a Shadow Cat crumpled without a sound. Its blood hadn't even spread when satisfaction flickered across his face. The next instant, wind hissed behind him, whipping the grass into a frenzy. Lu Chong whirled around. One of the trio had caught up. At the speed that opponent was showing, He was already half a notch faster than Lu Chong when Lu Chong wasn't going all out. The other two examinees were nowhere in sight. A quick calculation revealed their plan. One of them would pin him down, capping his score, while the others cleared out the beasts in this sector. Lu Chong almost laughed. If night had already fallen, he could release every level 2, stage 7 shadow cat he possessed, and the three of them might not last long. Unfortunately, under bright daylight they could still handle a lone stage 7 shadow cat, cutting his edge in half. Worse, the pursuer Qin Yuan was blindingly fast. Without his swift wind shadowless step, Lu Chong couldn't shake him at all. Unless he knocked the guy out or scared him off, he was stuck. Decision made, Lu Chong stopped, spun, and locked eyes on the newcomer. Looking for a duel? Are you? Qin Yuan skidded to a halt 10 meters away, arms raised defensively, palms out. You've got me wrong. I'm just here for prey, not to break the rules. The probing had told Qin Yuan enough. Lu Chong's true strength was at least equal to theirs, and he had no confidence in a straight fight. Lu Chong, however, was stuck. If Qin Yuan struck first, he could counter and eliminate him without penalty, and the viewers would side with him. But because Qin Yuan clung to the rulebook, Lu Chong would be docked points if he attacked first. The deduction was minor, but risking the audience's goodwill was not. Maybe I should just head to the stage 8 zone, Lu Chong mused. Level 2, stage 8 beasts would make those three hesitate to step in, let alone hunt. Yet after all the time and effort had invested here, moving on felt wasteful. So be it showing one trump card is worth the resources. With that thought, he leaned forward, toes lightly kissing the ground. A sharp whoosh tore through the air. A visible gust spiraled up from beneath his feet, forming a half-futhai ring of wind that blasted dust and leaves outward. In a blink, he shot off at twice his previous speed, as if hoisted by an invisible giant hand. The swift wind shadowless steeple lower earth-deer movement art he had mastered to perfection was finally unveiled. Holy! Qin Yuan's pupils shrank. Instinct made him lunge after the blur, but all he saw was a straight silver afterimage slicing through the trees before vanishing. A chill washed over him. How was he supposed to catch that? Both fighters were using low-grade earth-rank techniques focused on speed, yet he had only reached the mastery level, while Lu Chong had perfected his, and the difference was night and day. In the span of a single breath, Lu Chong vanished as if carried off by the wind, leaving only a gray streak of dust behind. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, but all he caught was the settling haze. Lu Chong was long gone. No way, I need to link up with the other two. That kid is out of my league, he muttered, pivoting to retreat. With a speed gap like that, he couldn't even glimpse Lu Chong, let alone hold him back. The cameras streamed the scene to countless channels, sparking another surge of excitement. Lu Chong is a walking surprise machine, the host exclaimed, voice trembling. After that near-perfect golden light wave, he's unveiled yet another Earth-rank technique. Get this, the analyst added. He has completely mastered this high-speed Earth skill. You could count students with that level of comprehension on one hand nationwide. He then listed every technique Lu Chong had perfected. 1. The 7 high school basics 9 shadow step, stone-splitting palm, piercing cloud finger, mountain press throw, eagle claw, iron thread fist, and heart-piercing kick. 2. 3 mid-tier human rank skills gale step, wind-cleaving kick, and 3-inch palm. 3. 1 top-tier human rank skill tiger roar. 4. 2 earth-rank techniques the near-perfect golden light wave and the newly demonstrated speed technique. Add it all up, the analyst declared, smacking the desk, and Lu Chong is undisputedly the top martial arts prodigy of this year, if not the entire country. Yet the true origin of this speed technique remained a mystery. The chat exploded. Has anyone seen this before? Can an expert explain? An expert in the official stream grabbed the mic. If I'm not mistaken, that's the low-grade Earth rank Windrider steps, the progenitor of Gale step. Still, Lu Chong's version differs slightly from the orthodox form. Over on the Guanyin City stream, Principal Wei was called back on screen. The host asked the same question, and a headache hit him who had taught Lu Chong this skill. To his knowledge, no one had. Even worse, millions of viewers were waiting for his answer. Stroking his graying beard, the principal forced a smile. Yes, it's Windrider steps, but after perfecting it, Lu Chong developed new insights. We discussed them at length, and he devised fresh applications, so it looks a bit different from the original. The statement burnished his own image while deflecting scrutiny from Lu Chong. If the boy were grilled now, criticism would be unavoidable. Principal Wei calculated silently. The issue had to stay under wraps until the exams ended. Then he would cooperate with any official probe. All registered techniques must trace their lineage, and sooner or later Lu Chong would have to explain where Windrider steps came from. This kid is so brilliant he's a constant headache, the old principal thought with a wry smile. I'm starting to wonder what other hidden talents Lu Chong is keeping up his sleeve. The Stage 2, Level 7 zone, once considered a major hurdle, barely caused a ripple under his feet. Chat rooms across the streaming platforms went wild. People were already asking if he could bulldoze Stage 2, Level 8, or even Level 9 beasts just as easily. On camera, he was unstoppable. Ever since he unveiled Wind Step, the shadow cats in this sector had no escape route. He didn't even need to activate Tiger Roar. Li Qianzhong, Chen Yuan, and Wang Shan tried to keep up, but never even caught a glimpse of him. The lone shadow cat they finally cornered was one Lu Chong had already pummeled into a frenzy. When Lu Chong strode straight into the stage 2, level 8 zone, without so much as a pause, the trio traded glances and retreated. We're really giving up already? Chen Yuan grumbled. Li Qianzhong, still reeling from their losses, quickly regained his composure. We can't handle level 8 beasts. If we try to block Lu Chong, we'll get knocked out early. No point in pretending. Exactly. He hasn't had time to clear the level 1 to level 3 mobs. If we hurry back, we can still scrape together some points, Wang Shan said. While he's feasting on steak, we're stuck with soup. Chen Yuan forced a laugh. Keep dawdling, and we won't even get the soup, Wang Shan urged. The three of them picked up speed, racing other candidates for low-level prey. The camera cut back to Lu Chong. The 8 shadow cats from the level 7 zone pushed his score to 715,926 miles ahead of the pack, more than enough to clinch the provincial top spot. But for him, it was nowhere near sufficient. Every point equals cultivation resources, and each step forward burns money. Even hundreds of millions might not see him through college. A single stage 2, level 8 beast is worth 64,000 points. The thought made his eyes light up like gold coins, as well as a fleeting worry about whether the city's education bureau could actually pay that much in bonuses. Hisses. He didn't have to look far. Coiled around a tree ahead was a giant azure python stage 2, level 8, a blue flame serpent. Lu Chong charged without hesitation, golden light rippling around him as he activated Golden Wave Shield. The snake's body was thicker than the trunk it wrapped around, stretching more than 10 meters long. Forked tongue flickering, it fixed on the intruder and spewed a plume of blazing flame that spanned the gap in an instant. This wasn't ordinary fire. Laced with elemental energy, the blue blaze ran close to 6,000 degrees. Even before the flame reached him, Lu Chong felt the air around him start to warp. He didn't pit his golden light shield against the tongues of flame. Instead, he slipped into the wind shadow steps, turning into a whirlwind that swept past the blue-green blaze. The moment his feet touched the ground, he borrowed the vortex's force and vaulted skyward, diving straight for the azure fire python's throat, aiming for the fatal spot 7 inches below its head. Before he could close in, a dark shape crashed down from above the python's scale-covered tail, whipping through the air with a shrill crack. The beast was just as deadly up close. Tail lashes, body constriction, and fangs hot enough to melt steel were all kill moves. Those fangs carried no ordinary venom. The instant they struck, they injected fire toxin hotter than the flames themselves. With nothing to brace against in midair, Lu Chong took the blow heat-in. The tail slammed into his golden light shield, sending ripples across the barrier. The energy field kept out the heat and edge, but the sheer force still hurled him several meters back. He refused to stay passive. Almost the moment the strike landed, his hands snapped into eagle claws, 10 fingers gouging between the scales to lock the tail in place. Now it's my turn. Landing in a horse stance, Lu Chong let out a muffled shout. Dark gold power surged along his arms as he heaved backward, yanking the massive python ramrod straight. The explosive strength of a body tempered by the iron bell art was terrifying, well beyond what most 9th-rank fighters could imagine. Crack! The python's upper half still coiled around a 20-meter tree, but the trunk snapped in two under that brutal pull, branches and leaves crashing down. Losing its support, the azure fire python slammed onto the ground, trying to twist back for a countercoil, but all initiative now lay in Lu Chong's hands. He growled, tightened his grip, and spun in place. In a blink, man and snake became a living tornado. The 10-meter python wielded like a meteor hammer. Boom, boom. Its body smashed into rocks and trees, stone shards and splinters flying. The beast shrieked, flames spewing, yet the scorching tongues never reached the whirlwind's center where Lu Chong stood. After several revolutions, the python reeled, eyes rolling until it nearly vomited its last meal. Seizing the moment, Lu Chong raced along the tail, closed on the head in a flash, and drove a 3-inch palm into its vital point. Bones cracked loud and clear. The python's roar died at once. It was crippled on the spot, and he ripped off the locator tag in the same motion. Mercy wasn't an option. If the beast retained a shred of strength, it might join with others to besiege him later. Once the system confirmed 64,000 points, Lu Chong vanished into the deeper forest, eager to clear the area before nightfall. It was already the 11th, a little after 3 in the afternoon, only a few hours left before dusk on the 3rd day of the field exam. The livestream chat had already exploded. When viewers saw Lu Chong flinging the giant python through the forest, comments burst like firecrackers. That was epic. Absolute beast. I'm falling for him. This is a real man. He deserves a reward, no question. No wonder he topped the province. Watching a mortal thrash a spirit beast, I can't get enough. One azure flame python is worth 64,000 points. Night had fallen, yet the wetland forest deep inside the hunting grounds still glowed a dusky blue beneath the dying light. In the level 2, stage 8 sector, Where Lu Chong was operating, scorched earth and grass intertwined, and the air still stung with the acrid tang of burnt python blood. Within a few short hours, he had brought down 5 azure flame pythons. Each strike erupted in fire, hissing, and the dull clang of steel on scale. Each time he sheathed his blade, the score bracelet on his wrist flashed a fresh string of numbers. His total broke the million mark and finally settled at 1,035,926, leaving every other candidate in the dust. The field exam was only halfway through, with 3 full days left to run. Everyone understood that even if Lu Chong were eliminated right now, first place was his. Second-ranked Li Qianzhong had barely topped 120,000. Even if he stayed awake for the next 72 hours, he would not reach half of Lu Chong's score. On top of that, everything above Stage 3 and Level 2 had been almost emptied by Lu Chong, leaving only a few scattered Stage 9 beasts and, worse yet, Level 3 monsters. Would Li Qianzhong dare go after them? Forget him. Even if every other candidate joined forces, none would volunteer to be the day's sacrificial point donors. Will he push on to Stage 9? The question filled every livestream chat and echoed in the minds of the remaining candidates. Those candidates actually hoped he would. The points up there were never going to be theirs, and if cockiness got him killed, he would not come back to compete for the lower-tier prey. Tens of millions of viewers wanted the same, because only by breaking new limits could he measure himself against the provincial champions across the country. Nationwide, the top scorers were no longer competing on points alone, but on who could slay the highest-ranked beasts. With 4th stage cultivation, Lu Chong had already leapt 4 stages to butcher Level 2, Stage 8 pythons, outperforming more than half the provincial leaders. If he could topple a Stage 9 beast, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with champions from the 5 major base cities. If he went further and, as a 4th stage fighter, fought a Level 3 monster to a draw, even victory would become the nation's uncrowned king of candidates. Even if others matched the feat, doing it at a higher cultivation level would never dim the brilliance of his low-rank triumph. After all, the top students from Shanghai Experimental High and Beijing No. 1 High were already 8-stage fighters. So every eye stayed glued to the screen, waiting for his decision. Yet once the night deepened and Lu Chong had cleared out the Stage 8 sector, he did not advance. He stopped before a stretch of charred vines, sheathed his blade, glanced at his bracelet, then pivoted and sprinted back toward the lower-tier zones. The abrupt turn left viewers momentarily stunned. Was he quitting the challenge? It seemed the Dark Horse's charge would end at Stage 8. With his current total, he did not need any more low-value kills, and even a later failure could not unseat him from first place. The chat exploded. Why stop now? Wipe out Stage 9. But on screen, Lu Chong's silhouette was already shrinking into the night, leaving the towering python nests behind as he raced toward the lower tiers. Viewers felt a twinge of disappointment. They did not doubt his prowess. They simply wanted him to push even harder. How could they know that when Lu Chong doubled back, all he cared about was racking up points? The higher the score, the richer the city's rewards, and he was after maximum efficiency. Since no one dared enter the Level 2 Tier 9 beast zone to poach his prey, he simply turned to the lower tiers and harvested everyone else's points. If he waited until he cleared the last 2 stages, those zones would already be picked clean. That was his real plan. As for the Level 2 Tier 9 zone and the core Level 3 zone, he would save them for the final day of the exam. With 3 full days left, both his cultivation and his golden bell shield could improve a little more, giving him an even better chance. Night deepened the perfect time to move. Lu Chong looked up at the darkened mountains, tapped the ground with his toes, and slipped through the forest as if strolling on level ground. In less than half an hour, he broke into the Level 2 Tier 3 beast zone. This area was far broader than the depths and swarmed with far more beasts. The inner zones held only a pitiful few. Even on the 3rd night of the exam, plenty of beasts here still hadn't had their locators taken. Beasts roamed more freely at night, and Lu Chong showed no mercy. Each one was worth 2,000 points, and he wasn't about to turn that down. That evening, the martial candidates lingering in Tier 3 watched in stunned silence as Lu Chong swept through like a whirlwind, stripping the field bare. Is he insane? How are we supposed to survive this? Chen Yuan, who was resting in Tier 3, nearly went mad. After splitting up from Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan to farm points on their own, he had thought the zone was theirs. Barely half a day later, Lu Chong came storming back. They hadn't met him face-to-face yet, but the leaderboard's steady 2,000 told the story. Chen Yuan wanted to challenge Lu Chong on the spot, yet he knew he would only humiliate himself. Worse, even the 3 of them together couldn't match Lu Chong's speed. His scoring efficiency was absurd, and despite a string of hard fights, he showed no sign of fatigue. As Lu Chong's total rocketed upward, Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had no choice but to join the night hunt and grab whatever scraps remained. He couldn't greet dawn empty-handed. Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and the other 2 candidates in Tier 3 had to do the same. After a hectic night, Tier 3 finally fell silent, and Lu Chong had already sliced into the Level 2 Tier 2 zone. The candidates there suffered the same fate. losing most of their prey to him alone. Another day passed. At dawn on the 13th, Lu Chong finished sweeping the level 2 Tier 1 zone and headed straight for the level 1 beast zones. The remaining candidates had no answer. They all retreated to level 1 and clashed with the martial trainee examinees. Competition had never been this brutal in the history of Hedong Province's entrance exam. By now, Lu Chong's total score had passed 1.2 million. Entering the level 1 Tier 9 beast zone, he had another goal besides padding his score. There was a certain candidate he wanted to talk to. Zhao Longfei was genuinely rattled. He couldn't even perform at his usual level. 5 days into the practical exam, he had barely scored a little over 1,000 points. For a 9th-stage martial trainee, that wasn't terrible, but it was painfully average. Forget the 3 top-tier universities and the 10 prestigious schools. She might not even squeeze into any of the 36 key martial academies. It wasn't a lack of strength. The moment he stepped into the testing grounds, his mind simply refused to settle. Each time the top 100 leaderboard flickered, he instinctively searched for one named Lu Chong. For the first half day, he managed to stay calm, because Lu Chong hovered near the bottom. But when night fell on day 1, that name rocketed upward like an unleashed storm. Zhao Longfei was dragged back to the nightmare of the Guanyun City mock exam. In a single night, Lu Chong seized first place and never let go. Now the stakes were higher, 300,000 candidates competing while millions watched. How could a penniless orphan dominate a field packed with prodigies? Zhao Longfei refused to accept it. Yet he could only watch as Lu Chong's score broke 10,000, then 100,000, then 500,000, finally smashing past 1,000,000. Each update hit like a sledgehammer to his chest, leaving him gasping for air. The weight of it all reminded him of his father's recent warning. The assassins we sent after Lu Chong failed. One's dead, the other's captured. But don't worry, no one can trace it back to us as long as we keep our mouths shut. Since then, he had scarcely returned to campus, claiming to be in seclusion for training when he was really afraid of meeting the newly promoted martial artist Lu Chong and giving himself away. Anxiety clung to him, and he missed the best window to advance beyond martial trainee before the final exam. The moment he entered the arena, the fragile calm head regained was shattered again. The numbers on the scorer sliced through his pride like blades. Panic, envy, and resentment twisted together inside him. Why? Why is he so good? How can he leave me this far behind? He kept snarling under his breath. With my father's support, he'll catch up. I have to. Yet no amount of self-talk could hide his helplessness. A genius who hadn't even fully grown might die one day in the wilderness, and still Zhao Longfei felt too intimidated to face him. Around 11 o'clock on the night of the 13th, in the 8th stage zone, he perched among thick branches, forcing down his turmoil and regulating his breath. The night wind carried the damp scent of grass and leaves, whispering past his ears, but his nerves only tightened. Suddenly a voice, calm to the point of indifference, slipped into his ears. Zhao, my classmate, I've had quite a time looking for you. So this is where you've been hiding. The tone was light, yet an eerie, ghost-like chill lingered in every word. Zhao Longfei's eyes snapped open. He whipped his head around, scanning the darkness. The forest was alive only with the chirping of night insects. Moonlight sifted through the leaves, no one in sight. Cold sweat broke along his spine. Worse, while he turned, he had seen absolutely no one. The voice felt like a fleeting hallucination, blooming for a moment and vanishing without a trace. He had only relaxed for a heartbeat when that chilling voice surfaced again. You made me suffer so much. I died helping you hurt someone. Murdered, dumped in the wild, torn apart by beasts. It was you. The voice suddenly rose, shrill and piercing. You left me in pieces. Pay with your life. In the pitch-black forest, there wasn't a soul in sight, yet the ghostly wail echoed from every direction. Zhao Longfei, barely an adult, stood rigid, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Already burdened by guilt and hounded for days by Lu Chong, he couldn't think straight. Worse still, every breath and every word he uttered was being streamed live to tens of millions across the country. It wasn't me, it was my dad. My dad paid you. You botched the job yourselves. Lu Chong's still alive, so don't blame me. Zhao Longfei stammered. His face drained of color as he spun around and babbled out his defense. That single outburst was like jabbing a stick into a hornet's nest. The major live stream channels exploded at once, targeting a prodigy for assassination. Find them and bring them to justice. Inside the Zhao residence in Guanyun City, Zhao Jingxing stared at the screen, his eyes as dark as water. The moment Lu Chong entered the 8th stage zone, he had sensed trouble. When Lu Chong located Zhao Longfei in the afternoon and began tailing him, unease turned to dread. If Lu Chong only wanted to eliminate Zhao Longfei, he could have struck in broad daylight. Why wait until midnight? Not until Lu Chong appeared beside Zhao Longfei like a ghost at the stroke of 12 did Zhao Jingxing finally understand. The boy was playing at being a spirit to make Zhao Longfei confess the assassination plot and collect evidence in front of the entire nation. He still clung to one last hope. So long as Zhao Longfei refused to admit anything, the worst outcome would be an early elimination, and he could live with that. He never imagined that the son of a 9th stage martial adept would crack under a cheap trick and spill everything. A confession on livestream. Irrefutable proof. Zhao Jingqing knew it was over not just for Zhao Longfei, but for himself as well. Hiring killers during the student training program was a crime beyond measure. Bloodshot, rigid with shock, his mind went blank. The barely grown-up Lu Chong had just ripped the floor out from under him. Crash. Before he could gather his thoughts, the front door was kicked open. Armed military police poured in. A fellow martial instructor stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Mr. Zhao, you are under suspicion of contracting murder. Please come with us." Elsewhere, the moment Zhao Longfei finished his confession, proctors patrolling overhead descended from their hovercraft and took him away on the spot. Only after the culprit was escorted off did Lu Chong drop his disguise and step out of the trees, muttering, "That kid spooked way too easily. I didn't think it would go this smoothly." He looked up at the drone circling above and clasped his hands in salute from several angles. "Apologies for occupying public bandwidth, everyone. But without that little act, I couldn't flush out the murderer. I just didn't want him to walk free and hurt anyone else." Inside the live stream room, a few viewers clicked unfollow, but many more subscribed and rallied behind Lu Chong. Some felt his approach was too extreme, yet the vast majority applauded him. Clear about grudges, quick to settle scores, this, they said, was what a genuine martial cultivator in the new era should be. Since the state encourages warriors to compete, why tiptoe around a murder suspect? With one deft palace-forcing move, Lu Chong had flushed Zhao Longfei out into the open. The clean, decisive tactic instantly won him a legion of diehard fans. No matter how loudly the outside world argued, Lu Chong felt no psychological burden. That single, slightly controversial test not only lifted the covert threat from the Zhao clan of Guanyunqing, it also sent a warning to every other hidden Enemian undeniable win. In his eyes, foes lurking in the dark are 100 times more dangerous than those in plain sight. Better to cut them off at the root than live in constant fear. After dealing with Zhao Longfei, he stopped chasing points and focused on the hefty 1.2 million total already stored in his tracker. Choosing to rest on the spot, he finally allowed himself a full night's sleep, recharging for the final, grueling day ahead. He slept like a stone. While Lu Chong rested, the stream exploded with chatter. Is he just going to lie low and wait for the trophy? 18 hours left, go farm some more. Relax. Maybe he's charging up a finishing move to storm the deepest zone. Doubts and praise intertwined. But most viewers decided to wait, hoping for a new miracle. Would anyone dare take on that Tier 2, peak stage beast, or even a dreaded Tier 3? Only one day remained. They waited more than 6 hours. At 7 a.m. on day 14, Lu Chong woke right on schedule. Stretching lazily, he looked refreshed, then pulled up his personal interface. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Warrior, Tier 4-5. Techniques, Human Grade, Low, 9 Shadow Step Mastery, Heart-Piercing Kick Mastery. Human Grade, Mid, 7-Step Kill Fist Mastery, 3-Inch Palm Mastery. Human Grade, High, Tiger Roar Art Mastery. Earth Grade, Low, Wind Blade Leg Mastery, Gale Phantom Step Mastery. Earth Grade, Mid, Golden Bell Shield Subtle, 21. His cultivation and Golden Bell Shield had not broken through, yet he was clearly stronger than a few days ago. Satisfied, Lu Chong glanced toward the forest's core and set off without hesitation. Across the hunting ground, the remaining 100,000+ candidates also moved out. It was the last day, and everyone wanted one final gamble. But their so-called limits didn't even qualify as a warm-up for Lu Chong. The Tier 2 zones that the audience revered had long been cleaned out of locator beacons by him, leaving would-be point farmers staring helplessly. With a north wind howling, Lu Chong sprinted like lightning, cutting through one territory after another. At last, he stepped into the domain of the Tier 2, peak stage beast. And so, it began. Lu Chong was truly back in the hunt. Look, even the Proctor's helicopter is hovering over Lu Chong, ready to swoop in at any moment. Right now, he's the precious star of Hedong province, and nothing can be allowed to go wrong, even if he fails the challenge. Go, Lu Chong. Clear the last 2 stages, and you'll take the national title. How much do you make a month? Not even 100 grand, about 3,500. Every streaming room was buzzing, especially Lu Chong's personal channel, where cheeky comments nearly covered the screen. The national broadcast gave him a dedicated feed, and the provincial and city channels at Hedong, Guanyun, and everywhere else kept their cameras locked on him. Hosts, experts, and consultants took turns on the mic, breaking down his chances. Tier 2, Stage 9 beasts are probably his limit. That was the prevailing opinion. Suddenly the picture shifted. Look, something's coming. What kind of creature is that? Viewers shouted. It's a spined mountain devourer mutated from a pangolin. You can't even dent it without serious firepower. Inside the hunting arena, Lu Chong immediately recognized the 1-meter-long beast with stubby legs and a whip-like tail. The spined mountain devourer could truly burrow through mountains, its iron stomach able to grind rock to powder. Its scales were several times harder than those of an iron-hide yak of the same rank. They couldn't fly off like the yaks, but they could all stand upright, turning into razor blades tougher than alloyed steel. On top of that, a tongue more than 2 meters long lay coiled in its mouth. Thin as a whip, yet capable of a devastating lash. Half buried in the dirt, the beast glared at Lu Chong, scales raised, ready to tunnel away at any second. If it slips underground, they'll only have one chance to kill it, he thought, advancing steadily. He hadn't closed to 3 meters when the creature spun and vanished into the soil. Way too cautious, he frowned, but the textbooks had warned him. It liked to attack from below, not run. Sure enough, the earth under his feet bulged, and a crimson whip shot up, wrapping around his ankles the monster's tongue. I was hoping you'd pop out. Now die, he muttered. In a flash, he unleashed an earth-grade martial art had never used in the trials, the wind blade kick. With a ripping sound, a ring of razor-sharp Qi whipped around his ankles like an invisible saw, severing the tongue. Then he slammed his right foot down, sending a surge of force into the ground. Boom. The earth erupted, carving out a pit 2 meters deep. At the bottom, the spined mountain devourer lay stunned, its scales bristling, unable to move. Lu Chong vaulted to the rim, watching quietly, waiting for the beast to reveal itself completely. A perfected windblade kick isn't for show. If it lands, even a spined mountain devourer can't withstand it. A Tier 2, Stage 9 beast isn't a real challenge for Lu Chong. The hard part is flushing out creatures that love to hide. That's it. What move did he just use? The chat exploded once again. That was lightning quick. A 4th stage martial artist had just taken down a 2nd rank, 9th stage armored earthburrower, of the hardest creatures to hunt, yet had done it, as if it were nothing. Viewers whispered back and forth, soon latching onto the real question. That ground-shattering stomp was the key, a one-hit kill. But what technique was it? The stream's popularity exploded, comments flooding the screen until the text almost blocked the fight itself. When an expert in the official channel finally weighed in, the mystery cleared a little. The strike appeared to be a hand-free variant of Gale Kick, something they called the Gale Axe. One thing was certain: the leg art had reached perfection. Another fully mastered Earth-grade technique had just been unveiled, and even veteran commentators were left speechless. Inside the Guanyun City stream, Principal Wei hid his shock behind a slow sip of tea, sighing to himself. Why couldn't the kid give him a heads up? He still hadn't explained where Shadow Step came from, and now Gale Axe had surfaced. Out of excuses, he simply stopped replying to the scroll of questions, unwilling to trip over his own lies. Lu Chong ignored the noise. He locked onto a 2nd armored earth burrower and shattered its shell with another Gale Kick, leaving no chance for a follow-up strike. Against heavily armored, tunneling beasts, he had to finish in one blow. At the moment, Gale Kick was his sharpest weapon. Still, he thought, he needed more earth-grade attack options once he reached university. Golden Bell Shield covered defense, Shadow Step handled speed, but only Gale Kick could truly take lives. The rest of his human-grade skills were a step behind. He cut through the area like autumn wind through fallen leaves, destroying 4 locator beacons. Each was worth 128,000 points, and his total surged past 1.8 million, a new record in Hedong province's exam history. Yet he kept moving. After a brief adjustment, at 1:10 p.m. he strode into territory patrolled by 3rd-rank beasts. Only 2 of them roamed there, each worth 300,000 points, and with 5 hours left in the test, he had no intention of letting them go. Every livestream erupted. A 4th-stage warrior entering a 3rd-rank zone was a first for this year's exam. 2 8th-stage prodigies from Beijing No. 1 High and the Shanghai Experimental School had done it, but they were 8th stage. If Lu Chong succeeded, he would etch his name into the annals of martial history. Commentary poured in like a tidal wave, and his personal channel topped 40 million viewers, surpassing even the province's official stream. The chat rooms didn't stir again until the 2 Tier 3 beasts finally appeared, and then a hush fell over every stream. Everyone knew the real fight was about to begin. Deep inside the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had just stepped into the Tier 3 zone when the roar of rushing water reached his ears. Following the torrent and an inexplicably powerful aura, he skirted a half-grown thicket and the view opened up. From a 10-meter cliff, a silver waterfall plunged into a jade pool, sending waves rolling before the current disappeared underground. Beside the pool, 2 massive beasts were drinking and splashing. Stormforce apes. Viewers everywhere gasped. Lu Chong held his breath, eyes locked on the pair. When they stood upright, they topped 3 meters, their glossy teal fur clinging to human-like frames that radiated far more ferocity than any person. Storm spoke to their blinding speed and bloodline gifts, while Force hinted at the raw power in their limbs. Data showed that human martial artists of the same rank lagged behind them in defense, speed, and strength, and those innate talents made most fighters give them a wide berth. Worse, these ape-type beasts were smart, dangerously smart. The moment Lu Chong appeared, the apes lifted their heads, wariness flaring. One roared, warning him off, then went back to its games. A match pair, huh? Planning to start a family out here? Lu Chong muttered, feeling oddly snubbed, but not angry. High IQ beasts understood the hunting ground rules. Since they couldn't eat humans anyway, they couldn't be bothered to charge him. He cleared his throat and raised his voice. Mind taking a break from the love show and sparring with me? Ape tails twitched in dismissal. Lu Chong rolled his eyes. The hunting ground feeds you like royalty, and this is the gratitude I get? Before he finished, one Stormforce ape scratched its rump, turned with a sigh, and beckoned him over in open challenge. Chong cursed under his breath. Even beasts act cocky now. Golden light burst around him as he activated his barrier, and swift wind phantom step launched him forward like a streak of gold. The challenged ape's battle spirit flared. It threw its head back with a thunderous roar, pummeled its chest, and teal whirlwinds exploded at its feet, sending it rocketing toward him. No feints, no tricks, just a heating collision. The air cracked. Chong's comparatively smaller frame was hurled a dozen meters, crashing through a thick trunk before he finally skidded to a halt. His golden barrier rippled, but held. The Stormforce ape, by contrast, only slid back a single step before regaining its stance, and even spared him a contemptuous glance. Chong clicked his tongue. The barrier had saved him from real injury, but the creature's brute strength still left him rattled. Yeah, this thing's going to be a handful. The blood and vitality of a third-tier beast far surpass those of a second-tier, ninth-rank creature, and its attributes do as well. Among them, the Stormforce ape is a standout, almost without a single weakness. For Chong to have made it this far is already remarkable, but defeating a third-tier Stormforce ape is as hopeless as scooping up the moon's reflection from water. Right now, the only thing he can rely on is his flawless martial technique, and even that may not be enough to shake this savage monster. The streaming room buzzed with analysis, some viewers even citing precise data to highlight Chong's shortcomings in strength, speed, and defense. When he once again charged out of the camera frame as if nothing had happened, every voice fell silent. Boom. Another heating collision sent Chong flying. Again, the same result: the impact hurled him through the air, then he skidded across the ground in a cloud of dust. Again, a dozen or more times, Chong clashed with the Stormforce ape. Each time, the shock forced him back, yet he remained unhurt, the golden aura on his body unbroken. What looked like futile charges left him gasping for breath, but they also let him gauge the ape's defenses, speed, and power. That knowledge only deepened his frustration. The Stormforce ape stood like an impregnable mountain, and not one of the human-grade techniques he had mastered could tear through the thick gray-black fur. Even his force barely penetrated it. The one opening lay at its throat. His eyes locked on that exposed spot, which the ape instinctively shielded with an arm after every collision. That had to be the fatal weakness. Decision made, Chong stopped butting heads and burst into gale phantom steps. He became a whirlwind, darting around the ape. A few probing runs confirmed that he held a slight edge in speed. The Stormforce ape simply planted itself atop a boulder, lowered its center of gravity, and watched him coldly, responding to motion with stillness. Suddenly, Chong halted, swung up his right leg, and kicked. A curved blade of wind screamed through the air toward the ape's chest. The beast turned just in time, arms crossing, chi swirling, and blocked the slash Eden. The coarse hair on its arms billowed but did not shear. The second wind blade chased the first, faster and at a trickier angle, aimed straight at the ape's throat. Its arms were still raised, leaving no time to protect the vital spot. A hint of a smile touched Chong's lips, then the ape's jaws snapped open. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, a spinning azure vortex blasted forth, shredding the wind blade and scattering it into nothing in an instant. Damn it! The Stormforce ape's bloodline even grants it long-range attacks? Chong's expression tightened after all that careful setup. His Kai-forged wind slash had once again failed to land. With that single move, the Baofeng Liyuan was now on guard, making it much harder for Chong to repeat his trick. Next to them, the female Baofeng Liyuan clapped and let out a shrill giggle, mocking Chong's audacity while cheering for her mate. It's impossible. The Baofeng Liyuan has almost no flaws. Chong's cultivation is still too low. He can't break through its defense. But notice this, the Baofeng Liyuan can't hurt him either. With Jingguang Bo and Jifeng Wuing step, he's practically untouchable. If this keeps up, ITLL end in a draw. Such a pity he's this close. The livestream chat buzzed with comments that Chong couldn't hear. He was fully focused, darting along the pool's edge with Jifeng Wuing's step, dodging the wind vortices the Baofeng Liyuan spat out one after another. That last strike hadn't pierced the ape's hide, but it had enraged the proud creature. Thanks to his perfected footwork and sharp anticipation, Chong moved through the gale as smoothly as a fish through water. Jingguang Bo could block the blasts, but it drained too much stamina, so he saved it as a last resort. Get maddenly, then will you show a weakness? He muttered. Instead of panicking, Chong welcomed the ape's fury. The roaring winds around the pool kicked up sand and stones, sometimes obscuring his view, yet he drifted through the haze without a single grain sticking to him. The Baofeng Liyuan charged repeatedly, its broad arms slashing through the air with explosive force, but every swing missed by a hair. Man and ape circled the pool in what almost looked like a game of tag. While sprinting, Chong taunted, "Come on, catch me if you can. Thought you were tough? Looks to me you can't touch me. No matter how strong you are, you're still trapped in here." His jeers traveled through the sound stone into every live stream, and many viewers put themselves in the ape's place, itching to jump through the screen and shut him up. The old ape clearly understood. Its eyes reddened, and its breaths came like a bellows as its rage spiked. A third-tier Baofeng Liyuan already outmatched Lu Chong in blood and stamina, but 10 minutes of sprinting, roaring, and spewing wind vortices took their toll. Its breathing grew ragged. After 15 minutes of non-stop trash talk, Lu Chong finally spotted an opening. Now, he skidded low, pivoted, and sprang forward, charging straight at the oncoming ape. The Baofeng Liyuan never expected its prey to rush in and had no time to swerve. The collision came in an instant. Confident it could overpower him, the ape tensed every muscle. But Lu Chong abruptly shifted from forceful to supple, curled into a bow, slipped between its crossed arms, and slid his back along its abdomen. Off you go. His right leg snapped upward like a released bowstring, the tip of his foot slamming into the ape's throat. Fengren kick. Erk. The grunt caught in the ape's throat. Its eyes rolled back as its massive body crashed to the ground, sending waves rippling across the pool. Roar. The other Baofeng Liyuan, which had been watching coldly, erupted in fury and charged, determined to avenge its fallen mate. We really won. Lu Chong's kick smashed into the storm power ape's jaw, and the three-meter brute crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. The nationwide stream exploded. Comments burst across the screen like fireworks. A fourth-stage fighter dropping a Tier 3 beast in a single strike had just rewritten the college entrance record books and sent every viewer's blood racing. Record broken. Has anyone ever done this before? River East Province just produced a monster. Lu Chong is this year's uncrowned king. Commentators pounded their desks in excitement, while few noticed the examiner quietly entering his score. First in the country, untouchable. Everyone thought the fight was over until another deafening roar echoed through the feed. A slightly smaller female storm power ape charged in, its blood-red eyes blazing with madness. Why isn't Lu Chong quitting? Is he really taking on a second one? The comment barrage flew even faster. Inside the hunting ground, Lu Chong snatched the locator from the male ape's belt and flash-stepped several meters, disappearing behind a giant tree just as the female's claws split the trunk. Viewers felt he had nothing left to prove. He had the record and the top spot. An extra few 100,000 points seemed pointless. But Lu Chong knew better. 300,000 points meant 3 million credits in prize money. He wasn't about to walk away. With more than 3 hours left in the exam, he had time to wear her down. Breath ragged, he bit into half a high-grade nutrient bar. Silver gel burst across his tongue, heat flooding his limbs. The enraged ape hurled boulders, but his footwork kept him skimming the ground, each swipe missing by inches. 30 minutes later, his gasping had steadied and his strength was mostly back. Eyes sharp as blades, he closed in again. The ape lunged. He ducked low and swept a leg wind cutter kick, sending a crescent shockwave into her flank. Bones cracked. The massive body staggered, then crashed. Spinning with the momentum, he landed another kick that knocked her out cold and tore off the second locator. The score screen flared to 352,000 points. Over 20 million in prize money. Every ache dissolved into laughter as Lu Chong clenched his fists. Worth it. With his points maxed out, he signaled the proctor drone overhead. Moments later, 2 Invigilator fighters flew in and lifted him from the field. The live chat still raged, but Lu Chong had only one thought: sleep. The barracks for Guan Yunqing examinees came into view. Familiar bugles, fences, and banners dragged up memories of sleepless training nights. 7 special training instructors stood at attention. Sergeants who had sparred with him snapped crisp salutes, pride and excitement in their eyes. Even Colonel Huang strode forward, slapped his shoulder, and boomed, "Well done. Guan Yunqing will honor Second Lieutenant Lu today." Applause thundered. Lu Chong managed a tired smile, sweat streaming down his temples. Returning the salute, he staggered toward the dorm tent. Everyone dispersed, leaving Instructor Lu to get some well-earned rest. Colonel Huang sent the jubilant soldiers away, personally escorted Lu Chong into the camp, and arranged a private tent for him. This was not favoritism, but recognition of merit. The results of the battle were enough to bring honor and future funding to Guanyin City and Colonel Huang's entire unit. Compared with that, the education grant awaiting Lu Chong was merely an appetizer, and no one was more aware of it than the colonel. After settling Lu Chong, he kept watch outside the tent alone, both to ward off interruptions and to ensure the boy's safety. A provincial record breaker and, in truth, the nation's uncrowned king of the college entrance examined the highest level of protection. Orders from above had already assigned a high-rank Wuzong to escort Lu Chong home. The recent wave of genius assassinations was not to be repeated. When Lu Chong woke from a brief sleep, it was 6 o'clock on the evening of the 14th, the final day of the exam. Candidates were assembling for the trip back to their cities, but he never saw his classmates. Colonel Huang simply bundled him into an armored vehicle with a taciturn, stone-faced elder as the sole companion. The engine roared as they sped along the border. Both beast hordes and foreign agents knew better than to block a regular army convoy. Just before 8, the armored carrier rolled into Guanyin City. Lu Chong, come take a look. Colonel Huang roused the dozing teenager. Lu Chong leaned against the window and gaped. Crowds packed both sides of the brightly lit avenue, banners and glow sticks forming a sea of color. Congratulations to Lu Chong, top scorer of the province. Pride of Guanyin City. Lu Chong sets a new record. The boldest banner even read, Lu Chong, marry me. It was held by a smiling young woman of about 20. Other banners bore the names of local martial arts schools and companies, squeezing in free advertising. The cheering throng stretched all the way to Yun City No. 1 High School, waves of applause rolling forward in succession. Colonel Huang glanced over with a grin. Well, want to step out and say hello? Lu Chong frantically waved him off. Please no, I can't handle that scene. The armored vehicle drove straight onto campus. At the gate, underclassmen waved flags while the old principal and faculty lined up in front, eyes shining with pride. This is way over the top, Lu Chong muttered as he climbed out, only to be swallowed by the students' enthusiasm. Who just grabbed my butt? He wailed inwardly, not daring to shout it aloud. Principal Wei finally spoke in a deep voice that quieted the noise. All right, we'll hold a celebration the day after tomorrow. Head home for now. As the crowd dispersed, the principal stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and addressed Lu Chong gently yet solemnly. Come with me. There are a few things I need to ask you. Only Principal Wei and Lu Chong were in the office. The lighting was soft, but the rare sternness on Wei's face stripped the room of any warmth, and the thrill of becoming the top scorer was stifled in Lu Chong's chest. Lu Chong, I need you to answer my question seriously, Wei said, his voice low. Yes, sir. Please ask. Lu Chong nodded, already guessing the reason for the summons. During the combat assessment you used 2 earth-grade techniques. Where did you get them? Wei fixed his sharp gaze on Lu Chong. Just as he thought. Lu Chong sighed inwardly, but kept calm. Golden Light Wave was taught by you. Wind-cleaving kick came from our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Gale Step was passed on by a drill instructor during military training. All 3 are registered. There's no issue. Wind-cleaving kick? Gale Step? Wei cut him off. What you displayed weren't human-grade moves at all, but fully mastered earth-grade techniques. With so many people watching, do you really think you can hide that? Lu Chong smiled. Please don't worry, sir. The versions I used differ from the originals, but they're not stolen manuals. After I became a full warrior and studied Golden Light Wave, I drew parallels and worked out new variations. You know my aptitude. I perfected the basic techniques early, so a few fresh insights are natural. He could never mention his cheat. No one would believe it anyway, so he credited everything to talent. No one could disprove him. Wei blinked, then glared. Calling that a few insights is basically cheating. Evolving a human-grade technique to earth-grade is possible, but it would make senior professors cough up blood. You've just broken through and already perfected them? Who's going to buy that? Sir, you said it yourself, not impossible. Because I derived them myself, I reached perfection faster. That makes the story more believable. Wei waved a hand, almost dizzy from the logic, though it made a certain sense. You're sure you didn't learn these through any underground channels? Lu Chong shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. You saw it yourself. My earth-grade moves differ markedly from classic techniques. Where could I have bought something like that? Wei stroked his beard and finally let out a long breath. Fair point. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. Very well. Remember what you've told me today. They'll file the report myself and vouch for you. If others can't manage it, that just proves their mediocrity. A true genius who blossoms late is beyond ordinary comprehension. Once Lu Chong gave his word, Headmaster Wei stood firmly on the boy's side again. Lu Chong muttered to himself. Calling me a late bloomer is a bit much. I'm not that old yet. Still, he sprang to his feet, bowed deeply, and said with solemn gratitude, Thank you, sir. It's nothing, Wei replied, waving a hand as the smile reached his eyes. Worst case, you'll get another chance in college. Show off your ability to dissect martial techniques and clear your name. Once you're on campus, the old professors will treat you like a treasure. The thought made him laugh out loud. You did extremely well this time, he added once the laughter faded. You exceeded not only my expectations, but just about everyone else's. Lu Chong's first thought was the prize money, and his heart skipped a beat. Sir, the bonus the Education Bureau promised. Wei chuckled, tapping the boy's forehead. Still worried about that little sum? Relax. You brought huge glory to Guanyin City. The Bureau can't wait to put you on a pedestal. If anyone dares shortchange you, they'll be the first to object. Good. Lu Chong let out a breath. 23 million is nothing to sneeze at. Wei looked at him with a half smile. But I'm curious though, you still care about that pocket change? What do you mean? Lu Chong asked, intrigued. You haven't seen your score report yet, have you? It's already out? His pulse quickened. Wei nodded, sipped his tea, then raised one hand and spread all 5 fingers, his eyes shining. 50 million. Lu Chong's pupils dilated. All that hard work in the college entrance exam had paid off. 50 million? Wei echoed, raising his voice. Try 500 million. Crash. Lu Chong shot up like a spring, misjudged his strength, and cracked the wooden chair in the headmaster's office. 500 million. The sheer number made his scalp tingle. Where does that kind of money even come from? Wei, thoroughly amused, doubled over laughing. 500 million, that's right. You really don't know. This year's exam, you're not just the top scorer in Hedong province. He raised one finger. You're number one in the entire country. Then a second finger. And you broke a record, defeated a tier 3 exotic beast while only at martial artist stage 4. Your popularity blew past provincial borders. The whole nation was watching your live stream. Wei opened a data panel. At its peak, your personal stream had over 60 million concurrent viewers. 60 million viewers. Lu Chong did the math on the spot. If each of them gave me 1 yuan, that'd be 600 million. A childhood fantasy, half joke, half dream, had almost come true. 500 million seems reasonable, he thought, stunned. Had only wanted a higher score. Instead, had accidentally taken first place nationwide, smashed a record, and raked in a fortune. 500 million, how do you even spend that? The idea felt surreal, yet razor sharp. In all his lives, Lu Chong had only ever seen that kind of money in news headlines or in his dreams. So, do you still care about that little reward from the Education Bureau? Principal Wei asked with a hearty laugh. In the spacious, sunlit office of academic affairs, he leaned against his desk, unable to hide his delight. Nothing pleased him more than seeing a student excel, and Lu Chong's meteoric rise filled the veteran educator with genuine pride. Of course I care, I'm still poor. After all, Lu Chong replied, straightening up. He drew a long breath and did some fast math. He had been in this world barely 100 days, yet his cultivation had climbed from warrior trainee level 3 to warrior level 4, burning through at least 2 million in resources. The 5+ billion he now had felt impressive, but if he wanted to keep advancing, it could vanish in an instant. Principal Wei nodded and spoke deliberately. Good, you haven't let the numbers dazzle you. Spend your money where it counts. Only when you turn it into strength does it become real wealth. Cash is external. Power stays with you for life. His quiet words hit Lu Chong squarely in the heart. Yes, sir. I understand. Lu Chong bowed his head. Closing the file in his hand, Principal Wei shifted the topic. That's all I needed to say. You're about to get busy again. Starting tomorrow, top universities will swarm in to recruit you. Show some backbone and fight for the best offer. Lu Chong had expected this and nodded. When the time comes, he'll need your guidance. Of course, Principal Wei replied, a fox-like glint in his eye. We can't let your talent go to waste, can we? After a brief pause, he added in a lower voice, by the way, Zhao Longfei and Zhao Jingsheng are in custody. They'll face a military tribunal soon, so they won't trouble you again. A military tribunal? Lu Chong raised an eyebrow. Trying to sabotage a comrade during special training on a military base is no small matter. The military will handle them harshly, Principal Wei explained, then waved a hand. All right, go rest and save your energy for tomorrow's battle. Lu Chong had just turned to leave when Principal Wei called after him. One more thing, I've transferred my apartment to you. Don't refuse. Take it as my personal gift. Remember, no matter where you go, this will always be your home. Lu Chong stiffened, turned back, and offered a deep, respectful bow before striding out. Back home at last, Lu Chong finally switched on his phone only to have it vibrate, so hard his hand nearly went numb. Calls, texts, and system alerts flooded the screen, the loudest by far the notification tone from the Huaxia Heroes platform. Skipping the jumble of messages, he logged straight into his account. The numbers were insane. Followers had soared past 60 million and were still climbing. For the first time, he truly understood the phrase the joy of being rich. Because the platform is already linked to his personal bank account, he could cash out right now for a sum that would make most people green with envy. Taking a steadying breath, he ignored the livestream replay and opened his one and only post-a-routine screen recording of a training session. It now boasted over 10 million likes and a million comments, most of them congratulatory or downright reverent. A few replies, however, jumped out at once. Official recruitment offers from dozens of top martial arts universities, partnership proposals from elite dojos and major corporations, and even a handful of marriage requests from self-proclaimed beauties that almost made him laugh. Predictably, the trolls were there too, but he muted them with a single swipe. He activated the front camera and shot a quick thank you video. First, gratitude for the support. Second, a promise to share insights on martial cultivation in the future as a way of giving back. With the formalities done, he posted the clip. Comments avalanche again, but Lu Chong didn't bother to read them. He had no interest in becoming an internet celebrity or burning time chasing cash. Switching the phone to silent, he tossed it aside and fell into bed. Tomorrow's schedule was packed, and he needed the rest. At dawn on June 15th, Principal Wei and Lu's homeroom teacher woke him with a knock. Barely finished washing his face, he learned that admissions officers from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Zhongyuan True Martial University were already on campus. Before the car even reached the school gate, Principal Wei reminded him, recruiters from the rest of the top 10 universities will be here soon. You'd better meet all of them. Please help me handle this, sir. I'm just a student, I can't juggle a lineup like that, Lu Chong said, rubbing his temples. Privately, he was leaning toward North China or Jiangnan. The former sits in the capital and has unmatched connections. The latter, in the coastal megacity, is flush with money. Both boast first-rate faculty. Zhongyuan true martial, though a military academy with top-notch facilities, didn't suit someone who valued personal freedom as much as he did. Principal Wei smiled. Any school in the top 10 is excellent, only a shade below those two. They'll probably offer you the sweetest incentives, too. So what's your advice? Lu Chong asked bluntly. North China or Jiangnan? Of course, Wei answered, then added with a knowing look, but when you meet the recruiters, don't wear your choice on your face. Understand? Understood, Lu Chong replied. Lu Chong quickly caught on and laughed. I see, so the trick is to let them keep bidding, right? Principal Wei and Wang Tong exchanged a knowing look. This kid was sharp. He wouldn't sell himself short. Wei explained, the more hesitant you appear, the better the offers. We just need to make the two top-tier schools nervous. Faculty matters, but what really counts is the intel. They control ancient inheritances, martial ruins, even alien tech. With them, you'll get first access. Lu Chong nodded, already weighing his options. If he had the privilege to choose, he might as well choose the best. As the three of them reached the high school's main conference room, an invisible pressure greeted them the moment the door opened. Both sides of the long table were filled with deans and professors from every martial university. The weakest among them was a peak martial master. All three super elite schools and the 10 leading universities were present. The other 36 key schools had been turned away without even earning a seat at the table. Everyone, this is Lu Chong, Principal Wei announced, guiding him to the seat of honor. He maintained an even, confident tone. Lu Chong rose and cupped his hands. Greetings, teachers. After the salute, he sat back down, letting Principal Wei take charge. You all know Lu Chong's record, Wei continued. Where he ends up depends entirely on who convinces him. On Wei's left and right sat three elder representatives, eyes closed, conserving energy, from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Zhongyuan Town Martial University. Their stance was obvious. Well, wait, you bid first. The delegates from the 10 prestigious universities got the hint and skipped formalities. The first to speak represented Chang'an Martial University. If Lu Chong joins us, tuition for all 4 years is waived. He'll receive 20 million credits a year in funding, and our entire lower and mid-level skill vault will be open to him. That alone stirred Lu Chong. Vault access itself was a huge draw, and that was merely the appetizer. The next delegate upped the ante. Heiha Martial University welcomes Lu Chong. Tuition free, 30 million a year, full vault access, and the freedom to choose any professor. Yes, even the university president is his mentor. Mentor the president? A ripple of shock passed through the room. At the 10 great universities, presidents weren't ordinary martial lords, but the rare martial kings. Fewer than 100 martial kings were publicly known in all of Huaxia. Each was a regional titan. With such backing, Lu Chong would be virtually untouchable. The remaining 8 universities refused to be outdone, layering on richer terms. One school from Taiwan even played the uneven gender ratio card, hoping its large female population would entice Lu Chong. Soon, schools began raising their offers a second time, numbers soaring higher and higher. Lu Chong showed interest at every turn but never committed. While the room verged on chaos, the North China delegate finally opened his eyes and, in a calm voice, quelled the uproar. We are renowned universities of Huaxia. Squibbling over a single student is hardly dignified. The clamor stopped on the spot. He continued, Lu Chong, come to North China Martial University. I can't match their financial perks, but I can place you straight into our ancient martial research institute as an assistant researcher. That sentence turned all other faces pale. The institute was North China's most coveted division, normally reserved for doctoral-level prodigies or future martial kings. Several delegates muttered under their breath, look who's talking about dignity. You just took the whole cake for yourself. No one could blame the delegates from the 10 elite universities for feeling aggrieved. None of their schools had anything comparable to North China Martial Arts University's newly announced Institute of Ancient Combat. To them, it was a blow from an entirely different league, stripping them of the chance to compete. The title of researcher at this institute is irresistible to any student. 1. For the sake of their projects, they may freely requisition the university's entire armory and martial archives. 2. The term ancient combat also grants first access to newly unearthed fighting arts, and even permission to explore historic ruins in person. Because they control such ancient sites, the 3 premier universities can maintain these institutes and continually acquire the latest discoveries. For Lu Chong, earning a researcher's badge while still a student would place him at the heart of the school's secrets, and advantage beyond measure for his training and future. The moment the institute was mentioned, the 10 elite universities fell silent. Their competitiveness vanished, and all eyes turned to the other 2 top-tier schools, hoping they could challenge North China Martial Arts University. As expected, a professor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University spoke up first. Our university also has ancient sites and its own institute. Granting you researcher status is no problem at all, he said with a confident smile. In addition, we can offer an annual research budget of 200 million yuan. The phrase 200 million a year made Lu Chong's heart skip a beat. Over 4 years, that was 800 million, more than his entire net worth. The North China professor snorted. That sounds nice, but stop fooling the kid. He can't just spend that money however he wants. It's earmarked for ancient combat and exotic beast studies. The Jiangnan professor shot back. So what? If the funds help deduce new techniques or restore lost ones, they're benefiting him anyway. Besides, can North China even match that amount? The retort left the North China professor opening and closing his mouth, unable to reply. He lacked both the authority and the money Jiangnan possessed. At that tense moment, an elderly officer from Zhongyuan Jinwu University, his closely cropped hair already half white, spoke up. We can afford it, he said in a deep, forthright voice. If Lu Chong enrolls at Zhongyuan Jinwu, we will match every benefit they've offered and raise the annual budget to 300 million. He opened the folder in his hand and fixed his eyes on Lu Chong. According to your record, you're already a second lieutenant, correct? On the day you enroll, we'll promote you straight to captain. An 18-year-old captain history has seen few of those. He ended with a hearty laugh that echoed through the hall. The professors from North China and Jiangnan fell silent together. When it came to heritage and resources, the nation's premier military academy, Zhongyuan Jinwu University, was indisputably number one. The old man's candor and respect warmed Lu Chong's heart, yet he stuck to his original plan and covertly exchanged a glance with the headmaster. Principal Wei caught the signal, cleared his throat, and swept the room with his gaze. Are those all the terms you wish to offer? If there's nothing else, we'll go back and discuss our decision. Silence fell once more, though now the teachers stared at Principal Wei with a mix of resignation and irritation. Everyone knew it was the wily old man fanning the flames, and after being forced to bid this high, what more could he possibly want? Principal Wei chuckled and said, all right, that's enough for now. He'll have an answer for everyone in 1 hour. With that, he rose to his feet and motioned for Lu Chong to follow, leaving Wang Tong in the conference room to keep the other school representatives company. Lu Chong understood that Principal Wei was giving him a graceful way out. Announcing his choice on the spot would only embarrass some of the universities. The two of them crossed the corridor and turned into a quiet office. Fresh tea had just been brewed, steam curling upward. Principal Wei looked up and asked, have you decided? Lu Chong didn't touch the tea. He simply nodded. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Good, settled. Wei agreed without hesitation. They'll talk to them in an hour. You don't need to show your face. They'll handle those old timers. Thank you, Teacher Wei. Lu Chong stood and gave a slight bow, then lowered his voice. I have a small favor to ask. Go on, Wei said, setting down the lid of his teacup. Classes don't start for 2 months. I don't want to waste that time. Could I get a few earth-rank techniques in advance? Lu Chong explained honestly. So far the only technique he had mastered was Golden Bell Shield. With his auto-cultivation talent, he could easily break through several more skills during the gap. Wei listened, impressed by the talent yet decisive. That's easy. Your status as a classical martial arts researcher has already been approved. Giving you a few earth-rank manuals ahead of schedule is no big deal. Which ones do you want? Lu Chong's eyes lit up. Windrider Step and Gale Cleaving Kick. I want to compare them with a movement art I created myself. And if possible, a few more offensive techniques that complement what I already have. At the moment his skill set was clear. Swift Wind Phantom Step was for movement, Golden Bell Shield for defense, and Windblade Kick was his only true attack. If he wanted balanced growth, he needed more offensive options. Quite an appetite, Wei teased, but he agreed readily. Inheritance copies are free. I'll put in the request for you. You always understand me, Lu Chong replied with a broader smile. They chatted over tea, the fragrance lingering in the air. An hour passed quickly. Wei lifted his cup in farewell, then left alone to meet the university delegates. Lu Chong waited quietly in the office. Another full hour went by before the door opened again. Principal Wei stepped back in, followed by the elder from Jiangnan Martial Arts University and an officer in uniform from Jinwu University. The officer spoke first, his tone calm. No need to be nervous, Lu Chong. I'm not here to fault you. I knew you wouldn't choose Zhongyuan Jinwu University. Otherwise, we would have admitted you long ago. I came to tell you that even though you won't be enrolling at Zhongyuan, your military rank can still be upgraded. The elder from Jinwu University didn't stay long, nor did he make things difficult for Lu Chong. Instead, he handed over a notice of promotion. The seal on the envelope was still fresh with ink. The general staff had officially approved Lu Chong's promotion from second lieutenant to first lieutenant. Pushing the document toward the teenager, the elder spoke in a tone both solemn and hearty. Headquarters thinks highly of you. Keep piling up those battle merits. Even if you don't join the army full-time, there will be plenty of ways to serve. A mentor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University laughed beside him. We've got plenty of faculty and students wearing uniforms too. Same goal for all of us, doing our part for the nation. After a few pleasantries, the Jinwu elder left. The moment the door closed, Professor Su from Jiangnan Martial Arts University handed Lu Chong a gilded admission letter. The paper was immaculate, the calligraphy forceful. Lu Chong signed his name, the ink spreading through the rice paper, sealing his new identity. Next came an agreement drawn up exclusively for him. Everything they had discussed in the conference room was their resources, credits, stipends, nothing missing. The obligations were spelled out just as clearly. Confidentiality, service to the country, service to society. Aside from a rather strict non-disclosure clause, the terms were lenient, even outlining every penalty for breach of contract. Lu Chong signed on the spot, and after a quick check, Su Dongxing filed the original away. The martial arts manuals you asked for will be delivered tomorrow, Su said, snapping the folder shut and giving Lu Chong's shoulder a friendly pat. Welcome to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. See you in Shanghai when the semester starts in September. With procedures done, he left in high spirits, his footsteps light. In an instant, only Lu Chong and Principal Wei remained in the office. They exchanged a glance and exhaled almost in unison. The rapid-fire formalities had tightened the atmosphere. Now it finally eased. Principal Wei half joked. From this moment on, Lu Chong, you're no longer a high school student. You've stepped into society as a university martial artist. Principal Wei, Yin City No. 1 High will always be my alma mater, and he'll never forget your guidance, Lu Chong replied earnestly. Enough with the flattery, these old bones can't handle it. Wei waved it off, then grew serious. Listen carefully. College life is nothing like high school. There's no one chasing you every day. You'll rely on self-discipline. And do you know the biggest difference? He didn't wait for an answer. In high school, most of you are still minors, so the state keeps danger to a minimum. In other words, high schoolers have no death quota. Their lives must be protected above all. Lu Chong recalled the past months, mock exams, boot camp training, the real combat entrance test. Every time they'd been tightly guarded, their opponents pinned in beasts, the risk carefully controlled. Even their wilderness drill had soldiers escorting them, danger almost unseen. Hands clasped behind his back, Weiss' tone turned grave. University is different. You're adults, soon to be real hunters or soldiers. Training and combat, they are far closer to the real thing. Blood and brutality are the norm. Every university has a death quota. Military academies like Zhenwu have even more. He met Lu Chong's eyes, every word ringing in the air. So be careful. Never let your guard down, and never depend on anyone else to keep you safe. Lu Chong recognized the distinction as well and nodded solemnly. Principal Wei, noticing his earnest expression, continued. Good. Now let me raise another point. The old man lifted a hand to calm Lu Chong, his eyes weighing and hopeful. You performed brilliantly in the college entrance exam, topping the province and even the entire nation. Do you feel satisfied, perhaps even unbeatable? The sudden question made the office air tighten. Lu Chong shook his head at once. China is full of hidden talent. I wouldn't dare think that. That's the right attitude. Principal Wei nodded in approval, then his tone dropped. Never grow complacent. You've only just stepped off the starting line. At best, you're a promising prodigy, not yet a true powerhouse. Out in the wilderness or even on a university campus, no one will show mercy just because you're young. Do you really think the seniors who enrolled a year or two ahead of you are weaker in cultivation, combat skills, or experience? Even students your own age may not be any worse. His gaze seemed to pierce the walls, reaching toward a broader battlefield. On paper you scored highest nationwide, but that's partly because every province tests under different conditions. Put you in the same hunting ground as the top scorers from first-tier bases like Beijing or Shanghai, would the outcome be so smooth? Lu Chong nodded again, fully convinced. If he had faced those prodigies in the same exam hall, he might not have prevailed, and his score would hardly look so dazzling. Principal Wei went on. Each year before the exam, a batch of gifted students is admitted early to major martial universities. Those recruits are no weaker than your so-called champions. They include seniors, juniors, even sophomores, and sometimes 14 or 15-year-old middle schoolers who get fast-tracked into university-level training. Some of them are born with extraordinary physiques or rare traits. It's as if they're playing with cheat codes. He sighed softly. You were right to say China hides dragons and crouching tigers. The real geniuses and powerhouses extend far beyond what you see on the surface. Instead of feeling discouraged by the torrent of information, Lu Chong felt his fighting spirit surge. True passion is forged only when heroes contend. Seeing this, Principal Wei chuckled with satisfaction and motioned toward the door. That's enough for me. Old age makes me talkative. Frankly, you already get it without my nagging. Your advice is invaluable, sir. I've learned a great deal. Lu Chong bowed respectfully. All right, cut the flattery and get some rest. The principal waved him off. You have 2 months of vacation. Plan them well. If you're ever bored, come chat with this old man. I will. Lu Chong thanked him again and pushed the door open to leave. Outside, homeroom teacher Wang Tong was pacing back and forth. When Lu Chong appeared, he let out a long breath, grabbed the boy's arm, and headed for the stairs. You're the research-level star student of Jiangnan Martial University. My wife's become a full-blown fan. She's cooked a whole table of dishes for you today. If I don't bring you over, I might not be allowed home. Then please thank Mrs. Wang for me. Lu Chong laughed. Lu Chong's phone rang before he even reached his homeroom teacher's house. It was Chen Yufei. He answered, but before he could speak, an excited voice burst through the line. Chong, you finished yet? Dinner's on me. He'll pick you up at school, okay? Lu glanced at the teacher beside him, Wang Tong, and replied in a steady tone. I'm still wrapping things up here. Let's meet tonight and catch up then. Chen switched gears immediately. Quick question, where did you end up enrolling? Everyone's waiting for your big news. There's nothing to hide, Lu said. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. A loud awesome exploded from the other end, and Chen sounded more thrilled than Lu himself. I'm posting this in the group chat right now. As Lu walked on, he teased, enough about me. Where are you going? That should be obvious, Chen laughed. I'm following you to Shanghai to charm college girls. As for the exact school, that's top secret until my admission letter arrives. Stop bragging. See you tonight. Lu hung up just as they reached Wang Tong's front door. Wang Tong had clearly overheard the call. Before opening the door, he murmured, with Chun Yufei's grades, it'll be tough for him to get into a top martial arts university. Shame he wastes his talent on the wrong things. Lu smiled. Everyone has his own path, sir. The door swung open, and the teacher's wife wearing a light-colored apron hurried over and pulled Lu into an exaggerated hug. Finally, I get to hold the martial star of Guanyin City. She called back to her husband, honey, grab the camera. I want to make my girlfriends jealous. Wang Tong could only shrug and give Lu an apologetic glance while snapping a rapid string of photos. You're too kind, ma'am, Lu said, nodding as the camera clicked. Call me anytime. She shot her husband a look. I told you we should have invited him sooner. You said it would distract him from studying. Look at him, skin and bones. From now on, come over often. They'll cook you something good every time. Soon the table filled with steamed perch, braised pork belly, and a spread of home-style dishes whose aromas filled the room. The three ate and talked, and Lu quickly warmed to the gentle, capable hostess. After the meal, Wang Tong invited Lu into the study. Sunlight filtered through the curtains onto shelves stacked with lesson plans and martial arts classics. He spoke at length about everything from registration procedures and dorm life to training safety, always circling back to his favorite theme. No matter how far you go, never forget your country. A former military instructor, Wang often delivered the same message in class. Lu listened respectfully, nodding. Though the teacher's martial cultivation had plateaued in middle age, his sense of duty was unsurpassed, and his contribution to the school rivaled that of the most celebrated masters. Their conversation lasted until after 3 in the afternoon. As the sun dipped westward, Lu finally took his leave and headed back to his apartment. With everything settled, Lu Chong steadied himself and opened his status screen once more. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, martial artist, tier 4, 7. Techniques. Human rank minor, 9 shadow steps mastered. Human rank minor, heart-piercing kick mastered. Human rank intermediate, 7 stride killing fist mastered. Human rank intermediate, 3-inch palm mastered. Human rank superior, tiger roar technique mastered. Earth rank minor, wind blade leg mastered. Earth rank minor, gale phantom steps mastered. Earth rank intermediate, golden bell barrier insight, 23. In the next 2 months I have to reach tier 5, better yet, tier 6, he reminded himself. With enough money, I can also push golden bell barrier to completion. As soon as the Earth grade manuals from Jiangnan Martial University arrive tomorrow, the new training starts. President Weiss's warning still echoed in his ears. He was nowhere near resting on his laurels. Upperclassmen aside, even among the incoming freshmen, there were prodigies. He had to catch up before the semester began. With that in mind, Lu Chong ordered 2 full months' worth of medicinal bath ingredients enough to last until orientation. Total cost, 2.08 million. Flush with cash, he transferred the money without batting an eye. Before 5 in the afternoon, the delivery truck rolled into the complex. More than 20 alloy crates were stacked neatly by the gate, a faint herbal scent seeping through the seals. Lu Chong was about to break one open when his phone rang. Caller ID, Chen Yufei. Bro Chong, I'm downstairs. Lu Chong threw on a black tracksuit and headed down. A familiar luxury RV was parked by the flower bed, the family crest on its side showing it belonged to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing? He raised an eyebrow. Come on, man. Chen Yufei waved from the doorway. Lu Chong climbed aboard and found Lu Qingqing inside, along with Jade Jia, whose expression was as frosty as ever. What's going on here? He looked at Lu Qingqing, puzzled as to how the two had teamed up. I know this is what you call a surprise, Chen Yufei announced. He flashed an electronic acceptance letter. The 3 of us are going to be classmates again. Consider this an early freshman get-together. Pointing first, he made the introductions. This is Lu Qingqing, Xenobiology Department. Jiangnan Martial University. She studies extraterrestrial civilizations and biological mutations. Lu Qingqing gave Lu Chong a shy smile. Next he thumped his chest. And me Chen Yufei, Department of Virtual Warfare, Jiangnan Martial University. We explore interstellar combat of the future. Pretty cool, huh? Lu Chong was genuinely surprised. His 2 best friends from high school were going to the same university as he was. It made sense for Lu Qingqing. Her martial grades were above average and her academics were outstanding, so xenobiology was a natural fit. But Chen Yufei? His scores in both martial arts and academics had been dismal. How on earth had he gotten in? Then he remembered how Chen Yufei spent every day buried in virtual battlefields. So you had this planned all along and never told me? Haha. Chen Yufei crowed. It would have ruined the surprise. I got in as a special recruit, the only slot in all of Guanyin City. After bragging, he leaned in and whispered, now the two of us can conquer college girls together. Meet our fellow students. Jie Jie shot him an icy glare, and Chen Yufei corrected himself at once. The group arrived at Lu Qingqing's family estate in a chauffeured luxury car. The moment the door opened, Lu Chong was struck by the sight of emerald lawns and tiered fountains. The water curtain under the night sky glowed softly, like an understated yet lavish calling card. Didn't you say you were treating me? Why did we come here? He asked, turning to Chen Yufei. Nowhere outside is as comfortable as this. Chen replied without a hint of shame, a sly smile tugging at his lips. He leaned in and whispered, I only found out today that our class monitor is filthy rich. Bro Chong, seize the chance and you'll never have to worry about money again. Lu Chong shoved him away, unwilling to keep up the pointless chatter. He had long sensed Lu Qingqing's little crush, but romance was the last thing on his mind. He simply pretended not to notice. Inside the manor's main building, the head butler, Old Chun, greeted them personally. Compared with their last visit, the reception was clearly upgraded. A long table draped in white linen, crystal lights casting a warm golden glow. Alongside the usual delicacies were several plates of rare grade 2 beast meat paired with medicinal dishes, their mingled aromas instantly filling the room. After just a few bites, Lu Chong felt his inner energy ripple. His cultivation had jumped by 2% on the spot. As expected, grade 2 beast meat with herbal cuisine beats the premium nutrient bars I usually eat, he mused. It was time to upgrade his supplements. The bars had relied on suited apprentices or newly advanced fighters. They were no longer enough. Most mid to high-level warriors switched to grade 2 nutrition, which came in low, medium, and high tiers. Even the lowest compressed bar cost 200,000 credits, made from refined grade 2 beast meat and herbs. He used to balk at the price, but with serious money in hand, he could finally afford it, and only then could he push his cultivation to the top of his peer group before university started. For most of dinner, Chen Yufei provided the entertainment alone. Bro Chong, you probably don't know this, but Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan both got into North China Martial University, he said, waving his fork. Their scores weren't quite as high as yours, but they're still near the top in our province. Lu Chong barely cared and joked, so you still haven't given up? Come on, Bro Chong. Chen Yufei shook his head dramatically. We're future students of Jiangnan Martial University, now our horizons are broader. I'm not trading the whole forest for one tree. He even wagged his eyebrows at Lu Qingqing, ignoring that she was quietly eating. The high school crush now existed only as a punchline. Lu Chong had even less interest in the scheming so-called campus belle. Once college started, they would all be scattered across the country and barely meet again. When the banquet ended, Old Chen asked Lu Chong to stay in the study. Candlelight flickered against dark wooden walls as he spoke earnestly. Lu Chong, you must know why my young lady chose Jiangnan Martial University, right? Lu Chong nodded slightly, but said nothing. Seeing his response, Old Chen chuckled. It's not my place to meddle in you youngsters' affairs, but I do have one favor to ask. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. When you get to Shanghai, please look after the young lady. Lu Chong straightened up and said solemnly, rest easy, Chen Lao. Qingqing is my classmate and friend, and she helped me when I was struggling. Chen Lao's frown relaxed. That's exactly what I hoped to hear. You've proven I picked the right man. Don't worry, we'll remember your kindness and you won't be treated unfairly. After covering every precaution, Chen Lao arranged a private car to take Lu Chong back to campus. The moment he returned to his apartment, Lu Chong slipped into the medicinal bath. Steam rose around him as he ordered grade 2 low-tier nutrition bars on his optical computer, 200,000 each. He bought 30 in one go, 6 million credits gone in an instant. The sting was real, but the promised boost in cultivation made it worth every penny. Nothing else happened that night. At dawn, President Wei Changtian called personally. The techniques from Jiangnan Martial University have arrived. You need to sign for them in person. Understood. He'll be right there. A resident martial master from Jiangnan's Guanyin City office delivered the priceless data crystals and insisted on an on-site handover. Lu Chong's requested earth-grade low-tier skills, cleaving wind axe, and windborne step were all present, and the university had added 3 more gifts. 1. Earth-grade low-tier saber art, rolling blade, 18 forms. 2. Earth-grade mid-tier fist art, mountain toppling seal. 3. Earth-grade high-tier ranged claw art, dragon seizing skill. The martial master placed the deep blue crystals in Lu Chong's palm and spoke gravely. Professor Su asked me to tell you not to force anything. If you hit a wall, ask him after term starts. Su Dongsheng was the very professor who had recruited him, and Lu Chong's heart warmed. He clasped his hands. Please thank Professor Su for me. With President Wei and the martial master as witnesses, he linked to the inheritance device. In a flash, torrents of data flooded his mind. A pleasant chime accompanied each update on his skill panel. Windblade kick merged with cleaving wind axe, upgrading to earth grade mid-tier. Shadow Gale step merged with windborne step, upgrading to earth grade mid-tier. Rolling blade, 18 forms drew insights from stone-splitting hand, 3-inch palm, and 7-step kill fist, reaching minor mastery and doubling its training speed. Mountain toppling seal referenced iron wire fist and 7-step kill fist, also reaching minor mastery with doubled training speed. Dragon seizing skill borrowed from eagle claw hand and cloud piercing finger, likewise attaining minor mastery and doubling training speed. When the transfer ended, sweat beaded on Lu Chong's forehead, but his eyes blazed with excitement. President Wei nodded in satisfaction, and the martial master departed once the paperwork was complete. That evening, back in his apartment, Lu Chong eagerly opened his personal status panel. The numbers had shifted yet again. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, Warrior Stage 4-6. Techniques, Human Grade Low Tier, 9 Shadow Step Perfect, Heart Piercing Kick Perfect. Human Grade Mid Tier, 7-Step Kill Fist Perfect, 3-inch Palm Perfect. Human Grade Supreme, Tiger Roar Art Perfect. Earth Grade Low Tier, Rolling Blade, 18 Forms Minor Mastery 65. Earth Grade Mid Tier, Golden Bell Barrier Micro Mastery 22. Windblade Kick Micro Mastery 15. Shadow Gale Step Micro Mastery 15. Mountain Toppling Seal Minor Mastery 12. Earth Grade High Tier, Dragon Seizing Skill Minor Mastery 1. Lu Chong studied his updated status screen, unable to suppress a surge of satisfaction. The essences of Yufeng Bu and Pifeng Fu had merged, instantly raising both Jifeng Wing Bu and Fengren Tui to mid-earth rank. His overall realm had dipped to the subtle stage for the moment, but their potential and combat value had climbed dramatically. Fengren Tui could now shift into a full axe routine at will. Each kick cleave the air like an axe head, with more variations and far greater force. Even used as pure legwork, it already outclassed its old version. Jifeng Wingbu now pushed his speed to the limit. His footwork was light as silk, yet utterly unpredictable, granting him a higher tier of agility. Beyond these two upgraded arts, 3 new techniques filled the gaps in his skill set, each one already at minor completion. 1. Gun Dao Shiba Shur, an 18-form blade art of lower earth rank. Built on the Pomace blade principle, it drew inspiration from Kai Bei Shou and Sanchun Zhang, while its rolling 18-strike momentum echoed the Rin rank Chibu Sha Quan. At higher mastery, each strike surpassed the last, snowballing in power, the source of its name. From the moment he grasped it, Lu Chong knew it was his most lethal art to date, focused solely on raw damage. Even Fengren Tui lagged half a step behind in pure offense. He had no plans to buy an actual blade. Credits weren't the issue, he simply didn't need one. With the Golden Bell shield reinforcing his body, every inch of him was already a weapon, and his cleaving palms were tougher than most forged steel. He meant to become a living arsenal. The axe of Pifeng Fu in his legs, the blade of Gun Dao Shiba Shur in his palms. 2. Fanshan Inshuan Fa, a mid-earth rank fist art. Equally aggressive yet completely different, it relied on overpowering force rather than pinpoint penetration. Its punches surged like mountains, crushing opponents in a sweeping, large-scale assault that emphasized sheer momentum. 3. Qinlong Gong, an upper earth rank art and his biggest surprise. Far more than a killing move, it blended control and offense. By circulating qi and blood, he could shape astral claws, snatching foes or objects from afar, disrupting their actions, even seizing their lives in midair. Its upper earth rank mystique was unmistakable, leaving him awestruck. After nearly an hour of study, however, Lu Chong also realized Qinlong Gong's steep learning curve. Still at minor completion, it advanced only about 6% per day on autopilot. At that rate, he would barely reach the subtle stage before enrollment. Fortunately, the mid and lower earth rank arts trained 1 to 2 times faster, so they would likely reach full completion by then. With that in mind, he resolved to devote his active practice time to building raw cultivation and pushing Qinlong Gong to the next level. With this method, his training speed would double once more. After entering the warrior realm, and especially after getting his hands on earth-grade techniques, Lu Chong could feel his progress slowing. He sighed to himself. If only he could spar with veterans who had already perfected their skills, he might pick up speed again. That chance would have to wait until he made it into a top university somewhere, like Jiangnan Martial Arts University, where talented fighters were as common as clouds. Lu Chong also knew that if the outside world ever learned how quickly he could improve, jealousy alone might drown him. Even so, he was far from satisfied. One concern nagged at him. Could he find another Mindenduel technique like Tiger Roar in college? To him, that was the real cure. If he could once again boost his passive cultivation from the root, life would get much easier. The answer would have to wait until he stepped onto the Jiangnan campus. With that in mind, he shelved his wandering thoughts and focused on perfecting the techniques right in front of him. That afternoon, Guanyu No. 1 High School held a lavish celebration. As the undisputed hero, Lu Chong became the star of the show. Thanks to his dazzling intranseism performance, the school easily secured the title of Provincial Qi High School, earning even more resources in the future and raising the whole city's profile. The elderly principal and the city's education bureau showered him with praise and gratitude. The moment his speech ended, More than 20 million yuan in prize money landed in his account. The celebration doubled as the senior year commencement. When classmates organized a graduation dinner afterward, Lu Chong felt no interest at all. He went straight back to his apartment to train. For the 2-month summer break ahead, he refused to let himself slack off. Raising his realm, perfecting every new technique, venturing into the wilderness, piling up military merits each was a non-negotiable task. Even before the holiday started, he had cleared it with the garrison instructor. He would join their patrols as a lieutenant, and every merit would count. Lu Chong understood that true strength is forged between life and death. If he wanted to stand tall in college or anywhere else, he had to acclimate to real combat before leaving high school. Colonel Huang even asked him to lecture the troops each day, effectively making him a half-time technique instructor. At Lu Chong's current level, he just about qualified. Thus his vacation became both fulfilling and bloody. Almost every day he followed the army beyond the city walls. Each return saw the scent of blood and killing intent on him grow stronger. Before long, his best friend Qin Yufei shivered whenever they met, joking that Lu Chong was getting creepier by the day. By the end of August, he had learned to reign in that murderous aura at will. His military merits had surpassed 300,000, worth more than 30 million yuan. His rank jumped directly from lieutenant to captain. Colonel Huang confirmed that Lu Chong was one of the youngest captains on record. The soldiers teased him as the most overpowered summer intern in history. While others went sightseeing, he made tens of millions over the break. On September 1st, Lu Chong stopped reporting to the barracks. He packed his gear and set off for the frontline base city, the legendary river-taming metropolis. Before leaving, he pulled up his personal status panel and felt as if a lifetime had passed. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Warrior, 7th Tier 36. Techniques: Human class, low grade, 9 shadow step perfected, heart-piercing kick perfected. Human class, mid-grade, 7-step killing fist perfected, 3-inch palm perfected. Human class, supreme grade, tiger roar cultivation perfected. Earth class, low grade, 18 rolling saber forms perfected. Earth class, mid-grade, golden bell shield perfected, windblade leg perfected, gale shadow step perfected, mountain toppling seal perfected. Earth class, high grade, dragon seizing art perfected. For nearly 2 months, even when Lu Chong was at the barracks or out in the wild, he carved out time to practice breath drawing and dragon seizing. To squeeze every benefit from each session, he burned through grade 2 nutrient packs and an entire cabinet of premium herbs as if they were daily rations. His combat stats skyrocketed, his cultivation broke one barrier after another, and he soon stood firmly at warrior level 7. The speed stunned everyone who had been giving him extra guidance. Old Headmaster Wei, his homeroom teacher, and the instructors and soldiers in the camp. In private, they settled on a single nickname for him: Little Monster. Even more satisfying was his progress with techniques. Breath drawing, dragon seizing, and the many martial skills he had learned earlier were all perfected. If he met that grade 3 storm power 8 from the entrance exam again, he was sure one dragon seizing strike would finish it. With that confidence, he dared to head to Modu alone and compete with the prodigies at Jiangnan Martial University. During those 2 months, he spent more than 20 million in one go. But with 700 million in assets, the expense barely registered, and his earnings during the same period more than covered it. On September 1st, Lu Chong set aside an entire day to bid farewell to the teachers and classmates closest to him in Guanyin City. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, his homeroom teacher, Colonel Huang, and the camp instructor Shi missed no one. At dawn on the 2nd, he and Qin Yufei met at Lu Qingqing's home, and old Mr. Qin personally drove them to the airport. This airport was nothing like a civilian terminal. Lined up on the runway were heavy armor combat transports capable of withstanding a grade 4 beast. Each transport had a pair of fighters flying escort to prevent aerial monsters from cutting the route. After the cataclysm, such arrangements sent travel costs through the roof. A one-way ticket from Guanyin City to Modu cost 200,000 Huaxia credits and bought barely 2.5 hours in the air. Land travel was even harder. Reconstruction after the cataclysm had turned every major city and province in Huaxia into an isolated survival base linked by the thinnest threads. In the wilderness between bases, beasts sprang up as fast as they were culled. Overland convoys required high-level warriors or entire army units for protection, the same setup used when students traveled to the hunting grounds for the entrance exam. If someone tried to go by land from Guanyin base to the Modu frontline base, they would have to cross countless wild zones, burning manpower and resources beyond calculation. And compared with the limited threats in the sky, the beasts lurking on and beneath the ground were far more terrifying. The good news was that no beast kings above grade 4 were active within Huaxia's borders. The bad news was that low-grade beasts kept spawning, and humanity had learned that some stretches of wilderness were cheaper to leave alone than to wipe out. These monsters were a menace, but they were also an inexhaustible resource. High-energy nutrients and rare mutant herbs all came from those wildlands. In short, Huaxia's wilderness was a chain of natural hunting grounds, and humanity was the real hunter. Beyond the borders, especially in the primeval forests and open oceans, everything is far less certain. Inside the country, the wilderness between major bases is dangerous, yet to true powerhouses it is little more than a backyard. A martial grandmaster can even cross the nation alone. Lu Chong, Qin Yufei, and Lu Qingqing were not at that level yet, so they obediently boarded a military transport bound for the frontline base in Modu. Fortunately, the government covered the round-trip expenses for freshman enrollment for trips total over 4 years. Anything beyond that came out of their own pockets. The 500-seat transport rumbled down the runway, the air thick with metal and fuel. As the hatch closed, Qin Yufei exploded with excitement, shouting through the window, "Bro Chong, look, a silver sword 30 fighter. They say it can even drive off a beast king." Lu Chong followed his finger. A 20-meter-long black jet streaked past, its fuselage like a giant sword, edges gleaming. Up front, Lu Qingqing was speaking softly with her escort, Sister Yu, who would look after her in Modu. "No beast king could break through our border anyway, right?" Lu Chong remarked. "Of course not," Qin Yufei said proudly. "The Huaxia defense line is the toughest on Earth. The moment a beast king's life signature gets close, the system locks on and pushes it back." While they chatted, the transport lifted off, punching through clouds. Once they reached the stratosphere and the seatbelt sign went dark, Qin Yufei pulled out his phone with a conspiratorial grin. "Bro Chong, check this out, the 3 big rankings of Jiangnan Martial University." The screen lit up with 3 icons. Top 10 beauties, top 100 fighters, and credit leaderboard. Qin Yufei tapped the beauties list without hesitation. "Look, number 1, Wenrin Jinghong gorgeous, right?" Centered on the page was a young woman in black combat gear, poised and striking. Qin Yufei was practically drooling. She's not just a pretty face. Third-year student, 10th on the top 100 list, born into a martial clan. She's only 20 and already a 3-stage martial master. Her best record? Solo kill of a level 3, stage 8 flood dragon. Lu Chong acknowledged her aura but cared more about strength. After a brief glance, he switched to the fighters list. Qin Yufei shrugged and followed suit. Everyone on this list is a martial master. The weakest has taken down a level 3, stage 3 exotic beast. Lu Chong's eyes lit up. These were his real competitors. The names scrolled past. 1. Wu Tao, 4th year, 9-stage martial master, killed a level 4, stage 3 rock-breaking bear. 2. Wang Tong, 3rd year, 7-stage martial master, fought a level 4, stage 2 armored earth dragon to a draw. 3. Lu Fian, 100, Gu Chongfeng, 2nd year, 2-stage martial master, slew a level 3, stage 3 storm power ape. By the time he finished the list, the cabin speakers announced descent. Outside, the clouds tore open to reveal an iron-gray coastline and a fortress-like forward base. At my current level, I could barely squeeze onto the bottom of the list. I'm still a long way from the top. 10. Lu Chong drew a deep breath, fists clenched, blood surging. Modu was just ahead. The plane touched down at Shanghai Airport. Lu Chong and his companions boarded the university shuttle and headed for Jiangnan Martial University's campus on Chongyang Island. The coastal expressway ran arrow straight, and the surface of the Yangtze shimmered like gold beyond the windows. When the bus crossed the gates, Lu Chong was stunned. The campus covered nearly 100 square kilometers, larger than an entire district of Guanyin City, and its staff and students numbered more than 60,000. Just outside the perimeter stood a string of steel fortifications, a joint bastion where the university and the local garrison guarded the river's mouth. Leading the way was a senior with a sweet smile. As she guided Lu Chong, Qin Yufei, and Lu Qingqing toward the registration hall, she reeled off these facts with practiced ease. For Lu Chong and Qin Yufei, it was their first trip beyond Guanyin City and their first glimpse of a megabase, so everything felt new. Lu Qingqing followed close behind, tilting her head at the high-rises and training grounds that seemed to be everywhere, almost overwhelmed by the sights. On their walk they noticed that every student they passed brimmed with vitality, as though martial artists were the campus average. Lu Chong, a martial artist himself, kept his composure, but Qin Yufei and Lu Qingqing were only trainees. The collective aura hit them like a wave, making them feel tiny, 2 rabbits straying into a wolf's den. At the registration desk, the instructor already had the process down pat. Qin Yufei, Virtual Warfare Department, Class 59. Here are your student ID and dorm key. Lu Qingqing, Mutant Biology Department, Class 32. Take these. His voice stayed even and his hands steady until he pulled up Lu Chong's file. Then he shot to his feet, voice quivering ever so slightly. Lu Chong, Martial Arts Department, Traditional Combat Studies, and Assistant Research Fellow. The senior froze as well, her eyes locked on Lu Chong's handsome face before she clapped in sudden realization. I get it. You're this year's top scorer, Lu Chong. It's really you? She had never imagined that the freshman she was escorting was the celebrity of the incoming class. 2 months had passed since the college entrance exams, and messages on the virtual platform updated so quickly that she hadn't matched the name to the person until now. Traditional Combat Studies is Jiangnan Martial University's most elite track. ranked among the best on the entire Blue Star. Add the title Assistant Research Fellow, and Lu Chong was starting at the summit, an opportunity even many fourth-year prodigies could only dream of. Lu Chong gave a slight nod. That's me, sir. Thank you. Ever since Head seen Jiangnin's top 100 rankings, Head grown only more humble. The instructor regained his composure and beamed, taking extra care with every step. Traditional Combat Studies, Class 341, Student Number 01. Lu Chong didn't yet grasp the significance of that number, but the instructor and the senior knew exactly what it meant. Student Number 01 marked him as the officially recognized top freshman. Both wondered whether the scholarship kids had been admitted on pure talent would accept it. Even after the trio left, the instructor couldn't help muttering under his breath, I wonder if those recommended students will be willing to swallow this. On the way to the dorm, the senior reintroduced herself. Lu Chong, Emily Euro, a sophomore in sword techniques. Her tone was warmer now, her steps light, as if she were walking on drum beats. Could we exchange contacts? Half my class are already your fans. Seniorly, Im Chong's best friend. How about we swap contact info too? Chen Yufei raised his holopad with eager anticipation, eyes sparkling as he leaned closer. Privately, he calculated that if he could meet enough upper-class women, one of them might just become his future wife. Left on the sidelines, Lu Qingqing only curved her lips into a polite smile and let her gaze drift over the surroundings. Once she had warmed up to the three freshmen, Li Yuro didn't hurry back to her dorm. Instead, she volunteered as their guide, taking them past the imposing library, rows of teaching blocks, a state-of-the-art training hall, the adrenaline-charged combat arena, and Jiangnan Martial University's signature facilities, the Yuan Energy Chamber, the virtual trial tower, and the ancient Martial Research Institute. Everything they saw left the newcomers wide-eyed. When the group finally reached the area near the Research Institute, their eyes landed on a standalone villa right next door, and everyone except Lu Chong was struck dumb. A private villa for a dorm? Chong, that's insane. Chen Yufei couldn't suppress a fresh wave of envy. Even the well-traveled Li Yuro drew a sharp breath. Only fighters on the top 100 list or a handful of star students in the ancient martial program ever land a place like this. Lu Chong, the university must value you highly. Lu Chong was secretly pleased. Had planned to rent an off-campus apartment for easier training, but this villa would save him a fortune. Around Jiangnan Martial University prime real estate in Magic City, even a modest flat could drain half one's savings, never mind a villa. Li Yuro added, don't get complacent though. If your credits fall short for even one semester, the school will reclaim this scarce housing. Understood. Thanks for the warning. Lu Chong clasped his hands in thanks, then smiled. Would you like to come in for a look? Li Yuro's eyes brightened at once. The villa district was said to house the most dazzling figures on campus, and she had never set foot inside. But Chen Yufei waved it off with a laugh. We'd better grab our beds before someone else does. Well, mooch your tea another day, Chong. Lu Qingqing nodded as well. Yujia and I are going to rent a place nearby. With her family's wealth, renting indeed buying was no issue at all. Since Li Yuro couldn't very well follow Lu Chong alone, she took her leave with the other two. Lu Chong walked the quiet, tree-leaned path into the private villa zone and stopped at the door marked 19. He swiped his card, and the heavy door slid open without a sound. After dropping his luggage in the entryway, he toured the place floor by floor. The first level held a 1,200 square meter reception hall and 2 guest rooms, their marble floors polished to a mirror shine. Upstairs, he found the master suite, a scenic lounge, and a meditation room. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a sweeping view of the blue coastline beyond the campus. The biggest surprise waited underground, nearly 300 square meters of private training space, outfitted with high-end gear rivaling anything in Lu Qingqing's home. High-strength alloy flooring could withstand a warrior-level outburst, and the walls and ceiling were packed with top-tier acoustic insulation, ensuring no sound escaped. Once sealed, the heavy door made the place a makeshift shelter. The next 4 years of training and living start right here, he told himself. Back in the living room, he half reclined on a soft leather sofa and felt utterly at ease. After familiarizing himself with the dormitory, Lu Chong focused on his future studies and cultivation. At Jiangnan Martial University, life was nothing like high school. The course schedule was merely a suggestion, instructors never checked attendance, and no one cared if a student disappeared for an entire semester. Only one thing mattered: credits. Training resources, graduation eligibility, even the right to stay enrolled all hinged on that single figure. With that in mind, he raised his communicator watch and opened the university platform. 3 sections dominated the holographic display: credit acquisition, credit marketplace, and credit summary, each clearly labeled. He tapped on credit acquisition first. The new page resembled a tactical map, complete with brief descriptions. 1. Core course credits: attendance irrelevant. Only the Endofterm comprehensive exam counts, and passing earns the listed credits. 2. Task credits: missions assigned by the university, ranging from hunting wild exotic beasts and helping law enforcement capture criminals to representing the school in competitions. 3. Bonus credits: extra points awarded for assisting a mentor with projects or research work. 4. Meritorious contribution credits granted for creative contributions to the university. Criteria are flexible, with final interpretation left to the administration. After learning how to earn credits, Lu returned to the main screen and opened the credit marketplace. As the hologram scrolled, a flood of listings appeared, making him feel as if he had stepped into a fusion of an enormous armory and a vault of rare treasures. Electronic arsenal, martial techniques ranging from low-grade human rank to top-tier earth rank, each tagged with its credit cost. Resource depot, nutrient serums, cultivation elixirs, and custom weapons in dazzling variety. In one corner, he even spotted bold red headings for special firearms and fighter jets. Curious, he selected the very silver sword 30 that had escorted the freshman earlier that day. Price: 8 million credits. A quick conversion put that at roughly 800 million Huaxia yuan, a figure that made his eyes sting. Scrolling further, he found Beast King Heartblood priced at 1 million credits, 100 million yuan, and, lower still, a full set of Beast King hide armor for 10 million credits, an eye-watering 1 billion yuan. These items are truly priceless and unavailable anywhere else. A Beast King ranks on par with a human martial king, and hunting one is far more than just difficult. Every inch of its body is a treasure. One drop of a Beast King's heart blood can forcibly elevate a cultivator's realm while tempering muscle and bone. A full suit of armor made from its hide keeps its wearer warm in winter and cool in summer, and might even let them survive a direct strike from a martial lord. Weapons forged from its bones are virtually indestructible, come with inherent power amplification, and are several times deadlier than other arms of the same grade. Each description landed on Lu Chong's chest like a hammer blow. His eyes stayed glued to the credit mall page, and his breathing unconsciously slowed. When he clicked credit summary, however, the single zero in the center of the screen doused his excitement like ice water. Didn't even have pocket change. He had assumed the academy would reward the top freshman with a quick 100,000 credits or so. Clearly, he had been far too optimistic. If he had known how critical credits were, he would have swallowed his pride and asked the administration for an advance. On the right side of the page were two columns: total credits and available credits. Total credits recorded lifetime earnings and never decreased, like a military log of permanent merit. Available credits were what you could actually spend, and every point counted. The leaderboard Chen Yufei had shown him earlier was ranked by total credits. After grasping the rules, Lu Chong left the summary and re-entered the credit mall. He set aside the martial skills in the armory for now. Once his position as an assistant researcher of ancient martial arts was approved, he could study those for free. Nutritional supplements could be bought outside for roughly the same price, so wasting precious credits there made no sense. What really drew his attention were the weapons. He had always believed the body was the sharpest blade, but the long voyage had taught him how vulnerable he was without a ranged option. When a flying beast circled overhead, all he could do was stare. A bow was the perfect remedy. With a matching archery technique, he would no longer be helpless against enemies in the sky. Lu Chong decided that once he found a suitable archery art and saved enough credits, he would return for a quality bow. Beyond weapons and martial skills, the bold red listings on the store's front page, Primordial Energy Chamber and Virtual Trial Tower, captured most of his interest. Senior Li Euro had highlighted these twin crown jewels of Jiangnan Martial University during the welcome ceremony. Throughout Huaxia, only the military, North China Martial University, and Jiangnan Martial University possessed them. In the Primordial Energy Chamber, the purest, densest primordial energy surged like tides. Practicing the Qi influx method there was far more efficient than any supplement and had zero side effects. The Virtual Trial Tower, a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology, immersed students in realistic battlefields where they could fight a variety of foes and hone their skills under near-real combat conditions. Both sanctuaries charged by the Huron credits. The more he read, the tighter his timeline felt. Heart blood, hide armor, bone weapons, hours in the Primordial Energy Chamber, sessions in the Trial Tower, everything he wanted demanded the same prerequisite: credits. A keen sense of urgency welled up inside Lu Chong. Master new techniques and rack up credits. That was Lu Chong's first order of business after arriving on campus. Classes officially began on September 4th. At dawn, he slung a backpack over his shoulder and hurried to the dedicated classroom of the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts. When he pushed open the door, he found gray training mats laid out in neat rows and a wall of cold gleaming weapons. 32 students stood in small clusters at the center of the room. Only after roll call did Lu Chong realize that these 32 people made up the entire ancient martial arts program. The freshman class numbered more than 13,000, and most majors boasted hundreds of newcomers. Yet the so-called strongest program in the university had admitted just 32. Few in number, high in caliber. Everyone was already a certified martial artist, more than half at 6th rank or above. Back in senior year, each of them had been a local celebrity. Even with his own 7th rank, Lu Chong was strictly middle of the pack. Roughly 2 guys for every girl filled the room. The boys radiated aggression. The girls moved with crisp precision. Every stare felt like a knife. When elites are crammed under one roof, Peace is the last thing you should expect. There is no first place in scholarship, but there is in combat, as the saying goes, and none of them had time for polite noises. Lu Chong measured his classmates while they judged him in return. Taunting looks flashed like spotlights. Provincial champion? National champion? Put us in your league. In what place first? Two such thoughts were written in more than one pair of eyes. You're Lu Chong? A gust of sweating air swept past as a buzz-cut student in a tracksuit stepped up, his voice blunt. I heard you're the only assistant researcher in the class. What makes you think you deserve that spot? This was a martial arts student's version of hello. Lu Chong guessed the same scene was playing out in other rooms. He was the obvious target for two reasons: his national exam title and his lone assistant researcher appointment. Lu Chong, he answered evenly. If you want to know about the appointment, ask the professor. The young man gave a short, cold laugh. No need. You just scored highest on the entrance exam. That's all nothing but second-tier standards where you come from. Why should we accept it? A handful of sentences had shoved Lu Chong to the opposite side of the room. Yet the guy wasn't entirely wrong. The sole assistant researcher slot did put Lu Chong above the rest on paper. Lu Chong's temper wasn't saintly either. He flexed his fingers, his knuckles cracked. Spar with me, and you'll understand. He recalled Sun Tse, who had calmed down after 2 solid beatings. The challenger's eyes lit up as though struck by a match. Fine. Let's fight, and show everyone what you're really worth. Great. Students around them hooped and hollered loser buys dinner. Some students were already itching to jump in, eager to show what they could do and stake out their place. Even a few of the girls rolled their training suit sleeves twice and loosened their shoulders, clearly unwilling to sit on the sidelines among fighters. The phrase women are weaker than men simply doesn't exist. The group exchanged glances, desks and chairs screeched across the floor, and everyone started edging toward the hallway. Just as they were about to charge out for a proper fight, a deep bark exploded at the doorway. Sit down. The door swung open and an elderly man with gray hair and bright eyes strode in. His steps were unhurried, yet an invisible pressure came with him, as though the air itself had tightened. Lu Chong looked up and recognized the very teacher who had recruited him from number 1 high school Sudongshan. Principal Wei had introduced him as a 6th Dan martial master who had earned every rank in real combat, even stronger than the former headmaster. He was past 60, yet still 2 full zodiac cycles younger than Principal Wei. The master's presence crashed over the room like a mountain. The once listless students fell silent at once, lowered their heads, and sat down. Fresh out of high school, they already feared their teachers, and now none of them dared make a sound. Su Dongxing scanned the room, waited until the students were seated in small clusters, then withdrew his aura and spoke more gently. I'm your advisor for this year, and also your homeroom teacher. First, the Academy's iron rule. If you want to spar on campus, you must register at the Academic Affairs office and have an official witness. By tradition, the loser forfeits credits, the winner gains credits, and no one can back out. Otherwise the campus would be chaos, right? Lu Chong's eyes lit up before Su even finished. He was about to raise his hand when the young man who had challenged him earlier blurted, "Sir, exactly how many credits are at stake?" That was precisely what Lu wanted to know. Su Dongxing smiled faintly. Not many, just 100 credits. 100 credits equals 10,000 Huaxia dollars, Lu calculated at lightning speed. His gaze swept over the other 31 students. If he beat every one of them, he could pocket 3,100 credits on the spot. His eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf's. Su seemed to read their thoughts. Your freshman accounts are currently at 0, he continued, but the Academy lets you run a negative balance of up to 300 credits. Use it sparingly. It'd be a shame to get expelled for debt on your first day. The students burst out laughing, acting as though it was no big deal. At Jiangnan Martial University, you needed 10,000 credits each term just to pass. That might be tight for regular programs, but the traditional martial arts division was different. A single mission to hunt a Class 2 exotic beast could bring in several thousand credits or even tens of thousands. What they really fought for was strength and future prospects, not that pocket change. They craved the huge pools of credits that bought resources and cultivation manuals. When the laughter died down, Su Dongsheng laid out the class rules, school regulations, and daily required courses concise, yet each point landed with unmistakable force. When he finished, his gaze settled on Lu Chong and he declared, "Now I permit you to go outside and spar. Warriors are born to compete. Whoever remains standing at the end will be this program's top student and your class monitor." Lu Chong frowned slightly. He had no interest in being monitor. Yet Zu's final sentence made the frown vanish. The class monitor earned an extra 10,000 credits every semester. Smells like victory, Lu Chong thought with a grin. Being class monitor in college was hardly a burden, and as student 01 of class 341, he felt obliged to shoulder the responsibility. Professor Su was clearly egging the freshmen on to jump straight into a campus-wide showdown, and that alone told Lu Chong the competition here would be fiercer than anything he had seen in high school. Without another word, Professor Su Dongsheng led the 32 freshmen in a grand procession toward the ancient martial arts training arena. The arena, as vast as a military parade ground, was paved with a special alloy. Veteran students from the comprehensive ancient martial arts program were already practicing there. When they spotted the newcomers, they paused, wiped away sweat, whispered to one another, or simply gathered around. From distant classroom buildings, professors, lecturers, and passing students leaned out of windows, eager to watch the freshmen's debut. The comprehensive ancient martial arts program was Jiangnan Martial University's crown jewel, and those admitted were the cream of their generation. The opening day spar had become a tradition. Everyone wanted to see whether a new campus champion would emerge this year. "We'll do it right here," Professor Su declared. "They'll officiate myself. Anyone who sits out may watch, but you'll forfeit the chance to vie for top rank. We're ready. Who's first?" "I am," I challenged Lu Chong. A clear, hearty voice rang from the crowd as a crew-cut student strode forward. He was student 15 from Rolkali Yufeng. Hailing from Changshan Bay City, Lu hadn't taken first in the province, but his third-place score still earned him a spot in Jiangnan's ancient martial arts program, and his skill was equally elite. Professor Su looked at Lu Chong, his tone mild yet weighty. "Lu Chong, you may refuse, but then you forfeit the monitor's post." Truth be told, he also wanted to see whether the assistant researcher the academy had courted so generously could hold his ground. Lu Chong didn't flinch. The monitor position with its bonus credits was his for the taking. "I accept." He stepped onto the floor, cupped his fists to Lu Yufeng, and said, "Your move." Before the words had fully faded, Lu's blood and qi surged. The aura of a seven-stage warrior rolled out like thunder. With a low shout, he sprang forward, palm turned like a blade, cleaving down toward Lu Chong's shoulder. Lu Chong saw it at a glance. A earth-rank technique mastered to perfection. No wonder it was so fierce. The top students of the program lived up to their reputation. Battle spirit ignited. He too released the power of a seven-stage warrior. Instead of meeting the blow he'd he flickered aside, vanishing from the spot as Lu's crushing strike cut nothing but air. Gale Phantom step perfected, and already refined to mid-earth rank speed left Lu far behind in an instant. Professor Su clicked his tongue in secret. What stunned him wasn't the technique itself, but the cultivation Lu Chong had just revealed. 2 months ago in Guanyin City, this student had been only 4th stage. Back then, Head actually felt sorry for the kid who could have guessed that in no time at all Lu Chong would rocket up to 7th rank, joining the top tier for his age group. He had already overpowered a Tier 3 Stormforce ape at 4th rank. What could he pull off now? Watching from the sidelines, Su Dongsheng grew more and more intrigued. On the platform, Lu Chong and LV Yufeng lunged and dodged like flashes of lightning, 12 exchanges vanishing in a heartbeat. LV Yufeng's palm winds were razor-sharp, carving visible seams in the air, yet he was always half a beat behind. Every strike missed by a hair. Lu Chong, using Gale's shadow step, blurred into afterimages, toe-tapping along the platform's edge so that each shift carried him just out of danger, leaving LV Yufeng swiping at shadows. "Is dodging all you can do?" LV Yufeng snarled after his 13th miss. He vaulted skyward, arms raised. His blood qi roared together, forming a barrage of astral blades that swept the entire arena like a guillotine. The move covered a vast area, energy-hungry, power fading with distance, but it would cut off any escape. The blade storm gave almost no room to slip away. Lu Chong planted his feet. Instead of forcing a breakthrough, he seemed to hastily trigger golden light wave. A brilliant shell of astral light wrapped around him, taking the brunt of the gale. Blades hammered the shield, ripples spreading across the gold. The defense held, but Lu Chong's movement slowed. LV Yufeng's eyes gleamed just what he wanted. As Lu Chong stalled, he closed in, a hand edge slashing for Lu Chong's throat, aiming to end it in one blow. The chop struck the golden light first. Clang! It rang like a bronze bell, the golden aura shuddering and flinging his palm aside, yet the glow dimmed noticeably. "So you've got a body-refining shield, watch me smash it." LV Yufeng laughed and pressed harder. His palms sawed through the air, streams of bladiki shutting every avenue of retreat. Flagstones at the platform's edge were gouged white, chips flying. After 6 consecutive chops, Lu Chong's golden shield shattered into fading sparks. With the barrier gone, LV Yufeng threw restraint aside, both palms merging into one gigantic blade aimed at Lu Chong's crown. Before it could fall, a chill stabbed his abdomen. Bang! The instant the shield burst, Lu Chong had sunk his hips and loaded his strength. An iron knee slammed into LV Yufeng's dantian, hurling him nearly 10 meters before he skidded across the floor. As his senses cleared, Lu Chong was already standing over him, 2 fingers pressed to his brow. "You're strong, but you were too careless. Thanks for the bout." Sweat beaded Lu Chong's forehead. He gulped air as though fresh from a grueling fight. It looked like a narrow win, yet Su Dongsheng quietly curled his lip. This kid's sandbagging act was pretty convincing. Judging by the eager faces crowding the arena, most of the other students had bought it. All that pretending for a few measly credits, I had to hold back so hard. Lu Chong kept wheezing for show, while sighing inwardly. Throwing a fight, it seems, is a skill of its own. Professor Su Dongsheng had no interest in watching Lu Chong's performance drag on any further. so he calmly announced, Lu Chong wins. The decision was final. The scoreboard instantly lit up with 100. Lu Chong clutched his chest and sank to the floor, forcing his breathing to sound erratic. Yet a glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes. If you're going to act, you have to go, Alan. Only by making everyone think had won by a hair's breadth would they willingly hand over the next round of credits. In truth, Lu Chong hadn't come close to using his full strength. If Head crushed his opponent from the opening move, the rest of the class would have lost heart immediately. Now, they simply assumed this national top scorer wasn't anything special. The defeated LV Yufeng flexed his wrist, surprised to find he was barely injured, and shouted in protest, "Give me another chance, I can beat you next time." To him, he had only slipped up once. His strength wasn't far from Lu Chong's at all. Su Dongsheng didn't even bother to glance his way. No second chances today. You can settle it privately later. Then he turned to Lu Chong. Half an hour to recover, do you need it? The veteran professor, already at Wuzong level, saw through everything. Lu Chong knew he couldn't fool him, so he kept up the act, answering in a deliberately weak voice, "Yes, sir. He'll be ready in 30 minutes. Su Dongsheng let the charade slide and shifted his gaze to the edge of the ring. Next match. Lu Chong propped himself against the wall, leisurely tore open a nutrition bar, and pretended to regain his strength while quietly studying his classmates' reactions. Plenty of them shot him dismissive looks, and from the stands came scattered comments. So that's all a national champ can do. Exactly the impression he wanted. The first credit transfer was secure. For the next half hour, he simply watched. The mixed martial arts program had drawn prodigies from across the country, each brimming with pride. No one accepted another's strength without testing it firsthand. Blades flashed, figures blurred, and nearly every fighter unleashed earth-grade techniques, many already perfected or close to it. Even first-year students at Warrior Level 4 dared to challenge seniors higher up the ladder, and two of them actually won by leveraging skill and quick thinking. Lu Chong nodded to himself. These classmates were talented, but not one of them could beat him. Even student number 02, Chun Hao from the Heihe base and the provincial top scorer at Warrior Level 8, would fall within 3 moves, he was sure. Some might still be holding back, but the overall picture was set. 30 minutes passed in a flash, and 8 defeated contestants now sat around the ring, tending their injuries. Lu Chong brushed off his clothes, stood up, and said evenly but politely, "Professor, I've recovered enough to continue." Su Dongsheng looked over the remaining students. "Anyone who wants to challenge Lu Chong, step forward." "I will. Let me. Him up first." Lu Chong's hard-won victory had ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Several students raised their hands at once, eager to pound him into the mat. Good talent, Su Dongsheng thought, but terrible judgment kicking iron to test its hardness. Silently, he offered them a moment of sympathy. He turned back to Lu Chong. "You may choose which challenger to accept, or you can issue a challenge yourself." Lu Chong pointed to the girl who had stepped forward earlier. This had to be Jiang Tao. "Coward," several students muttered under their breath. "Shameless," Professor Su cursed inwardly, though his face stayed rigid. Jiang Tao was petite and sweet-faced, her almond eyes carrying a timid innocence. Yet her record showed only Warrior Level 5, and her student number sat at the very bottom. For Lu Chong to call her out in front of everyone looked an awful lot like bullying. Hearing the whispers, Lu Chong felt wronged. She challenged me first, how am I the bad guy for accepting? Still, picking the weakest was exactly his plan. If he flattened the top students right away, the rest would never dare step up, and he'd miss out on a pile of credits. Brazenly, he walked to the center of the platform. Jiang Tao's cheeks turned pink. She cupped her fists neatly. "Lu Chong, I watched your combat footage from the entrance exams. I admire you and want to learn from you." So she's a fan, he thought, heart skipping. Better let her lose with some dignity. "I look forward to your guidance," he replied, returning the salute. The signal flag dropped, and Jiang Tao moved. Her footwork was light as mist, her figure flickering across the stage. With Cloudveil steps, a lower-tier Earth-grade technique, she was almost impossible to track. Pressing her slender fingers together, she released streams of qi as fine as silver thread, one moment soft and winding, the next straight and razor-sharp. The thread skimmed Lu Chong's sleeve, slicing it open. His Gale Phantom step was pinned down, forcing him to retreat, while he threw golden shockwaves to parry and looked for an opening. Snatches of chatter drifted up from the stands, and Lu Chong finally understood. It was the Wandering Serpent Sword, a lower-tier Earth-grade sword art. Fingers became the blade, sword qi turned to threads, binding and stabbing alike. Nice sword art, he noted. He'll learn it someday. The bout dragged on for a full 15 minutes. Jiang Tao poured out move after move until her qi was nearly gone, her breathing ragged. Lu Chong seized the instant, shattered the threads coiled around him, darted in, and clamped her wrist with eagle claw technique. A human-grade skill, used precisely, could still end a fight. Beating someone only after she runs out of Qiwada hero, someone scoffed below. Lu Chong released her wrist and saluted. "Thank you for the bout." Jiang Tao's face reddened further as she returned the gesture. "Thank you for going easy on me." Professor Su finally cut them off. "Lu Chong wins." 15-minute break. Sweat beading on his forehead, Lu Chong raised a hand. Instructor, may I have half an hour? I'm pretty drained. Say one more word, and you fight now, Professor Su growled through clenched teeth. Lu Chong shut up at once. He knew the instructor thought he was picking on the weak, but earning credits was serious business. He felt no shame and intended to stick to his plan. 15 minutes later, Lu Chong stepped into the ring again, this time facing the student with ID number 30. His opponent, a boy named Lu Qingquan, had just upset a higher-ranked classmate and was still riding that surge of confidence. After a brief breather, he tightened his jaw, gave a sharp nod, and strode up to challenge Lu Chong. Lu Chong showed him plenty of respect, sparring for a full 10 minutes before ending the bout with a tricky wind blade kick, once again winning by the slimmest margin. So far he had only revealed Golden Light Wave, Gale Phantom Step, Wind Blade Kick, and a few combo techniques he had used in the last human tier exam. Against classmates whose cultivation lagged behind his, he had no need to draw on the 3 perfected Earth tier arts and the complete set of human tier skills he had recently mastered. After Lu Qingquan fell, students number 29, 28, 26, and 24 took their turns and lost in hard-fought battles. Numbers 27 and 25 simply forfeited, leaving 2 empty slots that Lu Chong found a little disappointing. As match after match unfolded, those who had doubted him began to notice something odd seemed to grow stronger with every fight. Yet each win still came right at the wire. Was it really possible to hold back that precisely against peers of the same level? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Something feels off, but every bout is this close. Coincidence? If he's sandbagging, keeping it that tight is harder than just winning outright. Lu Chong's sharp ears caught the mutters, but he was already riding the tiger and had to keep up the act. Fortunately, these were the nation's top students. Even if they suspected him, none wanted to pass up the chance to topple the leading candidate. In fact, the stronger he looked, the more glory there was in beating him. From 9:30 a.m. to nearly noon, the immature free-for-all never stopped. 25 classmates had already fallen to Lu Chong. Some who had lost to others still came back for a crack at him. Professor Su had made it clear. The class president and the top seat had to earn universal respect, and anyone unconvinced could get back on the stage. 2,500 credit solid earnings. Lu Chong tallied the haul in his head. More than credits, he had seen an array of bizarre techniques firsthand, far more vivid than watching videos. University-level skills were all over the map. Experiencing their strengths and weaknesses now meant he wouldn't be caught off guard later. By this point, he had nearly swept the entire class, with only student number 02, Chen Hao, left. Even the 3 top 10 students already guaranteed admission to Jiangnan Martial University hadn't managed to pressure him enough to reveal anything new. Chen Hao, the top freshman from Heihe, was the only person besides Lu Chong who still boasted an undefeated record. Unlike Lu Chong, he cared nothing for ranking points. Every punch was thrown with full power, scaring several classmates into forfeiting. Now only the 2 of them remained ringside, and every eye in the arena was fixed on them. Whoever prevailed would be the undisputed champion of the traditional martial arts program, perhaps even the uncrowned king of the 10th Sandstrong freshman class. A low buzz filled the stands. Who do you think is really the strongest? Lu Chong's matches are always nail-biters, but anyone saying he's overrated now is a fool. Chen Hao's scarier finishes people in fewer than 10 moves, and his cultivation is a notch higher. In the end, most students could only shrug and call it a toss-up. Lu Yufeng, who had taunted Lu Chong earlier that morning, shrank into a corner, wishing he could vanish. He had assumed Lu Chong's win over him was a fluke and that their skill gap was small, but the more he watched, the more terrified he became against the Lu Chong standing in the ring now. He wouldn't survive 3 exchanges. A clever man, Lu finally understood. Lu Chong had spared his pride, masking his true strength. Any thoughts of revenge evaporated. Even the courage to challenge him again was gone. In the center of the platform, Professor Su, the referee, saw that both contenders were breathing steadily at rest. Lu Chong, Chen Hao, do you wish to continue? He asked. His gaze lingered on Lu Chong. That kid definitely has another trump card, he thought. It's the last bout, and he already has more than enough points, so what's he still hiding? Lu Chong rose and looked across at the 2-meter-tall iron tower before him. I'm ready, he answered calmly. Chen Hao's fighting spirit blazed. His voice boomed like thunder. Only one battle can settle this. Flames seemed to ignite in his eyes. Don't disappoint me. The words were barely out when his burly frame stretched another foot, reaching nearly 2 meters 40. Muscles bulged, fabric split, and shreds of clothing fluttered away. Chen Hao ripped off the remains of his shirt, and bronze-hued muscles glinted in the sunlight. Even the skin on his skull shone with a metallic sheen. Holy! Gasps rippled through the crowd. A knowledgeable student blurted, that's the mid-grade, earth-level body refining art. The mighty Vajrabhadian, he's perfected it. It's ranked among the 10 toughest earth-level techniques. How did he master it? Offense and defense rolled into one. It's at least twice as strong as Lu Chong's Golden Light Wave. An 8-stage fighter with a mighty Vajrabhadi could stand still and barely get scratched. Even Professor Su Dongsheng, who had watched him passively until now, raised an eyebrow. Chen Hao saved this trump card until the very end. To perfect the mighty Vajra body at his age, he must have a rare innate physique born with Herculean strength. The academy has truly struck gold. Given what Lu Chong has shown so far, he may actually be in real danger. Lu Chong wasn't sure what the others were thinking, but the moment he realized his classmate could transform, a hunter's thrill coursed through him. Earning credits mattered, yet crossing paths with a genuine, evenly matched opponent was far more exhilarating. So that's the Dali Jinggang Shen? I wonder how it stacks up against my newly evolved Jin Zhongzhao. Fire blazed in his eyes. Abandoning Jin Guangbo, he summoned the Jin Zhongzhao he had just advanced to mid-earth rank. Golden Qi ballooned around him, forming a perfect sphere that sealed him inside. Its crisscrossing lines rippled like waves on metal, as if a massive bell had dropped from the sky. What on earth is that? Professor Su on the stands felt his heart leap. The Ji Feng Wu Yingbu was already quicker and nimbler than Yu Fengbu, and even Jin Guangbo had mutated into something stronger. Now this. Across the field, Chun Hao built like a human fortress saw the golden glow and his eyes lit up. He threw back his head and roared, veins bulging, then charged. Each step made the ground quiver and kicked up dust, as though the earth itself groaned. Lu Chong burst forward with Ji Feng Wu Yingbu, leaving afterimages in his wake. Borrowing the leverage of Taishan Cao, he met Chun Hao Heaton. In an instant, the two figures, one gold, one bronze, one large, one small, slammed together in midair. Duong. The impact rang out like a struck bell, echoing so loudly that windows in the building 100 meters away vibrated. Students around the field clutched their ears against the piercing boom. At the point of collision, both fighters skidded back 3 steps, carving curved cracks into the concrete. Almost simultaneously, they gathered strength and charged again. Duong. Duong. The heavy, resonant crashes blended into a relentless volley, like two savage beasts locked in a bare-knuckle brawl on an open plain. Before long, they abandoned finesse altogether, trading nothing but raw instinct and brute force. Good grief, their bodies are tougher than some mutant beasts. Many students felt their scalps prickle. If either fighter's momentum hit them, they doubted they could survive a single blow. Haha, this is amazing. Panting, Chun Hao's face flushed scarlet with excitement. You're the first in our rank who can match my strength and defense. Lu Chong silently acknowledged it. Chun Hao's Deli Jin Gang Shun truly was formidable, going toe-to-toe with his Jin Zhongzhao. Even more addicting was the sheer thrill of such brutal collisions. Chun Hao sucked in several breaths, raised his fists each the size of a cooking pot and hammered his iron-hard chest. Come on, try my fists. Lu Chong had already noticed that Chun Hao had also mastered Lian Zhu Pao Quan, an earth-rank lower-grade technique, now perfected. The style focused on explosive, seamless strikes. Earlier, Chun Hao's limited power had kept it in check, but paired with Dali Jin Gang Shun, its threat had climbed by more than a notch. Boom boom. Chun Hao closed the distance in a flash, his fists firing off like a string of cannon shells, each punch tearing the air as it hurtled toward Lu Chong. A spiral torrent of chi coiled around his fist, twisting the very air like a lethal vice. Lu Chong abandoned the golden bell shield and didn't dodge with the Gale Phantom Step. Instead, he unveiled the upgraded Windblade Kick. His legs spun like a hurricane wheel, his body whirling through the air, carving cyclones of cutting chi that crashed Heaton into Chun Hao's iron fists. Each clash of fist ki and leg ki boomed like muted thunder, shockwaves blasting outward, sending dust and gravel sky-high. After only a few exchanges, Lu Chong felt the crushing weight behind those punches. Without the Windblade Kick's agility and the whirlwinds that siphoned off force, he'd have been hurled away already. But legwork alone couldn't win. To defeat Chun Hao, he had to crack that Titan Vajra body while dodging those savage fists. Worse yet, Chun Hao's 2-meter reach made the fist ki flare like spikes around him, keeping Lu Chong at bay. Only one option remained, his most lethal art, the 18 rolling blade forms. Though merely low-earth grade, its momentum stacked with every slash. If the flow wasn't broken, the 18th strike could even cleave the golden bell shield. Resolved, his rhythm shifted. He kept spinning to entangle the fists, but his right hand flattened into a blade, secretly gathering power. Razor-like chi bled from the edge of his palm, thickening with each rotation until an invisible sword took shape. Professor Su, watching from a distance, felt a chill. The 18 rolling blade forms already perfected. It had been less than 2 months since they'd last met, yet Lu Chong had mastered the technique. He almost wondered if he'd miscounted the days. Chun Hao sensed the threat too. The swelling bladiki around Lu Chong's hand sent an icy prickle down his spine. Instinct screamed. If that power peaked, even the Vajra body would crumble. Try my fist, he roared. Blood and chi surged. His fist ki grew heavier, faster, pounding at Lu Chong like a typhoon, trying to shatter his rhythm. But the Windblade Kick, now mid-earth grade, excelled at neutralizing brute force, coiling around the punches and buying the time Lu Chong needed. On the 18th rotation, the energy crested. A 2-meter arc of bladiki erupted from Lu Chong's right palm, solid and lethal. He flipped upside down in midair and chopped downward, a torrent of killing light aimed at Chun Hao's face. To break my Vajra body, you'll have to pass these iron fists first. Chun Hao bellowed, launching wave after wave of fist ki to blunt the descending blade. At that instant, Lu Chong suddenly smiled. His idle left hand flashed out, 5 fingers forming a claw that gripped empty space. Roar! A foot-long golden claw of Qi burst from his palm, shredding the incoming fist ki before seizing both of Chun Hao's wrists. A brutal suction wrenched his arms wide, baring his chest. Now, Lu Chong's mind shouted as the colossal blade of Qi crashed down. Boom! The bronze protective Qi on Chun Hao's chest shattered into glittering shards. The Vajra body head relied on to dominate the field finally broke. That's the dragon seizing hand at mastery. Professor Su was truly stunned this time. When Chun Hao's indomitable Vajra form shattered, the match was already decided. Thank you for the bout. Lu Chong withdrew his energy and landed lightly, brushing his sleeve as he offered Chun Hao a cupped fist salute from several meters away. As the spiritual aura faded, Chun Hao's burly frame returned to normal. He took a deep breath and returned the gesture. You're truly formidable, worthy of being the top scorer. But I won't concede forever. Once I'm fully prepared, I'll challenge you again. Anytime. Lu Chong nodded, his gaze calm. He loved these challenges. Each one broadened his horizons and earned him credits. What wasn't to like? Besides, he was already figuring out how to feed his classmates' signature techniques into his automated cultivation system. To him, mastering every art was the optimal path. Depth and breadth were equally vital, or his talent would go to waste. Enough. It's getting late. Professor Zu's voice broke in, ending the spar. If no one else wishes to challenge Lu Chong, he will be this year's first seat and monitor of the ancient martial arts class. The freshmen around the arena fell silent. They had seen the final exchange clearly. The nimble 18 rolling blade forms, the domineering dragon restraint technique, each one re-emphasized how far behind they were. Lu Chong had perfected 5 earth-grade arts, including mid and high-tier skills, while most of them had barely touched 2. With neither cultivation nor combat experience to bridge the gap, how could they hope to match him? Still, as Chun Hao said, they could lose for now but never surrender. Given Taiman Jiangnan Martial University's rich resources, they believed they could eventually catch up. Even if their techniques lagged, they could compensate with greater cultivation, battle experience, and adaptability. The road of martial arts is long. None of them would accept stagnation. Professor Su looked at the young faces burning with determination and felt both pleased and nostalgic. Such youthful vigor, how wonderful. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was calculating in silence. Looks like they'll keep delivering credits to me. Excellent. Seeing no further objections, Professor Su spoke again. Very well, it's settled. Next semester you'll have another chance to compete. That's all for today. Your schedules and the credit system are on the campus platform, so plan accordingly. They'll notify you of any group tasks or activities dismissed. With that, the students drifted away in small groups. After a class-wide free-for-all, strangers had become acquaintances. Some whispered about lessons learned from the battles. Others began dissecting Lu Chong's repertoire. Lu Chong, come with me, Professor Su suddenly called, leaving him no chance to socialize. Yes, Professor, Lu Chong replied, trailing behind him. Chun Hao and several other students had hoped to rope Lu Chong into a chat, but seeing this, they could only leave for now. Professor Su led Lu Chong toward the teaching block of the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts, asking as they went, "Do you know the perks of being the top student and class monitor?" Earning more credits, Lu Chong blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. I mean, serving my classmates. Professor Su laughed heartily. Wei told me you're money-minded. I thought he was exaggerating, but he nailed it. You're already worth billions, yet you're worried about a few credits? Lu Chong heard the teasing and didn't hide the truth. Don't laugh at me, Professor. I grew up poor. If I want training resources, I have to pay for them myself, and nobody ever complains about having too much money. Nothing wrong with that, Professor Su said, becoming serious. A martial artist earns everything by himself, and that's something I respect in you. Thank you, Professor. Your judgment is always sharp, Lu Chong replied, offering a polite compliment. Spare me the flattery. Professor Su waved him off and shifted tone. At Jiangnan Martial University, being the top student and monitor of the ancient martial arts program matters greatly, sometimes more than being a lecturer. He kept walking but spoke with new gravity. Serving your classmates is just the surface. What counts is what the title stands for. Today's top student won't just represent the ancient martial arts major. He turned to walk beside Lu Chong. To be exact, the ancient martial arts top student is #1 among more than 10,000 students in your entire year, the strongest fighter. Understand? Lu Chong thought for a moment and nodded. So I'm supposed to lead our whole year, someone everyone else aims to match. Exactly, Professor Su affirmed. The role of a trailblazer needs no explanation. Many of your peers will look to you, chase you, even measure themselves against you. He paused before adding, one more thing you haven't felt yet: being the year's top student, an ancient martial arts monitor makes you the core and the link for every prodigy in your cohort. Once they blossom, a single word from you could rally a troop of powerhouses. Lu Chong couldn't help smirking. Professor, that sounds like you're selling me a dream. Call it a trend, Professor Su said meaningfully. How you use this status is your choice. Graduates from Jiangnan Martial University face few limits. Lu Chong didn't argue, though he knew his classmates were still fledglings who needed time to spread their wings. Remember, holding the top spot demands top-level awareness, Professor Su warned. Everyone else would kill to sit in that seat, so let's see how long you keep it. Geniuses from other schools will challenge you again and again, and each fight will temper you. Lu Chong frowned slightly, realizing the title brought plenty of trouble. Seeing his concern, Professor Su added, relax. When you bring honor to the university be beating challengers, or placing high in national martial arts contests, the credit rewards are hefty, especially for the top student. That sounded better. Lu Chong felt reassured as soon as he heard about the bonuses. At one of the nation's premier martial arts universities, the top student in any class is bound to face a steady stream of challengers. College is nothing like the sheltered atmosphere of high school. Its stage is open to the whole country and, increasingly, to the world while connecting directly to society at large. That openness shatters the quiet routine students once enjoyed, yet it also keeps them from working in isolation. They can test their skills in real combat whenever they wish, absorb the lessons, and turn knowledge into action. Lu Chong knew his situation was hardly unique. Nearly every martial arts major had to deal with the same reality. After losing to him, Chun Hao had made Lu his new benchmark, and those who had fallen to Chun Hao were now itching for a rematch against him. Each layer chased the one above, forming a virtuous cycle. Lu didn't mind. As long as he struck a balance between secluded cultivation and stepping into the ring, allocating his time and energy wisely, could have the best of both worlds. One day, Professor Su led Lu Chong through the classroom building and down a deserted corridor. After clearing several layers of security, they stopped before an antique-style courtyard compound. The plaque over the gate read Martial Arts RD Center, the 5 gilded characters gleaming in the lights and momentarily blurring Lu's focus. As he crossed the threshold, he felt several hidden yet oppressive gazes sweeping over him from the shadows. Their intensity rivaled that of Principal Fong when the latter had personally taken the field. Clearly, at least one Wuzong-level master was standing guard. I've arranged your initial clearance, Professor Su reminded him, but you must never bring anyone else in. The consequences would be severe. Understood, Lu replied, lowering his voice so as not to disturb the unseen heavyweights. They stepped into the small building facing the main gate and took an elevator down. Numbers flickered past on the panel. Lu had no idea how deep they were descending until a muffled chime sounded and the alloy doors slid open. This center is built atop an ancient martial site, Professor Su said as they walked. What you're about to see is everything that remains of a martial sect from 1500 years ago. The scene that greeted Lu left him speechless. The vast underground chamber had been transformed into a self-contained landscape garden. Bamboo cottages, earthen walls, and grassy plots lay in quiet arrangement. A narrow bridge arched over a murmuring stream. An entire bamboo grove rustled under the breeze from concealed fans, and the domed ceiling projected such a convincing sky of blue and drifting clouds that it was easy to forget they were underground. In the distance, rows of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds rested beneath temperature-controlled glass. Most were mottled with rust, yet they still radiated a chilling aura. This is one of the most perfectly preserved ancient martial sites we have, Professor Su said, a trace of pride in his voice, as he guided Lu through the grounds. Lu couldn't help asking, if we treat these as cultural relics, they're obviously priceless. But what role do they play here in the Institute, especially in its core RD center? As though expecting the question, Professor Su answered casually, their research value is enormous. Thanks to the site, we can deduce how practitioners of old train day in and day out. That's the first point. And look at those weapons. Many of the top-tier cold steel arms we forge today borrow directly from their design and metallurgy. In crafting bladed weapons, the ancients still outclass us in more ways than we'd like to admit. Don't be fooled by the ruin's simple layout. Professor Su swept his gaze across the site, tracing geometric patterns in the air with his fingertip. Hidden beneath it lies the wisdom of ancient feng shui formations. The Yuan energy chamber at our university was derived from these patterns. Once you experience it yourself, you'll understand how extraordinary it is. He spoke with absolute conviction, his eyes shining with unabashed confidence. Of course, the benefits we gain from an archaic martial site go far beyond that. He gestured to the hologram behind him, weathered steels, broken weapons, faint impressions of fists and blades. Their training methods, diets, daily routines, even the scars of their battles, all inspire us. But the most crucial legacito, you know what it is? He suddenly looked at Lu Chong, pausing for effect. Martial techniques? Lu Chong ventured. Close, but not quite. Professor Su nodded, then shook his head. More precisely, it's the legacy of martial Tao. Technique approaches Tao. When a discipline reaches its peak, it ceases to be mere skill and becomes scholarship, ultimately a grand way of life. Stepping to the projection, He called up a scan of an ancient text. From the old manuals, we extracted a breathing method that absorbs yuan energy, and from their arts, we refined a range of techniques suited to our age. Because of that, when the cataclysm struck, humanity could evolve almost in step with the exotic beasts and defend its strongholds. Pages flickered, archaic scripts overlapped modern annotations. His voice deepened with reverence. Yet the deeper we dig, the vaster ancient martial Tao appears. How were these arts conceived? Why did that era decline? How far could their cultivation truly go? Those are the questions we pursue. Lu Chong felt momentarily transported to an age when martial glory reigned. Masters scaled mountains and surveyed oceans, moving peaks and parting seas. Hunters roamed with wild beasts, wielding the strength to subdue dragons and tigers. It was a perfect communion with nature, the very essence of martial Tao. Professor Su collected himself and repeated solemnly, "This is the focus of our work and the reason the Institute of Ancient Martial Studies exists. The pace of our research dictates the pace of human evolution. If we fall behind the beasts, the consequences will be dire." Lu Chong nodded in silence, sensing more than ever the center's importantian institution that could decide humanity's fate, much like the world-class laboratories that once propelled civilization forward. He raised his hand. "Professor, I still don't understand something. The Blue Star Cataclysm broke out 112 years ago. Were no ancient martial sites discovered before that? If we had explored earlier, couldn't we have reduced the initial losses? High school texts mentioned nothing about humanity's evolutionary dawn, and online sources were sparse, so Lu Chong pressed on. Professor Su regarded him approvingly. "It isn't classified, so we'll tell you. The ruins didn't appear only after the cataclysm. In fact, they were unearthed more than 300 years ago on the Huaxia continent." He sighed. "And yet, we invested in research, a wave of practitioners emerged, but none achieved the power recorded by the ancients. Compared with technological progress, it seemed trivial, so the field was sidelined. The root cause was simple. The ancient yuan energy, what they called spiritual ka, had long vanished. Without it, martial arts could only strengthen the body, at best reaching baseline warrior level." His eyes drifted toward the distant mountains. Then came that day. Yuan energy erupted, as if Blue Star's shackles had been broken. Plants and animals mutated, and humanity finally unlocked the treasure of ancient martial arts. Lu Chong murmured, "That day, May 23rd, 2024, what exactly happened?" "That I can't tell you." Professor Su smiled cryptically. "Once you become a full researcher, you'll have the clearance." Lu Chong tactfully fell silent, though his thoughts churned. It must involve an alien civilization. How had the invasion occurred? And why do projections place the next one around 2146? A tap on the desktop cut off his musings. "Enough of that," Professor Su said. "Now, as an assistant researcher, here is your supporting research focus." Lu Chong instantly perked up. At last, a chance to delve into new martial legacies. There are many branches in the study of ancient martial arts: history, culture, customs, even geomancy, but you can leave all of that aside. Professor Su sat in his spacious, sunlit office, closed his laptop, and fixed his eyes on Lu Chong with a solemn look. "Given your strengths, I want you to focus solely on the lineage of martial techniques," he said. "Combat skills come first, breathing methods are secondary." He lifted a hand to stop Lu Chong from interrupting. "That doesn't mean breathing methods are unimportant," he added. "They're simply too profound and eclectic for your current level. Your talent with techniques, on the other hand, is obvious to everyone." After a pause, Professor Su leaned back and asked, half probing, "I've heard you can even extrapolate Earth-class techniques from human-class one's wind-riding step, wind-cleaving axe, golden light wave, and the like?" When he finished, a trace of anxiety flickered in his eyes. Lu Chong looked up, feeling a bit guilty under the stare, and admitted, "I've had some insights, but they're far from mature." In truth, he had first mastered those 3 Earth-class techniques, broken them down into their human-class versions, and then used a cheat to derive new Earth-class variants. As for the basic techniques he learned in high school, he had tried many times, yet never managed to make them evolve. Even so, Professor Su drew a long breath, tapped the desk with a clenched fist, and could not hide his excitement. "That's already remarkable. It shows your gift is extraordinary. And you perfected the 18 rolling blade forms and dragon seizing skill I gave you in just 2 months, which proves your comprehension. If I'm not mistaken, you've also perfected mountain flipping seal, haven't you?" Lu Chong nodded openly without the slightest attempt to hide it. Professor Zu's voice trembled. Good, good. He had never seen a student with such astonishing talent. Collecting himself, he adopted a formal tone. "Although combat strength depends on more than technique, technique is one of the core factors. It matters not only to you, but to the future of all Chinese martial cultivators. You must take it seriously." Seeing Lu Chong remain calm, he dangled a more tempting offer. "Put it this way. If you develop new techniques, you'll never have to worry about resources for the rest of your life. I give you my word, every style you create will receive full intellectual property protection. You know what that means, don't you?" Professor Su watched him with a smile. Lu Chong's heart skipped a beat. Intellectual property. As long as someone trained in his techniques, royalties would keep rolling in. Even if he had to share a portion with the state and the university, he could still earn money while doing nothing. Wasn't that his dream? Professor Su pressed on, repairing broken techniques, breaking down Earth-class skills, deriving human-class techniques, and, hardest of all, creating brand new ones. That's your research project. Don't be misled by the title assistant researcher. No one will interfere. You'll operate completely independently. If you hit a wall, the senior professors at the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts will be happy to help. Are these terms relaxed enough for you? Lu Chong was indeed satisfied and had clarified his research path, but he also had a more pressing need. Eyes blazing, he looked at Professor Su and asked earnestly, "Professor, when can I get access to these techniques? I'd like to start as soon as possible." Lu Chong had been eyeing the university's armory for ages, and his auto-cultivation plugin had been gathering dust every passing day. Felt like wasted time. "Your clearance goes live today," Professor Su said, clapping Lu Chong on the shoulder as they walked down the research center corridor. "Every technique in the campus armory is yours to study. On top of that, the Institute's incomplete manuals are open to you as well, but never share them outside these walls." The elderly professor's steps were steady, yet his tone turned stern as he tapped Lu Chong's forehead. "The armory is free for you, but don't think you can coast. If you produce nothing in a year, the Academy will revoke your assistant researcher benefits." "I understand, Professor. I'm ready to serve the country and the school," Lu Chong answered, standing tall. Satisfied with his attitude, Professor Su nodded. "Good. Your project funding has also been approved, so you can purchase resources on the open market. Just remember, you can't convert that into course credit. Fair competition among students, you know." "I understand completely." 200 million a year was more than enough for him. "Come on, let's move." Professor Su gestured ahead, and they left the office side by side. Lab lights glowed along the way, machinery humming around them. "Most of the senior researchers here are veteran faculty members," the professor explained. "They'll send you their profiles later so you'll know whom to consult." For the next 2 hours, he guided Lu Chong through the center. Except for the top secret areas, they covered almost every floor, giving Lu Chong a solid sense of the facility. By the time the sun was slipping west, he returned to his villa-style dorm. It was just after 5. He hung a no visitors sign, locked the door, and headed upstairs in one fluid motion. The sky beyond the second-floor picture window was painted gold and red as he opened the Academy's digital armory to pick his techniques. First on the list was a method to fortify his willpower, something like Hu Shao Gong, the key to upgrading his plugin. Only one art in Jiangnan Martial Arts University fit the bill: Longyin Bow. Earth grade, top tier, the description read. Resonate blood energy with cerebral vibrations to strengthen the mind. Unleash compressed sound waves to damage an enemy's spirit and body. Lu Chong's heartbeat quickened. The name sounded mythical. Did dragons even exist? But he pressed learn without hesitation. Next he searched for an archery skill, and soon found Beidou Qixing Arrow, classified as Earth grade, mid-tier. Now that's a name with swagger. He grinned. At mastery, hitting a willow leaf at 100 paces is trivial. 7 arrows fired in succession can collide, change course, and stack their force. After confirming the selection, he kept browsing, eager to fill out his arsenal. If he weren't afraid of alarming people, he would have downloaded the entire armory in one shot. Even so, an intoxicating sense of freedom coursed through him from head to toe. He had never felt so extravagantly empowered. Gliding serpent sword, rising wave palm, Mistan cloud step, rapid cannon fist. Lu Chong ticked them all. Inside the spacious, silent electronic armory of Jiangnan Martial University, his fingertip lit up one box after another on the holographic screen, marking the 4 techniques that had caught his eye during afternoon sparring. Those classmates had already mastered the moves, which meant that by training with them, he could let the auto-cultivation system push his own progress to the limit, saving him precious time. When he flipped to the next page, Chun Hao's Diamond Titan body made him drool with envy. Yet the school armory didn't stock that demanding body-forging art, and its brutal physical requirements forced him to shelve the idea for now. Instead, he added Venom Dragon Spear and 100 Bloom Whip. 1 spear, 1 whip, both fierce and elusive. That brought his haul of Earth-grade techniques from the armory to 8. With more than 100 Earth-grade manuals in the database, he wasn't in a hurry to scoop them all up. He just wanted to test the waters. After all, he still didn't know where the auto-cultivation system's ceiling lay, and he had no intention of gorging himself to death on day 1. His title of assistant researcher also reminded him to verify whether the system could mend incomplete manuals. Thanks to Professor Zu's elevated clearance, Lu Chong grabbed a damaged scroll called Wavebreaker Art. The notes read, High Earth Grade, usable only up to the minor accomplishment stage, allows rapid movement and breathing underwater, an ability that lived up to its name. To probe the limits even further, he tapped 20 more human-grade techniques. Their power was modest, but his time in the basics had taught him the value of solid foundations. The stronger the base, the higher the climb. He also wanted the system to extrapolate some of these human-grade skills into Earth-grade versions, another task on his research docket. A broad arsenal would one day become the bedrock for creating his own techniques. And with an auto-cultivation system, breadth first, like reading widely before reading deeply, was the surest path to explosive growth. Once everything was confirmed, he closed the screen and left the armory. That night, before his dorm room door had even swung shut, Professor Zu's phone call dragged him back out. Have you lost your mind? Do you plan to eat martial arts manuals for dinner? Under the bright office lights, Professor Su jabbed a finger at the list, utterly baffled by Lu Chong's logic. Most students master one technique or switch only when they hit a wall, but Lu Chong had checked out 29 at once, as if afraid the manuals would sprout legs and run away. Lu Chong couldn't reveal his cheat, so he put on an innocent face and explained patiently, "Sir, I'm doing it for better simulations. The assignment is massive. How can I repair broken techniques or run projections if I'm not well-versed? Besides, you've seen how fast I progress. My greatest strength is training multiple martial arts at the same time and letting them cross-validate. That's how real inspiration strikes," Lu Chong said calmly, inventing the answer on the spot. The claims sounded casual yet logical, and with his previous exploits to back it up, Professor Su half believed him. This kid's speed at mastering techniques truly defied reason. 2 months ago, the professor had tossed Lu Chong 3 Earth rank arts and the high Earth rank dragon seizing art, expecting him to give up. Instead, he perfected every one of them in just 2 months. Freaks like that couldn't be judged by common standards. Su quickly regained his composure and cautioned, "Just don't lose yourself. With so many techniques, it's safer if you receive the transfers here." "Understood." He signaled the staff. "Thank you, Professor." "Anywhere is fine," Lu Chong replied readily. In less than an hour, 10 glossy jade slips arrived. Professor Su supervised in person while Lu Chong began the download. Each slip dissolved into a thread of light that pierced the center of his brow, and with every flicker his sea of consciousness swelled with fresh knowledge. Past midnight, the final beam faded. Lu Chong's face was nearly blank, as if 10 whole libraries had been poured straight into his head. "Pretty intense, right? Go rest," Professor Su chuckled, waving him off. Lu Chong excused himself. His steps were shaky in the empty corridor, but he finally reached the villa dormitory. The moment the door closed, his mind felt blocked. As soon as the 10th art went in, the automatic cultivation system froze and stopped absorbing new skills. Even so, a torrent of prompts nearly drowned him. Arm extending fist drew on iron wire fist, and 7-step killing fist, and jumped to minor mastery. Swimming serpent sword drew on piercing cloud finger and 7-step killing fist, and jumped to minor mastery. Stacking wave palm reached minor mastery. He forced himself to hear the prompts out, then opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Fighter, Stage 7, 45. Techniques. Human rank, Low grade, 9 Shadow Step Perfection, Heart Stab Kick Perfection. Human rank, Mid grade, 7-Step Killing Fist Perfection, 3-inch Palm Perfection, Arm Extending Fist Minor Mastery 88. Human rank, Supreme grade, Tiger Roar Art Perfection. Earth rank, Low grade, 18 Rolling Blade Forms Perfection, Swimming Serpent Sword Minor Mastery 45, Stacking Wave Palm Minor Mastery 63, Mist Cloud Step Minor Mastery 56, Venom Dragon Spear Minor Mastery 23, 100 Blossom Whip Minor Mastery 17. Earth rank, Mid grade, Golden Bell Barrier Perfection, Wind Blade Kick Perfection, Gale Shadow Step Perfection, Mountain Flipping Seal Perfection, Big Dipper 7-star Arrow Minor Mastery 1, Rapid Fire Cannon Fist Minor Mastery 15. Earth rank, High grade, Dragon Seizing Art Perfection, Dragon Roar Wave Beginner 59, Wave Breaking Formula Beginner 27. The 10 new Earth rank arts were listed at the bottom, but the 19 human rank manuals had absorbed alongside them were nowhere in sight. The system could cultivate only 10 techniques at once. Anything beyond that crashed it. So there is a hard cap. They'll have to take them 10 at a time. Can't swallow everything in one go, Lu Chong muttered, a little disappointed. As Lu Chong had anticipated, the 10 martial arts advanced at different speeds on the auto-cultivation panel, each according to its own focus and difficulty. Dragon Roar Wave and Breaker of Tides, both top-tier Earth-level techniques, were the hardest, their status frozen at Initiate. Serpentine Sword, Stacked Waves Palm, Rapid Fire Fist, and Mistan Cloud Step progressed a bit faster, while the remaining low-tier skills inched forward. He decided to concentrate his active effort on Dragon Roar Wave and Breaker of Tides, relying on sparring, lectures, and instructor guidance to accelerate the others. With Jiangnan Martial University's deep roster of experts, he could find a teacher for almost any technique, which reassured him. If he could push Dragon Roar Wave up a few levels first, the entire auto-cultivation panel would benefit. That same day, he ordered a set of mid-grade level 2 bow and arrows from the credit mall, spending 2,200 credits and leaving only 400 in his account. "That'll barely cover an hour in the primordial energy chamber," he muttered, wincing at the hit to his balance. The next morning, armed with those few hundred credits, Lu Chong marched straight to the primordial energy chamber, determined to see why everyone praised it as the ultimate training ground. Outside, a middle-aged instructor scanned his wristband and reminded him calmly, 300 credits per hour, keep an eye on the clock. At roughly 30,000 yuan an hour, it was a money pit. Watching the credits vanish, he felt his heart bleed. The university had 1,000 such chambers, and he chose an empty one at random. The sealed room, barely 10 square meters, contained only a meditation cushion and looked utterly ordinary. Yet the moment he sat down, invisible primordial energy surged from beneath the cushion like a tide, pure and dense. Chong wasted no time. He activated his Qi Absorption mantra and drew it in with everything he had. Qi Absorption mantra has detected a rich energy environment. Cultivation speed increased fivefold. The alert exploded in his mind. It felt like the rapid growth days of his trainee phase. Normally, even with mid-grade level 2 supplements, his 7th-stage cultivation would rise only 3% a day. Actively running the mantra might push it to 6%. Here, however, he could gain 8% in a single hour. A quick calculation showed that 24 hours in the chamber would break his bottleneck and propel him to the 8th stage that very day. But the cost, more than 30,000 credits, over 3 million yuan, was far beyond his reach. Credits? Creditso, that's how critical they are, he thought while frantically channeling his technique. No wonder the academy gave me 200 million in cash instead of credits. The realization made him restless. He had to earn credits fast. They could save him months of painstaking cultivation. Although it costs more than taking nutritional supplements on his own, the time it saves is worth far more than the money. Bathed from head to toe in the surging flow of primordial energy, Chong had no idea that the middle-aged teacher on duty in the monitoring room was even more shocked and pained than he was. Has this kid lost his mind? Or is he cheating? The teacher stared at Chong's data line on the main screen. The consumption numbers were dropping like sand in a storm, almost matching the absorption rate of a high-level martial master. The chamber had a fixed limit, and energy wasn't created out of thin air. The longer he watched, the more uneasy he became. Gulp. After blinking repeatedly to confirm the figures were correct, the teacher hurriedly called his superior. Reporting in, that freshman named Chong is about to drain the chamber dry. We can't keep up with his intake. Less than 10 minutes later, the answer came back. Ignore it. He's this year's top freshman and exceptional talent. Let him draw as much as he can. Turn the output to maximum. So the issue wasn't the student, but his own fussing. The teacher finally relaxed and sighed. An hour in there for him equals several days for anyone else. What a jackpot. When the hour ended, the hatch opened and Chong stepped out, still looking reluctant to leave. The teacher reminded him, strike while the iron's hot. Consolidate your gains. Level, Warrior, Stage 7, 54%. Back in his dorm, Chong was still thinking about the meditation cushion in the energy chamber. The efficiency is insane. If I go in every day, I could reach martial lord in a year. In one word, profit. His college life settled into a busy but orderly rhythm. One, he attended every class, then pulled Chun Hao, Jiang Tao, and the others into sparring sessions or visited instructors to polish his techniques. 2, anyone who came to challenge him was welcomed, and every win earned him course credits. Within a month, no freshman dared deliver free money anymore. They simply couldn't beat him. The title top freshman spread to neighboring universities. The virtual trial tower? He almost never set foot in it. No real combat value, no credits, no boost to his skill, zero appeal. Nearly all the hundreds of credits he earned each day went straight back into the primordial energy chamber. On October 7th, his cultivation broke through twice in a row. Warrior, Stage 9. Name, Chong. Level, Warrior, Stage 9, 5%. Techniques. Human grade, low, 9 shadow step perfected, heart-piercing kick perfected. Human grade, mid, 7-step kill fist perfected. Human grade, high, tiger roar art perfected. Earth grade, low, 18 rolling saber forms, serpent sword, stacked wave palm, misty cloud step, venom dragon spear, 100 blossom whip, all perfected. Earth grade, mid, iron bell shield, windblade leg, gale phantom step, mountain topping seal, big dipper arrow, rapid fire cannon fist, all perfected. Earth grade, high, dragon seizing art perfected, dragon roar wave refined 39%, wave breaking formula refined 13%. That very day, Chong finally spotted a golden chance to rack up credits. The freshman challenge squad from North China Martial Arts University had arrived for some friendly sparring. In just 1 month, Chong not only perfected the 8 new martial arts he had learned, but also completed the remaining 19 human-grade techniques he had chosen earlier. Over those 30 days, he shuttled between the sparring hall, the energy chamber, and the open-air arena at Jiangnan Martial University, soaking his training clothes with sweat time and again. Lightning palm crackled with electric arcs. The 8-trigram staff spun in layered afterimages, and dissolving bone palm sliced past, with a bone-chilling edge. Every top human-grade skill was now mastered, leaving only the high earth-grade dragon roar wave and break surfing art at the microscopic stage. His progress, faster than the entire 2-month summer break, owed half to the university's energy chambers and nutrient serums, and half to the mental tempering of the high earth-grade cultivation art dragon roar mantra. The mantra forged his will several times harder than the old tiger roar art. Each dawn, as he trained to the sound of the dragon's roar, his sea of consciousness surged outward, his auto-cultivation system evolved, and every efficiency metric multiplied. Dragon Roar Wave was still advancing steadily, but the incomplete break surfing art had slowed. Fortunately, it had not stalled after reaching the microscopic level, meaning he could still extrapolate the missing pieces and push it to perfection. Once completed, he could submit the rebuilt art to the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts as its primary contributor. A windfall of credits, public recognition, and even an assistant researcher post would follow naturally. Just as he planned to ask Professor Su for another wholesale batch of techniques, a freshman challenge from North China Martial University arrived. Credits would be awarded by points in the match on ATM in Lu Chong's eyes. With only an hour or two a day in the energy chamber, a big haul from the event could let him break through and reach Martial Master within a month. By university rules, only Martial Masters could lead off-campus missions. Lu Chong refused to play second fiddle in a senior's squad. He had to reach Martial Master quickly and form his own team. Then credits and cultivation would snowball in a virtuous cycle. This challenge could not have come at a better time. Striking while the iron was hot, he knocked on Professor Zu's office door that very evening and signed up for the inter-university match. What did you just say? Professor Su looked up, his glasses sliding down his nose. You want to challenge all of North China's exchange freshmen by yourself? That's pure arrogance. He set the file aside, frowning. True, you're a 9th-stage fighter, not weak. But among their 9 freshmen, there's already one Martial Master. Even if you beat that master, can you handle the others coming at you one after another? Exchange matches don't allow breaks. Lu Chong's gaze was firm, his fist closing lightly. Sir, trust me. When have I ever boasted? No. This concerns the honor of Jiangnan Martial University. Professor Su kept shaking his head, words speeding up. North and South have competed for years, and they're not here for friendly sparring. I can't approve this alone, and the administration won't let you run wild. Put that little scheme away, kid, and don't let a few credits blind you. Professor Su saw straight through Lu Chong's plan. All right, he agreed. You can take the first bout. Once you go down, the others will hold the line. Lu Chong scratched his head, flashed a bright grin, and laughed. He already knew how much the university valued this North-South exchange. Any freshman who entered the ring would earn credits, win or lose, and each victory was worth a one-time bonus of 10,000 credits. 9 opponents meant 90,000 credits. Compared with the 10-odd thousand heads scraped together during his first month on campus, it felt like money falling from the sky. While devising ways to spend those 90,000 credits, he begrudged every single point that might end up in someone else's account. Seeing how determined he was, Professor Su could only nod. ID planned to keep our top freshman for the anchor spot, but if you're that confident, you can open. Just make sure you take down at least 3 people. 3. Lu Chong's eyes lit up. He thumped his chest. Don't worry, sir, it'll exceed the quota. 10,000 credits per head is worth bleeding for. Then he silently added, even if I cough up blood, I'm taking out all 9. On October 8th, the main field at Jiangnan Martial University buzzed with excitement. Officially, it was just a friendly exchange between the 2 schools' freshmen, yet nearly the entire student body had shown up. The same 2 universities always battled to the final round in the National Collegiate Martial Arts Championship, and the fact that North China Martial University's freshmen had come south was clearly a probing mission. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors crowded in as well, eager to see if this year's newcomers could stand against the northern powerhouse. Scattered among the spectators were many fighters from Jiangnan's top 100 list. The brightest stars were Wenren Jinghong and Lu Feiyan, third-year students in the traditional martial arts program, ranked 10th and 3rd, respectively. Though her rank was lower, Wenren Jinghong reigned as the campus beauty thanks to her stunning figure and daring wardrobe. Lu Feiyan, quiet by nature, often served as her understated counterpart and seemed content with the role. The 2 had claimed the best seats atop the eastern bleachers. Wenren Jinghong stretched languidly, her curves making several nearby boys swallow hard. Lu Feiyan shot them an icy glare, and their gazes scattered at once. Let it go, Yinzi, Wenren Jinghong said with a teasing smile, her voice soft yet laced with charm. A few extra looks won't cost us anything. Lu Feiyan only grunted, her cool eyes still sweeping the stands. Wenren Jinghong narrowed her gaze toward the central ring. I hear another monster has appeared among the freshmen in the capital, she murmured. I wonder if our juniors can handle it. It'd be great if we discovered a prodigy of our own this year. Remembering last year's crushing defeat, she sighed. Losing to North China Martial University still stings. Wu Tao and Wang Tung keep heading to the frontier, desperate to avenge us. But that guy from North China is just too strong. We might have to wait until he graduates before we get another chance. Lu Feiyan clenched her fists in silence, then reluctantly relaxed her grip. She knew too well that one man alone could keep Jiangnan Martial University's pride buried. Damn, none of the 9 students from North China Martial Arts University are pushovers. standing on the opposite bleachers. Chen Yufei waved his phone and shouted theatrically to his friends. They're either guaranteed admission students or provincial champions. Every one of them is hiding their true strength. He spread the information sheets for everyone to see. The strongest, Zhao Yuntian, was admitted early and has already reached second-tier martial master. He's way ahead of anyone at his level. The worry in his voice was impossible to miss. A line of beauties flanked Chen Yufei. Lu Qingqing on his left, Senior Li Yuro on his right, and 7 or 8 of Li Yuro's classmates farther out. Yet none of them were here for Chen Yufei. Every pair of eyes was locked on Lu Chong, who was meditating in the middle of the field. Li Yuro once joked, "They're all little fangirl swell, they worship him, anyway." Ever since Lu Chong's college entrance exam was live-streamed, the seniors had followed his personal account. When the freshmen arrived, Li Yuro finally introduced them, but Lu Chong spent all day training, so they barely knew him. That distance, combined with his title-stop freshman and assistant researcher at the Ancient Martial Arts Institute, made him seem almost mythical. The girls' faces paled as Chen Yufei rattled off more intel. "Chief Lu won't lose, right? He soloed a Tier 3 Storm Power Ape in the entrance exam," one senior asked hesitantly, calling him Chief Lu with a mix of awe and familiarity. Chen Yufei, secretly envious, still shook his head. "Hard to say. Zhao Yuntian isn't just a second-tier martial master. Rumor has it he once hunted a Tier 3, Stage 6 exotic beast by himself." Li Yuro and the others grew even more anxious. "He's got better talent and higher cultivation than Lu Chong. How's that fair? It's practically cheating." Chen Yufei smacked the railing in frustration. North China martial arts kept Zhao Yuntian under wraps, then threw him at us without any warning. Usually quiet and gentle, Lu Qingqing spoke up firmly. "I believe in Lu Chong. He's improved a lot these last few months. He just hasn't had time to hunt in the wild, so he's not on the top 100 list and doesn't have flashy achievements." "Good point." Chen Yufei gave her a thumbs up, then turned to reassure the other girls. If they were worried, the 20+ thousand spectators, mostly curious freshmen, were even more restless. They wanted to witness a clash between the two universities and to see just how strong their reclusive top student really was. Once the lineup from North China martial arts and their records leaked out, shock and tension spread instantly. One second-tier martial master was scary enough, but the other 8 were all 9th-stage martial artists, each boasting kills of Tier 3 beasts in their past. Those 9 freshmen were clearly the prize rookies that North China Martial Arts University had raised with every resource it possessed. On the bleachers surrounding the track, conversations rose and fell in waves. Jiangnan Martial Arts University's lineup, drawn entirely from the traditional martial arts program, the strongest major on campus, was understandable, but the gap in strength was glaring. Not a single student had reached the martial master realm. Their cultivation levels varied wildly, the best only at the 9th stage, most stuck at the 7th or 8th. The visitors had come fully prepared, while Jiangnan's team had been assembled in a hurry. No matter how you looked at it, this was going to be a hard fight. In the center of the stands, several Jiangnan administrators wore matching scowls. The president was absent, leaving the oldest vice president, Zhou Yuantong, to take charge. Zhou was 80, yet his jet black hair stood stiff as steel needles, and not a wrinkle marked his face. Known for his fiery temper, he oversaw all student training and was a genuine martial king himself. Seated to his right was Professor Su Dongsheng, the faculty advisor for the traditional martial arts program. Su was 68, but without the martial king realm to extend his lifespan, he actually looked older than Zhou. Those who failed to reach that level rarely lived past 120, whereas Zhou could expect to see 2 centuries. Damn it all. Zhou's square face tightened as he swore under his breath. The old cronies at North China had pulled a dirty trick, showing up barely a month into term with a batch of prodigies and openly provoking them. Total miscalculation. This had never been the custom. His thunderous voice carried far enough for the visiting professor to hear. "They've never done this before, have they?" Su lowered his tone, offering an awkward consolation. "Brother Zhou, please, settle down. They're already here. If we lose our nerve before the match, we'll just give them something to laugh at. Laugh at us. Over my dead body. We fight, and anyone who's scared is a coward. Tell your students to get out there and show the spirit of Jiangnan Martial Arts University." Zu's heart sank. If even Vice President Zhou had no confidence, this was going to be rough. He pinned his hopes on Lu Chong. They didn't need him to sweep all 9 opponents. Just take out 3 or 4 so Jiangnan wouldn't be left defenseless. Besides, Su was eager to gauge Lu's true strength. The freshman had spent the past month in near seclusion aside from occasionally thrashing classmates and had never once tested himself in the virtual trial tower, leaving Su guessing. At midfield, both teams lined up. Leading Jiangnan's formation was Lu Chong, the undisputed top freshman and team captain. Behind him stood 8 classmates, including Chun Hao, each wearing a grim expression and clenching a fist. The North China squad would be no pushover. Then Lu opened his mouth to assign the roster, and every teammate froze. "Take it easy, grab some sunflower seeds and candy. They'll handle this by myself." With that, he brushed a speck from his sleeve and strode forward alone, leaving only a carefree silhouette behind. The others stared at one another. The entire event was being levestriated. Chief Lu really have to be this outrageous? At this moment, both Jiang and Marshall University and North China Marshall University are streaming the match on their official platforms. The bleachers at each campus are packed with faculty and students, and tens of millions of viewers have poured into the online channels, kicking off a showdown with unprecedented attention. Lu Chong's declaration that he would take on 9 at once was broadcast in its entirety, instantly lighting up the scrolling comments. Isn't that the top scorer from the college entrance exam? He's only at the 4th stage, yet dares to brag. Does he really think he's #1 in the country? Maybe he's never heard of our guaranteed admission students at North China. They skipped the exam altogether and are stronger than any provincial champion. The North China students were indignant, and their Jiangnan counterparts gave no ground. Chief Lu's strength is right there for everyone to see. North or south, we'll send them all packing. Gotta love Chief Lu's swagger. The fighters hadn't even stepped onto the field, yet the comment section was already ablaze. Across the track, the North China squad heard Lu Chong's taunt. A young man with an afro sprang up to volunteer. Chief, let me go first. He'll make that so-called national champion pay for his big mouth. Zhao Yuntian, the North China chief, stood rammered straight, his expression cold. Don't get worked up. He's baiting us. If we lose our cool, we'll play right into his hands. Stick to the plan. Luo Yuan goes first and feels him out. Luo Yuan was wide and heavy-set, resembling a rolling ball from a distance, nothing like a typical martial artist. Yet no one objected, because the moment he released his aura, the crushing presence of a peak 9th stage fighter swept over the field just a breath away from breaking through to martial master. Peak 9th stage is a whole different league from someone who's just entered it. Someone in the stands murmured. Lu Chong strode onto the field, cupped his fists, and addressed the smirking heavyweight across from him. You've come a long way, friends from North China. As the host, I'll let you strike first. I won't hit back for 3 moves. Now that's bold. The Jiangnan comments scrolled madly. Luo Yuan's sneer deepened. Luo Yuan of North China accepts. But if all you have is talk, you'll be out after those 3 moves. Before his words had faded, his bulky frame blurred into afterimages and shot forward. In his view, courtesy in battle was suicide. The louder the boast, the harder he hit. His massive body rolled like a giant boulder, bearing down at high speed. The crowd watched the boulder slam into Lu Chong and gasped in unison. Yet in the next instant, Lu Chong floated aside like a leaf in the wind, bleeding off most of the impact and landing solidly on his feet. Beautiful footwork. Neither Luo Yuan nor the spectators had sensed even a flicker of his qi. It's the cloud mist step. Jiang Tao, seated on the reserve bench, raised her eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this his own specialty? When had Lu Chong perfected the Yunyan step to such a degree? In the middle of the training field, his figure flickered like mist, covering short distances and diffusing force more smoothly than the Gale Phantom step ever could. One move. Lu Chong's voice rose, openly provocative. Luo Yuan was in no rush. He shrugged and curled into a rolling sphere, barreling toward Lu Chong without looking back. As he spun, dense interforce beams burst outward, sweeping the area. By rights, even the finest footwork should have struggled to neutralize such a wide attack. Clang, clang. Lu Chong still didn't dodge. His steps wavered just enough to dissipate the impact with Yunyan step, and he raised a golden bell shield to endure the beams heated. The golden ripples exploded across his palm. It was the same technique had used in the college entrance combat exam, only now it had reached perfection. The spectators, however, had spotted something else. Do you see his cultivation? Someone shouted. Lu Chong is at martial artist 9th stage. During the exam, he was only 4th stage, another cried. 3 months to jump to 9th, what did he take? Even classmate Chun Hao was stunned. A month ago, Lu Chong had stalled at 7th stage while Chun remained in place, and now Lu was already the top freshman at Jiangnan Martial University. Second move. Lu Chong called while fending off the energy. He wasn't grandstanding, wanted to finish the fight at minimal cost. To defeat 9 opponents in a row, he had to save strength early. Offering Luo Yuan 3 free strikes was the bait to draw out a flaw. Stung, Luo Yuan stopped holding back. He spun like a wound-up top, a shrieking gale ripping across the field as a tightening ring of force formed around him. Lu Chong's eyes narrowed. This was the perfected whirlwind slash, a blade art that shared its roots with his own rolling saber 18 forms. The longer it charged, the deadlier it became. Luo Yuan turned the tables. Since you asked for 3 moves, don't interrupt my build-up. He meant to make Lu Chong eat the full whirlwind slash. Yet when the aura swelled to 2 meters and Luo Yuan triggered the release, Lu Chong was gone. 100 meters away, Lu Chong strolled with his hands behind his back. I said I'd give you 3 moves, not stand here and get thrashed. Charge all you like. But can you even touch me when you're done? Planning to hold it forever? Flushed with anger, Luo Yuan realized had been played. Lu had met the first 2 strikes heated, tricking him into thinking a slugfest was coming, only to outrun the decisive blow. Chase him, and the charge would dissipate. With a roar, Luo Yuan launched himself, ready to trade injuries. But with Gale Phantom Step layered on Union Step, Lu Chong circled the field, keeping a constant 100-meter gap. Stop running. Take my third move. Luo Yuan shouted, eyes bloodshot. Laughing as he ran, Lu Chong replied, 3 moves aren't enough? You really want me to stand still? Boom. Luo Yuan finally lost control. The force around him erupted, a shock wave rolling outward. By the time it reached Lu Chong, only a faint breeze remained. 3 moves are up. My turn. A chill voice brushed Luo Yuan's ear. He whirled. Lu Chong had doubled back, and a slicing wind blade kick slashed down through empty air. Luo Yuan's energy plummeted. He was booted across the ground into North China Martial University's prep area, tumbling in a daze. 4th move. Lu Chong slowly lowered his leg. The outcome was clear. He had promised 3 free strikes, and the 4th would always end the match. 10,000 credits in the bag. Lu Chong was already counting his points. The freshman exhibition between the two academies wasn't meant to be a fight to the death. Surrendering or being forced out of bounds counted as a loss. Moments ago, Luo Yuan had been blasted off his feet by a single strike from Lu Chong, and frustration still twisted his physique, felt the victory was a fluke, and that a true exchange of blows might have ended differently. That punk cheated. I didn't even use half my strength, how did I lose? He muttered, fuming. Enough. Zhao Yuntian, the team leader from Jiangnan Martial University, cut him off with a slight frown. No one gives you a fair duel on a real battlefield. Go sit down. Then he called out, Qianfeng, you're up. Don't let him catch his breath. Even if you can't win, wear him down. The student with the wild afro was the one he named. Qianfeng had been itching to fight. He cracked his fists together and said confidently, relax, it'll at least force him to go all out. The stands and the live stream chat were still buzzing, but the camps were clearly divided. Jiangnan supporters shouted over one another. Chief Lu is incredibly took the first guy out without breaking a sweat. How many do you think he'll take down? 3 at least. The North China barrage fired back. Nothing to brag about. He just got lucky with a trick or two. Try a real fight. Luo Yuan only lost because he let his guard down. The noise only died down when Qianfeng stepped onto the platform. Everyone held their breath for the second bout. North China MU, Qianfeng, he announced, cupping his fists. Then he added coldly, spare me the courtesy and drop your tricks. Lu Chong grinned. Fine. Before the word had fully left his mouth, he vanished. Since there was no need to feel his opponent out, he went for a quick finish. Gale ghost step layered over misty cloud footwork turned him into a blur that whipped up dust across the stage. Speed. I'm not afraid of you. Qianfeng roared. The ground exploded beneath his feet, charred clods flying as his body shot forward like a cannonball, locked onto Lu Chong. His mid-tier earth-level movement art, Crimson Flame Body, had been mastered to perfection. In terms of instantaneous acceleration, he was Lu Chong's equal. Lu Chong caught on at once. Qianfeng's footwork might be less elusive than his own, but within the ring's limited space, its explosive pressure was hard to match. Seeing his path cut off by that thunderous charge, he stopped evading and met him head-on with a punch. You think I'm scared of a frontal assault? Qianfeng snarled, his palms flashing as scorching crimson chi flared like flames and crashed into Lu Chong's fist. Yet just before fist and palm collided, Lu Chong switched forms. His fist retracted into a claw. 2 arcs of chi shaped like talons shot from his hands and clamped onto Qianfeng's palms. An astonishing suction burst forth, wrenching not only the force but Qianfeng's entire body offline. Qianfeng could only watch, wide-eyed, as Lu Chong slipped past him. He tried to pivot and counter, but the pull of dragon capture art, coupled with his own momentum, was overwhelming. There was no time to react. Lu Chong brushed past him, his sleeve whipping up a razor-sharp gust. The instant their bodies aligned, Lu Chong thrust out 3 inches away. His palm came down like thunder, smashing into Qianfeng's nape. Caught off guard, Qianfeng could only muster a hurried burst of qi to guard his vitals. Yet the moment the strike landed, he realized in shock that this was no ordinary 3-inch palm. Lu Chong's qi surged like waves, one layer after another, shredding the flimsy shield at Qianfeng's neck. In the next breath, a tremendous force slammed into him, driving his head toward the floor. He flipped like a severed kite, hit the ground face first, and blacked out on the spot. Had Lu Chong not held back, that palm would have torn his head clean off. What looked like a 3-inch palm was actually a shell masking the Earth-grade low-tier stacking wave palm. Stacking wave targets the interior, its chi burst unfolding in successive layers. Only by mastering both arts can one fuse them this seamlessly and catch an opponent off guard. With Qianfeng unconscious, the outcome was beyond dispute. Staff from North China Martial University hurried him off the platform, while the audience ringside and online remained frozen, struggling to process the lightning-quick takedown they had just witnessed. What just happened? Did anyone see Lu Chong's move? How many strikes did he throw? It felt like one palm finished off Qianfeng, and they're both 9th-rank warriors. No, it was 2 moves. Forget the footwork fainted once, then the 3-inch palm ended it. That still doesn't explain it. Qianfeng charged straight in. Did his attack suddenly skew? It was like he handed Lu Chong his neck. Someone shouted, "You're all wrong." Check the expert's breakdown online. Lu Chong was so fast he slipped in a dragon capture art mid-exchange, yanking Qian Foam's strike off course and ruining his balance. Dragon capture art? The hardest high earth grade grappling technique? Exactly, and the experts say Lu Chong has already perfected it, can unleash it at will. Up in the VIP stand, Vice Principal Zhou's eyelid twitched. He leaned toward the stunned Professor Su and spoke in a low voice. That kid's been hiding deep. It wasn't just one combo of stacked multiple arts. Windrider step, cloud mist step, a feint from rapid-fire fist, the pull from dragon capture art, the 3-inch palm as a shell, and finally the killing blow of stacking wave. The craziest part? Every single one is perfected. Even he found it hard to believe. Professor Su gave him a thumbs up. Your eyes are sharper than mine. I didn't catch half of that. But I can confirm he's practicing all of those techniques. He shook his head with a wry smile. Cloud mist step, rapid-fire fist, stacking wave palm way only handed them to him a month ago. How has he already mastered them? 20,000 credits. Lu Chong added the figure to his personal ledger. That alone was enough to keep him in the Yuan energy chamber for 3 days and nights straight, pushing hard for a breakthrough into the warrior master realm. The thought sent heat coursing through him. Power seemed to climb through his veins one rung at a time. The jubilant atmosphere at Jiangnan Martial University stood in sharp contrast to the gloom hanging over North China Martial University. After traveling so far to issue a challenge, the visitors had expected to steamroll their hosts, but had already lost 2 matches in a row in utter humiliation. Worse still, the students cheering them on in the live stream had just had a bucket of cold water thrown over their excitement. Zhao Yintian. Get Zhao Yintian in there. Chief Zhao never loses. Comments flooded the screen as viewers demanded that North China's top warrior master take the stage. 2 straight defeats meant they desperately needed a decisive win to steady morale. In the stands, Zhao Yuntian glanced toward the distant platform. When the supervising professor gave a subtle nod, he swallowed his irritation and said quietly, "They'll go." As captain and the strongest member of the squad, he knew that if Lu Chong won again, North China's morale would collapse completely. They hadn't come for a lucky victory. They had come to crush Jiangnan and secure their title as the nation's #1. The instant Zhao Yuntian stepped onto the field, the arena and the live stream exploded. Chief Zhao himself, Jiangnan, is finished. One punch from a warrior master will blow him away. Their so-called chief is just a stepping stone. Waves of cheering nearly drowned out the loudspeakers. On Jiangnan's side, the applause carried a note of worry. Lu Chong had just fought 2 consecutive matches and burned a lot of energy. Now he had to face a real warrior master. Could he still win? Don't forget he took down a tier 3 exotic beast when he was only stage 4, someone whispered. He's stage 9 now. Beating a stage 2 warrior master isn't impossible. On the east stand, Wenren Jinghong's gaze drifted between the 2 fighters, curiosity shining beneath her gentle demeanor. Yinzi, who do you think will win? Lu Fian answered in an even tone, Zhao Yintian. Wenren Jinghong shook her head lightly. I'm betting on Lu Chong. Call it a woman's intuition is no ordinary freshman. Lu Fian hesitated. He could hardly remember Wenren Jinghong ever praising a man so highly. Even Wu Tao and Wang Tong, the top 2 on the 100-strong list, had never enjoyed such accolades. Let's watch. If he's really that strong, we'll bring him along on the next mission, Wenren Jinghong added. At the center of the field, Lu Chong's eyes narrowed. Records listed his opponent as a stage 2 warrior master, but the chief of North China Martial University would never be defined by mere numbers. Worse, there was almost no footage of his fights, little to analyze, even less to exploit. The crowd swelled, and a relentless rain of "go for it" filled the live stream, yet no one in the stands dared make a sound. Zhao Yuntian halted 10 meters in front of Lu Chong, sank slightly into his stance, and brought his fists together. His expression was icy. North China Martial University, Zhao Yuntian. Lu Chong returned the fist salute. Please. As the word left his lips, both men raised their arms almost in unison, silently unfolding shields of hardened qi. When facing an unknown powerhouse, setting up a first line of defense was common sense. If you were hit before it formed, no amount of follow-up techniques would save you, assuming you even possessed a protective art. A layer of blue-black scales shimmered over Zhao Yunshin's skin. It wasn't a body-refining technique, but the qi armor that only a wuxia could condense. A wuxia could force qi outside the body as well, yet it vanished almost instantly and weakened with distance. After stepping into the wuxia stage, however, off-body qi could hold its shape for a long time, so long-range strikes no longer bled power. Even as Lu Chong's golden bell shield took shape, Zhao Yuntian swept his hand and released 2 intersecting blades of qi that ripped through the air toward him. The gap was barely 10 meters, yet the blades showed no sign of fading, and they moved faster than any footwork Lu Chong possessed. Dodging was impossible. He could only brace. Crossing his forearms before his chest, he poured strength into the shield, and the bell gold glow flared. Clang! Clang! The impact rang across the training ground like a giant bell struck at full force. Lu Chong was driven back 3 steps before the force drained away. A chill crept over him. So this is what a wusher can do. At his current level, he couldn't reproduce anything like it at this range. The gulf was obvious. While Zhao Yuntian could threaten him from afar, Lu Chong would have to get right under his opponent's ribs to have any chance of victory. Zhao Yunshin's palms blurred as a new wave of blade light gathered. Lu Chong had no intention of sitting still. Even the golden bell had limits. Wind coiled around his feet as he launched the Gale Phantom step, arrowing toward Zhao Yuntian. Yet a wusher would never grant a wuxia the gift of close quarters. Zhao Yuntian sent blade after blade, lightning arcs that tracked Lu Chong without pause while he drifted backward, holding the gap. The blade light, swifter than Lu Chong's movement art, almost sealed every avenue of escape. Advancing, Lu Chong punched in rapid succession, shoulders sinking, power exploding, each fist print a cannonball. It was the mid-earth grade technique, rapid-fire cannon fist. Like his opponent's blades, his fist key bled strength once it left his body, but Lu Chong timed each strike, so the collision happened when the blade was less than a meter away, ensuring the fist key still carried most of its power and could smash heat into the condensed edges. The cannon fist's rhythm climbed higher and higher until it even outpaced Zhao Yunshin's swings. Surplus fist prints surged upstream, racing toward the man 10 meters away. Unfortunately, Qi from a wuxia decayed too quickly. By the time the blows reached halfway, they had lost 80% of their force and posed little threat to Zhao Yuntian. Even so, the long-range duel was mesmerizing, and the onlookers watched, spellbound. It looked like 2 high-speed machine guns strafing each other while racing across the field. The most alarming part wasn't just their blistering rate of fire, but their pinpoint accuracy. Every sweeping curtain of light from Zhao Yunshin's blade locked onto Lu Chong's vital points, leaving him no time to breathe. Even with footwork as elusive as a specter, he still couldn't dodge completely. When Lu struck back, his fist intent was just as precise. Each punch scattered a single arc of blade light, and the leftover force pursued the high-speed Zhao Yuntian without mercy. Fist force and blade light crashed in midair, detonating like rolling thunder, their shock waves pitting the training ground with craters that quickly spread beneath the fighters' feet. In the stands, the sharper-eyed students from Jiangnan Martial University were the first to sense trouble. This can't go on. Chief Lu is barely holding the line, and his stamina can't match Chief Zhao's. If it drags out, he'll lose. Right. His only chance is to close the distance, someone whispered. A supporter from North China Martial University shot back, sounding smug. Close the distance? He can't even get near Chief Zhao. And even if he does, so what? A martial master isn't limited to ranged attacks. Chief Zhao is even deadlier up close. Oh yeah? Then what close quarters techniques does Zhao Yuntian have? Enlighten us, the Jiangnan students jeered. Plenty. Chief Zhaoba, trying to fish for intel? Not a chance. The North China traditional arts major clamped his mouth shut. In the arena, Lu Chong understood the situation all too well. If he couldn't get in close soon, Zhao Yuntian would whittle him down. Yet Zhao was nothing if not cautious. Between flurries of blade light, his footwork matched Lu's, always maintaining a safe gap. Damn it, Lu muttered. If the rules didn't forbid weapons, I'd have already let him taste my Big Dipper 7-star arrows. While Lu was still searching for a solution, Zhao Yuntian shifted tactics. First the blade light vanished, and his hands formed a sword seal. Return to origin, sword art. Dense sword shadows burst from between his fingers, outnumbering the earlier blade arcs. Each slash carved a razor curve through the air, then merged into a single line that speared toward Lu Chong. Lu blocked 1, 2 sword projections with his fist aura, but hundreds more rained down. The technique pierced from a single point, aiming to punch through his aura and rip open his golden bell shield. The situation worsened, and a low groan rippled through Jiangnan's section, as the sword aura surged like a breached dam, forcing Lu to retreat step after step. He abruptly drew his fists back, sank his stance, and swept his arms like dragons overturning a river. His aura flipped on its head. Dragon seizing skill. As dozens of sword energy arcs smashed through his fist aura and were about to tear apart his Jinzhong shield, Lu Chong finally launched the counterattack he had been storing up. The dragon seizing art was famous for snatching an opponent's limbs at a distance, but its true lethality lay in its ability to lock directly onto an enemy's chi. With a violent shake of his arms, Lu conjured a pitch-black claw mark, a foot wide and razor-sharp, in front of his chest. The instant it took shape, a ferocious suction erupted from the claw, like a ravenous beast devouring everything. Every strand of sword chi was dragged inside. The compressed blades of chi were forced into a single point and, under the claw's pull, suddenly reversed direction. With an even fiercer shriek, they shot straight back at Zhao Yuntian. His face went ashen. He had watched footage of the dragon seizing art, but he had never seen a perfected version that could command chi this completely. The returning sword chi was even faster than when he had launched it. Zhao had no time to dodge. He could only roar, cross his arms, and pour all he had into his chi armor. Unfortunately, his full-power Guiyuan sword style a moment earlier had already drained his defenses. With a thunderous crash, the sword Qi shredded his armor, carved bloody furrows into his forearms, and still had force to spare. He staggered back again and again, using footwork and link techniques to bleed off the remaining energy. By the time the last blade of Qi disintegrated, his arms were streaming blood, and crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. His limbs had been cut by his own sword Qi, while the backlash of Qi inside him had ruptured his organs. The dragon-seizing art can actually turn my own strength into a blade? Zhao's heart lurched, the veins at his temples throbbing. He had never practiced the art, nor sparred against anyone who truly mastered it, and the version he'd seen on screen had been far from complete. He had never imagined Lu Chong could wield it to neutralize a martial artist's range suppression so perfectly. It wasn't quite Dozhuan Xingyi, but it was the pinnacle of using an enemy's force against them. Worse, this was Lu Chong's first time displaying the dragon-seizing art at full power in public, and the Qi he poured into it was far greater than when he fought Qianfeng. Seizing the initiative, Lu Chong refused to waste a single beat. While remnants of sword Qi still spun around Zhao, Lu burst forward, kicking up a spray of dust and gravel across the training ground. By the time Zhao regained focus, Lu was already within 2 meters of him, and a roar that shook the entire field exploded from Lu's throat. Lu Chong's thunderous roar blasted forth with a burst of hardened Qi that slammed straight into Zhao Yunshan's face. A shock ripped through Zhao Yuntian. Before he could lift a hand, his head rang and his vision swam. At point-blank range, the dragon roar from an entry insight fighter never missed. The days lasted less than a heartbeat for a second-stage warrior like him, yet to Lu Chong it was more than enough to decide the bout. The shockwave struck first, nearly shattering Zhao Yunshan's protective aura. An instant later, Lu Chong's fists poured down like rain rapid-fire punches. Both fists blurred into afterimages, hammering his opponent's head, shoulders, and chest. Zhao Yuntian dodged and countered on instinct, but the storm drove him steadily backward. Step by step, Lu Chong kept him trapped inside striking range, even snapping out a dragon snare claw to stick and close every avenue of retreat. To the spectators, Zhao Yuntian looked as if he had volunteered to be pummeled. In the span of 3 breaths, Lu Chong unleashed more than 100 blows, leaving Zhao Yunshan's nose and mouth gushing blood. It was not cruelty. Lu Chong could feel his rival still circulating Qi, desperately seeking a comeback. Once you control the tempo, never give the snake a chance to breathe. He had learned that lesson in blood during a summer campaign in the wilds. Around the arena, students stared wide-eyed, half convinced Zhao Yuntian wouldn't even get the chance to concede. On the judges' platform, the professor leading North China Martial University finally barked, "Enough. We forfeit." The barrage stopped. Lu Chong pulled back, but stayed a meter away, eyes locked on the blood-soaked Zhao Yuntian, ready to strike again. This freshman champion was no ordinary foe. "Cough, I haven't lost." Zhao Yuntian sputtered, spitting 2 more mouthfuls of dark blood. Lu Chong's fist rose, but a figure flashed between them. The professor caught Zhao Yunshan's collapsing body and said firmly, "The match is yours. In student sparring we stop at first decisive blow." "My thanks." Lu Chong clasped his fists, only relaxing when the professor carried Zhao Yuntian off to emergency treatment. As they left the arena, Zhao Yuntian finally passed out, unwilling even in defeat. Silence smothered North China Martial University's bench. A third of their 9-member squad had fallen to Lu Chong, and even their strongest fighter lay beaten. The remaining 6 wore iron-gray faces. "Humph," the professor snapped, already demoralized. "A few teammates go down and you're ready to quit? You're geniuses, you're warriors. When comrades fall, you step up and reclaim the honor." The reprimand detonated inside them. Battle intent blazed in their reddened eyes as they fixed on Lu Chong. They were not sidekicks, they were the main force. Someone falls, someone fills the gap. The shamed army fights hardest. Sensing their scorching will, Lu Chong silently approved and swallowed a nutrient pill, racing to replenish Qi and stamina. If he meant to face 6 more alone, endurance was the one weakness he had to shore up. The stands and live stream exploded once more, cheers, groans, commentary, opinion tilting with every passing second. He won. Against all odds, Chief Lu prevailed, defeating a second-rank martial master while still only a 9th-stage fighter. Around the training field, the freshmen froze for a heartbeat, then erupted like firecrackers into cheers hotter than the noon sun. As the top freshman of Jiangnan Martial University, Lu Chong shattered the notion of a hopeless mismatch with 3 straight victories. Moments earlier, everyone had been shouting themselves hoarse while secretly worrying. North China Martial University had come prepared, their roster clearly superior, and on paper Jiangnan was hopelessly outmatched. Even after Lu Chong's back-to-back wins, the North China master who had yet to fight still weighed on every Jiangnan student like a mountain. Now, with the 3rd bout over, that mountain collapsed. As Lu Chong's long saber hit the ground, the suffocating tension evaporated in a wave of cheers, and the students roared. At this rate, North China's team is going home in pieces. Thieves tripped on their own stone. Yet no one dared to belittle the fallen Zhao Yuntian. He was no ordinary second-rank master. having once single-handedly slain a third-grade, sixth-stage beast. That feat alone would place him in the top 50 of either school's 100-strong rankings. In other words, as a mere ninth-stage fighter, Lu Chong now possessed the power to break into that same top 50. How long had he been on campus? No chief freshman in recent history had ever done that. In the east stands, Wenren Jinghong seemed oblivious to the uproar around him. He turned to Lu Fian and murmured, "Well, Yan, did I misjudge him? I'd wager this still isn't his limit. Out in the wilderness or on an actual battlefield he'd be even more decisive and it would end even sooner." Lu Fian paused before replying in her usual clipped tone, "Until he can match a fourth-grade beast, he isn't in our league." Wenren Jinghong chuckled and let it drop. Outside on the live stream, the mood was a stark contrast to the arena. Viewers rooting for North China, especially their own students, fell collectively silent. Their linchpin Zhao Yuntian had lost despite superior stamina and cultivation, and the comment feed went eerily quiet. Yet the high-achieving students didn't lash out or blame anyone. After a brief hush, they began to flood the chat with messages. "Shame today, strength tomorrow, North China never quits. We're behind you all the way, keep fighting." Jiangnan students likewise passed on the chance to gloat, choosing instead to honor their opponents. Victory is hollow if the foe commands no respect. Lu Chong had no time for the stream. He could sense the remaining opponents' aura sharpening, as though they meant to burn their boats and fight to the death. He silently added another 10,000 credits to the tally in his head, then sat cross-legged and began circulating the breath-drawing art to steady his breathing. Sensing its master's depleted reserves, the technique whirred to life, transforming nutrients into a warm current that surged through his limbs and bones. A pleasant chime rang in his mind as his expended blood and qi began to flow back, steady and inexhaustible. In the span of merely 10 breaths, he had burned through more than half of his vigor and stamina, yet 80% of it had already come back. The system never lies, Lu Chong thought in silent praise. This outrageous stamina was exactly why he dared to face 9 opponents on his own. The students from North China Martial University left him no time to breathe. Another stepped forward at a brisk pace. She looked plain enough, but her aura was fierce, her 9th-level cultivation held in perfect check. "Zheng Fei, North China Martial University. I asked for your guidance," she declared, cupping her fists. Lu Chong returned the salute with equal respect, then sprang in first. Fists and palms blurred together as the two clashed. Drawing on the lessons of the previous defeats, Zheng Fei refused to overextend, advancing one measured step at a time. Her style favored footwork and defense, leaving Lu Chong no opening at all. It was clear she planned to grind him down and buy time for the teammates still waiting. After more than 100 exchanges, Zheng Fei's true energy ran thin and a tiny hitch appeared in her movement. Lu Chong seized the instant his right leg howled through the air, windblade kick crashing onto her shoulder. She grunted but showed remarkable toughness, hanging on for 30 more moves before Lu Chong found her vital point and blasted her out of the ring. Silence fell again over the North China camp. 4 down already. At this rate, one man really might break their entire line. The 5th student stepped up quickly. He practiced a middle-grade, earth-rank body-refining art to perfection. His muscles, bones, and skin were as tough as forged iron. Every blow Lu Chong landed felt like striking a bronze wall. The fight was punishing, and the crowd thought Lu Chong had finally run dry. Yet his terrifying endurance carried him through, and he hammered the man off the platform. By now Lu Chong's face had gone pale. The breathing technique could refill his stamina and vitality in a flash, but the dragon's roar he unleashed against Zhao Yuntian earlier was still tearing at his sea of consciousness, a drain that couldn't be fixed so quickly. Even so, he estimated, "I can handle the last 4. Across the ring, the North China students looked increasingly dispirited. Anyone would feel powerless against a foe who couldn't be beaten or exhausted. Starting with Zhao Yuntian, they had been spent around, so why could Lu Chong still win 2 more fights without falling? What kept him going? Had Lu Chong heard their doubt, he would have answered without hesitation: poverty and the hunger for credits. These 9 opponents weren't enemies to him. They were the sweet sound of clinking resources. Up on the main stand, Vice President Zhou finally let out a long breath and relaxed. He turned to Professor Su beside him. "If we give Lu Chong a rest now, the remaining students should be able to win, right?" Professor Su glanced at the waiting area. Chen Hao and the others were munching sunflower seeds and fruit with gloomy faces, then nodded. "No problem. Then let's give him a break. We should spare them some face. Last year North China won and didn't run up the score on us. After all, courtesy must be returned," Vice President Zhou said magnanimously. Professor Su showed a hint of embarrassment. "I'm afraid the kid's in berserker mode right now. He may not want to stop." Vice Principal Zhou glanced at Professor Su, puzzled. Professor Su smiled and explained, "You don't really know this kid. He's hanging on solely for the university credits. If we pull him out now, we're robbing him of tens of thousands of credits, and Lu Chong won't stand for it." In truth, even Professor Su hadn't expected Lu Chong to get this far. Judging by the momentum, he might actually sweep all 9 fighters from North China Martial University on his own. making any attempt to stop him almost impossible. Zhou's eyes widened. Is that so? Professor Su nodded. There's no talking him out of it. He told me from the start he'd fight to the last second. If I backtrack now, it'll kill his drive, and he'll lose any leverage with him. Students like Lu Chong had to be treated with respect. Realization dawned on Zhou, and he snorted. So you want to play good cop and leave me to be the bad guy? Professor Su spread his hands with a sheepish grin. He wouldn't dare refuse you. TCH, you want the mighty Martial King and Vice Principal of Jiangnan Martial University to step in for something this trivial? Zhou grumbled, then relented. Fine, it's just credits. He'll authorize 90,000. Go tell him. Brilliant, that settles it. Professor Su rose and walked toward the benches. By then Lu Chong had claimed another victory, knocking out opponent number 6. The stands roared. Chants of Lu Chong, our top seed, shaking the field. In the eyes of the freshman, his position was unassailable. Professor Su called a timeout, granting both sides 10 minutes to rest. Lu Chong stepped off the mat, face pale, while medics swarmed in to treat his wounds and replenish his energy. Chun Hao and the others crowded around, pressing chilled fruit into his hands. Brother Chong, everyone now believes you can solo all 9, said Chun Hao, the 2-meter giant, crouching in front of him with a goofy grin. But how about taking a breather and letting the rest of us show our faces? After weeks of sparring and taking dozens of rapid-fire punches, Chun Hao had grown close to Lu Chong and completely accepted his lead. Glory and credits didn't matter to him. He simply feared Lu Chong would collapse. North China Martial University had only 3 fighters left, while their side still had 8. Victory was inevitable. Lu Chong kept chewing his icy fruit and said nothing. Professor Su arrived and waved the others away. When only the 2 of them remained, he lowered his voice. Lu Chong, that's enough. We can't let North China Martial University lose too badly. We're rivals, not real enemies. Professor Zu's voice was low, yet every word rang out with force. Lu Chong turned, locked eyes with him, and instantly understood after all, they were Chinese on the same side. Competition was fine, but you had to leave room for each other. He nodded, then pressed on. So, what about my credit bonus? Professor Zu's face darkened. Had known the kid would bargain. Vice President Zhou has approved another 30,000 credits, all yours. Everyone else keeps their original reward. You get what you deserve, you don't have to keep risking your neck, and North China Martial Arts University saves face. Everybody wins. Lu Chong broke into a broad grin. More credits without making enemies too good to resist. Chun Hao and the others would benefit too, so they wouldn't just be spectators. Still, he wasn't done. Mentor, how about my damaged reputation? Your reputation? Professor Su blinked. I told millions in the livestream I'd wipe out the whole opposing team by myself. If I quit halfway, it'll look like a blowhard. Doesn't that hurt my image? Lu Chong asked, perfectly serious. Left speechless by the boy's logic, Professor Su muttered a curse under his breath and said, what do you want? Lu Chong chuckled. Since the university's coughing up credits, shouldn't our department show some love too? 2 or 3,000 will do. Professor Zu's scowl deepened. The kid was tapping the Ancient Martial Arts Institute now. With limited authority, he ground out, 10,000, that's the limit. If you're still unhappy, get back in the ring and keep fighting. Just be ready for ambushes from North China Martial Arts students or alumni down the line. The threat barely landed before Lu Chong flashed a winning smile. You're right, mentor. Reputation suddenly feels less important. 10,000 it is. So, do I go up for show, or do we send someone else? Stay put. We still want them to owe us a favor. Professor Su pushed him back into his seat. If the kid tried staging a loss, who knew what chaos had caused his acting wouldn't fool anyone sharp-eyed. Got it. Lu Chong leaned back, satisfied, and called toward the warm-up area. Qin Heyuan, you're up. Show some spirit. On it, Brother Chong. I want to embarrass us. Qin Heyuan sprang to his feet. A 17-year-old prodigy student number 06 in the ancient martial arts track skipped his senior year of high school. Naturally proud, a few lessons from Lu Chong had made him willingly acknowledge the class leader. Watching Qin Heyuan step onto the platform, Professor Su nodded to himself. Lu Chong's authority had firmly taken root. The ancient martial arts program and the entire grade needed a leader like him. When Lu Chong was substituted by Qin Heyuan, a buzz swept through both the training field and the livestream chat. Some guessed that Lu's inner energy was depleted and he needed a breather. Others thought Jiangnan Martial Arts University was showing mercy, pulling him out while they were ahead. No matter the theory, every doubt about Lu's strength vanished. Even the word braggart disappeared from the discussion. Anyone with eyes could see he really did have the power to take on 6 opponents by himself. No one understood this better than North China Martial Arts University's students. Grateful for Jiangnan's restraint yet unwilling to lose too badly, their final 3 fighters, all 9th-rank martial artists, threw everything they had into the ensuing gauntlet. Together they managed to knock out 5 Jiangnan students before falling one after another. Only then did the spectators and online audience realize the truth. North China wasn't weak. Lu Chong was simply too strong. After all, he had single-handedly toppled 6 of their fighters, one of whom was a 2nd-rank martial master. That record spoke for itself. Moments after the exhibition ended, the school system transferred 100,000 credits into Lu Chong's account, instantly catapulting his name into Jiangnan's top 100 leaderboard. For a freshman, that was almost unheard of, now ranked ahead of most sophomores. When the dust settled, North China's captain, Zhao Yuntian, returned from brief medical treatment and led his team over to shake hands. His face was still pale from depleted qi, but his manners were intact. I admit I underestimated you, he told Lu Chong. We'll meet again at the National University Martial Arts Tournament. Next time, I won't lose. Same to you, Lu replied calmly. Every winter, all martial universities send their top 100 students regardless of year to the national tournament. Lu had watched recordings of previous events. Most arenas were set in the wilderness, and the fights were far harsher than the combat tests in the college entrance exam. Freshmen are naturally disadvantaged by age and training time, so first and second years are usually treated as prospects while juniors and seniors form the main lineup. The prizes, however, are generous enough that Lu is determined to claim a spot. With only half a year left, his chances of becoming a core member depend entirely on how much he can improve before then. After a brief round of cordial post-match chatter, Lu headed straight for Professor Su. Credits are in your account, what else do you want? The professor asked, immediately sensing his student was here to bargain. Lu didn't bother being polite. Sir, you saw the fight. I've already mastered most of the techniques I picked last time. Isn't it about time you let me choose another set? In today's battle, he had displayed perfect level chain cannon fist, stacked wave palm, and misty step, along with subtle level dragon roar technique. He was convinced had already proved himself more than enough. Professor Su silently called him a monster, yet maintained a scholar's calm. For the past month, he had tracked Lu Chong's training routine. By day, the young man challenged classmates and instructors one after another in the dojo, drilling every motion. Late at night, he slipped into the equipment room, practicing each nuance where the cameras couldn't see. Nothing about the approach was secret, yet through these ordinary means Lu Chong perfected several martial disciplines in just 30 days. At such a pace, not only Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but the entire nation and indeed the annals of martial history would struggle to find his equal. Professor Su took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and got straight to the point. How is your progress with wave-breaking art? Supplying more techniques was easy. What truly mattered was preserving the legacy. As an assistant researcher with prodigious talent, if Lu Chong could restore a fragmented manual, the whole Huaxia martial community would benefit. Exceptional insight might elevate one man. Restoring a lost art would build a bridge for millions. Lu Chong understood the stakes. He looked up and said simply, "Don't worry, Professor. I'm making headway. Conservatively, they'll have wave-breaking art fully restored within 3 months." He had left himself room on purpose. At his current pace, 2 months should suffice, after which he could record the complete manual act that would both aid every Huaxia martial artist and earn him a handsome reward. Professor Zu's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward. Are you certain? This is no small matter. Even our most senior instructors need at least 3 years to repair a top-grade, Earth-level technique. 3 months don't exaggerate. He had to confirm the timeline. Fewer than 30 people nationwide could mend a technique of this caliber, and those who could finish in under 3 years were almost non-existent. The cost and duration had always been a headache. If Lu Chong could single-handedly complete the work in 3 months, the implications would be immeasurable. And one thought kept hammering at him: those untouchable heaven-level arts. Their rarity and unfathomable power were the cornerstone of Huaxia's place among the world's top 3 powers. Yet fewer than 20 had ever been unearthed from ancient sites, and only 5 were complete. If, once Lu Chong advanced to martial grandmaster, he could restore a heaven-level technique, what kind of upheaval would that cause? Who on Blue Star would dare challenge Huaxiao then? Reining in his racing thoughts, he chastised himself for daydreaming. Then he sobered and warned, this must stay strictly confidential. A single leak could ruin everything and put you in danger. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Chong replied, nodding earnestly. Good, Professor Su said with a firm nod. Keep at it. The moment it's restored, come straight to me. You'll be a pillar of the nation, and your compensation will reflect that. He added, as for any techniques you want to study, if the armory holds them, they're yours. No more approvals, I'll have them delivered to your dorm directly. Thank you, Professor. I'll do my best to complete the restoration. Back at the dormitory villa, Lu Chong placed an order at once and picked out 8 human-grade martial techniques. A courier soon rang the bell. Sealed technique chips lay neatly in the crate. Lu Chong scanned them on the spot and added every file to his archive. He had chosen to focus on the human tier because he had come to appreciate how much weight the basics carried. The more human-grade techniques he mastered now, the higher his starting point would be when he moved on to Earth-grade skills, and the faster his progress would snowball. Sharpening the axe really did make chopping wood easier. Besides, he planned to wait until he broke into the warrior stage before selecting Earth-grade techniques tailored to that realm. The books in Jiangnan Martial University's library were his. Sooner or later. There was no rush. With the techniques squared away, he pocketed the 100,000 credits he had just earned and headed straight for an energy chamber. flush with funds, he decided to shut himself in for 2 full days and nights and make a single push for the warrior realm. His bout with Zhao Yuntian had ignited a fierce hunger for that breakthrough. If the dragon-subduing art and dragon roar hadn't erupted at the last second, the duel might have gone the other way. At Warrior Ninth stage, though, even inside an energy chamber, progress crawled at only 2% per hour. To keep at it 48 hours without sleep would barely clear the final hurdle, and 2 days of chamber time cost nearly 15,000 credits. Without his recent windfall, he couldn't have afforded the place. The middle-aged instructor in charge of the chambers once again witnessed Lu Chong's frightening absorption rate. Had the administration not warned him in advance, had he not seen Lu Chong's performance on the training field, would have shown this little prodigy the door. The kid was burning through energy like 10 students at the same level. Time slipped by. On the morning of the third day, a cascade of system prompts echoed in Lu Chong's mind. Qi Absorption Technique has accumulated enough sand to form a tower breakthrough imminent. Qi Absorption Technique has evolved again. Efficiency and potential doubled. Qi Absorption Technique is starving and running out of steam. Please replenish energy immediately. His heart leapt. So the breakthrough had come at last. The version of the Qi Absorption Technique he cultivated was worlds apart from the standard one issued by the state. If he hadn't been hiding in an energy chamber, the nutritional resources alone would have been staggering. With that thought, he pushed the technique to its limit. A tremendous suction erupted inside him, and in an instant the chamber's entire energy reserve was sucked dry. What in the world? In the monitoring room, the middle-aged instructor shot to his feet, nearly toppling his chair. The chamber on Lu Chong's panel had spiked into overload, breaking through from Warrior Ninth stage to full Warrior, and not even a trace of a bottleneck. He himself had been stuck at that step for half a year before he was grudgingly labeled a class genius. What made his scalp prickle even more was the memory that only a month ago Lu Chong had still been at Warrior 7th stage. A month to jump from 7th to 9th was barely acceptable, but the leap from the 9th rank of martial artist to martial master was happening even faster, and he simply couldn't wrap his head around it. The middle-aged instructor snapped back to reality. His eyes swept over the live data, and his face went deathly pale. The energy bar of the level 3 Yuan energy chamber was plummeting. Normally that room was more than enough even for a martial master. Yet Lu Chong was draining it dry, while still technically a martial artist. Now that he was charging toward martial master, the supply clearly wasn't going to last. No time to hesitate. He snatched up the landline and called the campus operations chief, sketching out the situation in a few clipped sentences. Switch him to the level 4 energy feed. Right now we can't afford to delay his breakthrough. The reply came back without a moment's pause. Heart pounding, the instructor raced across the console, redirected the energy channel, and only then wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A level 4 Yuan energy chamber was reserved for faculty, calibrated for martial lords and above. Among the students, Lu Chong was the first ever to earn that privilege. Things got even tenser moments later. Less than 10 minutes passed before the monitoring room door burst open and 2 figures stepped in side by side. The first was Professor Su Dongxing from the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts. The second was an even bigger name, Vice President Zhou Nanshan of Jiangnan Martial University, an authentic martial king. Professor Su, Vice President Zhou, what brings you here in person? The instructor jumped to his feet. Zhou waved the question aside, eyes like blades locked on Lu Chong's live feed. Does he have enough power? We've already tapped the level 4 line. The supply is stable. Su Dongsheng let out a long breath, then grumbled, half annoyed. That kid's probably trying to save money, hardly brought any nutrition supplies. When a chamber ran short, you could always compensate with a mountain of nutrient resources, and Su had guessed right. Lu Chong brought almost none. A single grade 3 low-tier nutrition bar cost $1 million Huaxia dollars, and Lu Chong had muttered before stepping inside. I'm already spending my credits on the chamber, why waste money on supplements? Joe couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He's really pinching pennies? I remember he cleaned up on the college entrance exam, and the university allocated him billions in research funds. Has he stashed it all away? Su spread his hands. Maybe he has other plans. Besides, he used his own credits for this session. Joe chuckled, utterly tight-fisted. Still, his speed is unbelievable, barely a month, and he's about to break through. As they spoke, his gaze sharp as a knife returned to the screen. Inside the chamber, Yuan energy had formed a raging vortex. Lu Chong sat at its center, aura dense and cohesive, the energy's purity easily matching that of a high-level martial master. His foundation is terrifying. How on earth did he train like this? Su shrugged helplessly. Same story as with his skill learning, no one can explain it. Zhou laughed aloud. Good news for us. Jiangnan Martial University just struck gold. Who knows? We might not need to wait until his junior year. Next winter, he could shock every university in the country. Su raised an eyebrow. You sure? At this rate, he'll be ready by the end of this year. Zhou paused, took another look at the teenager on the screen, and finally nodded. Not impossible. The two heavyweights traded a glance and burst into hearty laughter, the sound making the middle-aged instructor's back go cold even as excitement surged through him. Never witnessed anything like this. Inside the chamber, Lu Chong was in such a good mood, he almost started humming. Through his newly evolved Qi drawing technique, he felt yuan energy pouring in at an insane rate, and the level 4 feed still showed no sign of drying up. A rough calculation told him that relying on nutrient supplies alone would have cost at least 10 million Huaxia dollars. Here he'd need, at most, an hour and barely 300 credits. Perfect. An hour later the cultivation chamber finally fell silent, and the yuan energy storm died down. Lu Chong ended his session and checked inward. The once roiling blood and qi had settled completely, and his cultivation now rested at 5% into Martial Master, Stage 1. The number gave him a jolt of excitement, but he did not linger. He simply fed more credits into the console and started the next cycle. With the breakthrough, his meridians felt wide open, so his absorption rate shot up, yet the progress bar still crawled. Each stage demanded twice the energy of the last. That was the hard truth. Roughly speaking, this room now gave him only 1% an hour. 4 days to clear Stage 2, another 8 to reach Stage 3, and then his credits would be gone. Just as that thought formed, his brow tightened. The flow of yuan energy suddenly dipped, and his efficiency slipped before his eyes. I paid for this and can't even get the full service? He cut the session short, shoved the door open, and marched straight to the monitoring room. At the end of the hallway, he ran into Professor Su. Vice Principal Zhou had left after witnessing the breakthrough, so only Professor Su and Mr. Zhang, the technician, were still around. Made the breakthrough, did you? Professor Su asked, his face openly pleased. Just lucky. Lu Chong nodded, then went straight to the point. Professor, you're here just in time. I'd like to know why my chamber suddenly throttled down. The energy density dropped, and it's hurting my training. Named directly, Mr. Zhang looked helpless, words caught in his throat. Professor Su sighed and stepped in. You've got a lot of nerve to complain. If Mr. Zhang hadn't boosted the output when he did, do you think you'd have broken through so smoothly? Lu Chong blinked. What do you mean? Did I misunderstand something? Professor Su laid it out. On an average day, your absorption rate already matches a standard martial master, so a level 3 chamber is always at full load with you inside. Today, when you pushed for the breakthrough, it simply couldn't keep up. If Mr. Zhang hadn't diverted power from a level 4 chamber, all your prior effort would have been wasted. Realization dawned. The cultivation chambers were graded levels 1 through 4, each with its own ceiling. He ran the numbers in his head. The Naki Ju drew yuan energy even when idle. When he actively circulated it, the speed doubled. The art had evolved several times, and the extra boost from Longyin Ju pushed his overall intake far beyond his peers, almost reaching high-tier martial masters. Now that he had actually stepped into the martial master realm, his capacity had surged again, and even a level 3 chamber could no longer keep up. Realizing his mistake, Lu Chong finally understood that he had blamed Teacher Zhang unfairly, so he hurriedly replaced his irritation with a fawning grin and bowed. Sir, I wasn't criticizing you, he said. I just broke through and let the excitement get to my head. After all, Teacher Zhang was the supervisor of the yuan energy chambers. If Lu offended him, how could he ever train here in peace? Teacher Zhang neither agreed nor disagreed. He merely shot Lu Chong a frosty sideways glance, then turned to Professor Su as if asking whether his student had always been this shameless. Professor Su was unfazed. He waved his hand and reminded him, the level 3 chamber is no longer enough. From now on you'll train in a level 4 chamber, and Teacher Zhang will arrange it. Thank you for the trouble, Teacher Zhang, Lu Chong said, nodding at once. Teacher Zhang replied coolly, it's nothing to me, but the level 4 chamber costs 600 credits per hour. Don't say I didn't warn you. 600? Lu's smile froze, and his heart bled. The price had doubled, dousing his excitement in an instant. Teacher Zhang, Professor, that's way too expensive, I can't afford it, he pleaded shamelessly. Could you put me back in a level 3 chamber and just keep the energy output the same? Teacher Zhang ignored him. Professor Su chuckled and scolded, keep dreaming. A level 3 chamber can't handle that output. It would burn out in no time. Letting you use the instructor's level 4 chamber is already bending the rules, and we're giving you a discount on top of it. His tone then grew earnest. High purity yuan energy doesn't appear out of thin air. Running those chambers costs a fortune, and credits are simply the way we balance that expense. You earn credits by contributing and completing missions. In many ways, the academy is already spoiling its students. No amount of money could buy you the same treatment outside. Lu understood the reasoning, yet his heart ached at the thought of his hard-earned credits vanishing. Seeing right through him, Professor Su said earnestly, the nation has already tilted plenty of resources our way, and the academy treats you better than anywhere else. If everyone wanted benefits without paying the price, the country and the school would have been drained dry. If you want more resources, fight for them, earn them. Noticing his mentor's look of exasperation, Lu nodded quickly. Understood, Professor. He'll go earn more credits right away. 100,000 credits disappear in the blink of an eye. He calculated silently. Now that he was a martial master, he needed to take missions quickly to replenish his credits. Before that, though, he could at least consolidate his cultivation to second-tier martial master, which would make missions more efficient. Besides, after entering the martial master realm, he should select several Earth-grade techniques that matched his level. With a master's condensed Qi, his ranged attacks were now on par with close combat, and his entire battle system needed to be reevaluated. In short, Lu Chong had to rethink and refine his combat style. After bidding farewell to Professor Su, Lu Chong followed Instructor Zhang to the Tier 4 Energen chamber. Inside, silver-gray conduits coiled along the walls while pale blue energy particles drifted around him. He sat cross-legged and practiced the breathing sutra, drawing in raw inner to flood his meridians. The familiar rush of power half-closed his eyes, painful as the price was. The payoff felt just as solid. Once his aura stabilized, he summoned the university's digital armory onto a holographic screen and began scrolling for Earth-grade techniques. Since advancing to Martial Master, his astral energy had grown denser, yet its effective killing range still topped out at 100 meters. Beyond that, the edge faded rapidly. For targets farther away, the 7-star arrow remained his strongest option, perfect for downing fast-moving flying beasts. What he needed now was a technique that dominated everything within that 100-meter envelope. Most of his current repertoire: rolling blade, 18 forms, stacked waves palm, serpentine sword, dragon roar wave, +2 movement arts favored close combat or support. Genuine long-range skills were scarce. Fortunately, Jiangnan Martial University's vault was massive. Just the Earth-grade catalog ran into the hundreds. His first pick was the High Earth Sword Art, origin returning sword scripture, Zhao Yunshan's signature style. The blade unleashed layer upon layer of sword chi that converged into a single explosive point, lethal at distance. Lu Chong locked it in immediately. Next, he spotted Bloom Pluck Finger, a mid-earth technique that claims even a falling petal can kill. It channels astral energy through external objects for extreme range. The description had him sold. The third entry, Heaven and Earth Saber, another high earth art, projected saber chi like a raging tide, mowing down everything in its path, ideal for area suppression and exactly the gap in his saber skills. He tagged it too. Finally, his gaze landed on the vault's sole peak earth technique, Myriad Fold Palm. Primarily close quarters, it compresses multiple layers of astral energy and inner force into the palm, then releases them in tandem to detonate inside the target, pulverizing their organza. Pure killing art he could hardly ignore. With his 4 top choices set, Lu Chong casually added 4 more Earth-grade arts for future study. He also queued 20 human-grade techniques as backups, ensuring the automated cultivation system had material to run if he stayed off campus for long. The armory's efficiency was as stellar as ever. By that afternoon, jade slips containing 8 Earth-grade and 20 human-grade techniques were delivered to the Tier 4 Energen chamber, where staff watched Lu Chong sign for them on the spot. By now, Lu Chong's arsenal of techniques was broader than ever. As a stream of thrilling prompts cascaded through his mind, his status page shifted again. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Martial Master, First Tier, 15. Techniques: Human Grade, Lower Tier 9 Shadow Step, perfected. Human Grade, Middle Tier 7 Step Killing Fist, perfected. Human Grade, Upper Tier Thunderclap Palm, perfected. Human Grade, Supreme Tier Tiger Roar Art, perfected. Earth Grade, Lower Tier 18 Rolling Blade Forms, perfected. Earth Grade, Middle Tier Golden Bell Shield, perfected. Pinch Flower Finger, Minor Mastery, 17. Earth Grade, Upper Tier Dragon Seizing Skill, perfected. Dragon Roar Wave, Initial Insight, 39. Wave Breaking Art, Initial Insight, 13. Returning Origin Sword Art, Small Success, 1. Qiankuan Saber Technique, Small Success, 1. Earth Grade, Supreme Tier 10,000 Fold Palm, Basic Level, 35. The 10 human-grade techniques he had selected before his previous breakthrough had all reached perfection shortly after he became a martial master. As the data scrolled past like a waterfall, true Qi surged inside him. Every muscle twitched rhythmically, as though every drop of blood were cheering for its newfound power. With the auto-cultivation system continuing to evolve, training human-grade techniques had become as effortless as breathing. Even an upper-tier human-grade art now took only 3 to 5 days to perfect. With his skills topped up, Lu Chong sat cross-legged on the mat in the secluded chamber and kept absorbing primal energy. Time slipped by with each breath. For days later, the Qi in his dantian erupted, and his cultivation naturally advanced to Martial Master, 2nd tier. Zhao Yuntian, who had barely edged him out in their last bout, would never have imagined that in just a few days Lu Chong would be on equal footing again. To consolidate the new level, he stayed in the energy chamber for another day. When the 100,000 credits he had loaded were almost gone, he had no choice but to leave. He pushed the door open, and dazzling sunlight swept away the chamber's gloom. It was mid-autumn in Shanghai, yet the weather was still warm. The air held a faint scent of grass and trees, fresh and slightly humid. He drew a deep breath, and his chest felt instantly clear. He pulled out his phone. The screen was crammed with missed calls from Chen Yufei and several classmates. He called Chen Yufei first, and the voice that blasted through the speaker was like thunder. "Bro Chong, you finally surfaced. I was afraid you'd been sold off somewhere. Need something?" Lu Chong cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste time. Nothing major, Qin Yufei cackled. We haven't hung out for days, so I'm putting together a little get-together. Between you and me, a few gorgeous senior girls big fans of yours will be there. Boring, Lu Chong snorted. Time and place. Tonight, Tianqing restaurant at the East Gate. Relax, it's my treat. Do I look like someone who cares about meal money? They'll be there on time. Bring Qingqing too. Relieved, Qin Yufei hung up before Lu Chong could fire off another jab. Warmth spread in Lu Chong's chest. Friends who were willing to help when he was down were rare, and he treasured them. He then called Chun Hao and learned that a third-year senior from the ancient martial arts program wanted to meet him. He didn't press for details and headed straight back to his dorm. Tomorrow he had to pick up the school's off-campus assignments, so he needed to plan his team lineup and choose the right mission in advance. If he wanted his cultivation to keep soaring, he had to earn more credits, and taking on missions outside the academy was undoubtedly the fastest way. Night had fallen when Lu Chong arrived alone at the Tianqing Grand Restaurant just off campus, where Chen Yufei ushered him straight into a private dining room on the third floor. Let's hear it for our school's hero Chief Lu. Chen Yufei shouted theatrically, prompting cheers and whistles all around. Warm yellow lights bathed the round table where 8 upper-class students from Zhang Yuris dorm sat 2 men and 6 women, all sophomores except for Lu Qingqing. The table was packed and buzzing with energy. Take a seat. Little bro, we've been starving. Waiting for you, joked Ganwei, a cheerful girl with close-cropped hair. Chen Yufei led Lu Chong to the seat of honor, then took the chair next to Ganwei, winking at Lu Chong as he sat. With Lu Qingqing blushing on his left and Ganwei smiling on his right, Lu Chong instantly understood. Yufei was clearly interested in the senior. Ganwei, from the Harbin base, was lively, outgoing, and a bit of a tomboy. Lu Chong nodded to himself. Yufei's taste was pretty good. The two seemed well matched. All right, this is our belated mid-autumn gathering and a victory banquet for Brother Chong. Glasses up, Chen Yufei announced. Cheers. The girls answered, downing their beer in one gulp. A few of the more striking seniors gave Lu Chong heated look. Second-year students were much bolder than freshmen. After 3 rounds, the toasts kept coming. Junior, you're the campus sensation now. People are lining up to meet you. Seriously, half our class is following your every move. Sharing a meal with you is a privilege, superstar. The 6 tipsy girls chattered like a comedy troupe. Lu Chong focused on his drink, barely managing a word. By the end of dinner, every girl's cheeks were flushed except Lu Qingqing, who had only sipped her beer. Suddenly Ganwei turned to her. Qingqing, don't be so shy. We're all sisters here. If you like a guy, just say it before someone else swoops in. Lu Qingqing's face went crimson. She stole a glance at Lu Chong, then stared down at the table in silence. Spotting his cue, Chen Yufei chimed in. Brother Chong, you may not know, but Qingqing is the acknowledged beauty of the mutation biology department. Plenty of bright young men from other schools are after her. Their back and forth made it obvious they were trying to set Lu Chong up with Lu Qingqing. Panicked, she shook her head. That's nonsense. Don't listen to him, Lu Chong. I really don't. Lu Chong smiled to reassure her. If people are pursuing you, it only means you're attractive. But if you're not interested, nobody can force you. Still, he had to admit Lu Qingqing's looks were exceptional. She could easily rival any campus queen. During high school, Lu Qingqing kept a low profile and dressed plainly, yet she was unmistakably the class beauty. At university, she made a few tweaks to her style and seemed to blossom overnight. She stood 1.72 meters tall, all smooth curves and fair skin, carrying the refined air of an aristocratic young lady. At Jiangnan Martial University, her strength wasn't top tier, but she was already an 8th-stage trainee, her quiet grace edged with determination. That evening she wore a white hoodie and tight blue jeans, an ultra-simple look that somehow merged gentleness with untamed energy. Hey, Chen Yufei waved a hand in front of Lu Chong's face. Bro Chong, you're totally spaced out. Qingqing's already blushing. Lu Chong snapped back and silently recited the Ice Heart mantra. He was in a crucial growth phase and couldn't let romance cloud his mind. Besides, he believed the old saying, women only slow the draw of the blade. Some martial arts, head heard, became impossible to cultivate after one lost their virginity, no matter how good an auto-cultivation system might be. He cleared his throat. Lu Qingqing had only just come of age. What was he thinking? Shame on me. They both sidestepped the topic of feelings. Lu Chong wasn't ready for romance, and Lu Qingqing feared a confession would ruin their friendship. Dinner lasted past 10. Lu Chong walked her back to her dorm, but Yu Jia came downstairs to meet her and shot him a glare, so he returned to his own place alone. To his surprise, 2 girls were waiting outside the dorm villa. In truth, everyone at Jiangnan Martial University knew them. 1. Lu Fian, 3rd on the top 100 list. 2. Wenren Jinghong, 10th on that list and 1st on the beauty ranking. Senior sisters, can I help you? Lu Chong asked. Wenren Jinghong's appearance stunned him. If Lu Qingqing was the sweet-tempered type, then Wenren Jinghong was the born queen. First came the long legs and black stockings, then the eye-catching curves, and finally the seductive face. Women really do shake my Tao heart, he muttered and repeated the Ice Heart mantra to calm himself. Wenrin Jinghong brushed aside her wavy hair and smiled. Since we couldn't get you to come out, Junior Lu, we've come to you. You won't leave us outside, will you? Only then did Lu Chong realize the third-year senior Chun Hao mentioned was Wenrin Jinghong. Why were these two here for him? Please, come in. Rejecting them would be rude. He opened the door. Wenrin Jinghong glanced around and smiled. This is the cleanest boys' dorm I've ever seen. Lu Fian merely frowned and stayed by the door. Lu Chong didn't insist. He set 2 cups of hot water on the coffee table and got straight to the point. What can I do for you, seniors? Wenrin Jinghong crossed her stocking-clad legs on the table, lips curling upward. Relax, Junior. I came to invite you to join our battle squad. When Wenrin Jinghong finished speaking, Lu Chong's surprise deepened. The campus beauty was actually asking him to join her squad? Why? I doubt I can really help you, he replied at once. Only his mentor, Vice Principal Zhou, and Instructor Zhang from the Source Energy Chamber knew he had reached martial artist level. Even his roommates, Chun Yufei and Lu Qingqing, were unaware. Wenrin Jinghong's squad ranked near the top at Jiangnan Martial University. Every member was a martial artist, and the high-tier fighter Lu Fian anchored the team. They could clash head-in with martial lords or Tier 4 beasts without fear. Why would they be interested in a freshman who had just enrolled? Wenrin Jinghong swept a hand through her hair, uncrossed her legs, straightened her supple back, and curved her lips in a playful smile. What if I said I picked you because I like you? Her words dropped like a spark in oil, and heat surged through Lu Chong's chest. At his age, who could stay calm when the university's top beauty flirted openly? Still, logic kicked in. She wasn't a mere ornament. Why would she choose him for his looks alone? He cleared his throat and tried to stay composed. Please don't joke, senior. If I took that seriously, you'd probably walk away. Wenrin Jinghong laughed. How upsetting. So you're saying you have other feelings and no interest in your older sister? Lu Chong just shrugged. Enough of that. When the teasing failed, Wenrin Jinghong let her smile fade, though she remained mesmerizing. Honestly, I value your potential. Given time, you'll be a core member who can help me win more resources. Her tone softened but stayed serious. Bonds formed in university squads last. Even after graduation, teammates can still trust each other with their lives. I'm looking for help now and for a partner who'll fight alongside me after we graduate. Then her eyes sparkled again. And maybe the partnership could grow into something more. Lu Chong ignored the hint and spoke bluntly. Senior, I respect your squad, but I'd rather build one of my own. At least then I get to be in charge. The message was clear. Join? Maybe. Take orders? No. Before Wenrin Jinghong could answer, a cold snort cut in from the doorway. You a captain? Did you ask my blade first? Lu Fian leaned against the frame, her gaze as sharp as steel. Wenrin Jinghong quickly smoothed things over, her smile gentle. Don't mind her, Junior. Fian is straightforward but not malicious. Starting your own squad is fine after you break through to martial artist. Until then you're stuck on campus. Don't you need credits? She pressed on. How long will that take? 3 months? 6? Are you willing to sit idle that long? Join us now. You can take missions, rack up credits, and sharpen your combat skills. Backed into a corner, Lu Chong finally stopped hiding. Scratching his head, he said a little sheepishly, but senior, I'm already a martial artist. As they spoke, Lu Chong's aura leaked out had reached the 2nd rank of a martial artist. Wenrin Jinghong's previously confident smile froze. Lu Fian flickered into the living room, eyes sharp as blades. When did you break through? 2 days ago, just a stroke of luck, Lu Chong replied calmly. Straight to 2nd rank at 18. Wenrin Jinghong could no longer hold back. She stepped up to him and raised a slender hand, ready to pinch his cheek as if to confirm he was real. Lu Chong hastily stepped back, avoiding her pale fingers not out of fear of the pinch, but afraid he might lose his composure. Up close, this senior combined dazzling beauty with a seductive charm that easily unsettled the mind. Wenrin Jinghong lowered her hand with a silvery laugh. Seems Jiangnan Martial University has bred quite a monster. My apologies for being forward, but you interest me even more now. The offer still stands. Join our squad, and you'll be a core member from day 1, with first pick of every share of battle spoils. And she leaned in, voice dropping. Our squad has the full backing of the Wenrin clan. That's a level of support most teams can't match. The bait was bigger than ever, yet Lu Chong felt a growing aversion. The Wenrin clan was the martial family behind Wenrin Jinghong. Their resources could speed his training and ease his worries, but the price would only rise. In the end, he would be nothing more than a hired blade for the clan. Sorry, senior, but I want to build my own squad, Lu Chong said, eyes firm. You don't know what's good for you, Lu Fian snapped, returning to the door. Wenrin Jinghong pouted in mock hurt. Fine, try it your way. But remember, a new squad trying to survive out there has it rough. You'll face not only rival students, but ruthless wilderness hunters who prey on the weak. Jinghong squad is always open to you. Think it over. Thanks for the warning, senior. They'll keep it in mind. Lu Chong nodded solemnly. They'll be off, then. I've left my contact info. Call when you decide. Wenrin Jinghong turned to leave, her graceful silhouette carving a perfect arc in the lamplight. Oh right. At the door she glanced back, eyes teasing. And if you ever miss me, feel free to ask me out in private. Tinkling laughter drifted away as she and Lu Fian stepped outside. What a siren, Lu Chong muttered, downing the cold water on the coffee table in one gulp, letting the chill settle his restless heart. Yet he would never mistake Wenren Jinghong for a mere ornament. Her strength, charm, and cunning could lure the unwary into a trap with ease. Then there was Lu Fian. The hidden edge in her aura put real pressure on him. For a talent like that to stand willingly behind Wenren Jinghong only made the situation more intriguing. After Wenren Jinghong and Lu Fian left, Lu Chong quickly settled down to prepare for forming a squad and taking on off-campus missions. He logged onto the external military supply platform and, without hesitation, placed 3 bulk orders. A full set of top-tier level 3 bows and arrows worth over 5 million, multiple batches of level 3 nutrient packs totaling more than 10 million, and roughly 3 million in medical supplies, portable communicators, and other standard gear. Credits had to be used where they counted. Anything he could pay for with cash, he spared his credits. With the supply list finalized, Lu Chong turned to recruiting. Wenren Jinghong's warning still echoed in his mind: your university comrades often become your most dependable partners later in life. From the start, he had to be selective, quality over quantity. He set 3 non-negotiable criteria: trustworthy, high potential, and complementary skills. Across the department, the freshmen in the ancient martial arts program met those standards best: talented, still unshaped, and easier to build chemistry with. After more than a month as class monitor, only 2 candidates truly impressed him: Chen Hao and Qin Heyuan. The reasons were straightforward. First, both meshed well with Lu Chong and willingly followed his lead. Second, their abilities ranked among the best in both the ancient martial arts program and the entire freshman class. Chen Hao was born with immense strength and an exceptional physique. His mighty Vajra body paired with rapid-fire fists made him a natural tank and close-quarters powerhouse. Qin Heyuan appeared mild-mannered, yet in battle he was fierce. A flash of his blazing step teleport combined with the Star Spark spear usually pierced opponents before they could react. From the higher warrior tiers, especially the warrior master realm onward, true Qi becomes denser and the elemental leanings of martial arts grow more pronounced. Chen Hao's mighty Vajra body and rapid-fire fists skew toward earth solid and defensive. Qin Heyuan's Star Spark spear and blazing step skew toward fire explosive and wild. Lu Chong's dragon seizing art, stacked wave palm, and wave-breaking mantra carry water flexible and controlling. Returning Origins sword art, rolling blade 18 forms, Big Dipper 7-star archery, and Heaven Earth blade art embody metal sharp and penetrating. Venom dragon spear and 100 bloom whip embody wood vitality, coupled with poison. Attributes are seldom absolute. Most techniques blend elements with differing emphases. Lu Chong's golden bell barrier, for instance, combines earth's solidity, water's pliancy, and metal's counterstrike, while Windblade kick and Gale Phantom step belong to wind, a branch evolved from the 5 elements. Lu Chong trains in all 5 elements, a rarity recognized by everyone. Most practitioners, with limited time and energy, choose a primary element once they reach Earth-grade techniques. Chen Hao anchors in earth, Qin Heyuan in fire. To field a squad with a full elemental spread, Lu Chong still needed 3 more teammates to cover metal, water, and wood. His next recruits, therefore, had to complete the 5-element array at minimum, 1 each for metal, water, and wood. Although he aimed for mastery over all 5 elements and every discipline, Lu Chong wasn't there yet. He knew how thin a lone explorer's chances were, so he drafted a list of candidates and set out to build a reliable, long-term squad. At dawn, he invited every prospect to his dorm. 4 men and 2 women, all classmates from the traditional martial arts program. Calling it a dorm was generous. It was a lakeside cottage with warm wooden floors and floor-to-ceiling windows. The moment they walked in, heads swiveled in admiration. Bro Chong, this place is unreal. I'm dying of envy. Chen Hao spread his arms theatrically. Qin Heyuan trailed behind, running a hand over the wall decor with a quiet whistle. The 2 were Lu Chong's closest friends, so their ease came naturally. The other 4, Gui Dao, Zhan Xiong, Cheng Zishu, and Jiang Tao, sat primly on the sofa, polite but a little stiff. Sit down, everyone. I've got something to discuss. Lu Chong waited for silence, then cut to the chase. I want to form a standing team, take missions, go into the wild, rack up credits together. Interested? Chen Hao slapped his thigh. Absolutely. I've been waiting for this. Qin Heyuan nodded, then sighed. I just don't want to hold you back, Chong. Lu Chong acknowledged them and looked at the rest. Gui Dao sat straight with a sword on his back, face blank. Fine, he said in a single syllable. Cheng Zishu and Jiang Tao exchanged glances, then spoke almost together. Well, follow the class monitor. Cheng came from a medical family and specialized in wood element healing, while Jiang practiced the serpentine sword and misty step, her water-aligned eyes sparkling with excitement. Only Zhan Xiong hesitated, rubbing his hands and avoiding Lu Chong's gaze. Lu Chong made it easy for him. It's voluntary. If you have doubts, say so. Zhan cleared his throat. I've already promised to join a sophomore team. Cousin's the leader, so no problem. Everyone's free to choose, Lu Chong said with a smile. Relieved, Jean stood and gave a brief bow. Then I'll be on my way. Lu Chong walked him to the door and went back to discuss roles, structure, and training with the remaining 5. Laughter burst from the villa now and then. Outside, Jean paused, listening to the voices inside. A sneer curled his lips. Freshmen with no field experience, trying to run their own squad, he muttered. No mentor, no veterans. How long before they even get a mission? Once they hit the wilderness, they'll see how scary it is without an old hand. Forget earning credits. Coming back alive will be achievement enough. Inside the dorm villa, Lu Chong and the others showed no sign of disappointment after Zhang Xiong left. Instead, they dived into lively planning. The coffee table in the living room became an improvised war desk, littered with energy drinks in every color and stacks of tactical manuals. Lu Chong laid down the first rule. Step 1. Everyone secures all the gear they'll need for the wilderness. Weapons in particular, pick what feels right and go for the best you can buy. Don't pinch pennies. Once our strength goes up, the money will come back fast. If anyone's strapped for cash, speak up and we'll sort it out together. He swept his gaze across the group, calm and resolute. The discussion was heating up when Chun Hao raised his hand shyly. Brother Chong, I've got a question. Go ahead. Chun Hao scratched his temple. Isn't it too early to buy all this? We don't have a martial adept yet, so we can't enter the wilderness or take off-campus missions anytime soon. If the gear just sits there, it'll be a waste. Lu Chong smiled. I almost forgot to tell you I broke through to martial adept 2 days ago, so we can take missions whenever we want. A thread of condensed aura rippled through the air like a live wire. Damn, Brother Chong, that was fast. Chun Hao leapt to his feet, eyes wide. Qin Heyuan flashed a thumbs up, his voice an octave higher. Following Brother Chong is the right choice. Zhang Xiong will regret ditching us. A cold light flickered in Gu Yidio's eyes. He was a sword drawn from its sheath, fighting spirit already roaming the wilderness. Jiang Tao and Cheng Zishu exchanged a glance, smiles impossible to hide. With a martial adept leading them, missions, credits, and cultivation resources would soon pour in. Great. My fists have been starving. Chun Hao pumped his arms. I'm buying those tier 3 gauntlets tonight. I've been eyeing them forever. Lu Chong motioned for everyone to sit. Settled, then. Now about missions. Credits for squads like ours fall into 2 categories. First, long-term assignments. Working with garrison troops to hunt wild beasts or gather medicinal herbs, earning credits based on grade and value. Second, short-term target missions. Taking down rogue cultivators based on intel or completing special tasks posted on the official platform. He tapped the tabletop. We'll start with beast hunts, from easy to hard, building rhythm and trust while earning steady credits. We'll look at short-term targets once we're sharper. Thoughts? Chun Hao nearly bounced. No objections. Brother Chong's right. We're a new squad. We need time to sink. Qin Heyuan nodded quickly. Whatever Brother Chong says. Gui Dao offered one crisp word. Deal. Excited yet nervous, Jiang Tao and Cheng Zishu chimed in together. We're on board. Good. Lu Chong made the call on the spot. Since no one objected, they would get everything ready today and step into the wilds first thing tomorrow. He swept his gaze across the group, his voice steady and clear. Listen up. Whatever we find out, there will be split 6 ways based on contribution o stealing credit. The wilds are a battlefield, so follow my lead. I promise every decision will put your safety first. No problem. Chun Hao laughed heartily, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his fists together. As long as I get a good fight, I'm in. Jiang Tao raised her hand. Eyes sparkling. Brother Chong, since we just formed the team, shouldn't we pick a name? Yeah. Cheng Zishu jumped in. I heard you have to register a team name before heading out. They use it to track our record. Exactly. Chun Hao slapped the table. It's got to sound fierce, something that'll shake the whole academy, no, the whole country. What about Sun Crusher Squad? His eyes lit up dramatically. 5 pairs of eyes immediately shot him. Are you serious? Look, Gui Dao arched an eyebrow. You really want a name like that? Asking to be struck by lightning, aren't you? Chun Hao scratched the back of his head and turned to Qin Heyuan. Not fierce enough. You give it a shot. Qin Heyuan smiled. Thunderbolt Squad, quiet as still water, swift as a lightning strike. Blade Edge Squad, Gui Dao offered coolly. Butterfly Dance Squad, Cheng Zishu tossed out next. Jiang Tao's turn came. She spoke softly but firmly. Moonlight Squad. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. All eyes shifted to Lu Chong, who was still tapping away at his phone. He looked up and shrugged. All those names are already taken. No can do. Chun Hao groaned. See, Sun Crusher was popular after all. Dozens more flashy names flew out, but the system showed them all as already registered. To make matters worse, the rules said a team name could only be 2 characters. After exhausting their brains, they finally landed on something understated yet punchy: Team 87. When Chun Hao still looked a bit deflated, Lu Chong chuckled. It's just a label. Team 87 sounds tough enough. If we ever earn an official legacy call sign, that'll be true glory. He added casually, Huaxia has call signs handed down through generations: Mountain River, Dragon Guard, Dragon Scale, Sun Moon, and the like. Only teams with extraordinary merit or special military units can use them. They're the highest national honor. Wrapping up, Lu Chong clapped his hands. All right, that's it for today. Go get ready. Once I finish the registration, the platform will send each of you an invite. Accept it right away. Be back here at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. No problem, Team 87. Onward to victory. Chun Hao punched the air and marched out, the others right behind him, buzzing with excitement. At dawn on October 17th, Chun Hao and the others gathered at Lu Chong's dorm. As the first light crept in, the six of them sized one another up, their spirits lifted by the sight of their gear. Each wore a black Class 3 combat suit made from the hide of a Class 3 beast and reinforced with military-grade nanofibers. Every set cost at least 1,000,000 credits, yet was bulletproof, fire-resistant, light, and remarkably flexible. Even Chun Hao's massive transformed frame could not tear a seam in it. Their weapons had been upgraded as well. 1. Chun Hao wore silver Class 3 gauntlets that fit his palms perfectly and had cost more than 10,000,000 credits. 2. Qin Hyun carried a custom back holster holding a collapsible scarlet dragon spear, its cold gleam restrained, also a Class 3 weapon. 3. A scabbard hung at an angle from Gu Yidio's waist, a genuine Class 3 tang blade pressed against his leg. 4. Chung Zishu shouldered a medical kit, with a Class 3 vine whip coiled around his belt. 5. Jiang Tao carried a silver serpent sword over her shoulder, cutting a striking figure. Every gaze finally landed on Lu Chongha carried only a black, highly elastic backpack. Brother Chong, where's your weapon? Qin Hyun asked, circling him once. The others were equally puzzled. A master of the 18 rolling blade forms and the wind-cleaving axe would never fight empty-handed. Lu Chong pointed at the pack and smiled. Everything's in here. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the six boarded the campus shuttle that had just pulled up and headed straight for the frontier fortress. Their destination was the Class 3 wilderness along the southern shore of Chongyang Island beside the Yangtze River. Encounters above Class 3 were rare there. If a Class IV or Class V Beast King appeared, the human monitoring network would lock on and eliminate it at once. By contrast, the wilderness facing the East China Sea was called the Death Zone, where a Beast King could charge ashore at any moment. At their current strength, they could only test themselves in a Class 3 area. Even so, this region was nothing like the territory Lu Chong had once roamed outside inland Guanyin City, where Class 3 beasts were few and of a single type. The Yangtze estuary was a natural convergence point. Land, sea, and air beasts swarmed in from every direction, and no amount of culling could wipe them out. Jiangnan Martial University had placed its campus here to give students the perfect training ground, while helping the military guard the East China Sea and the riverbanks, a genuine win-win arrangement. Danger walked hand in hand with opportunity. Wealth and merit lay hidden between fangs and blood. Half an hour later, the shuttle stopped at Fortress 1 near the river mouth. Every frontier fortress was garrisoned, and anyone entering the wilderness had to register and be cleared. A young woman in uniform processed their check-in. When she read their team's data, she looked up at Lu Chong in mild surprise. Yes, that's right, we're all first-year students, Lu Chong replied with a friendly smile. In the lobby outside the registration desk, electronic screens flickered while squads of rugged veterans clustered in groups. At Lu Chong's words, several teams in line turned their heads in unison, their expressions ranging from surprise to mockery. Freshmen forming a squad for the Wild Zone. A freelance bounty hunter laughed, shaking his shoulders. Huh, try not to wet your pants, kid. An upper-class squad from Jiangnan Martial University raised a hand in greeting and offered a well-meaning warning. You might want to get some experience first, juniors. The Wild Zone isn't a playground. The jeers rolled through the hall. The Tier 3 Wild Zone was infamous. Most freshmen preferred to attach themselves to seasoned teams, and few dared to strike out on their own. What's so funny? The young woman at the registration desk snapped, her voice crisp with authority. Anyone who keeps making trouble will be thrown out and disqualified. The uproar died instantly. Once the room was quiet, she looked solemnly at Lu Chong's group. I have to warn you. The Tier 3 Wild Zone is dangerous. Without experience, it's even harder. Are you sure you want in? Lu Chong glanced back at his teammates. Chun Hao and the others were excited, tense, and curious, but not at all afraid. He nodded. We're sure. We're ready. She raised the terminal on her wrist. I have to verify your personal data. Without at least one martial master, you can't pass. A scanner beam swept across the badge on Lu Chong's chest. The terminal beeped, and her pupils widened. Almost on reflex, she sprang to her feet and saluted. Good afternoon, sir. The surrounding area went so quiet a pin could be heard dropping. An 18-year-old captain with more than 300,000 merit points? Is he really a student? Her heart pounded. The rank might be honorary, with no official posting, but the combat credits were earned the hard way, no doubt about that. Lu Chong straightened and returned a textbook salute. Please, there's no need for that. The rank is only nominal. I'm not an active officer. Chun Hao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Since when was Lu Chong a commissioned officer? Their top scholar had yet another secret. The teams who had been laughing moments before craned their necks to look at the seemingly ordinary freshman wearing a captain's bars. Their mocking looks hardened into respect. This kid was no joke. Realizing Lu Chong didn't want a scene, the clerk sat back down, her posture even straighter, and double-checked the data. 18 years old, second-tier martial master, student number 01 in Jiangnan Martial University's Traditional Arts Program. Assistant researcher at the Institute of Ancient Martial Arts. Every line was weighty. She moved on to Chun Hao and the rest. The terminal flashed green again and again. None had reached the master level, yet each was a high-grade fighter, all still in their teens, the youngest only 17. With strength like that they could handle Tier 3 beasts, and their potential was downright frightening. No wonder they dared to form their own squad. She flagged Squad 87 as high priority and sent the record upstream. All set, she said, looking up. Once 10 squads are in the queue, wait for the fortress gates to open. Afterward, Lu Chong and the others each received a personal emergency rescue communicator, or beacon. The palm-sized oval device was coated in matte military black, its edge ringed by a silver alloy frame that gleamed coldly in the sun. It combined 4 functions: distress call, live video, encrypted contact with the fortress garrison, and precise positioning. Once rescue mode was activated, every nearby squad and the military would be alerted at once. The wilderness inside Huaxia is no lawless frontier. Cultivators are strictly forbidden to kill one another, and anyone caught doing so faces severe punishment. At the same time, the state strongly encourages squads to help each other. If a lone hunter or a team sends a distress signal, the fortress immediately notifies all squads within range. Deterrence and incentive work together to keep order in the wilds. Still, even the tightest system can't stop some bounty hunters or squads from acting on personal grudges or hunting claims. The beacon and the law are only layers of protection. Neither can completely prevent bloodshed. In the waiting area at the entrance to the Level 3 wilderness, the group lounged against a railing. Suddenly Chun Hao pointed to a massive screen on the opposite wall. Brother Chong, look at that display. Lu Chong followed his gaze. The screen was cycling through the Level 3 wilderness leaderboard, red and blue figures flashing in turn. The same board is synced to the beacons we're holding, Qin Heyuan said, sounding confident. This leaderboard has 2 main sections, he continued, as though giving a tour. There's the national all-time board and the monthly board that resets on the 1st of every month. Each of those breaks down into team and individual rankings. The all-time board tracks cumulative results over the years, so the top 100 are dominated by veteran squads and famous hunters. The monthly board wipes the slate clean so newcomers like us have a shot at climbing. The more Qin Heyuan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Lu Chong had heard of the rankings, but knew far less than Qin Heyuan. Curious, he asked, so what's the benefit of getting on the board? I know results can be swapped for course credits, but why does the list itself matter? Qin Heyuan lowered his voice, though excitement still showed. The benefits are huge. This isn't just our school's board, or even one for Shanghai. It's nationwide. Universities, martial academies, private squads, official units, anyone who can enter the Level 3 wilderness can compete. Once your name appears on the board, you're known across the country. Your strength is right there for everyone to see. A board watched by the whole nation, how cool is that? Lu Chong frowned slightly. That's just fame. Isn't there anything tangible? Clearly the influencer-style glory didn't move him. Qin Heyuan paused, then explained earnestly, of course there is. Your raw results already translate into course credits, you know that. But once you make the board, the school awards bonus credits. Civilian squads or individuals get something too. Access to scarce resources opened by the authorities, priority slots for training facilities, advanced techniques, you name it. I see. Lu Chong's eyes lit up at once. Had always felt serving the nation and society was a duty, but rewards and recognition were welcome motivation. That's fantastic. Chun Hao slapped his thigh and boomed. Then Squad 87 will grab the top spot on the monthly ranking first. Lu Chong only smiled faintly. He neither seconded the idea nor shot it down. Qin Heyuan cast a quick look around and lowered his voice. How, keep it down. Don't make them laugh their teeth out. Scattered gazes converged at once. Some people whispered. Others raised a hand to their mouths. Stifled chuckles spread through the room. Chun Hao shot Qin Heyuan a disgruntled glare and spoke even louder. What's so funny? Why laugh at me? Maybe we can't win the overall board, but why can't we top the monthly one? Everyone starts at 0. Who's afraid of whom? Qin Heyuan didn't snap back. Still quietly, he broke it down. Sure, the monthly list resets, but it's just as hard. We're up against not only our freshman class, but sophomores, juniors, and seniors too. And this is only Jiangnan Martial University. Add hundreds of universities nationwide, plus official and freelance squads, and you lose count. He pointed at the big screen overhead. It's only the 17th. Look, the board shows just 2 teams from Jiangnan MU, and their 2nd and 3rd years. That tells you how tough it is. Lu Chong, Chun Hao, and the others followed his finger. On the scrolling leaderboard, only 2 teams carried the suffix Jiangnan MU. The rest were from other universities or independent groups. The mood sank. Gui Dao snorted. Cheng Zishu and Jiang Tao drooped, and even Chun Hao fell silent. They were pure freshmen, and Lu Chong was only a second-rank martial artist. What did they have against seasoned squads? Just as the gloom started to spread, Lu Chong suddenly laughed, stepped forward, and gave Chun Hao a firm slap on the shoulder. Since when are we afraid to talk big? Did you forget we're called Squad 87? If we can't even set a small goal, where's the swagger? Maybe we can't do it now, but that doesn't mean we won't. We'll top the monthly board, then storm Tier 4 zones, even the forbidden zones. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Exactly. That's the attitude. I'm just setting a small target. What's wrong with that? I almost let you drag me into being timid. Qin Heiyuan shook his head with a smile and dropped the subject. He knew better than anyone how hard the goal was, but he also knew Lu Chong was boosting morale. Nice move, kid. Lu Chong caught the look on Qin Heiyuan's face and raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, a burst of footsteps approached. 7 young men walked over in a line. The one in front sported a streak of bright blonde hair and a mischievous grin. Well, who's spouting big talk? Freshman brothers from Jiang and MU, I see. Chun Hao recognized a familiar face in the group and stepped forward with a snort. Zhang Xiong, you looking for trouble? Inside the line, Zhang Zhenhuo had refused to join Squad 87 the night before, instinctively shrank his neck and looked away. Confronted by Chun Hao's bark, Zhang Xiong kept his eyes off his classmates, especially Lu Chong. He had spotted Lu Chong and his companions from a distance a moment earlier and was startled, assuming none of his classmates had reached warrior level yet, and therefore shouldn't be here. Watching Lu Chong's team breeze through the inspection and collect their mission tokens at the gate, he finally realized he had underestimated Lu Chong's progress and strength. He didn't exactly regret it. Lu Chong's squad still couldn't match his own sophomore team, whose members were all warriors and whose captain was already 5th rank, but they were classmates, and Zhang Xiong preferred to avoid a direct encounter. Unfortunately, his unease was obvious to his teammates. After he had mocked Lu Chong in public the previous night, they seized the chance to stir things up. The moment Qin Hao said, "Come on, why don't you go say hello?" they half pushed, half dragged him straight to Lu Chong. "I didn't mean anything by it," Zhang Xiong murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Fear and respect for Lu Chong were etched deep inside him during the opening week contest for top seat. Lu Chong had beaten him to a pulp. He had since witnessed Lu Chong's brutal power in sparring sessions, and when the team from North China Martial University came to challenge them, every one of Lu Chong's moves felt like a sledgehammer to his chest. Even so, he refused to concede. That was why he had joined the sophomore squad, hoping to earn credits on missions, improve quickly, and challenge Lu Chong again next year for class monitor and top seat. TSK. The blonde upperclassman clicked his tongue and slapped Zhang Xiong on the shoulder. "What are you so shy about? They're just a few clueless freshmen. Stick with us, and you'll flatten that so-called top dog within 6 months." Zhang Xiong lowered his head, bangs hiding his face, even less willing to meet Lu Chong's eyes. Seriously? Chun Hao had taken the snide remarks in stride twice already, but hearing them call out Lu Chong directly ignited his temper. Lu Chong raised an arm to block Chun Hao and said calmly but firmly, "Everyone has their own path. No need for more words. Suit yourselves." The blonde was about to retort when a cold voice interrupted him. "Enough. Stop belittling them." The speaker was a crew-cut young man who was clearly the leader. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and the blonde fell silent at once, retreating to the back. "Yes, Captain. I just can't stand posers." Looking down at Lu Chong, the crew-cut youth said coolly, "Zhong Chuyun, sophomore, traditional martial arts department. Your ambition is commendable, but the wilderness isn't a playground for fantasies. Leave a contact number. If you get into real trouble, we can pull you out." Lu Chong offered a polite, yet distant smile. "That won't be necessary, but thank you for the offer." With that, he turned and led Chun Hao and the others away, clearly unwilling to share the same space with the upperclassmen. The tension dissipated, leaving the two groups walking off in opposite directions. "Zhong Chuyan," Qin Heiyuan murmured. "Now I remembers ranked 67th on the university's top 100 list and is the sophomore class leader." Lu Chong and the others turned to Qin Heiyuan in surprise. That single remark from Qin had laid bare Zhong Chuyan's resumed top sophomore and number 67 on Jiangnan Martial University's top 100 list. The words top 100 carried real weight. After a month on campus, everyone understood the title was earned with blood in the wilderness, not empty slogans, and it was often held in higher esteem than any class champion. Each entry on the list recorded the strongest beast the student had ever killed, a grisly personal resume. Lu Chong, while the freshman champion who had defeated Stage 2 martial master Zhao Yuntian at the North China Challenge, was still absent from the list for one reason: he lacked confirmed wilderness kills. Being able to kill and daring to kill were worlds apart. Plenty of students froze when they first saw a blood-crazed mutant and failed to wield even half their usual strength. Such people had no place in the rankings. And that sophomore squad that just hit this month's leaderboard is Zhong Chuyan's own Zhoming squad, Qin added. Chun Hao tried to retort, but Lu Chong raised a hand with a smile. "The portal's opening, let's focus on step 1. His tone was calm, yet battle lust burned in his eyes. He wasn't new to bloodshed. If Head wanted easy fame by joining a powerhouse, he could have signed on with Wenrin Jinghong's Jinghong squad long ago. That team was already raiding grade 4 zones, and even forbidden areas, which was why it never appeared on this list. The real stage for the strong lay far beyond what they saw here. Moments later, all 10 squads were assembled. The energy gate flared open, and the students poured through. Zhongming's squad went first, darting toward the forest to the left. Their blonde member paused only to snort back at the rest. Jerk, Chunhao muttered. Lu, which way? Qin Heyuan asked at once. Over there. Lu Chong pointed to the right. The map shows a cluster of grade 2 beasts, good practice for teamwork. Were he alone, he would have headed straight for grade 3 prey, but with the newly formed 8-7 squad, he had to nurture his teammates. Danger was everywhere in the wilderness. Lone heroes never lasted. Only by covering one another and coordinating attacks could they go far in this blood-stained land. The squad system existed for a reason, natural selection, again and again. At his word, the 6 of them fell into formation and slipped into the trees. Lu Chong led. Chunhao guarded the rear. Qin Heyuan and Gu Yidao watched the flanks, and the 2 girls stayed sheltered in the center. Combat medic Cheng Zishu, their lifeline, received the strongest protection of all. The forest here was dense and dripping with moisture, and since the cataclysm, both beasts and plants had mutated. Towering peach trees, 20 meters tall with trunks as thick as pillars, spread canopies like giant umbrellas. Every year, they bore head-sized fruit that were not only sweet and juicy, but rated as first-class energy supplements. When the peaches ripened, people flooded in from across the country to fight for them, and even mutant beasts slaughtered one another for a bite. 6 people threaded deeper into the woods, treading lightly, eyes scanning in every direction. Whenever they spotted another human hunting squad in the distance, they immediately changed course. Out here, humans could be as deadly as any beast. Only Lu Chong strolled as if through a garden, calm and unhurried. Thanks to the golden bell shield, he could already see in all directions and hear the faintest sound, enough to sense danger before it struck. At the edge of a swamp, they started to skirt around it, when a deep croak suddenly detonated. Almost simultaneously, a pink blur shot out of the murky water like a bullet, heading straight for Chunhao at the rear. His muscles snapped taut. Without even turning, he swung a fist. The blast of air from the punch ripped apart the blur and drove it back toward the mud. On the right, Gu Yidao had already spun, his blade screaming from the sheath. The arc of knife energy, a heartbeat behind the punch, slammed down on the target. Mud exploded. Punch and blade tore into the swamp bed, and a dark green shape flew skyward, spraying blood. It hit the ground already cleaved in two, a grisly mess. Only then did Lu Chong turn around. He swept his eyes over the pair and asked evenly, "Does anyone recognize this Tier 2 beast?" Qin Heyuan stared at the bloody corpse, face pale but voice steady. "Blackmarsh frog. I caught a Tier 2, Stage 6 energy spike." The carcass, black-green and about a foot long, lay in pieces. The pink blur had actually been the frog's 2-meter tongue. If Chunhao had been a split second slower, that tongue would have dragged him under. Then again, with his cultivation and mighty Vajra body, he might just as easily have hauled the frog out instead. Lu Chong saw that Qin was still queasy yet holding it together, so he let it drop. He turned to Cheng Zishu and Jiang Tao, who were bent over retching, and gave an order that brooked no argument. "You two, harvest the valuable parts." Harvesting meant cutting, skinning, and gutting the beast on the spot. The 2 girls went even whiter. Qin hurried to protest. Brother Chong, maybe that's unnecessary? They've obviously never done it." Lu's glance was cool. "Then you join them. Every beast we kill today, the 3 of you will handle." Qin's face fell. How had this landed on him? When the trio still hesitated, Lu's voice hardened. "The wilderness is a killing field. If you can't get past this, go back to class." Qin nodded stiffly and shuffled toward the corpse. Cheng Zishu bit her lip and followed. At least her medical family background gave her some stomach for dissection. Jiang Tao lifted her chin, defiant. "Captain, if you want us to face the gore, shouldn't you set the example first? Prove it." Chunhao frantically tried to signal her to shut up, but Jiang Tao remained stubborn. Lu smiled. "I like the spirit. If I prove it, the next beast is yours alone." "Deal," Jiang Tao snapped. With everyone watching, Lu took a few steps to the frog's remains, parted the shredded hide, and dug out a still warm chunk of red flesh. He shook off the mud, tipped back his head, and swallowed it raw. Jiang Tao froze. Even the battle-hardened Chunhao and Gu Yidao felt their stomachs churn. "Brother Chong," Chunhao sputtered, "did you have to go that far?" Chunhao and the others stared wide-eyed at Lu Chong. Blue Qin Heyuan and Jiang Tao finally lost control and vomited up their breakfast. Lu Chong cradled the slice of frog meat in his hands, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he chewed unhurriedly, strands of tender flesh clinging to his teeth. He looked up and said calmly, "It's great for your health." Turning to Jiang Tao, his tone as casual as discussing the weather, he asked, "Well, can you handle it now? If not, he'll dissect it for you. Watch closely." Eating raw beast meat cost Lu Chong no effort at all. The year he followed the unit deep into the Guanyin City wilderness, he practiced eating every kind of exotic creature raw survival class every field soldier had to pass. Jiang Tao wiped the vomit from her lips and shook her head like a rattle. "No, that's enough, Brother Chong. You're amazing. She was terrified he might swallow the entire disgusting carcass piece by piece. I surrender, Brother Chong'll do it. Forcing herself forward, she crouched beside the remaining half of the black swamp frog. Strangely, whether from vomiting or watching him chew, her tolerance had risen a notch. Qin Huiyuan and Cheng Zishu felt the same. The three of them knelt around the two beast corpses, busily slicing meat and collecting materials. Behind them, Chun Hao secretly gave Lu Chong a thumbs up. Disgusting but effective. If they couldn't handle a little gore, they'd only drag the team down in these killing fields. Lu Chong didn't return the gesture, eyes sweeping the muddy ground and tree shadows. He stayed on guard for beasts or people bursting in. Had sensed the creature hiding in the mud long before, but kept silent to test his teammates' reactions. So far, Chun Hao and Gu Yidao clearly had real hunting experience. Their reflexes and nerves were solid. The other three had dealt only with captive beasts and game reserves, and had never faced true wilderness slaughter. To get the squad battle-ready fast, shock therapy was the only shortcut, and anyone who still couldn't cope should quit early. The level 2 stage 6 black swamp frog on the ground was worth about 600,000 yuan, roughly 6,000 merit points or credits. Lu Chong did the math and sighed inwardly. Earning credits out here is a lot easier than on campus. But before conquering the wild, I have to conquer this team. He caught a flicker of restlessness from Gu Yidao. After cleaving the frog in one stroke, the man seemed annoyed that his captain still hadn't drawn a weapon. Lu Chong welcomed a bit of swagger. A wild horse, once tamed, makes the best steed. He quietly adjusted his next move so no one would think the top student and captain was just for show. Move out. He barked once Qin Huiyuan's trio finished harvesting. The six packed up and set off again. Lu Chong took point as always, trusting his sharp instincts while he quickened the pace and led them deeper into the forest. Before long, an emerald streak burst from the dense canopy above and shot toward Cheng Zishu at the center of the formation. These exotic beasts were masters of concealment, suppressing even their aura. Once they struck, an ordinary fighter had no time to respond. Cheng Zishu gasped and reached for the rattan whip at her waist, yet she knew she was already half a beat late. Huh! Chun Hao roared, eyes flashing as a blast of fist force slammed toward the green blur. A blade rang almost in the same instant. Gu Yidao's sword flashed like lightning, its arc too fast to follow. Blade energy and fist energy crossed in midair, tearing leaves from the branches, but both missed. Before either shockwave landed and before Cheng Zishu could strike, the green blur was pinned by a single golden palm. Lu Chong flipped his hand, yanking the prey into view. A small green snake writhed frantically in his grasp, its scales glinting coldly under the sun. Tier 2, Stage 8 bamboo pit viper, he announced coolly. His fingers tightened, bones cracked, and blood splattered. Jiang Tao, it's yours. He tossed the carcass to Jiang Tao, signaling her to collect the materials herself. The bloody body traced an arc through the air. Jiang Tao reflexively backed away, watching it hit the ground. She dared not catch it barehanded. I hate soft-bodied creatures, she wailed inwardly, yet she couldn't break her promise to handle the next specimen. Seeing her hesitate, Lu Chong reminded her, half teasing, what's wrong planning to eat it raw? Go ahead. This pit viper's non-venomous better for you than that black swamp frog. Jiang Tao blanched. She hurried on her gloves, shut her eyes, lifted the snake, and began a shaky dissection. Her movements were clumsy and slow, but Lu Chong said nothing more. Qin Huiyuan and Cheng Zishu were equally terrified, watching from a safe distance. Gu Yidao, however, closed his eyes and replayed the exchange. He had drawn first and prided himself on speed, faster than Chun Hao or Cheng Zishu, so how had Lu Chong still beaten him? His perfected draw-cut technique was famed for lightning-quick strikes, yet had come up empty. Lu Chong's decisiveness and precision left him staggered. Next time, he'll be faster, Gu Yidao swore. He knew his overall strength lagged behind the captains, but he refused to lose on the one thing he excelled at: speed. Chun Hao and Qin Huiyuan, by contrast, were unsurprised. They'd already learned how overwhelming their captain could be. When the snake was finally processed, the six set out again, moving under the shade in search of more traces. Half an hour later, beneath a dead tree, Lu Chong suddenly raised his hand and slashed upward. Compressed chi formed a crescent blade that ripped through the air and cleaved a spider-like beast hidden among the branches in two, sending flesh and blood raining down. Tier 2, Stage 7 Three-Eyed Venom Weaver. You three handle it. Watch the poison sacs and webbing, he said, pointing to Qin Huiyuan, Jiang Tao, and Cheng Zishu. Qin Huiyuan whispered to Chun Hao, when the captain gets serious, there's nothing left for us. Chun Hao and the two girls nodded in agreement. Gu Yidao's hand clenched on his hilt until his knuckles whitened, then loosened in frustration. The creature disguised as a dead branch hadn't even noticed it. In that moment, he realized just how completely Lu Chong outclassed him. Since he wanted to win his teammates over, Lu Chong had no intention of giving them a chance to steal the spotlight. With razor-sharp senses and the hard-earned instincts of a veteran scavenger, he could lock onto a beast the instant it entered his awareness. As a result, He always struck first, leaving the others no opportunity to land a single blow. The rest of the trek played out the same way. Lu Chong spearheaded the advance, and every Tier 2 creature that surfaced along the route paid for it with its life. The muggy coastline bred exotic species, giant frogs, venomous green serpents, lurking spider swarms, clouds of airborne mosquitoes. Yet no matter their lineage or peculiar gifts, none survived more than 3 exchanges with him. The local wildlife simply wasn't that strong. Nearly everything topped out at Tier 2. By 5 in the afternoon, Chun Hao, Gui Dao, and the others were numb. A whole day had passed, and they still hadn't managed a single finishing blow. All they could do was follow behind Lu Chong, bagging carcasses and harvesting parts. Even so, the brutal lesson taught them plenty how to read a beast's movements, break down its strengths and weaknesses, and which way to dodge when things went south. Qin Hyun and the 2 girls had come the furthest. They no longer flinched at the gore and now dissected and collected materials with brisk efficiency. Let's call it a day. The wilds are deadliest after dark. We could get boxed in out here. Lu Chong tore apart a Tier 2, 9th rank iron thread centipede, shook the green ichor from his hands, and gave the warning. The whole group exhaled in relief. The wilderness was eerie enough at noon. After sundown it turned downright sinister. What scared them most wasn't the usual packs of beasts, but the black mosquitoes. Each of these Tier 2 mosquitoes measured half a foot long, their needle-like proboscises as sharp as arrowheads. Even the brawny Chun Hao would be half dead after a single bite, and the insects never hunted alone. Swarming overhead, they were the stuff of a hunter's nightmares. On the way back, Qin Hyun, who handled packing and record-keeping, could barely contain his excitement. Brother Chong, we cleaned up today? 12 Tier 2 beasts, slowest at 4th rank, highest at 9th. Altogether that's over 70,000 merit points, the same in credits. And most of that is thanks to you, huh? Lu Chong only shook his head. The efficiency is still too low. Starting tomorrow, well, split UP, you need to hunt on your own and toughen up. Brother Chong, is that really a good idea? Just the few of us? Qin Hyun blurted, anxiety edging into his voice. The others looked uneasy as well without their seasoned captain leading the way. Could they handle a real emergency? Relax, I won't be far. We'll be within shouting distance the whole time. Lu Chong's tone left no room for argument. One day of live combat had dulled their fear of the wilderness and established Lu Chong's absolute authority over the squad. That was precisely why they needed to start working on their own. Tomorrow wouldn't allow them to grow dependent on him. Lu Chong wanted a squad where everyone could stand on their own, not a group of bystanders who only handled bodies or shouted encouragement. Only when each member truly grew would they be able to take on stronger beasts and opponents and push efficiency in the wilds to the limit. Back at the fortress, the garrison officer tallied their spoils on the spot and quickly converted them into credit, 73,500 in all. The soldier spoke with genuine admiration. Congratulations, this score already beats most student squads on their first run into a level 3 wild zone. Really? I remember our Zhongming squad pulled in 110,000 on its first trip. Just then, Zhongming's group passed by, and a blonde teammate tossed out the frosty comparison while bouncing his leg. Chun Hao's face went cold, ready to retort, but Lu Chong pulled him aside. Trash talk meant nothing. Respect had to be earned in combat. They boarded the school bus and headed back to their dorms. Lu Chong gathered everyone to review the day's gains and losses, a debrief that lasted past 8 p.m. He made the call. That's all for today. Pour every credit into cultivation and push to break through to warrior. Make up any missed classes tonight. No problem, Chonga. The tight schedule got everyone's approval. With the credits they had earned, they could easily afford to stay overnight in the Yuan energy chambers, and their training intensity would soar. When the meeting broke up, Lu Chong headed alone to a Tier 4 Yuan energy chamber. He had nearly 50,000 credits to himself, enough to splurge. From now on he would sleep there. The breath-drawing manual ran on its own, so even in sleep he was cultivating. By dawn his progress was 12% closer to Warrior Stage 3. At first light, Squad 87 simply met in the lobby of the Yuan Energy Center. Everyone's aura was firmer, and they were brimming with energy. At their level, sleep was already optional. Cultivation only made them stronger. Chonga, we're ready. Let's go? Qin Hyun clenched his fist, barely containing his excitement. Last night's credits speak louder than words. Lesson had transformed them. Lu Chong nodded. Move out. What impressed him most was how quickly they adapted one day to grasp the key and carry it through. On October 18th, once inside the wilds, he no longer advanced shoulder to shoulder with his 5 teammates. Instead, he spread them a mile apart, moving in parallel. The spacing built independence, allowed mutual support, and boosted hunting efficiency. By nightfall, the 5-man team had earned over 60,000 points, while Lu Chong alone collected a little more than 90,000. The gap was stark. Chun Hao, Gui Dao, and the others felt the distance more keenly than ever. Together, they still fell short. In the days that followed, they hunted and trained like maniacs, their daily haul climbing steadily, yet they could not catch up. The gap kept widening. Luck had nothing to do with it. Lu Chong effortlessly cleared any level 3 beast in his vicinity, so his score shot up. On October 30th, Squad 87 brought their trophies to the fortress for tallying 210,000 points in total. The clerk sucked in a sharp breath. Congratulations, you just cracked the monthly top 100. They looked up at the wall-mounted screen. Every eye landed on 87 Squad, sitting firmly at rank 100. Chong and his teammates were a bit surprised they had climbed the list without even noticing. My god, that freshman squad is insane. Only half a month, and they're already in the top 100. The crowd erupted. The monthly rankings draw huge attention. After all, they cover every level 3 beast zone in the country. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.